Montgomery might be a single man. What'd you say, Pimp?
I'm a millionaire. You're like Batman and Robin.
Doug, I'm just telling you what the William Montgomery show diehards know. Those of us who have read all of the comments on the William Montgomery show.
You and I quote told me on several occasions. It's in the stream that it is the history that the William Montgomery show podcast sucks. You've said that multiple times.
Yeah, no, it does. There's no doubt about that.
So why do you listen to it? Are you just trying to accumulate facts to try and like make yourself the number one fan?
Precisely.
Why?
Because I want to ensure that you remain number two.
So it's like this like really irrational competitive edge that is forcing you to watch the William Montgomery show. You know you guys like.
Exactly.
So you just doxed yourself as being you not even liking the show. So
I cannot like the show
good job.
and still be his number one fan easily. That's like some.
So
Let me explain. Let me explain.
fans hate the thing that they do.
No.
The fan, does a fan, look at the definition of fan. I bet it means like you like something, not that you don't like it.
Hold on. I like the Beatles. I'm a fan of the Beatles. There are some Beatles albums and some Beatles art that I like more than others. I like the Beatles music, not a huge fan of the Beatles movies. Just because I like the music more than the movies does not mean that I'm not a Beatles fan. In the same way that I like William Montgomery and I like William Montgomery's stand-up, I find that his show is rather boring.
I mean, that's pretty a little bit contradictory.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because when you really understand the heart and the soul of William Montgomery, you recognize that he's far more than just 60 minutes a week of lame discussion about garbage topics. You understand that he's a man, that he has emotions, that he has a heart. You understand that he went to the University of Tennessee. You understand that he drives a Volvo, that he loves Costco, that he's a giant fan of his dog, Gator, and many other aspects of him.
What's Gator's Instagram handle? Oh, you don't know it. What a surprise.
How do you know that?
You didn't even know that his dog had it.
How do you know that I don't know that?
That's why I said probably.
Well, hold on. It's something like I do remember this. Just let me think. It's something like let me think.
You do a photographic memory.
No, I don't.
Whatever you need to be.
Okay. I'm thinking, and
You don't know it. I guarantee you don't know it.
well, yeah, because I don't memorize people's. I don't necessarily
I'm not
memorize.
a true fan. Just say the words, I'm not a true fan.
How about this? How about this? What is? How about this? Before you answer that question, what's William Montgomery's Instagram?
Literally, his name is like William Montgomery.
No, it's not, asshole. No, it's not. My friend, it's different than that. And you would know it's William F. Montgomery 1. It's actually William F. Montgomery 1. Any true William Montgomery fan would know that.
That's literally what I said.
You didn't know his middle name was, the middle initial was F, though.
What's his middle name? Tell me his middle name. In the next 3 seconds,
you don't know it. I knew it was. I knew it started with F.
You don't know it.
Not that you do either.
That's not the point. The point that you don't know it.
How do you know that I don't know it, according to you?
But you didn't tell me in 3 seconds.
Well, let me think about it. I think I know it, but I may be wrong, and I don't want to take a risk. It's Francis. Wait, is it? No, that's his mom's name.
Wait, whose name is Francis?
His mom's name?
That's incorrect.
No, it's not. His dad's name is Larry, and his mom's name is Francis. No, how? Wait, you're not kidding. You think you know this?
I am kidding. I was just messing with you.
You think you know all about William Montgomery, and you don't.
No, that's you. That's you. You don't know his dog's Instagram handle.
You didn't know his Instagram handle.
I did know it.
No, you didn't.
I'm like, it's William, like his name, William Montgomery. I even got the 1. Okay,
That's fine, but you didn't know the F. You didn't know the F. Yet you had to ask me about it. And frankly,
you asked me about it. No, I was asking you about the dog, and then you asked me what his handle was, and I told you.
wait, no, you said it incorrectly. You said it's William Montgomery 1, which is not his Instagram handle. If you were a diehard fan, you would know that his Instagram handle is William.F.Montgomery1. That's what a true fan would say. Wouldn't you agree? There you go. So what are your thoughts on Casey Rocket?
He better be part of the podcast.
If you read the comments, he's gone. He's no longer in the about.
Is he gone like Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah. Well, Jimmy Kimmel might not be gone.
No, he's gone. He's gone.
No, they said indefinitely. They said indefinitely.
Yeah, indefinitely means Jimmy Kimmel is done, at least on his network videos.
How do you know?
William Montgomery's dog's Instagram.
I have a question for. Did you know that Caspian Sea got married?
Yeah, I did. Have you spoken with him recently?
Yeah. I spoke with him earlier this week. Why didn't you mention that he got married?
Why didn't I mention that?
Yeah, that's an important thing to mention.
I don't want to spoil it. It's,
All right. Well, he had mentioned it, but I didn't know if he was like being serious. What do you think Gator the dog's Instagram handle is? Yo, dog. What do you think Gator the dog's Instagram handle is?
that's not, no, you can't. I asked you that question. You can't just copy the question.
I asked you, what do you think it is?
I just told you can't just copy my question. You're gonna have to copy your own.
Are you sure that Gator the dog has an Instagram handle?
I'm positive I'm following it.
Of course you are.
I know what it is. I'm just not gonna tell you.
Dog. Dog.
I'm gonna let this fact torment you all day and night. You're not gonna be able to sleep for the next week.
Dog.
That you don't know.
Dog. You say that, but you don't even know. You didn't even know what his Instagram handle was. So maybe you're a bigger Gator the dog fan. I'm not conceding that. I'm just saying maybe. Or more likely, you are just making up facts, which is not allowed.
Telling the truth. His dog Gator has an Instagram handle. I follow it, and you do not follow it.
Yeah, that I'm not following William F. Montgomery 1. But I have sent him a manifesto, which you've never done.
It's some weird serial killer shit. No one wants to get it.
Dog, he asked for it. What do you want me to do? Dog.
We're not, no more William discussion.
Hold on.
You don't even like him.
Hold on.
What do you think of Jimmy Kimmel being kicked off the air? Is it a violation of free speech?
I think it's just an excuse for them to take him off the air because nobody thinks he's funny anymore. What are your thoughts?
I disagree with that. I think your statement there is false. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel would have gotten where he was if people didn't think that he's funny. But a lot of his show seems to have so it seems like every show he literally just is like roasting Donald Trump in some way. Yeah, I didn't know that freaking his show, like his network, was like the Facebook fact checkers of COVID that are like no misinformation allowed on our platform. It was funny what he was pointing out. Besides I find it more insane that they don't like vet the content at all, have any oversight, and just let him say whatever he wants, and then just fires him without any like just because they don't like one thing that he does.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's why I think that it didn't really have to do with that. That's why I think it didn't have to do with that joke too much. I have a question for you.
His ratings just weren't high enough before that, so they allowed they told him to say that to fire him, or
I have a question for you. Gator the dog's Instagram. Are you sure that it's still live? Can you confirm that for me, please? Can you please confirm that Gator the dog's Instagram account wasn't taken down?
I can't do that now. Like, why would it be taken down?
Well, because
I found it through William Montgomery's followers, or maybe I think so.
well, what I'm saying is that William Montgomery is maybe with, like, maybe he broke up with his girlfriend and he lost the dog. Just one moment. I think it's Gator Montgomery 1. Gator dot Montgomery 1. But that's the one that I've been following. I'm not sure if that's the one that you're referencing. But Gator dot Montgomery 1, that's the one that I would say is the the Instagram handle of Gator the dog. What are your thoughts on that? Number 2.
Might be accurate. It's accurate.
Oh, okay. What did you think about that robot that fell and got right back up?
Sorry, what are you talking about?
What did you think about that robot that fell down and got right back up?
Oh, I mean, is it supposed to be like? I didn't actually watch the full video, so do I watch it right now?
Yes, would you please?
How quickly does it get back up?
Dude, creepy.
Oh. I'm looking forward to the Robot Olympics.
Same here, dog. Did you see Dana White's doing robot fighting?
Yeah, that would be interesting to watch for sure if that on.
But what are your thoughts on how quickly the robot gets up?
I mean,
Dude, did you even see it?
I'm more. No, I just watched the whole thing. The guy's kicking it, and then in the beginning it falls on its back and springs back up.
Springs back up. Like freaky fast.
It is full for gas. Is that the what?
Freaky fast. Freaky.
What did you say? Knee part?
Freaky fast.
No, that doesn't scare me as much as just like the overall like fact that they're already walking around places in the U.S.
Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play Carom? Are you ready to play Karam?
No, I'm still making moves.
Okay. So, do you think William Montgomery broke up with?
Making Philippine fried rice.
All right. Do you think that William Montgomery and Erica broke up?
I haven't heard any information on this topic.
Yeah, but
The
like,
fact that Casey Rocket and them are gone for one show.
well, he took him. He took Casey Rocket out of the description. What are your thoughts on that? He took Casey Rocket out of the description.
Of every episode or just the most recent one?
Just the most recent one, but he's no longer in there where he normally was previously.
Is he in the other episodes where he's not actually in the episode?
Yes. Any William Montgomery fan would know that. That's obvious.
I don't read the descriptions for them to actually care about what William has to say.
Because you're number two. I'm excited to beat
Your
your.
fantasy like football league of bullshit. Yeah, I understand.
Do you want to hear about my fantasy football team? Do you want to hear about it? Because we are number one in the nation. We are 4-0.
Oh, shit, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm worried though. This week I've got to play Yo-Yo, and Yo-Yo is the commissioner of the league, and he's like, he has a really good team.
You're gonna lose.
No, I'm predicted there's a 57% chance that I win. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know shit about football, but I wish you luck.
All right, well, thank you. I have a question for you. Will you make me aware when you're ready to play Carom?
Yeah,
Okay, what did you think of those?
healing.
What?
Oh.
Dog, no one cares. Absolutely no one cares. Dog, I have a question for you. Are you ready for my question? Here's my question.
Ginger is a very lucrative thing to eat. Did you know that?
Yeah, dog. Ask any Asian. All right, are you ready for my question? My question is this, and I feel it's a very, very good question. Maybe one of the greatest questions on earth. What did you think of that video with those glasses?
I don't know. I didn't listen to it with audio. Did the
Dog. Just watch it. I'll wait. I'll be patient, and I won't be mean. Just watch it.
Where's dude and his comedy career?
Dude, he did comedy on Monday, and he did so well that some girl gave him a hug afterward.
What? What was the last part?
Some girl gave him a hug afterward.
Oh. That's good. I told him that he should be a comedian on a cruise ship. Because you get to travel around for free, you get to eat for free, you You basically get a free vacation 24/7, and at night you do like 2 shows.
Yeah, but you have to be funny to
And
do
you
that.
don't pay tax. And you have to be clean.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
It's in between my amazing meme that I hand created for you on my phone and the robot.
Yeah, that's really useful for kidnappers.
Isn't that freaky where they say to that guy, like, hey, didn't you author this paper? And he's like, yeah. How did you know that?
I mean, the address is more concerning, kind of.
Oh, yeah, all that shit is concerning as fuck. And they know that person's parents' names and shit.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, like, you could take a photo of someone, run it through that software, and get the same information. You'll have their address, their phone number, etc. So, I mean, yeah, I guess you miss your chance of as like a serial killer to like kill them instantly, but like, I don't know. I don't think it changes a whole lot. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
What do you do with like that real time information other than announce it to the person and get them to think that you're extremely weird?
I mean, let's think about it. You could be like, aren't you, or you, I mean, I think it'd be really good. You could go up to hot chicks and be like, hey, aren't you Sarah Goldsmith? And
I know exactly where you live.
well, no. And she'd be like, yeah. And you'd be like, oh, uh, you may not remember me, but we've met before. And she'd be like, huh? What? And you'd be like, yeah. We met at a party when you went to Columbia. And she'd be like, oh, yeah. Like, this person does know me because I did go to Columbia. And you'd be like, yeah, I just saying hello. How are things going? And she'd be like, well, what's your name? And you'd be like, oh, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I've got a huge dick. But no, then you'd be like, oh, cool. And then you have an in with them.
You're like, oh, wow. What are those weird glasses on your face?
I mean, people wear glasses. People wear glasses. And then you could just be like, oh, I have Meta glasses on. And then she'd be like, oh, that's cool. Can I wear them? And you would just be like, actually, they're prescription. And I would rather you not. But anyway, I see your friend here, Lindsay. How's Lindsay doing? And Lindsay'd be like,
First and last name.
no, you wouldn't say that. But no, you could use it. You could use it like for good. I mean,
No, I think it would be great for getting a magician.
that would be true. That would be true. So you could be. That would be amazing. So you go up to hot chicks and you'd be like, "I'd like to play. You want to play a game, or I'd like to do a magic trick."
That's where you would, and whatever other.
Exactly. Let's. If, so you could be like this. Let's. I'm going to do a magic. Let's play a game. If you win, I buy you a drink. If I win, you buy me a drink. And she'll be like, "Oh, okay. What's the game?" And you like, all I have to do is guess the first letter of your name. And she'll be like, "Okay." And you're like, "S." She's like, "Yeah, that's right. How did you know that?" And you'd be like, "You just look like somebody who had like a name like started with an S." And then you'd be like, "All right, well, if you owe me a drink, but I'll tell you what, I'll let you play basically double or nothing. But if I get your full name right, then you have to give me your number." And she'd be like, "That's weird, but
Even though I have it anyways.
yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is you'd be like, I already got this girl's number, but whatever." Um, yeah, but that thing's freaky. Now, here's my question for you.
Was never really publicly available like that though?
Yeah, dude. At least in the United States, it is. We used to have things called telephone books, dog.
I know, but that is a phone form, not an individual cell
Right, but still, it's available on, like I think there are a bunch of websites that have that data.
phone. Really?
Yeah, one of them's called.
Publicly available phone data tied to your name.
Yeah, one of them's called like Telio or something. Like it's not Twilio, that's different. But yeah, there it's available, dude. Okay, I have a new strategy. Well, let me first say I really appreciate you trying to give me strategies to go viral. It shows that you care and that you're always thinking, and I mean that not in a snarky way. I mean that in a heartfelt way. So thank you. I don't like using Facebook or Meta because I mean I use Meta all the time. I use Instagram, but I don't like doing Facebook because it's so easy to ban your account. And once they ban your account, it's really hard to get into your other accounts. And so, um,
It was Reddit. I have my Reddit account banned and I can't have it done.
exactly,
All I did was make a comment in the group.
exactly. So that's why you were like, well, why don't you just spam these live streams? And it's like I would, but then it's really easy for them to ban me, and then it's like then it's got like my MAC address of my device and like all kinds of other shit, and it's really hard for me to just create another account, and also to create a bunch of accounts quickly on Facebook is somewhat tedious. Not saying it's impossible or anything like that, but it's tedious. Okay, did you know that Instagram has made a rule?
Player phone number though. They just need an email. They're not gonna ask me.
Yeah, but sometimes if you do it a lot quickly on multiple times on the same device, they say there's like a message that comes up that says like this is a suspicious sign up attempt. Please try again later. Um, I learned that through Instagram. Okay, so did you know that Instagram changed its policy and you can no longer just live stream? You have to have 1,000 followers to live stream. Yeah, dude, and
That's pretty steep.
I agree. I've got a couple of accounts that have 1,000 followers on Instagram, but then I have um, like a lot of other accounts that don't have it.
Buy the phone.
Well, I did. I bought 10,000. I did. I bought 10,000 followers. So I do have some accounts that reach that threshold, but I have other accounts that don't. Because what I used to do is just create an account, and then I had this bot that would just live stream for me, and then end the stream after 4 hours, then upload it, and then start a new live stream. And it went for like more than 2 years. The reason why I still didn't do it is because this was so stupid. This was so stupid. I was listening to stand-up comedy, and whenever you listen to stand-up comedy, Facebook goes crazy because they're like, you're not allowed to cuss, you're not allowed to like use any kind of like racial terms or anything like that. And it's not like I'm doing that, but it's the people who are on the stand-up comedy. So somebody says something like, I don't know, it wasn't exactly this, but this is just kind of like the scenario. Let's just say it was like Kill Tony, and somebody says something like, this girl was so ugly, she made me want to jump in front of a car. Just something like that, okay? They consider that to be suicidal tendencies, and they banned my account for 1 year from live stream. It was like, what the fuck is this? I've never seen a 1 year ban. That's really long. And I've seen other people, famous people, get that same ban. Basically because people were offing themselves live on Instagram, and Instagram didn't want that kind of reputation. So they would just put this incredibly long ban on you, which I thought was absolute garbage. Okay, so I have two strategies going simultaneously. Okay, so one of them is it's an account that I make on Twitch, and it just follows people. Literally, all it does is follow people, and I got 2 people in here in 48 hours, and I'm like, "How'd you find out about me?" And they're like, "You followed me on Twitch." I was like, "Okay, great." That worked really well, but it hasn't worked in the last like 96 hours or so, so that's fine. Then I had another strategy that I used that's on handheld devices, where what it does is it creates a clip of the person on Twitch and puts my link in their Twitch. And I got one person in here from that. Okay. But then there's this other strategy that I'm using that is, I think, going to be the thing. I always say this, Riser. People will go back on the stream and be like, this is when Rabbi thought he was going to go viral, and this is when Rabbi thought he was going to go viral, and he thought he was going to go viral this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, and here's the newest one. So I did this thing on Twitter, where, so Twitter was, well, better than any of my friends how to create multiple Twitter accounts. But what happens is the Arcos challenge, right?
Yeah, shit's fucking good.
Yeah, but the Arcos challenge system is either down or X has shut it off, because I haven't seen it, and I've created multiple accounts. Normally I'd get that Arcos challenge when I first signed up, and then immediately when I had any interaction with a user, and then I would do like 3 more things, and then it would ban my account. It was like really strict. But I just have been doing this all evening. Do you have your phone? All right, you're quite the chef, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm making some amazing burgers right now.
That's cool. Do you have your computer or phone available?
I'm talking through my computer, but just talking stuff. Alright.
Okay.
So you can tell me about your Twitter.
Okay, so what I did, if you just just like people a lot, there's eventually something that comes up that says, You're not allowed to like any more people. We think this is automated. But it wasn't forcing me to do an Arcos challenge, which is super great because that Arcos challenge just is such a pain in the ass. Um, and so I'm like, okay, fine. I can't like people all that much. Then if I would post stuff underneath someone's tweet or whatever, it wouldn't show up. Nothing. I mean, it's not even like it says show spam or show unrecommended results. It just doesn't show anything. It just straight up shadow bans me. However, if I repost something that someone has done, it it doesn't notify them. All of my notifications are being silenced. However, it does you if you click on it and you look at the interaction, it does show my profile, which is all I really need because I just do stuff so much that eventually people will see it and be like, what the fuck is this? So you click it and then you can see my profile and how I have like the most built out profile you'll ever see. So basically, right now, if you type the word Jew into Twitter, everybody for the last like 4 hours has gotten a repost by me, and it's just the most heinous shit. It's just it's Jews fighting anti-Semites and anti-Semites fighting Jews, and it's just this back and forth war, and then you just see me upvoting everything, like whether it's posted by an anti-Semite or posted by a Jew or someone in the middle. Everything has just gotten reposted by me. Now, this would be a really wonderful tactic if it. Dog, I want anybody who will pay attention to me. I welcome enemies because those are the people who troll me the most and they tell their friends about it. I just want the attention. That's all I give a shit about. That's all I need. I don't necessarily need allies.
I'm gonna post about you on 4chan, but I was like, I don't. A bunch of like crazy people are gonna jump in.
I did that. I did that like 2 months ago, maybe less than a month ago, or less than 2 months ago. I've had other people do it as well, and it gets a little bit of steam, but it's usually just people who say like "Get out of here, Jew." No one gives a shit about you, Jew. Just like stuff like that, and I've got
That's what I would happen.
it gets like maybe like 5 comments or so, and then it like runs out of momentum, and then it gets on the second page or the third page, and then nobody pays attention to it anymore. But that's fine.
You can keep pumping it, but
Oh, I did not know you can keep bumping it. How do you bump it?
yeah. Yeah, you can create like a fake discussion basically and keep it stirred up. If you get like a bunch of replies on like poll or like whatever board, I don't know.
I've gotcha.
No, it's not like Reddit. I mean, I don't know. Probably your thread will get banned probably if you're just downright shilling yourself. So you have to make it like some excuse for a reason.
Right.
Political board is just anything political. Science board is like everything science and math. So you can literally, I don't know.
I've gotcha.
Like you go into some math and you're like, yo, this crazy live streamer guy knows so much about mind uploading technology.
And William Montgomery, of course.
Anyone hardly heard in his Discord.
I run into the issue, at least on 4chan, where it it's so fucking annoying. I don't know if you've ever posted to 4chan, but the captcha that you have to do, at least on my phone, is like very, very difficult. It's this slider that you do that normally would be really easy, and it seems like it's really easy, but for whatever reason, at least on my phone, it's like basically impossible for me to be able to like get correct. and that's really fucking annoying. And other things about it, let me think. Oh, once you do it, you have to wait 20 minutes if you use a VPN. And
Yeah, they time lock you.
yeah, and even
For
if
me,
I,
it's like 300 seconds. Really.
oh yeah, that's what it is.
But I think if you email certify, it goes faster.
Well, I thought you had to get like 4chan Premium or something to automatically do it. You're right. It's 300 seconds. It's not 20 minutes. So that's like what 5 minutes, and but it's annoying as fuck because I'll wait the 5 minutes and then post, and it'll be like, and I'll have to do that like 3 or 4 or 5 times. That's why I say it takes me like 20 minutes because sometimes I have to do it.
Yeah, but it's always a 5 for some reason. Like it's never the letter S. It's always a 5.
Okay, yeah. So there's that. There's like that issue, and there are issues where it's like a one or an I or an L or whatever it is. It's a pain in the ass. So I've just been turned off by that. But this the strategy that I have with the reposting. So here's how you have to see it, or here's how if someone's going to understand how this is done best, in my opinion. It's like if you do anything on the internet for a long enough period of time, it'll eventually get attention. What do I mean? Like if you were able to just post and post and post and post and post, someday, some maybe 60 years from now or 150 years from now, if that platform's still going, it'll get attention. The difficult thing, though, is to just consistently do it because normally people get burned out after like an hour of doing it manually, or maybe there's some kind of bot trigger that prevents them from doing it for more than a day or whatever. But I just find, at least with my strategies, that if I figure out a way how to do something consistently for a long period of time, it gets me a lot of attention. Like Kick, but here's what I found, at least with Kick. Kick is not a big enough platform that I'm going viral there. But Twitter could be. Twitter's much larger, and um, Twitch could be. Twitch is much larger. Twitch is 10 times as big as Kick, and
Are
Twitter.
you still in your Twitter space live?
Yeah, Doug. Yeah, I'm live in it right now. I've been live in it 24/7 since.
Why don't people join the Twitter thing?
Dude, I want to say it's because I'm shadow banned. Um, I've been live 24/7 in there. Well, I restart it at least twice a day, but so it's like in 12-hour increments. Um, I've been live in there since February 14th, which is a lot. That's like 6 months. Nobody does a Twitter space that long. And I can tell you in total, I've had less than 100 people join it. And that tells me that it's shadow ban. I mean, I know it's shadow ban. When you go and do the big search, it doesn't show up. And the only way that people find it is if they put in a search term that that is in my title. So I do use common search terms like crypto and Bitcoin and stuff like that, Mike. But still, I'm the only person in here, even though it's a video space, which is really cool to people. Um, it's basically a shadow ban thing, and I hate to just use that as an excuse, but I don't know what else to tell you. I'm telling you, I've been in here for 6 months, and
Is it possible to sue social media companies if they ban you for not good reasons and it like harms your livelihood?
yeah, it should be. And there's an argument to be.
Not banned for no reason.
there it should be, and there's an argument that it is an antitrust issue, and it should be fought with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Um, the state of Florida was they had passed it through their legislature that the practice of shadow banning was going to be made illegal, but their governor uh, vetoed it, and it's never gotten any traction in any other state. So, like, shout out to the state of Florida. They tried. They they legitimately tried to make this an illegal practice. So, um, basically, we're at the point now where it is a legal practice, and they just don't call it shadow banning on the back end of their like on the platform side. They just call it something like um, oh, what would they call it? Like de-emphasizing a post. So they'll just de-emphasize posts or de-emphasize users, and that's the equivalent of shadow banning. But like that's exactly happening to me, where I create an account and I put a post on like my own reply to something that I've done to see if it comes through, and nothing comes through. I would never know as a user that somebody replied to me, but on the other side, it looks like it worked. And then I look on it with yet a third account, and it does not post. It doesn't look like it posted. Even though the number will say like there's one comment, you can't view the comment. It should be an illegal practice. And if I go viral, I'm gonna bring attention to this. Now Twitter.
If I go viral, I'm going to shadow that.
Well, yeah, but if you see,
That's a paradox.
it is. But if you see what I'm doing on Twitter, I think this is gonna work because I know I say it, but I've been. Let me check this again. Yeah, dude. I've been checking this. Um, it's been going with very little human interaction for maybe like 4 hours now, and um, and it's just a numbers game. Basically, if I do this for the next 4 months straight, basically till the end of the year or 3 months, somebody's gonna see it and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Oh, not true. Not shadow banning.
Pardon me. What did you say?
They sure it's not like shadow banning actually.
So, it is kind of shadow banned, but not really. Okay, so what happens if you click on the post? It will show that somebody upvoted it, and if you click on the interactions, it puts my name in there. That's all I need, because then somebody will click on my name and they see I have this huge profile with all this information in it, and it's very easy for them to find out more information about it. Like that's all I need. Word is right. Yeah, so it's still working. Um, do you have? Do you have? Are you done chopping onions?
I'm still cooking.
Are you a gourmet or gourmand? Are you a gourmand? It's like a gourmet. I'm hold on. Hold on. No, I meant gourmet. Gourmand means a gluttonous person. Not what I meant. Hold on. Gourmet. A gourmand is a person given in to excess in the consumption of food and drink. A greedy or ravenous eater. No, it is. It is a person who appreciates good food. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I guess are you a gourmet? Do you like? Well, there's gourmet and gourmand. So I guess gourmet is somebody who makes the food, and gourmand is somebody who eats it. Are you a gourmet? Do you like to cook?
Yeah, definitely. I like to cook. I like to eat good food.
So you're a gourmet?
Who doesn't like to eat good food?
Yeah, I would say I am more a gourmand than a gourmet, though. I like to when I have time and the right ingredients. I guess I like to be a gourmet. That's cool. But yeah, eating it is a lot more fun a lot of times than making it. Making it can be a lot of work. I actually like stuff that's really easy. Um, but yeah, okay. So I have this strategy that anybody who mentions the word Jew or okay, good. So anyone who mentions the word Jew on one computer, or the word Jewish on another computer, they get their shit reposted. Now, I wish it reposted them to the point where they got a notification, but that's shadow ban or whatever you want to call it. I guess what do they call it? They call it um, notification silencing. Notification silencing. So they use these terms that are basically the equivalent, shadow banning and notification silencing, but one one works or one is the preferred nomenclature to the other. Anyway, but what I can tell you is that this strategy does get some people to view my shit, which is cool. And more than anything, Riser, it the account's not getting banned. You know, like when you did this, it was really easy when you dog, I don't know. But I have not gotten it. I mean, I've been literally yeah, and I even looked it up in ChatGPT if they shut it off, and it said, or at least in some large language model, that they did not. But I would have gotten it by now. The worst thing that happens is they log you out of your account and make you log back in and do like an email verification. But I can automate that. That's easy. But what isn't easy is putting the people in the right chairs and making it so that the planets are in the right direction or whatever, or making it so that the finger's pointing at the dog correctly. Like all that shit, it's not that bad, but it is bad when you have to do it often and you have to do 20 of them. That's ridiculous. So I can tell you that, yeah, I do. Twitter was a bad platform before he bought it. It's still a bad platform, but at least there's seemingly more accountability in it now. The code is public. They don't hire people who are, I mean, I guess they ban people. Like, they still ban me. I get that. But they don't ban alternative voices as much. I've noticed, like, people say some really horrendous shit on Twitter, especially the interactions that I see. Like, you can't say this shit on Instagram. You can't post some of these memes on, like, Instagram or Facebook.
So the freedom of speech is there. It's not so curated.
Exactly.
Like,
Now, do I think that
and it may set the stage for other freaking places like Instagram to realize that they shouldn't ban people for bullying.
just stupid shit? I can't stand it. Like, there's this thing, this term. Do you know what a TERF is? TERF. It's a trans. It's a trans. It's a. Uh, it's a trans exclusionary radical feminist. This used to be just known as a woman who was proud to be a woman. But this is basically like any woman specifically, who doesn't think that a man can be a woman. So this is like somebody who thinks like um, women by birth, and that's the only way you can be a woman is basically uh, a hate term or something like that. Like when I was a kid, like the National Organization of Women was like a really powerful entity in the United States, and they have been basically silenced during the um, trans movement because those women who were once fighting for rights and equality and all the other things basically got subdued or um, not subdued. Subdued is not the right word. They got undercut by the trans movement.
Why can't both exist?
Well, you've got one group.
They seem like they should be on the same team of fighting for rights. Like the trans movement. Sorry for the water noise. The trans rights movement didn't eliminate people pushing for black people's rights
Um,
or gay rights, probably.
in a lot of ways, gay people felt that way. There are a lot of gay people who don't want to be associated with the trans movement. They see it as totally different, and I do too. I think that there's gay rights, gay and lesbian, and trans is a different thing because you get trans people like I am who are like straight up lesbians who to some people mock the entire system, and to other people have a very interesting take on it from a transhumanist standpoint. Basically, I'm a transhumanist, and I feel that transgenderism is perhaps a step in that direction. Now, other people would say you're just full of shit, but that could be said about the whole movement. Have you ever realized that you're like the slowest cook in the world?
That's a lot of shit.
You're making rice and what else? I mean, did you order this shit from Peru?
No, but I cook the rice, then I cook the eggs, then I cook the chicken. I've chopped the garlic. I've chopped the ginger. I've peeled the red peppers. Now I'm just chucking in the onion and the red pepper and start
Are you following a? Are you following a? Are you following a recipe? Are you following a recipe?
I've made it before, but I'm just kind of making sure I'm not messing anything up.
Okay.
The green onions, this freaking, I don't ever eat green onions. I don't know if you even know what they are, but they're like
Yeah, I know green onions, right?
things.
Yeah, they're like
And,
almost
they,
like leeks.
They just tie everything together.
Are they almost like leeks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever cooked anything with a leek, but yeah, they're very similar to that. A leek, at least look, I don't know the flavor, but
Yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah. I've had those green onions where they're like white on the end and then they get greener up the stalk.
yeah,
Yeah,
kind
they're
of like the garnish of this rice.
yeah, they're good.
Yeah, the last time I made it, I forgot it to get it, but this time I made sure I tied it all really nicely. Remember the 5 types of flavor?
Unagi
Not the third one,
or umagi, sweet, sour, bitter, salty. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
What's your favorite exotic fruit, vegetable, food?
There's something called the miracle fruit that is, I feel, not just an amazing fruit, but it's like a game changer of taste for the world. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but they it has a berry. It's called the miracle berry. It's only found in like one area of Asia. You eat it, and when you eat it for the next 30 minutes, you can eat a, a lemon, which is usually very bitter, and it tastes like an orange. And cheese tastes sweet. It makes everything taste sweet, and it adds no sugar to it. So basically, it's like a almost like a magic potion that wears off after 30 minutes. But um, anything that you eat tastes very sweet, and so you literally take a lemon and eat it like an orange. You take a lime and eat it like yeah, multiple times. Yeah, I tried it for the first time. I'm maybe like 10 years ago. I'm really like I know a lot about the ketogenic diet and like while I don't like at one time in my life I was very strict to it, but just doing the streaming that I do, it's difficult for me to because it's very expensive. But I would stay away from sugar as much as possible at one point in my life and lost a lot of weight doing it. And I was looking for like sugar replacements and I found these berries that you can order on Amazon and they ship them in and they come in like a packet and then it's almost like doing a drug. Like you eat them and then um, like cheese tastes really good. Not that it doesn't normally, but it tastes sweet, like almost like ice cream. And the big one that's crazy is that lemons and limes taste like oranges, like really really sweet. And then I told my friends about it.
Like 20 minutes after you eat the thing, it'll taste like
No, immediately after eating it, for the next 20 minutes. But it's really
yeah,
that.
so or like for like 20 to 30 minutes after you consume it,
Yes.
it has this. That's weird.
Yeah. And so I told my friends about this, and then they bought them. And one night, one afternoon, we tried it, and they couldn't believe it. They were like, were shocked, and they told some other friends that we had. Basically like just pass what like one group of people would try it, and then another group of people would try it, and by the end of it, like the whole community um, that I'm in basically had tried it and really enjoyed it.
We're all
Yeah, and
Wait, so you literally do it like for a raw lemon?
yeah, you eat it like an apple. I mean, like
It's just not way too sour.
not at all, not at all. It tastes so sweet. It tastes better than an orange does. Like you could eat it with the rind.
Is that bad for your stomach at all? Because it's very acidic.
No, that's how animals eat it.
Like I feel like
That's how a monkey would eat it.
I've drinking like an entire like lemon at a time, and it makes my stomach feel like not great.
Dog, I'm telling you, you could eat 5 lemons and it wouldn't do anything to you. Now, maybe if you ate that many, you might get a canker sore, something like that, because of the acidity. But you would get a canker sore if you had um, 5 oranges too, perhaps. But it just makes everything taste really sweet, and it does it without any sugar. And so, I think this is something that could help the world. Basically, we wouldn't need to import as much sugar and add as much sugar to stuff if you just ate these miracle berries. Anyway, that's the most exotic thing that I've ever had that like I can think of in answer to your question that was like a game changer. It's absolutely a game changer though. If you ever have the opportunity, order miracle berries on Amazon or go to your local Asian market and see if they have them. I think ideally though, I would just order them from Amazon and just read the reviews. People will be like, "It makes cheese taste like ice cream. It makes lemons taste like oranges." But it's not just okay. Have you ever like you can eat grapefruit without you know how people put sugar on their grapefruit because it's really tart.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing people do. Well, you can just eat grapefruit like plain, and you can eat lemons plain and limes plain. In fact, uh, outside of the house, there's a lemon tree, and I would just take lemons off of the tree and eat them with these berries, and you could just eat them whole, like, and it's just amazing. But then it wears off
With
after.
the skin or without the skin?
I did both, so I ate them like an apple, and I just washed it off and ate it like an apple. And then I've also done it where I cut it up into pieces, and and it once it starts to wear off, then you start to really understand like the power of these berries because of how sour and bitter it the 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 citrus fruits are without them.
The
But
thing is, yeah,
but what with them,
way too sour.
it's like if you've ever played a video game. Okay, like have you ever played Super Mario Brothers and you get the star, and the star works for like I don't know 30 seconds or whatever, but you can run through anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like that.
So it is a miracle.
They call it a miracle.
So sure.
They call it miracle berries. And I had never heard of them, but I read about them, and then no one I'd known knew about them. But then I like introduced it to my whole community, and they really liked it. Okay, so it's called miracle fruit, berry, miraculous berry, sweet berry. It's West Africa, not Asia. Anyway, um, so it's in tropical Africa. So you can't get this at your Asian store, but you can get them online. And it causes sour fruits such as lemons and limes, subsequently consumed to taste sweet. And um, the berry itself has a low sugar content and mildly sweet tang. It contains a glycoprotein molecule with some trailing carbohydrate change called miraculin. When the fleshy part of the fruit is eaten, this molecule binds with the tongue's taste buds, causing sour foods to taste sweet. At neutral pH, miraculin binds and blocks the receptors, but at low pH, resulting from ingestion of sour foods, miraculin binds proteins and becomes able to activate the sweet receptors, resulting in the perception of sweet taste. The effect lasts up until the protein is washed away by saliva, up to 30 minutes. History. The berry has been used in West Africa for a long time. It was part of the diet of the Yoruba people. Others used the fruits since at least the 18th century, when a European explorer provided the account of its use. The explorer who was searching West Africa for many different fruits in a 1725 excursion noticed that the local people picked the berry from shrubs and chewed it before meals. In the 1980s, in the United States, an attempt was made to commercialize the fruit for its ability to mask non sweet foods as sweet without caloric cost. But the Food and Drug Administration classified the berry as a food additive and required evidence of safety. So somebody tried to do what I was saying, where they should have used it to mask non sweet foods as sweet. For a time in the 1970s, U.S. dieters could purchase a pill form of miraculin. The interest had a revival in food tasting events at which tasters consumed sour and bitter foods, such as lemons, radishes, pickles. Oh, dude, pickles are really good. Hot sauce, and beer. Then experienced a perceived change to sweetness with miraculin. Isn't that cool?
It is. It is cool. I'm not a fan of pickles.
Um, so it is an age.
What's the best meal you've ever had?
It's a good question. The best meal I've ever had.
Onion in my
Um. Okay, so there's this restaurant I really like in the Pico Robertson area of Los Angeles that it's called Pat's, and I like steak, and they have like amazing steak, and it's kosher, and it's like
eye. Wagyu.
they have that.
Wagyu.
They have that. Um, I like to go there for steak, and then they have this thing afterward, this non-dairy, um, like brownie that is very good, and that's like my favorite meat meal, and my favorite mythic.
Steak. What makes their steak so good? Just like
It's
expensive.
it's kosher, so
$40.
like you can't. No, it's more expensive than that. It's it's hard to find kosher restaurants. I mean, there are 31 of them in Los Angeles. Last I checked, but they're they're not all like that. They're like there's some differentiation, but when keeping kosher, you just can't go to a McDonald's. Well, you can if it's a kosher McDonald's, but those are rare and only in other countries. But like you can't go to like um, like I don't know. There are some places that you just can't go, especially like the really fine dining restaurants in Los Angeles. But this is a fine dining place, and it has wonderful meals. And then also, maybe my favorite dairy restaurant in the world is called the Milky Way. It's owned by Steven Spielberg. Actually, his mom started it, and I love going there with my family. And I really like their lasagna. They have dairy lasagna there. They do have like an Impossible Burger there as well, that they make really well, and then they have wonderful cheesecake there. And those are like two of my favorite places to go. But frankly, if you're just like, what do you? If I can get like one thing, my local butcher, it's called OC Kosher. I'm friends with the owners, and I would get.
Pastrami there.
Yeah. Um, I would like the.
Like pastrami sandwiches.
Yeah. I would order a like 10 pounds every week of steak and just have them cube it for me, and I would just eat that throughout the week with horseradish sauce, and I fucking love that. Oh no no no, maybe my also from OC Kosher, they have this they have um hold on um breaded um uh, it's not shawarma, it's uh, schnitzel, uh, and it's like it's amazing. I would get the breaded schnitzel like um, quite often, and then um, they have a duck sauce that I really like, and I would just eat, especially on Sundays, until I fucking passed out. Yeah, good question. It's just like yeah, it's German. Yeah, I mean it's a Jewish delicacy as well. Um, and so what it is just like no. It's just like beef, and it's breaded and like fried basically on the outside, and then um, you can eat it just like that, or you can eat it with a sauce. And I really like duck sauce, and so there's this duck sauce that I like. I really like sauces. Um, so with the steak, I like steak plain, but I also like steak with uh, horseradish a lot, and especially this one horseradish sauce. And then um, also this my local grocer has these pies that I really like. Um, so they're like meat pies. A lot of the people in my community are from South Africa, and thus a lot of the foods that people enjoy in the community are like British foods, and the meat pies that they make are very very good. Usually people don't think of like British food.
I make my own meat pies, but they're like, I guess, like Syrian or Lebanese inspired, but with the more, instead of like hand making the dough, I just use pizza dough and then load in the beef, like ground beef, salt, with like yogurt and onion together, mashed up. And I chuck that in pizza dough and I put pine nuts in it and then sprinkle with salt in there.
Excellent. I really like chicken pot pies, turkey pot pies, shepherd's pie. Those are like my favorite thing. Oh, dude, they also I like brisket a lot. So I'll order this like tray of brisket, and there's like a barbecue sauce they put on it, which is just phenomenal. And
Assuming it's smoked, right?
it's what?
It's smoked.
Um,
Smoked brisket.
yeah, I think so. I think it's just I want to say yes,
There's
but
this group I follow on Facebook. There's this group I'm in on Facebook that's called Smoking Meats, and like it's just a group about smoking meats. But these people smoke alligators and like squirrels and raccoons and like all sorts of wild creatures. But just the method of smoking and like slow cooking the beef over like a long period of time just makes it so good. I really want my own smoker.
I want to say it's smoked, but then again, I don't think it is because at least the place where it's prepared doesn't have. Uh, it's like I would expect it to have a smokiness to it, and it doesn't. But it's excellent. Um, what else do I like? My mom, actually, my grandma, and then my mom, and then I have a friend of mine. They all make excellent chicken paprikash, which is like it's a Hungarian dish. Um, the way it's prepared is just It's just basically like noodles and chicken, and there's like this broth that's like a tomato like broth that is excellent that I really like. I like meatballs a lot too. Um, I like gefilte fish. There are a lot of Jews who don't like gefilte fish, but I really do like it. I like it a lot. It's an Ashkenazi.
What is filter fish?
Yeah, so it's German for filled or Yiddish for filled. Um, it's essentially a fish that's chopped up and put in with a breading, and then there's like a mold of it that is made, and then you cut it up into slices. And some people really don't like it, but especially with horseradish, I fucking love it. And traditionally, we have it on Friday nights before we start the main meal. It's like it's almost like an appetizer in a lot of homes. And then there's I really like borscht, which is like a Russian cuisine that has made it into Jewish diets. That is basically like beets, liquid beets. But I very much like that. There's this story though.
It tastes weird.
I love beets, so um, I
My
love
favorite is
yeah. Um, so I love those things. I love um, what else? I mean, that's those are like the best. But so the best meal I've had.
You ever Uber Eats in your area? You ever get Uber Eats?
It's expensive, so I avoid it. And um, there isn't a lot of there aren't a lot of kosher options on it. The one that we do have is Postmates. That they will go to the kosher deli for me. Um, I when I order, a lot of times I can get like 60 to 70% of what I need from Walmart just by ordering that. And then Costco. A lot of the cheeses that I like that are kosher are from there, but like um, there there are some you can get some kosher cheeses at Walmart, like Philadelphia cream cheese and stuff. That's kosher. You'd really be surprised what's kosher, and it's just how it's prepared. People think that a rabbi has to pray over it. No, it's about supervision and just preparation. Um, and there are things that I've always wanted to try that are um, kosher that I just like. There are some like truffles that I haven't tried, or some types of caviar. Um, and then,
You don't drink you drink coffee or tea ever?
yeah, every day.
Every day you drink what?
I
Coffee
drink
or tea?
I drink 2 cups of coffee when I wake. Now I don't always, but I have recently, and um, I just have like I have a Keurig, but that can get expensive, and I really do my best to keep my um, budget limit, or since I'm on a limited budget, um, I'll use this thing with my Keurig. Like I have Keurig cups, K cups, but then I have like a reusable K cup that's stainless steel that you can put in and it'll make coffee for me. Uh, but then I also have uh, just freeze dried coffee. It's just like instant coffee that I've been drinking recently, and it's been very good. Yo, what up, Obi Wan Kenobi? Obi Wan Kenobi, how are you? Obi Wan, can you hear me? Yeah, just one moment. It might be on my end. How'd you find out about me, Obi Wan?
You just reposted one of my tweets on my
Obi-Wan, I fucking love you, my man. You made my fucking day, dude. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. Well, firstly, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Obi-Wan. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, both.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's my life. If you didn't know this, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Obi-Wan?
Thanks a lot, man. I think Hashem's guided me to find you because I've been saying, I've been praying, I need a rabbi in my life. And I haven't found the one yet. So it seems you're my rabbi, my friend. And I appreciate your generosity in your offer. And whatever I can do back, if it's just supporting you, I'll do that, my friend.
Absolutely. Oh, 100%. I am your rabbi. I'm the world's rabbi. And you should know if you ever have any halakhic questions, Jewish law questions, you want assistance with them, or just really if you need someone with whom to talk, I'm here for you. I'm here to be someone who lends support, to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I just want to give people hope. If there's anything you ever need from me, Obi-Wan, I'm here for you.
Okay, great, man. I really appreciate that.
Excellent. Excellent. You made my day. You made my day.
By the way, I'm Semi-Hours Ralph Phoenix on X.
Wonderful, my friend. Well, I want you to know, do you mind if I tell you about the other things I do?
No, go ahead.
Excellent. So I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming and hydroponics and cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to continue with those types of projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those plans sound to you, Obi-Wan?
They sound really benevolent and optimistic, mate. As you can tell from my accent, I'm British, so I'm supporting you from the United Kingdom, from England, the garden, I think.
Absolutely. Wonderful. I talk about other things that I feel are going to change the world when people hear my message. Things like anti-gravity, anti-gun-like travel faster than light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like perhaps de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting prospect. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is just a really exciting opportunity. I talk about other things that may be of
That's pretty amazing.
100%, my friend. I'm about the future and about world peace. One thing for you, you should know, if you want, this is all with your consent. I'm very much about consent. And you should know if you want, you may be able to take advantage, and I may be able to help you someday with life extension technology. When you were born, Obi-Wan, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, human growth hormone, testosterone replacement therapy, things like cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapies, red light therapies, perhaps nootropics, but eventually you may get to be 120 years old You may say, Rabbi, you know what? Back in 2025, all those things that you talked about came true, and you were able to make me happier than I would have ever imagined. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is if you want, Obi-Wan, you may be able to take advantage of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. This is this is all with your consent, but if you want, we may be able in the future to scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Obi-Wan, is that you may be able to experience in the future a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That's funny you should say that. I was just talking about the clones and the downloading the consciousness to my father the other day, so I've been having these conversations.
And then
So
it's
I'm ready to speak more on it.
absolutely, my friend. Well, it's very serendipitous. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. You should know that you're always welcome here, and it is just, I think, a beautiful thing that you have the courage to come in here and learn about me, and come back whenever you have time, and we'll discuss all of those things and more. Okay?
Okay, I'll pop back in because I've got to sort some things out today, so I'm a bit busy. But I'll pop back later and check on you.
Absolutely.
To support your stream.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Obi-Wan. Shout out to Kent. Shout out to your family. Many blessings.
Thank you very much. Speak to you soon.
Peace. Riser. 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 Did you hear that? Riser. Oh, motherfucker. This motherfucker's not here. Riser. Riser. No way. This fucking thing worked. Yes. Yes. Okay. Dude, I've just been spamming people for like 4 hours, and I already got somebody in here. Do you know that I spammed people on Blue Sky for 6 months, and I only got 2 people in here?
Everyone on Blue Sky loved you.
Yeah, but I didn't get people in here. And where I change lives is in here. So I just do the math basically, and if I got one person in here in 4 hours, that's a game changer. I've never gotten anyone in here as quickly as that using this type of strategy without getting the account banned immediately. You have no idea how big this is to me, and I don't think I could really communicate it, but I'm going to go viral because of this bot. I will sit here and just use this strategy from now until I go viral, and I don't think it's going to take that long.
If anyone deserves a bot to make them viral, it's definitely like, how many more options are there?
Well, it's kind of what I said earlier. Is like if you continue to do something long enough on the internet, eventually somebody will find out about it. And like, so what am I saying? Like, imagine somebody had been streaming on the internet 24/7 for the last 30 years. That would probably be very famous, and people would, go back in your streams and find out all about it and learn about what you did. What I've done, I'm closing in on my 4-year anniversary, and that is at least for live streaming. Again, I have a lot of data though backed up on hard drives before then. And so, but you're saying, what are the other options? Well, if I continue to do this Twitch thing, if I did this Twitch thing for the next year, I would get some momentum from that. Would I go viral? I don't know. But again, it took me like 24 hours to get anyone in here from Twitch. And this is the middle of the night where we are. You know that. It's 2:38 in the morning. And so even all the people who I'm like retweeting their stuff, at least like they're not American. Many of them are not, and that's big. But the you said like you had a dream of how to do that. Like you got that idea to do the socializer or stock market thing. I know that's not what it was, but like the podcast monetization. And I've told you before that I had a dream before I ever started this that like I was going to be the most famous person in the world and wealthiest, and all of these things are going to come true, and like all this stuff about the future, all those things that I've told you about previously. And the person who makes me famous is, I could be wrong, but they, I believe, are going to be from Australia. They're not Jewish, and they basically see what. No, and it's not going to. I don't think it's going to be Zoom. I think that would have already happened.
Yeah, it might be.
It might be.
Might be Bonnie Blue.
No, it's somebody who has a big Twitter account, and they go through they. So this is how it happens. It's on a Monday night that it happens, and like again, this was a dream, and it could have all been wrong. But if it wasn't, the way that I think it happens is they get my retweet or whatever, and it was going to come from Twitter. And I remember asking in the dream, why Twitter? And they were like, at least the rabbinate, the rabbis with whom I was talking in this dream, they were like, because that was one of the first social medias that you had ever heard of. Facebook. I was on Facebook in its first year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were friends in the first year, like literally Facebook friends. And they were two really like Zoot, just who we were talking. What up, baby? How
You know what's funny?
you?
Yeah. You know what else is funny?
Me?
The comment section to R. Kelly's Ignition on YouTube.
Oh, dude, that's a great song. Zoot.
But the comment, it is a fucking masterpiece, but the comment section, despite what it did, right? They're very outsmarted. Alright? But the comic section, right?
All right.
Here from Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens video. Right? That one's not funny. That was just like, I missed the song. This is part of my childhood. Now that one's funny.
Yeah, that is funny. Okay, so I'm going to it right now. And who's it hosted by? By R. Kelly?
Rap World.
Oh, Rat World. Okay. So that one's different. Okay. Do you know what is a banger song, Zoot? Is the remix to Ignition.
Yeah, that's one I'm listening to.
Well, you said Ignition. At no point did you ever say the remix to Ignition. That's a different song. Why did Candace and Charlie bring people to this song?
There's a video about Candace Owens and Charlie's Kirk and Carly.
Oh,
Kelly and Mission in the car.
can I tell you something? I have a confession. You ready for it?
Well,
I find Candace Owens to be extremely attractive.
you find her attractive?
Extremely.
No.
She's a beautiful woman. She is beautiful. Big time. She's exceptionally pretty.
You know, that's it.
There you go. Zoot knows what I'm talking about. She's a gorgeous woman. No. It's not rage bait at all. She's very symmetric. She has a beautiful smile. She has beautiful eyes, beautiful skin, an amazing nose. She's a hottie. I may not I may not agree with her politically, but physically, she can get it. Zoot, tell Riser all about Monday and the girl hugging you and everything. Tell him your joke. It was funny.
Which one?
Whatever one you said.
The RFK Jr. one?
No, I didn't hear that one, but you told one. Wait, maybe it was. Just say your jokes. What did you say on Monday?
I heard RFK Jr. said that autistic children will never be able to play sports, go on dates, or write a poem, or use the toilet unassisted. Sounds like most politicians.
There you go.
Like, people laugh. Yeah, I said, as for the unassisted part, going to the toilets, I have a lot of doubt on politicians, the most politics, but politicians were getting golden showers. Giving golden showers.
Do you know what the first Zoot, the first joke that you told?
How much of an ego boost?
Tell him about the girl afterward.
I gotta go. I feel hungry. I'll scale 1-0 to Kansas. By the way, Frank, I don't want to disrespect Frank. I don't know that Frank exists.
Hey, Riser. I already asked this question exactly. I said 10, and I got him to say she was better than a 5, but not an 8. Between a 5 and a 7, but she has tattoos, and that's not Zoot's thing. So he doesn't want to date her.
Chili better than the girl at gangbang.
Right, but I mean, I'm better than the girl at the gangbang. Let's be honest. But shout out to the girl at the gangbang. But she gave him her Instagram. What the fuck? Riser. He got her Instagram. Riser, can you hear us?
Four people that message me asking me when the next time we're doing the show. Can you talk to people afterwards? I like talking about you. Yeah. I thought it sounded really funny yesterday when I forgot. Same here. I had this amazing clean joke, but and I thought it went
Zoot, I think that your joke about RFK Jr. that is one you could use in January, I think. Zoot, do you know what kind of joke that's called? It's called a misdirect. It's where you set up the audience that you're going one way, and then you take them the other way. So you set them up to think like, well, what are these people going to be able to do? And then you bring in the politician, and that's very funny.
And also
Let's hear your poem, dude.
RFK Jr. said I'll never be able to write a poem, so I wrote one. I'm autistic.
RFK Jr. is a dipshit. I also think if his family weren't rich, he'd be sucking dick because he's also autistic.
Okay, now your strongest material, but I'm glad that you had the creative juices flowing.
How funny would it be? What twist? That RFK Jr. goes after like what's causing autism, and it turns out he actually has it himself.
But Zoot, you're not autistic.
That's not what my doctor said.
Yeah, but even you said that your doctor's full of shit, and then have only talked to me for the last month about how you don't have that.
Yeah, I'll have trace amounts of it.
Yeah, I mean, sure, because it's like it's a
We discussed this before, Rabbi.
everything is a spectrum.
Everything's just a label. Some things exist unless you want to use them as excuses. Well, they're just basically it's just a label to get people into insurance companies.
Word, Dom. Absolutely. Zoot, would you please ask Riser a question for me? The question is this: how much fucking longer is he going to take making his gourmet meal before he plays mini golf with Zoot and me?
I'm eating the right now somehow. 3 hours since I started talking.
It hasn't been that long, has it? Okay. Okay. I have a question. My microphone is a little messed up. I'd like to restart my device. Riser, will you please keep Zoot distracted or entertained so that he doesn't leave the call before I return?
Okay. We've discussed this topic before, right? You can't trust what they're labeled. Like anything they label you, you can't trust when it has such heavy influence from pharmaceutical companies. The diagnostic criteria is getting broader and broader.
Dog. I can't fucking believe it. Shout out to Kent Ingram.
Psychiatrists make more money for a diagnosis. If they brought in a diagnosis, psychiatry makes more money. So more people are getting diagnosed with the broader criteria. Psychiatry is making more money. Pharmaceutical companies are making more money from medication. Psychology is more fun. Break it down. And what you're saying, when you go online, these things, what you're doing is you're influencing other people to go get tested and starting to diagnose if they don't have the problem. Razak, question. So that's my whole point. The awareness, the awareness of autism and ADHD is only benefiting psychiatry. It's not really there to benefit the people. If it was, right? If it
Is there
was.
any medication for autistic people?
No, there's no medications for autistic people, but in 2013, Yeah, you couldn't get a dual diagnosis of autism and ADHD. If you had ADHD or the other, you could get a dual diagnosis until 2013. So now people with autism can get ADHD. Think about that. People with autism can get dual diagnosis with autism and ADHD, and now they can get ADHD medication.
What up, baby? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think the things I'm talking about in this stream are extremely dangerous to talk about and might get me killed one day.
All right, well,
put in jail.
I'll take the bullet for you, baby.
I don't want to get assassinated, but
yeah, nobody wants that for you. We only want good things for you, Zoo. Yo.
I get a platform for.
You're gonna say something offensive on stage, and then
Bye-bye.
Yo, baby.
Do you trust psychiatry? Do you trust psychiatry?
Some things of it. Just a moment. I'm gonna refresh.
do you trust the fact that you're gonna get your ass handed to you in the result?
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yo, baby, are you ready? Not with mind uploading technology.
I feel like someone's gonna try and kill me one day.
All right, Zoo. Are you gonna?
Final destination shit.
Are you ready for an invitation for mini golf, Riser?
Yeah.
All right. Zoot, are you ready?
You just don't openly talk shit about pharmaceutical companies, and then they make contacts with. Not really that hard.
I mean, how many people are getting killed by pharmaceutical companies every year, though?
Kobe.
Assassination or medication?
Or medication?
Probably a lot.
Can you guys hear me?
Doesn't mean it's a pharmaceutical company. Necessarily, well, it could be a doctor that was diagnosed.
Hey, Riser, you have an invitation.
You know that. First.
You're saying that a doctor has never just prescribed someone before?
Well, okay. But
In the middle of the night. Dun, 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 dun. Shout out to Ken England. Shout out to Ken England. The Garden of the UK. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Riser, do you remember that time I was like, hey, do you want an invitation to mini golf? And you were like, yeah. And then you didn't accept it?
Waiting for Zoot's.
Zoot's perfect, baby. We're waiting on yo ass.
I'm in the game right now.
No, you're not.
I don't see this. Send me an invite. I don't have it.
Riser, I have a question for you. Do you think they're going to have the spooky maps this year?
I'm trying to play my phone.
I'm asking you.
I'm trying to play my phone and hold the balls are so tiny.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the real world, baby.
Big disadvantage here. Big disadvantage. No, I
Riser, I have a question. Hold on. I have a question. Riser, do you think they're going to have the spooky maps this year?
Yeah, dog. October 1st. Why?
Watch, Riser, you play and you actually suck dick at this game, and Zoot's better than you are.
I could be blindfolded with my hands tied behind my back.
Get him, Zoot. Get him.
You guys suck at this. Want to see how it's really done, folks?
Yeah, baby.
Off the tree and in.
Riser, you know what game I'm really interested in seeing you play? Is archery.
On my phone, that might be harder as well, probably.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Okay. Where am I?
Yo, big dog.
$1,000,000 at $1,000.
What'd you say, baby?
$1,000,000 at $1,000.
B&B's at $1,000?
Yeah.
What the fuck is B&B?
Finance coin. CZ. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Finance layers coin.
Riser, you're up. Riser, why wouldn't you just try to make it instead of have that bullshit shot?
How are we gonna make it?
By B.
Anyway, I think you got enough options. Oh, that's not good. That is really not good. I'm good. Rabbi. Wait, no, maybe no one gets it here. This is the remix. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fucking great. You can get it in real quick. Go down. Fuck that. Real talk. I think I lose. No, you talk. Oh. Have you ever had a shot like that at the brother? Oh, there's your ball.
He's talking about if you ever had a shot like mine.
Yeah, I have. But it's impossible. I have a strategy that's never been attempted because it's been too difficult.
Well, let's see it on your new device. This has water written all. Oh, what a shot! Bosses. Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
Oh, the first one was good because you memorized how to get the perfect spot. And I forgot about me.
Zoot could have the best shot ever here. Oh, almost. He could bounce it off the bottom and make it in the hole.
Fuck you.
Zoot,
That had a really good day.
I love it. So have I, Zoot. Oh, and he made that shot. Bravo, Zoot.
You have to make it, brother.
Riser, how's your new phone?
I shouldn't have listened to you to bank it off the fucking bullshit. I don't know. We have a
Zoot, are you drunk?
Yeah. I think I'm intoxicated on board.
Tight.
I had a lot of fucking sparkling water. 7 bottles. A lot of fucking sparkling water. Remember, are you ready to die?
Calm down, Zoot.
Stop. God, you ready to lose? Right lines is shut at 10 hour.
0.
Right line shot at 10.
0.
No. There's a warm-up game.
Riser.
You still got a better shot than me. You fucked it up. Oh, you can make that, right, dude? Yeah. No, I made. I don't know. That one. You know, this is not lost golf.
No, it's not. There's a hole that Zoot has never made it in the hole, and it's incredible.
Which one?
Okay, so it's one of the ones that has like 3 different sections. You start in the top left, and it's got like 2 black pools in it.
Really right.
It's got 2 black pools in it. Then it's like there's the next section where then you go up, and it's like boards on the. There's like a big ball in that section. You have 8 shots to do it. And then at the end, there's like
You definitely can't get a hold of them.
definitely not.
I feel like majority of the college you can get a hold of one if someone helps you.
fucking I joked that I'm saying something very good would help from the whole month.
I don't believe it. Oh, what an amazing shot.
Maybe it wasn't 8, but it might have been like 7, and it was just like, and how the fuck did you get it before they won that hole?
Riser, did you know that I had a perfect game?
It's a perfect warm-up game. You know, this phone is really good.
Is it an iPhone?
Yeah.
Blue Velvet, baby. Riser just fucked up. No way this is good. That's a bad shot. He's going to have... There you go.
That's been rejected.
Do it, Zoot.
Whatever. When you don't even
Do it, Zoot.
when's Rabbi going to do it?
When's Rabbi what?
Going to do
On Joe Rogan, we're going to do a 24-hour episode. It's going to be a sleepover. I'm going to be there. Joe Rogan's going to be there. Joey Diaz is going to be there. Bert Kreischer's going to be there. Tom Segura is going to be there. Shane Gillis is going to be there. And that other guy who does Flagrant 1. What's his name? What's his name? Oh, I know. It's like his last name starts with an S. It's and I think Ari Shafir. Zoot, soon enough. Zoot, listen to me. Zoot, I created a bot like 4 hours ago, and I already got some. It's on Twitter, and I already got somebody to come in here from England. Yeah, you did. That was a terrible shot, Zoot. Andrew Schultz, thank you. He's another guy who's going to be at the 24-hour Joe Rogan Fest. And it's going to be a sleepover, and we're going to do DMT and mushrooms and all kinds of shit. Riser, why are you so bad? No, I know. I just want to hear you say it again. It's because you're not able to use your cheating device. Yo, baby. Three people dead or alive. What? I'd want to have sex with? Riser, can you hear him? Oh, fuck. Yeah, what did you say? I hear 3 people dead or alive, and then you break up. That I'd want to have in what? Wait, you sound great now. Now you sound bad again. Riser, what is he saying? Zoot, are you blocking your microphone? Riser, once again.
I'm gonna cut that after he.
3 people dead or alive. What, Zoot? No way. I am loving that Riser has to play with a phone now and doesn't get all these advantages. What the fuck is Zoot? Zoot, go. It's your turn, Zoot. Hurry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go. Hurry.
Sorry, I'm disconnected from the gaming.
Riser, you're up.
I know that guy. You can see me in it. Oh, that was some bullshit. Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
The people that are alive, alive, right? What do you people that are alive that you're running your dinner table? Fuck.
Oh, okay. Moshe Rabbeinu, so like Moses from the Bible. Maybe King David or King Solomon. And the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson.
What's better than
Maybe the Vilna Gaon or the Chavetz, which are just other rabbis. I'd want to get them all together and be like, now I'm giving you all a piece of my mind.
You know who I would have?
Yeah, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, and the girl from the fucking bookstore.
No. Hear me out.
I'm listening. I'm listening, baby.
All right.
Put me in the hole, Zoot. Zoot, that's gonna miss. That's gonna miss. That's bad.
Oh, because I want to know what happened. Then Madeline McCann, because I want to know what happened. And then we'd have to put them in a separate room. We'd have to get them in a separate room. But I would want Epstein there, but he would have to be in a separate room from Madeline McCann for obvious reasons. Because I want to know what the fuck was going on.
All right. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what was going on.
Yeah, but I want to know, like, every fucking detail.
You want to know about having sex with children?
You gotta meet the girl there, dude. Or you want to hear both sides of the story. I want to know, like, who was involved, who wasn't, exactly what they were doing and what they weren't doing. You can have a clear picture of everything else.
That's disgusting. This would be one of the greatest shots in the history of this game.
Do you know how powerful that information is? Well, power enough to get you killed and shit, but having that information will get you into so much power if you use it the right way.
Are you serious, Riser?
What?
Guys, look, three people never arrived at you on the bed dinner table.
Marilyn Manson. Michael Jackson. Marilyn Manson. Amy Schumer. Definitely not Amy Schumer.
Dude, that's too.
Okay.
Why? And I said Michael Jackson and Amy Schumer.
Marilyn Manson sucked dick on stage.
I don't think that. I think he removed his ribs so he could suck his own dick, and that's what I want to ask him.
That's incorrect. He did not do that. That was just a rumor. And
No, he did. That's a fact.
no, he didn't.
Are you kidding me? That's not real.
No, it's not. Before Marilyn Manson, that listen. Before Marilyn Manson in the 80s, that was a rumor about David Bowie, and then in the 70s, it was a rumor about Rod Stewart. They also had a rumor that Rod Stewart swallowed so much cum that they had to pump his stomach. Like all these fucking weird rumors, but they're not true.
Yes, I think I've seen Bonnie Bruce will come, and I don't think anyone else, if she can do it, I don't think that Rob Lowe thing is true. Rob sure it's not.
Zoot, I'm so glad you had a good day.
Like, I just ran into a lot of people from the past.
Hey. Yep. We knew it was coming. Wait for the possibly one of the greatest stuff.
No way you're getting this. If anything, you'll make my shot better. Actually, that hurt me a little bit. Zoot,
That's probably the worst shot you've ever seen.
what are you doing, Zoot?
Why?
Win. You could still win.
Fuck you.
There's no reason why I would do that. Why would I put his ball in the water when he got frost? Why would I put
You're fucking rape baiting me, dude? Fuck you.
I thought, like, why would I put rubber in water? Why would I water bump him when he's at the start? It doesn't change anything, it actually just helps him.
Excellent point. Riser, you know what I'm going to do to you?
Water bump him. Why would you water bump him?
Why not?
Because he can just water
Now
bump you
you're
back.
talking about fun. Now you're actually the fun.
Just help him. Brazzy, you know what I'm going to do to you? Help you. You know what?
I'm not gonna help you. I'm not gonna help you. Don't rub it on me again. What is this pussy shit? Okay, now you're getting watered up. Now you fucked it. Now you fucked it.
So, no.
Love it, love. Howard. I'm gonna make this
No
Yeah.
way.
I'm close. So, you're not the whole dude. You fucking
Riser, that was amazing. Riser, you just came back. Zoot, Riser, you just came back.
No. Your bullshit tactics.
Alright, I'm gonna win this game.
You're basketball.
It's Squid.
The word or one.
No, it's Squid Game. I heard game that's free plays.
Don't say Dungeon Tales.
Monopoly.
Riser hates Monopoly.
Monopoly. Okay. What is Legend?
Dude, remember I got 17 twice in the previous one? Riser helped motivate me. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it or are you going to J-Yor? Zoot, Zoot, I'm just going to be honest with you. No one cares right now. Everyone cares about you accepting the basketball invitation. There you go, big man. Game will start in 2, 1. Riser, are you ready, baby?
Grandma, you did very well.
Good. Look at this motherfucker.
I can tell you going now.
Okay, well, why don't you do that then? 9. Good job, Riser. That's only 8 less than my record of 17. Zoot.
I don't know how you got 17. That's like, there's at least 8 switches and 1 non-switch. You gotta hold the basketball for like just a little bit before you flip it.
Sunshine comes out for me, baby.
I'm nice. Nothing but that.
Riser, great swish. 2 swishes? 3. Oh, Riser's on fucking fire. Dude, he's going to get 17. He hasn't missed at all.
What are you gonna do about that? 13, dog. I suck at that one.
Dude, you haven't missed a single... I don't think you've missed a single shot.
I missed one.
That's amazing. Dude, bravo. That was a really great round.
I quadruple boost.
No, you're not.
Let's have a contest to see who can get the biggest mouth on the boost.
That's just who gets the highest score. That's what we play every time.
You, 15. That's 1. Oh, wicked. Okay. Oh shit, he turned on the fucking bullshit button. Eating device activated.
Plaza, you missed.
Nice swish, big dog. Dude, it's over. Riser's really good with the phone.
Damn, that's pretty good.
33, that's your record. Riser, that's your record.
No, Raza, I actually think that's the highest score I've ever seen.
No, 35 is the highest.
Figure that.
Dude, that's it.
I've gotten it twice, I think. That's Zoot scene. Okay. If I get 17 here,
Rabbi, and he's like,
Yeah.
what a pump statement. They changed the ball mid-round with this stuff.
Rabbi, you won.
I know. Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. I have my friends here alongside with you, and we're playing games and having a good time. How'd you sleep, darling?
I slept good.
Excellent. That's wonderful to hear. Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All right, go hit it hard. Oh, by the way, Cardi B, her significant other Saquon, is Stefan Diggs. You said that, but I thought it was somebody else.
No, I said the wrong one.
Okay.
I said, what's my Stephen Curry?
Yeah, exactly. But that's all right. It's Stefan Diggs. That's easy mistake to make. Hit it hard, girl, and I will see you tonight, God willing.
All right, see you tonight.
Take care.
Good morning, Sunrise.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Did you know that?
I'll pay you MVP stuff next time we play lunch match, for instance.
Can you buy something to do?
He's gonna be pissed off next time we play.
Which one did you buy?
No, I already told him. If he pulls that shit, I just won't play with him. At least not Match Monsters. Riser's up. That's 2. That's 4. That's 5. That's 7. That's 8. That's 9. That's 10. That was really good. That was better than you had last time. I mean, what do you want me to do? Riser, what do you want me to do about it?
Python should sponsor your fucking stream.
I agree. I'm playing like dog shit. Dude, something's wrong with my fucking phone or something.
Oh, what do you want me to do about it?
Dude, something's wrong.
What do you want me to do about it?
Have you ever had a good day?
Yeah, today, baby, because a wonderful man from Kent, England came in here.
You wanna be my
Did you see my fucking message
On Telegram? I don't check Telegram, baby. I'm too cool for... Let's see how he does here. Can he get 13? That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. He's gotten 3 people. Oh, 4. 5. All I need to get is 10. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
So don't have a comedy career.
That's not a tattooed chick who's like a 6 said.
I don't like it.
Yeah, you do.
Everyone does.
Riser, what'd you think of my comeback, son? Zoot, go.
I'm going to come down to the 3rd round.
Zoot, what are you doing?
Anyway, anyone who's a fan of mine is a 10, so she was a 10.
Anyone who's interested in you as a 10? So she's a 10?
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
that chick at the library, she's like a 5?
She didn't come to my comedy show. She's a fucking turd.
Did you invite her?
Yeah.
I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career and for Riser being the number 2 William Montgomery fan of all time.
If you come to my comedy show, you get 2 attractive points. 2 attractive points.
Oh, you better get more than that. Riser, what's it like to get your ass spanked? Were you proud of the way that you played? Okay, I mean, you're answering very honestly, so I'm not going to rip on you. Zoot, pay attention and play really well. Zoot, Squid Games, go. It's Zoot, it's Squid Games. When we say Squid Games, Zoot thinks that if he doesn't win, he dies. And so he has to play really well. He's pretty good, dude.
I say we have a match monster round robin.
I'll take you up on that. Zoot, are you down for that?
Can I watch?
Yeah, you might be able to. Riser, are you proud of that round? I dedicate this to Riser being the number 2 William Montgomery fan and to Zoot's comedy career. Here we go, baby.
Rabbi, will Bill Cosby ever be able to do stand up again?
No.
Why not?
He'd have like feminists and people outside his show, like picketing. Not just feminists, but a lot of people. But I think there'd be a big feminist movement. I might be leading it. I'm a giant feminist. I might be the biggest feminist of all time. Because I want women to live forever.
So someone said, Bill Cosby, this is Bill Cosby's last show, he's dying, you wouldn't go?
Yeah, if I could live stream it. Riser, that was pretty good. Riser, are you proud of that? I dedicate this to Bill Cosby's comedy career.
Do you think R. Kelly will ever do a performance again?
Yeah, I think he'll be very popular in the future. He'll say he's sorry. Riser, what did you think of my performance?
I don't think he'll ever into it.
If I were him, I would just show the Dave Chappelle skit about it, and I would be like, that's what happened. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, are you gonna go, or are you just jerking yourself? Zoot's just jerking himself. It's over for Zoot. You made a hash out of it? What does that even mean? You say you made a hash out of it?
It says that I'm sharing my screen, but it doesn't let me see my screen.
Hey, I got 15 points. I got 15 points, son.
see my screen? Robert?
No. No. Zoot, are you there? Zoot, are you there?
Yeah.
What happened to Riser? There he is.
Oh, you up there. I'm like,
I mean, what do you, Riser? What do you want me to do about it?
I'm trying to fucking share my screen so that you can see my background.
Okay. Zoot, are you ready?
I am. Dude, look at my screen. You good? Alright, tell me when the.
You've got it.
What's the my character again? What? What did you
Riser. I'm going to destroy you. There are some secret things that you don't even know about this game.
Like what?
If you get an L, like in the shape of an L, it counts as you get extra. You get to heal 5. There's just all kinds of stuff. I don't even know if I can share with you all the dark knowledge.
By the way, you can put people. I can watch you if you both. If you send an invite to 2 people, I can watch you.
Okay. So how do I do that?
Send an invite to both of us.
Okay. I can't now, but I'll do it next time.
Have we ever played Tempest?
I don't really know what that is. I mean, I know it says that, but I don't know what that does.
That's what you always want to do. You like the,
And
That's what you did?
yeah, I didn't waste a whole entire minute. So it's an obvious plot. The 3 red does something.
Yeah, it hurt you by... It hurt you.
So you have a home field advantage. You probably selected the map.
No, I did. It's random. And do you know that if you get quads, you can just keep doing quad after quad after quad. You could just keep doing that. You know how we didn't think that you could? You can. Oh, I'm up.
Yeah, you wasted an entire time with 30 seconds.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Oh, you're done. You're done.
I'm not too worried about you, son. Are you going to go? Oh, you're going to evolve to that guy? Dog, you're done here. I'm going to show you how a man does it. Are you ready for this?
I'm not even scared. I'm not even scared. I'm not even involved with them. Get this bullshit out of here.
Dog, look at the scores. It's 80 to 35.
people waiting. There's people waiting. But that's bullshit. You got
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
I'm afraid of the fix the
Oh, see, now you got an extra move. What are you gonna do? What'd you just say, Zoot?
But never met a persistent person and be like, I wish this fucker was non-verbal.
Dude, I don't think I've ever met anybody with that thing.
But I really, like, really would you?
Zoot, but that would be a funny joke if you told that your comedy thing.
Now you get picked off a non-verbal guy.
Yeah, but he can't say anything.
What do you mean?
Psycho bite. Look at this move.
High game, dog.
I'm not too worried about you because I'm getting all these extra moves.
Double quad. Are you proud of that move?
Triple quad.
What the fuck? You have 2 moves now? That's fucking.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog. Look at the score, son. Look at the score, son. Dude, you keep healing, which has been really helpful to you. No, because it's a 5 heal plus an extra. You don't even know how this game works.
Wait, tell your fucking guy who's 30, 35 and...
Because I healed. 5 across heals you.
Yeah, but that dream thing shouldn't heal you fucking like that much.
It heals you 5.
It was just 35 to 30 and then some 50.
Do you know what my response to you is? What do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? That's a really long acronym. If you didn't make that move, you would have lost.
Yeah, I know. I'm a bird. Anyways.
Yo, look who it is.
Fucked up. What the fuck? No. Okay, good. I thought you.
What did you think? What did you think?
I thought you somehow like got activated, you're like, where the fuck is
I won.
it? This is a 30 damage.
I won. You're done, son. You're done. You are done. It's over for you. It's over for you.
What the fuck?
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? All right, Zoot, are you ready for an invitation so you can watch? Zoot,
Or I play Zoot and I'm but he's not in the
all right, so you got your ass kicked. I mean, it wasn't even close. I wasn't even I wasn't even pressured.
how bullshit the game was.
Are you gonna go?
It's just fucking Discord after them stream their fucking phone, you know, see how bullshit that game.
I mean, look, Riser, what do you want me to do about it? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna accept? Are you gonna accept the invitation? Are
I
you
thought Zoo was gonna not be a zoo, but
Riser? In what world did you think Zoot was gonna cooperate with us? Zoot, Riser, in what world did you think that Zoot was gonna
I'm
cooperate with
gonna
us?
pay for a new match monster character. I'm putting in my credit card. I have a credit card.
I won't play with you.
That's what I'm playing at Zoo.
All right, well then quit that one and get in the other one. Riser, 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 Riser. What do you want me to do about it? Evolving restores 10 hit points, son. You're done. I've got all the advantages on you. I've got all the advantages on you.
Why don't you purchase some fucking like little match monster at $1?
I consider that cheating. Nice move. I see one of the best moves you could ever do in the history of mankind, in the history of womankind, in the history of the world.
I could have gotten the bullet.
I mean, oh baby, 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 baby.
No, I fucked it. No.
Big dog. I'm already at max health.
Yeah, make sure you know. Hurry up, go.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Go, I want you to go. So you're not doing it.
There aren't any good moves.
So what happens if you, so you can just leave it? I thought you had to go. That's fucking cheating.
How is that cheating?
You can't just not move. That's called cheating.
No, it's not.
You missed the quad red, by the way. Good job.
No, I didn't.
You did. You could have made a quad red.
Nope. Impossible.
This is not enough.
Oh, for sure. Are you gonna go? are you gonna go?
I don't see a good move.
Okay.
I don't see a good move.
What?
So I think we're gonna let this one.
So
We're
if
gonna
you
let this one fizzle out.
wait, if you want to do that, then just press the yellow next to the yellow, and then it'll just switch it without changing anything. There you go. That's how you do it. Good job. Did you know I've become an expert in this game? An expert. Look at these moves.
I don't need the freaking overpower. I need the overpower red. Three quad. Oh, you can. You should get more points for getting like 5 in a round.
Oh, that fucked me. Yep. That fucked me, son. Look at the power. Look at the sexiness. Do you think that Bonsire is a sexy character if you were gay in the Match Monsters community?
I don't know, is it female or
It's definitely male. It might be chick, who knows? Maybe they'd just be whatever they want to be. Oh, fuck you. Dude, you got a heal? You got a heal and an extra point? Dog, look at you got 10 heal?
destroyed you? I just destroyed you.
Dude, fuck you. Fuck you.
That was a game changer.
Dog, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna dominate you. Okay, that's a cool opinion.
I'm dominating.
Are you proud of that move?
I'm just straight up dominating right now. There's no other words to describe now. Right now.
Dog. Extra move. Flare. Oh, and another extra move. And this.
Two extra move, okay. Algorithm is liking you today. Feels bad. I think we get destroyed so hard. The algorithm. Maybe we missed the free quad. Because I'm the green quad at the bottom.
Impossible. Impossible.
I wish I was kidding. Are you gonna go?
I just did, son. You haven't evolved. I have already evolved. Did you know that I'm winning 60 to 40? 60 to 50? That guy looks scary. Stefanix can suck these nuts. What a terrible move. Okay, so I'm going to get extra points here. I'm going to get the heal and an extra move. So thank you.
It's like three across and three up. Like
An L. I said it like at the beginning of this.
yeah, this fucking.
Look at this move, son. 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 Oh, 5. So you get to heal.
We got 5 in there, like really?
Dude, I've been telling you this. That's why I said I know all the secret knowledge.
I don't remember that. Yo, this is fucking infuriating. It keeps. Oh my god.
Did you think that was a good move?
I don't need to think about it now. Oh, it's gonna hurt. That fucking name guy needs to be out loud.
Yeah, you just got me back, though.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, baby.
Hey. Yo, this is bullshit. Fucking. How many cherries can you give the guy?
And I get to heal because I'm a pimp. I'm going to show you how this is done. I'm going to show you how this is done, son. I'm going to show you how this is done, son. I'm going to show you how this is done, son.
Oh, you fucked up. You're here, and then we got a extra here.
And a heal.
Why is there no quad?
Here's a quint, baby. And look at this move. Riser, look at this move. I have 80. You have 35. And an extra move. Dog. Did you see that?
I want to resign. I'm so tempted to hit this sign.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? We're going to get this down. It's what do you, WDY, do you, WDYW, MTDAI. It rolls off the tongue. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
I'm looking.
There isn't anything. I already looked. Looked.
There's a quad somewhere.
Riser, I'm gonna go viral soon. I'm gonna make all your dreams come true. Zoot, do you know, Riser, do you know about Canadian Pacific Flight 21? It's the largest
Uh,
unsolved mass murder in Canadian history. Riser.
exciting. That is very exciting.
Are you gonna go though? Is that exciting? Oh, you missed a quad. Oh no, you didn't. Oh, it's Riser. Riser.
I gave you
A quad dog.
what is like the definition of gay orange? For those that are just listening.
For future generations, the definition of J-Yoring is riser making Peruvian rice. That was a good move.
Here we go. This fucking thing better take out the fucking highlight. Oh my god. Now we're done. We're done. Alright, I'm winning, but... Oh, no, it's your turn. This is gonna suck. Oh, yeah.
You better do well. You better do well. You better do well. Did you watch the Canelo Crawford fight?
I don't know what that was.
It was a big boxing match that happened this weekend.
I didn't know that.
Why don't you boost? I'm giving you advice. You should boost. You should boost the green guy because I'm about to.
Terrible advice. I need your terrible, awful advice.
Look at this move.
Yeah, there's people waiting. You gotta go.
I just did, dog.
You gotta go, dog. There's people waiting.
Dog, you are one move away from losing. Did you know that?
Dog, you gotta go, and there's a lot of people waiting.
You just missed a quad, son.
Did I?
Yep. But you just gave me the win.
So, kill me. Kill me.
Oh, fuck.
And I got
No way. You just stole. Dude, fuck you, man. You just stole. How do you keep getting these quads?
yeah.
Are you gonna go?
No, I gotta do. I need some healing.
Dude, you just made a huge comeback. Giant comeback. Impressive.
No, I'm cussed if you get another thing. What are you gonna do? Let's see. There's an easy quad right there.
Where?
Get the quad, dude. It's right there. That's not a quad.
Where's the quad? There's no quad. You're making up shit. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Were you proud of that move?
I'm proud of it. It's an excellent move. Oh, I'm not feeling excited, but
Oh, that does 20 damage? I was not aware of that. This is a huge heal. This is a gigantic heal.
oh, this is a big quad area.
Yes, it is. Oh, you took away my power.
Oh, let's see. Do I take the other quad? Should I just leave it? This is a risky move, but here. I'm just gonna,
Why would you do that?
you don't know what's gonna pop down. It might pop down someone that helps you or helps you later.
It's over for you, son. It's over for the riser, over for the riser. His bluebird ain't singing no more. His bluebird ain't singing no more. His bluebird ain't singing no more.
No later.
What were you? Are you ready to play me? Are you ready to play me at a real man sport like archery?
Sure.
Yeah, you better fucking be ready.
Literati.
Oh, baby, it's on. Literati.
I will smoke you.
You and what dictionary?
After
Do you want standard or quick draw, son?
No, it's always been quick draw. You know, no one plays standard. No one knows what standard is. Standard doesn't have a home. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, you can kind of see it. Way too slow. Way too slow. I can barely see the fucking target. I have to play these fucking conditions. Yo, okay, that's fucking hack. That's hacking. You literally insta-shot it. I don't know what the fuck.
Dog.
Did it again. That's a hack.
Dog, 49. 49 is really good. You are taking so long. You are taking so long. You're never going to get me. So long. You're done. Your new phone sucks. Your new phone sucks. Your new phone sucks. No way.
On iPad, this wouldn't even be a competition. We all know that. I have to downgrade to a pretty unusable piece of tech. And even then, with Rabbi again, he's instant shots. That shouldn't even exist. So he's fucking up with last time really good.
That was a bad round. That was a really bad round. A 6? You took 10 seconds to get a 6? Oh, there's a bullseye. Look at this comeback. 8. Take the lead with a 6. A 4. He,
Could have been much better. The 4 really felt through. He had some really terrible shots that round. I mean, they're so bad. They're probably sound like Donald Trump. Some of the worst shots I've ever seen in my entire life. Terrible, terrible shots. They need to be fired and deported. Oh, this is. Oh, and then the bullseye.
baby, you're done. You're taking too long.
You're gonna have to produce more TV.
Baby, you're done. This game is over. You need 29. He just got a 9, folks. He needs 2 bullseyes. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He got it.
This phone isn't letting me drag this thing like that. I'm not even making an excuse. I still won. Even with a piece of shit phone. No, literally no. I already smoked you and I put you down. We've already determined that you got smoked.
Mancala.
Do I get smoked in Mancala?
Yeah.
Okay.
Riser, you have no idea. You have no idea how happy that man from Kent made me. It would be like, and I'm not even kidding about this. I mean, this may sound like when you were doing your yellow on red, it would be like somebody bought from your strategy of, going into people's streams. Like, that's how happy I am. It's like it fucking worked.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it'll keep going like that.
That was amazing.
What are you gonna do? Oh, you fucking. No. I was trying to make strategy. I don't think
Baby. All I know is that it just says won a game. Do you want to play again?
Later, Avi. Oh, wait. Karen, and then, no, later, Avi, and then Karen.
You got it.
plane crashed in like a residential area and took out like 4 people's houses. Just killed like everything.
That's sad.
That's just like crazy luck that your house got blown up by her.
Word, dog.
Your first mover, yeah, as always.
Oh shit.
Oh, what is this bullshit? We're not even starting in the middle tile. We just fucked up. What the fuck are you?
The Moors. They're like a people who were related to Muslims in southern Spain.
I feel like oh, look at this move. Did you see that move? He's falling in time. No. This is bullshit, but
Oh, dude, that was big.
AI. AI is not really the word. Apparently artificial intelligence is weird.
No, it's not. It's just the sound. It's like some Chinese sound or something. I don't know.
How are you doing?
Because I'm amazing. I mean, whenever you have a question like this, you should just say to yourself, "Oh, it's because Rabbi's amazing." Look at this athleticism. Baby, you're making a comeback.
I know bullshit you're doing up there, but that's not it. I'm making millions of it. This is probably the closest it's ever been. They're nearly tied.
Did you know you're up, big dog?
I have no vowel.
What do you want me to do about it?
You can't make fucking words without It still gives me no vowels. Come on. There's no vowel that can even build on. Unbelievable. Why do you have to steal my fucking thing?
Dog. What
How did
do
you give me vowels?
you
What the fuck?
want me
Yo,
to do about
how
it?
am I supposed
What do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it?
How long not a word? Hong Hong Kong.
Dude, all I have is vowels. All I have are vowels.
Oh, it's taking me off.
Locks? You're proud of locks?
You know what the word lock means?
Yeah, dude. It's I love locks. It's salmon.
It also means liquid oxygen.
No one thinks it means liquid oxygen. It's salmon that you smear on bagels, or you can just eat it plain. Trader Joe's has the best locks. I just had to say that. It's amazing. That was an amazing. That was good.
27.1.
That was great. Are you proud of that?
Somehow close.
Are you proud of that?
Yes, thank you, SAS. Not SAS.
Z's, yeah. It means it's like a type of Chinese like chi. It's like your spirit in Chinese.
Maybe also just like the Roman, Greek alphabet.
Okay, that shouldn't count though.
What would you like me to do about
Just win, baby.
it?
Don't you love how Zoot just leaves without being like, all right, guys, let's see ya. Even though it's like in the middle, it's like early. It's like,
Weird and inconsiderate.
thank you. I tell him, and I say this to him straight, so I feel fine telling you it. I say to him that his social skills suck. That's a good one.
What's a good one? And like weird and inconsiderate or the word?
Fuck you. You're pretty close here. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, I don't know how. There could be possibly one of the greatest upsets in the history of the
The way.
off I guess this. Fuck off.
And I will always love you. Will always love you. gonna go?
Oh, yeah, we got it.
Oh, you did get it,
We got it.
dude. Because you took something from me. You took something important from me. That was great, dude.
Now, thank you,
That was really good.
I actually have to leave.
It's crazy.
28 month turnaround. He doesn't even know where he's placing his letters, so how are we doing after this? We have the question mark tile on the board. Going for it. My favorite.
Dude, you're gonna win.
I don't know. Let's see how badly the vowels.
You are going to win.
No, you're winning.
No, I'm not. Because there's something that is gonna fuck me. It's better to not get vowels. So you were put in a good position. You just didn't realize it.
I mean, maybe at the end. At the end, you just gotta slap words down.
Dude, you just fucked me. You just fucked me. Dog.
Ryan. How many points do you normally get on these? Oh, I only have 3 tiles left. How many tiles do you have left?
Too many.
At the end, you have to get a real. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh,
Oh, it's over. It's over.
yeah. We just cracked the case. Maybe we can get to the 3.
No, it's over. It's over, dude.
But there's not many letters.
You're.
I don't have many letters.
You beat me. You beat
I
me.
can't believe what I have to screenshot this.
You beat me with my own word. Yeah. It's over. I'm desperate, baby. I'm desperate.
I spend my time celebrating.
Dude, you can celebrate. This game is over. Oh, it's over. That was great. Yeah, I'm fucked, son.
That was a clutch. That was a clutch. That was clutch. I needed that. You'd have to gigafuck.
I don't know how it, dude. Like I said,
Still trying.
you won.
Still trying. How many tiles do you have?
Too many. A lot. Oh no, it is.
I'm gonna do that. Like 2 total tiles left. How many do you have?
A lot.
Why would you go there? Oh, what? No! There's nowhere to go. Oh, what? What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, God. I just knew that somehow there'd be some, literally nowhere else, like nowhere to go. As opposed to what we're doing. Seriously?
Maybe my greatest comeback ever. Oh, you won.
By 1 point.
You won. Tippy?
TP. No! Come on.
TP's TEEPEE.
No, you just fucked. Well, at the end, you literally had like the most basic.
Dude, what a comeback.
Oh, that's infuriating.
Oh,
Actually,
I'd be so pissed. It may not be done though.
I can't place myself in anything.
What's your letter?
And it's a C. And you have to talk me on the key. You got a Joe and a key for like 30 plus.
Yeah, I've got a C as well.
There's no, I literally tried it.
I can't believe Chong is not a word. You've tried everywhere with a C? What a what a comeback. Oh, I'd be so pissed. Cha.
I don't think I've ever gotten anywhere with high.
No, you haven't.
I was like winning like the very last two things.
Tippy fucked you because that gave me the queen. And Joe fucked you. Like you said.
Yeah, but I was already behind
Rend is the thing that fucked you. REMD.
Oh yeah, that one was just yeah, where the fuck is Randy?
I think it means like when you take off your clothes.
Tear something into two pieces.
Exactly.
Cause great emotional pain to a person in their heart.
I rended you.
You tell me this word make me. The rending is a word.
I know. When you rend your clothing, it means you tear it. What a comeback, folks. I want everybody to know that I absolutely thought I had lost that game.
This game is more rigged than that.
And did you all hear Riser already have that win counted to the point where he was ready to take a screenshot?
No, I said I'm going to screenshot if I somehow.
What a comeback. Are you ready for Karam, son?
I sent you an invite for a word box. This one I can sometimes learn. Even though I'm not good at this anyway.
Dude, you destroyed me. You destroyed me. What's it mean when one of them is in green? Like that.
there's no need.
Quest? You got Quest? That's amazing.
I won. I got the. Boom. Got the.
Are you ready for Karam?
Yeah. I got 69 points.
Nobody believes that.
Literally in the game.
Okay. Why do I have a little smiley face?
I was still losing 2 rounds in a row.
Hey, how was do you see this thing?
Why do you think the studio?
Are you proud of the way that you're playing? Because you're playing amazingly.
Archery is I'm way better on archery.
I mean, you know what I'm going to say to you.
I don't.
What do you want me to do about it?
Come up with a new thing this time.
Are you going to go? Are you proud of that shot? Because you should be. That was amazing. That was amazing, and this is amazing. You're playing like a G. Dog. Are you proud of the way you're playing? Have you ever been prouder of the way that you've played? Dog. Dog. Just absolute phenomenal play.
We might not get a chance to go again.
Just absolute phenomenal play. Get it. I want you to get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it. No, it's you got it. It's just in the corner. Oh, still, that's all right. That was an amazing round.
Yeah, I had no chance of getting the next match. Thing is about this game, it's like I think I get rid of all the obstacles for you to have stuff,
I don't know if they're easy. I think they still take an amazing amount of skill.
Not a good strategy, but okay.
Why do you say that?
You're not a good strategy. Oh, now you fucked up. You just gave me the game. You just handed me the game.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, it's done. Oh, it's done.
You think I? It's not over at all.
Oh, it is done. Oh,
This is a really tough shot, Doug. This is a really tough shot.
this is an easy shot. You could do this blindfolded. Done.
Fuck,
You're done.
fuck you.
Take a seat, son. Take a seat. Make an attack. The gods have spoken. Rising clearly, greatest Karen player, which is arguably the only game that matters on this platform, aside from Restream. And he wants the revenge. But you serve it this time, big dog.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Hey, are you black or white or does it change? Oh,
I'm white because I'm sexy.
nope.
Are you proud of that move?
I'm just giving you the dance floor so I have a little more boogie there when I go. So,
Doug, this is hard. What a fucking shot. That was one of the best shots I've ever had. Get there. Get there.
oh, I mean, it's pretty hard to not put that
Are you gonna go?
in.
Are you gonna go? Look at all the time that this motherfucker's taken. Look at all this time. Look at all the time. There's a timer.
Those are impossible shots.
It's easy as fuck.
No,
What was that?
I need my iPad. I need my iPad. Never in a million years.
Look at this angle.
I'm just letting you clear out space. So 5-0.
Oh, I just gave you a major advantage. I took one of mine away. I gave you one. Oh, that was terrible. What a dog shit shot. Dog, I can't believe how close you came in literati. I really mean this. You played super well. You had Hong, and there were some other crazy good words.
If you get an X, so like a J word. You got a J and a Q, which are worth a lot of points.
And a Z. And a Z. And a Z. I mean,
And a Z, yeah.
I had all the good letters at the end.
Maybe I'll put a daily double.
Do they have Canadian Jeopardy or is it just Jeopardy? Were you a fan of Alex Trebek? Yes or no? Go.
Of course. The other people that don't like Alex Trebek.
People who hate Canadians.
He's a lead.
He was a what?
He's a Canadian.
Fuck yeah. Did you call him a leaf?
Yeah, you've never heard that before?
No, because I don't hang out with Canadians. Aside from you, son. Oh, what a shot. That was one of the best. That was. Did you see that?
That was a 1 in 100 lifetime. I win right now, or are you going to be...
Dude, I'll quit if you win right now. I will straight up quit. Dog. Dog, this game is over. Are you gonna win?
I know exactly what to do.
That was the worst move. Dog, why would you do that? Dog, you're done. You're done. You're done. All right. I'm done. Bravo. You played very well in archery. I didn't think you would play that well. You played very well in that word game, word box or whatever. You played really well. Not that well in Match Monsters. You did. You played. But most of all, you know what game you played the best? Literati. You played unbelievably well in Literati to the point where you had me on the ropes. Not just on the ropes. I was down for a 10 count. And I got up and I looked you in the eye and I breathed hot air on your face and I went for 3 last-ditch efforts. I went for Joe, which I didn't even know was a fucking word, without the E. I went for Rend, which I thought was a word when you tear your clothing. And that happened to be a word which gave me the lead. I was down 30 points or so, maybe 40 points, with no tiles left. And then when you put down TP, that fucked you. Because then I was able to put down a Q and
I was already down from the Joe, so I had to put down a word.
No, not Joe, from Ren.
I didn't know. Oh yeah, one of them fucked me and I had to put down a word.
Actually, here's what happened. Here's what happened. I got Za, which was like 11 points. Then I put down Joe, which was 9 points. Then I put down Rend, which was like 10 points or something. And then I put down P, which was 11 points. And that gave me the win. But basically, I had to put down 40 points in 4 moves or something. You played so well. And then it was so weird that we both ended on C. Isn't that weird?
There's been stranger things I've seen happen, but there's so 1 in 26 becomes a chance.
No way, it's more than that.
Maybe it's more than that. 26 times 26 cans.
We'll look it up. Yo, dog, what are the odds that
1 in 676 cans.
two people will end a game of Scrabble on the letter C, but not be able to use it anywhere on the board? All right. There are two C's in the set. C is considered a harder letter to use because it usually needs a vowel. Both players have exactly one C each. So, what are the chances? Yeah, give me odds, baby. Oh, it's probably less than 1 in 1,000 games.
Oh, that is pretty rare then.
Okay, so it's
Oh, have you seen the documentary called Coke? Oh, I was going to talk to you about this.
Cocaine Cowboys.
Have you? I started watching Nathan. I started watching Nathan for you show called The Rehearsal. Have you seen it?
Were you gonna say Cocaine Cowboys?
I did ask if you had seen that.
Yeah. Have you seen Cocaine Cowboys 2?
I haven't seen either of them. That's why I was asking you if you've seen them.
Yeah, dog. Joe Rogan loves them. Therefore, I love them. Psych. I love them. Therefore, Joe Rogan loves them.
Yeah, I heard Joe Rogan showing it to Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah. So, did you hear the thing that the entire graduating class of the Miami police force within their first year were either all dead or in jail?
Did you actually?
Yeah, I've seen it twice, and I've seen the second one as well. It's by Billy Corgan, I believe, or something like that. Yeah, it's really good. It's one of the best documentaries of the last decade. By one of my favorite documentarians. Okay,
Have you seen Nathan for you for rehearsal?
yeah, nobody knows what that is. Is it Nathan for Use the Rehearsal?
So you're not a Nathan Fielder fan, is what you're trying to say?
Wait, what's the rehearsal? Explain to me what it is. Is that the thing with Emma Stone?
No, that one is called The Curse.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is also, I like The Curse a lot.
Okay.
I liked it a lot more than The Rehearsal. I've only seen like 4 episodes of The Rehearsal.
What is the rehearsal? What is it? What is the rehearsal?
Pretty stupid concept, honestly.
Dog, does it have to do with Nathan for You?
Explaining it.
Does it have to do with Nathan for
You
You?
don't have to read it. Yeah. It's his show. He's on the show.
Okay, so it has.
Basically, it has like this premise where if he like takes people, he even does it himself, but like he'll take people and basically reconstruct, like hire an actor to play someone, and also like spend a lot of money reconstructing exactly like a T these different like sets and environments that people are in, where they're in like a situation that they need to move past, and then he'll rehearse with them in those environments and help them through such challenges. It does remind me a little bit of Nathan for You, but the premise is kind of just dumber. Yeah, I didn't like it.
Okay. Would you please?
Not anywhere near as much.
Would you please open up X?
I have to go to the washroom.
Okay.
They can be up in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, what'd you say? Okay, I'll do the same. Drain this huge cock. Riser. Riser's still jerking himself off raw. Riser is jerking himself off raw. What is this bullshit? Yo, dog. Okay, so go to X, type in the word Jew, Jew. Start scrolling down, not the immediate ones that have just been. Oh, search by latest. Not the immediate ones that were just posted, but scroll down like, I don't know, 5 pages down, and start seeing where somebody reposted like a tweet that was recent, and then click on it and click view interactions. No. I can't. It's impossible. Okay, so we're gonna walk through this. You're on an iPhone, so we're gonna go to X. You know? Hold on. Do you know what X is? Okay, so type in Jew, and then it says top latest people, videos, photos. Do you see latest?
Yeah, I'm scrolling down.
Okay. Scroll down.
Far down.
Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Now what?
To like 4 minutes ago.
I'm at 13 now. What am I looking for?
Okay. Do you see below each tweet or whatever, there's like the comments, and then the retweet, and then the heart, and then the interactions, and then the bookmark? All right, start seeing one that has the retweet.
Okay.
Now, once you find one that has the once you have the one that has the retweet, hold down on the retweet, and it should say no quotes yet.
I'm on my computer.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So then that changes it. Okay, so then click on the post, and then in the upper right corner or on your, it should say view post interactions.
No close yet. Repost. No repost. Share someone else's post.
Okay, look for, just do it again. Here, I'll make it so it's easier. Okay, so.
It doesn't show. I mean, I went to the engagement.
Hold on, it will. I got my friend from Kenton here. It'll get every other person in here. Okay, so type in the word Jew, Jew. Actually, don't type it in yet. Type it in 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay, and now click latest. Do you see latest? Okay, start scrolling down, like only like 1 or 2 pages. People from like 49 seconds ago. People 51 seconds ago.
Give me the name of the person.
Okay, Mr. Ludite. It was 1 minute ago.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, now click on the post
I see it.
and click on the upper right corner. It should say view post interactions.
So you post engagements, so I'm assuming it's the same thing.
I'm assuming it's the same thing as well.
So maybe nothing. It says no quotes, no reposts. Yeah.
It says no reposts for you.
Yeah.
For Mr. Ludite, who says "Shut up, Jew."
Yeah.
Okay, this is important for me to know. Okay.
See that I like that post.
Don't like it. That's not nice.
I'm just seeing if you can see it.
Oh. Hold on. So you press. Hold on. Ludite. Lu. Fuck. Okay. View post engagements. When you press view post engagements, doesn't anything show up?
No, not on my computer.
Try it on your phone.
I deleted it on my phone.
Okay, reinstall it. I'll wait.
Bro, I'm going to sleep. I'm sorry.
Dog. Okay, before you do that, do you see that Mr. Ludite has one person who retweeted them?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. All right, well, I want you to know how proud I am of you when you played Literati the way that you did. And you're going to get me. And I thought today was your day. And maybe it's tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming in here. Even though you didn't want to, you were making your Peruvian rice, which sounded like the most complicated fucking meal I've ever heard. Thank you so much for playing with Zoot and hearing his stories. And thank you so much for playing. You kept me up all night. And now I've got to pray.
You're a fucking bastard. You better make it like $2 trillion fucking stadium seller outer person and give you and me 51% stake in his stock.
1,000%. Absolutely. Dude, before you go, I'm going to look this up. Dog. What you typing?
No, fucking computer. Oh, wait. I have brain control manually. I just got blinded.
You got blinded by the light? Do you know that song by Manfred Mann? Blinded by the Light? All right, you going to bed?
I will whip your ass in chest one day, whoever decides to go put some gall on you.
You know I beat Zoot? You should one day, and
Yeah, you play me in the chat.
this is maybe the only way you'll get me to play, but maybe not. So Zoot and I do this thing where we play every single game that you can play on whatever the fuck Play-Doh. We call it the Olympics.
You play chess and checkers?
We play everything. Everything that's a two-person game. Even like dice. Oh dude,
Have you played Zig and chess before?
yeah. Riser, they banned my account. So it's not smooth sailing. It's going to be an uphill battle. But that's okay.
You need to just exercise your contacts to benefit zero and then just move off this thing.
Yeah, easier said than done. Dog.
Really talk to you or no?
I mean, we've never met. And the person who I had a connection with him, I know two people, and one of them has died. May their memory be a blessing. And the other one is like I'm not that close with anymore. So I think it wouldn't be weird, but it would just be like, hey, do you know the so and so? But
Do you want to become violent? You gotta exercise every
dog. I can't believe they banned one of my accounts, but not the other one. I know you don't care about this. I wouldn't care about it, but I just think that's interesting.
No, I don't know why you don't think I care. Listen to you talking about your accounts for like hours at a time.
I know. All right, big dog.
If there's anyone on this earth that cares about your accounts,
You're so sweet. All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna let you get your much-deserved beauty rest, and know how much I appreciate playing with you and your friendship. And I mean it. I wanted you to win. I mean, I don't like to lose in anything, but I wanted you to. You played really well, literally. That's all I'm gonna say. You're welcome, pimp. Take care, big dog. Enjoy Jay Yoren.
Bloating in wine, Rabbi Yosef, until wine would come out of the bloodletting wound. Rava would search for wine from a tree that was 3 years old. If a person doesn't eat immediately after bloodletting, it's very dangerous. If that person encounters a dead person, his face will turn green. If he encounters a murderer, he will die. And if he encounters a pig, he'll get saras. There are 5 things that bring a person closer to death than to life. And they are: if a person stands up quickly right after he eats, drinks, sleeps, bloodlet, and tashmish. A person should do bloodletting on Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. Not on Monday and Thursday. That's when the Bezdin is open down here and the Bezdin Shemal is open up there, and they coincide, and it's bad news. Unless, of course, a person has Chus Avos, then he could do bloodletting on Monday and Thursday. On Tuesday, you don't want to bloodlet because that's when Mars rules on an even hour. And since Mars is in charge of Cherev and Dever, and together with bloodletting, that's not a good combination. On Friday, even though Mars rules on an even hour, since people already made it a minhag, because of the fish that they eat, you're supposed to eat fish after bloodletting, and they didn't have money, they would eat the fish from Shabbos. It became a minhag, so Shomer B'Sam Hashem watches over the foolish. It's very dangerous to bloodlet on a Wednesday, which falls out on the 4th day of the month, the 14th day of the month, and the 24th day of the month, and on a Wednesday that doesn't have 4 days left to the month. It's dangerous to let blood on the 3rd day of the after Rosh Chodesh, on Rosh Chodesh, and the 2nd day of the month weakens the body. Erev Yontav weakens the body. Erev Shavuos is a danger because there's a wind called Tavayach that threatened Klal Yisrael by Matan Torah. That same wind could threaten us today. Every year it's a new Kabbalas Torah from a new, and therefore we made a gzeira on all Yom Tovim Erev Yontav that you shouldn't let. If a person eats wheat and then he does bloodletting, the bloodletting won't do any benefit for him. However, he will lose, it will make him lighter. A person should drink immediately after bloodletting, and if he drinks afterwards, the Gemara's Mesubak is it just parev or it's actually dangerous. A person should eat for however long it takes him to walk a half a mil, have a little meal. What if he eats earlier or later? Is that parav, or that's really dangerous for him? Rav used to announce, if a person is selling 100 gourds for one zuz, or 100 heads for one zuz, buy them, it has some nutritional value. But if somebody sells 100 lips for one zuz, don't buy them at zero nutritional value. Gemara says, now we understand why Yom Mifagri Rabbanan, the Ben Azmanim, the days that Chacham take off from learning, are called the days of the lips, because they are worthless. They didn't accomplish anything then. In order to warm up a baby, they would bury the placenta, if there were princesses, in oil, rich women in wool, poor women in rags. Rav says that Allah is like Rabbi Yossi, that you cut the umbilical cord, and Chacham agree that if it's twins, you definitely cut the umbilical cord because they pull away from each other and it's dangerous. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says in the pasuk in Yecheskel that Klal Yisrael doesn't have a karsha type, and they're like a mother who gave birth to a baby girl and abandoned her daughter. And from this we learn 5 halachas about giving birth. First of all, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says they delivered the baby, so you see you're allowed to deliver a baby on Shabbos. It says they didn't wash the baby, so you see you're allowed to wash the baby on Shabbos. They didn't salt the baby, you're allowed to salt. They didn't swaddle the baby, so you see you can swaddle. They didn't cut the umbilical cord, you see you're allowed to cut the umbilical cord. With that we finish. Perek Mifanim, have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed. Today's email comes to us from Phil Rosenblatt, and it's a great one. Rebelli wanted to say thank you for a wonderful share. Your hard work, charts, stories make learning contagious, and we share your thoughts, the retired stories with our family and friends. One of your zchuyos is connecting us all on Zoom. No matter our background, learning experience, type of hat we wear and don't wear, you have connected us all, as all that we need in common is we are Yehudim. Even those on the way to join the clown, shout out to Lev, are part of the Zoom team. Seeing the young Talmidei giants like Yoel, Shmuli, he's referring to the young children in the shir, and others eager to learn, makes the shir unique and special. Looking forward to coming and meeting all the MDY team in person. Phil Rosenblatt, thank you. We're starting a brand new parak. Rebbe Eliezer the Mila discusses the halachas of bris milah on Shabbos. If we have a bris milah that's on the 8th day on its time, and there's no knife prepared from before Shabbos, you can carry a knife from Shabbos as long as you show the knife. The knife is exposed and everybody sees the love that we have for mitzvahs, that for mitzvah we are prepared to be Mechal Shabbos. In time of danger and sakana, you hide the knife. But you don't want other people to think that you're being over on Chil Shabbos, so you do so in front of Eidim. The Gemara's Mesupah doesn't mean you plus Eidim that are watching you hide the knife, or it's just one other person together, you are Eidim that could testify in other cases. We're talking about machshirei mitzvah. These are things that you need to do in preparation of the mitzvah. So for instance, when it comes to a bris milah, you would cut wood to make a fire, to make coals, to heat up the metal, to make a knife for the bris milah. All these things are permitted according to Rebbe Eliezer. They're machshirei mitzvah, and Chachamim argue. In Rebbe Eliezer's town, they acted like Rebbe Eliezer. They cut down wood on Shabbos to make it izemel, a knife on Shabbos for the bris milah. And the Gemara tells us that incredibly, they all lived long, happy lives. No one died early. In fact, when there's a gzera against Milah and Klal Yisrael, the gzera didn't apply to Rebbe Eliezer's town. The Gemara tells us that in the town of Rebbe Yossi, they would eat chicken, bird with milk. Yosef Rishba, he was a hunter. He prepared a peacock's head in milk and served it to Levi, and Levi refused to eat it. Levi went afterwards to Rabbi and he said, "You can't believe this. Yosef Rishba's serving basar b'chalav, chicken, peacock, and milk." So he says, "So why didn't you put him in chayr?" Says Levi, "Because I suspected that he paskins in his city, like Rabbi Yossi, that it's mutter." What's the source of that halacha? Because it says in the pasuk, "B'chalei v'imay," something that has milk. Since chickens, birds don't have milk, therefore there's no isser of basar b'chalav. Says Rav Shimon Gamliel, any mitzvah that Klal Yisrael accepted b'simcha with happiness, they still to this very day do b'simcha. Like it says by bris milah, "Sasa noicha alim rasecha," I'm happy on your word. In other words, this is the commandment that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave Avraham Avinu bris milah before the entire Torah. Like I found a great treasure. Any mitzvah that they accepted with a fight, they weren't happy about, like Arayas, like it says in the pasuk Yishma Moshe Sa'am Bachai, they were crying. Therefore, till this very day, when people make shidduchim, there's always fights between the families on the ksuba, etc. When Klal Yisrael gave their life up for a mitzvah, those are the mitzvahs that till this very day they're very careful with, such as Avra and Bris Milah, as we see till this very day. Even non-religious people are makbid on Milah. Excuse me. Tefillin, where they didn't give up their life for, it's a little bit weaker. The Gemara tells a story. Tefillin, you need a clean body, like Elisha Bal Knafayim. What's the story? Why is he called Elisha Bal Knafayim? There was a decree from the Romans not to wear tefillin, and Elisha Bal Knafayim went out in public into the marketplace with his tefillin. A Roman saw him, chased him down, and when he got to him, he took off his tefillin and he said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have a pair of pigeon wings." He said, "Let me see." So he opened up his hand, and sure enough, there were pigeon wings. From here, you see that, according to Taisus at least, he didn't give up his life. He didn't just leave his tefillin on. He took off his tefillin, so that shows that they didn't give up their life. Rashi explains that Klal Yisrael wasn't careful with a guf naki, a clean body. It was Elisha that was careful with. And from that day on, they called him Bal Knafayim. Why did he choose the wings of a pigeon? Because a pigeon is the only bird that defends itself with its wings and not with its beak. So too Klal Yisrael is protected with the mitzvahs that we do. And now we move on to Amud Beis. There's a story the Gemara said that they forgot the knife for the bris milah on Shabbos, and they brought the knife through the rooftops and the chatzeros, the courtyards, and karfifiyos, which are places that are enclosed that are less than 2 saw, without an eruv, which is the Issa B'Rabbanan. So the Gemara tells us this does not go neither like Rabbi Eliezer or like Chacham. Rabbi Eliezer holds you go right through Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, there's no need to go through the rooftops. And it's not like Chacham because they say you can't go through the gagas and chatzeros at all. So this is a third shita. Reb Shimon shita. Reb Shimon says that the gag, karfif, and the chatzer are considered one rishus even for a regular clean, not a mitzvah. Even if there's no bris milah, you can grab a cup and go through the gag, chatzer, and karfiv. However, what is also according to Reb Shimon is to go out from your house into the chatzer, unless, of course, there's an eruv. The Gemara tells us that Reb Asi says he brings a Rish Lakish that they once forgot a knife and they brought it through the gagois, chatzeros, karfifiyos, and Chacham were really upset. How could he go according to Rabbi Eliezer? Rabbi Eliezer is a shamuti. So one Pshat in Rashi is shamuti. They put him in the famous story in Bava Metzia where all of the Gedolim held by the Tanur Achnai one way. Rabbi Eliezer said it's tar, and he brought a raya from the charav tree, from the water. There was a baskel that came out and said, halach is like Rabbi Eliezer. And Rabbi Shua got up and said, we don't pass him like the Shemayim, and they put Rebbe Eliezer and Chayrim in an incredible story. So if Rebbe Eliezer is in Chayrim, how can you pass him like him? Another pshat is Shamuti, that he was a Talmud of Bishamet, so we don't go like Bishamet. Or the Gemara says that he was a Yachid against Rabbim, halachic Rabbim. So the Gemara explains, Rabbi Yehuda HaGoizer, his name is explains, he was Rabbi Yehuda the Moil. That we're talking about a Mavoi that did not have a sheet of mavais. It didn't have an eruv for the mavai. And he went from one side of the mavai to the other side. And Reb Asi agrees to that halacha. You could go from one side to the other. But Reb Zera asked Reb Asi, I once asked you this question. How come you didn't tell me that you hold you can go from one side to the other without an eruv? And he said the pshat is he was reviewing this Rish Lakish over and over. And when he reviewed it, it occurred to him. But back then when Reb Zera asked him, he forgot. But through reviewing, he recalled the halacha. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Pinchas Yagid from Mars Hill, Maine. Fighter out. I and many others in my family are tremendously inspired by your wonderful shiur. We always listen to your 8-minute daf, and from time to time we set aside special time for the 45-minute daf. Your shiurim are spectacular. You are being my starting Klal Yisrael all over the world, even to some of the most unheard of corners of the world. Mars Hill, Maine. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should keep giving you koyach to continue your avodas kodesh, lahagdil Torah, ulahadira plichus yagin. Thank you. The Gemara digressed slightly to the topic of Eruvin, Mavoi, Shituf Mavois, Eruvin Chatzeres. We're dealing with a Mavoi, an alleyway. The way it works is you have houses that lead into courtyards. The courtyard is communal, they're called houses or courtyard, and then you have the courtyards that open up into the Mavoi, the alleyway. Rav says a number of chidushim. First of all, he says in order to make an eruv for the mavoi, we require that you have 4 houses that lead into 2 chatzeres, 2 houses into 1 chatzer, 2 houses into 1 chatzer, but all 4 houses, 2 chatzeres into 1 mavoi. And then he says, if there's no shituf mavos, that's the eruv that allows you to carry in the mavoi. There's no shituf mavos, then you can only carry 4 amos in the mavoi. We treat it like a carnival. However, that's only if there's an eruv between the house and the courtyard. Eruv v'chatzeres. If there's no eruv between the house and the courtyard, then you can carry as much as you want in the mavoi. And that sounds very interesting. How is it? If there's an eruv, you can't carry, and if there's no eruv, you could. So the Gemara Maskan explains very simply. Rav goes like Reb Shimon that says that a gag, a rooftop, a chatzer, a karfaf, all these things are considered one rishos. And therefore, you should be allowed to carry from the mavi to the chatzar. But we're concerned, if there's an eruv between your house and your chatzar, so let's say you take a gemara out of your house and you put it in the chatzar. You might come to take it later on, or somebody else might take it from the chatzar, step 2, into the mavi. And that's a problem. If there's no eruv, no one will take anything out of the house and bring it into the chatzar, because you're not allowed to. And therefore, in that case, you can carry it from the chatzar to the mavi, no problem. But the Gemara, until it came to this maskana, had a very interesting habit. Since Rav says you need 4 houses and 2 chatzeros, perhaps if there's an eruv between the house and the chatzar, what the eruv really does is it takes 2 domains and makes them 1. So in essence, we don't have a chatzar anymore. What we're looking at is a bunch of houses without courtyards because they're 1. And Rav says you need 4 houses and 2 courtyards. You're missing the courtyard. Says the Gemara, let me flip that on you. What if there's no eruv? We should also have a problem. If there's no eruv, you can't go from your house to the chatzar.
What's going on?
So that means that the mother that we're looking at has chatzar, but it has no houses because there's no access from the houses to the...
Yank, how you living, pimp? Can you hear me? Yank, go fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk with you anyway. Fucking douche. Yank. Acting like a douche. Yannick.
To the chatzar, to the mavoi, since you have a chatzar in between. Well, says the Gemara, perhaps one of the people that owned the house gave his house away to his friend on Shabbos, and therefore that person that owns the houses now, he's permitted to walk into the chatzar without an eruv, and now you have a case where you have a house, chatzar, mavoi. Says the Gemara, even if he gives it back to him on Shabbos, there's a problem because at no given time were there 4 houses. Since that one person owns the houses, they're like 1 rishus. It's like 1 house, not 4 houses. So therefore, the Gemara went away from it and said the Havim that you said before. Now going back to our Mishnah, everybody holds you're allowed to make a bris milah on Shabbos, it's Shabbos. But what about the preliminary actions necessary for bris milah? To cut down wood, to make a fire, to make a knife for the bris milah. Rebbe Eliezer says machshir mitzvah is machal Shabbos. Rebbe Chachamim and Rebbe Kiva say no. What about other mitzvahs? What about a shofar, lulav, sukkah, matzah? The answer is that according to Rebbe Eliezer, all those mitzvahs, including Omer and Shei Lechem, are Doicha Shabbos Machshir Mitzvah. There are 2 mitzvahs now, and we'll go through them. Omer and Shei Lechem, we learn the Shei Lechem that you bring on Shavuos from the Korban Omer with the Gzeir Shava. And it's a very strong Gzeir Shava. The 2 words are extra. There are Gzeir Shavas that don't have extra words, and therefore you have a pircha. You can say, look, the Omer is different than Shei Lechem. the Omer requires that you cut the wheat, even if you have the barley, even though if you have barley that's cut, you can't use it. Great. The two mitzvahs that you cannot do machir mitzvah for are tzitzis and mezuzah. If you write a mezuzah on Shabbos or tie tzitzit, you're chayiv mitzvah. Even though they don't have a particular time, and you would say, well, today is a great time to make tzitzis and a mezuzah. Nevertheless, since I could be mafkir my clothing and I'm not chayiv tzitzis, I could be mafkir my house and I'm not chayiv mezuzah, they're not doicha Shabbos. Lulav, how do I know that you're allowed to cut a lulav on Yom Tov on Shabbos in order to shake the lulav? Because it says bayoim. And how do I know that you can only shake a lulav during the day? I already used up the word bayoim because it says shivas yom. According to Chacham, we hold you cannot do machshir mitzvah. So bayoim tells me not at night, and I would think that I can learn out from a lulav that lulav you shake a lulav at night. Shivas yom tells me no, only during the day. Sukkah, I can be Michal Shabbos according to Rebbe Lezer to do Machshir Sukkah. How do I know? Shivas Yomim from Lulav. It's a Dereshah. How do I know I can make matzah, grind it, everything on Shabbos? Dereshah, Chamisha Asa from Sukkah. Shofar, I can be Michal Shabbos according to Rebbe Lezer. Yom Tru Yelachan. Obviously, the person is not coming to tell me that I can blow Shofar on Shabbos because that's not a malacha. That's a chachma. Just like we did in the past. Taking out bread from an oven is a chachma, not a malacha. According to Rabbanan, I learned from the word Yom that you blow Shofar at day, not at night, and Rebbe Eliezer learns that out from the Shofar of Yom. Now the Gemara goes through a whole list. Once I know one mitzvah, shouldn't I be able to learn all the other mitzvahs? If I know matzah, I should learn lulav sukkah from matzah, for instance. Says the Gemara, no, each one has a very special thing about it. I can't learn anything from Omer and She'alechem because they are a korban HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maybe that's why I'm a Chal Shabbos for. I can't learn anything from lulav because lulav especially, you need an esrog adaz, you need arba minim, where other things, it's not ma'akid to other things. Sukkah is very special. You have to go and use the sukkah at night as well, where all the other mitzvahs are only during the day. Matzah is really special. Even women are chayiv in matzah, even though it's a mitzvah asay shazman grama, where all the other mitzvahs they are part of. Shofar is special because it brings up the zechroinus of Klal Yisrael HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the Shofar Rosh Hashanah. The Shofar Yom Kippur is special because all the Jewish slaves go get out free by the blowing of the shofar. All the real estate goes back to the original owners. Now let's go back to Milah. That's where the Mishnah started from. How do you know, according to Rebbe Lezer, that Milah is the Machshir Ma'adoicha Shabbos? That we know from Bayoim Hashmini. You can't learn it out from the other mitzvahs because we had all these other pirchos. And you can't learn all the mitzvahs out of Milah because Milah is special. It has 13 precepts. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Beis. Today's email comes to us from Moshe Hirsch. Dear Rebelli, thank you very much for the charts. I always knew they're good and it helps, but today you really showed how much it helps. It makes it sound so simple when you make a chart like that. Thank you for all your time and effort you put into all the charts. I'm sure 7:15 is a good time for most people. He's referring to, we do a Zoom share for the Americans at 2:15 Eastern Standard Time. We're thinking about moving it to the morning, somewhere around 7 o'clock, 7:15. He says 7:15 is a good time for most people, but I have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, and mornings can be kind of hard. But we really try, for me to listen to this year live, sometimes we all listen together. See below, Moshe Hirsch. If you'd like to weigh in on this and let us know what you think a good time for most people, please send us an email. The Gemara talks about 4 sources and opinions why it is that Bris Milah pushes off Shabbos. You can perform Bris Milah on Shabbos. First one is Zula. Halacha Moshe Sinai, he says. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from Shamayim. That's very problematic. The Shloshes and Midas, a Kavachomer, cannot be used on Torah Shabbat, only on Torah Shabbat. Yet, Rebbe Eliezer ben Azariah has a Kavachomer. If I'm Mechal Shabbos for Bris Milah, which is one Aver, certainly I should be Mechal Shabbos if it has to do with the entire body for Pikuach Nefesh. The problem is you're using Kavachomer against Halacha Moshe Sinai. That doesn't work. We see the same thing. Rebbe Kiva said a Kavachomer to his Rebbe, Rebbe Eliezer, and he says it doesn't work because Halacha Moshe Sinai. What's the Kavachomer? If a Nazir becomes Tameh from Tumas Meis, he has to restart his entire Nazirus, shave his head, start to count again. Rebbe Kiva wanted to say that applies also if he touches a Revi'is blood. Why? Because if a person is in an oil hameis of a Revi'is dam, he becomes Tameh. If he is in an oil hameis of a kazayas, a etzem kisaira, a bone the size of a barley, he does not become tamei. So you see that blood is more powerful than an etzem. So if an etzem restarts the nazir, certainly blood should. He says no, you can't make such a kavachimer because the whole idea of etzem kisaira is halacha mishum Sinai, and it doesn't work. Rav Nachman Yitzchak has a third pshat. We learn Xer Shava, actually second pshat. Xer Shava, 3 words by Mila, 3 words by Shabbos that are identical. Ois, bris, doires. And it teaches us that Mila pushes off Shabbos. Rabbi Yochanan says the third pshat, Bayoim. You should perform bris Mila on that day, regardless of the day, even if it's Shabbos. And we have a brisa that backs up Rabbi Yochanan, and the brisa adds, how do I know that bris Mila shouldn't be performed that night, only during the day? Because it says, Uven Shmenes Yomim. But if the word Bayoim tells us that it pushes off Shabbos, so perhaps Mechus Kippurim, Zav Zava, Mitzarim Yeledes, who went to the mikvah for their tumah, but still have to bring a carbon, maybe that carbon should be brought on Shabbos because it says the word Bayoim. That word Bayoim comes to teach us that you don't bring a carbon during the day, during the night, only during the day. Now, it also says by Mechus Kippurim, Uvayim Tzavaisa. The Gemara says that Mechus Kippurim, Zav Zava, Mitzarim Yeledes, the Torah had Rachmanas in them. The Torah said if they don't have enough money, they could bring a bird instead of an animal. So the Torah took them out of the category, and perhaps they should bring a carbon even at night. Not only that, once they're out of the category, maybe a Yisrael could perform the whole akrava, maybe a Einan could perform it. But the Gemara says no. Once the Torah says Bayoim, that it must be performed during the day, that means the Torah brought it right back to where it belongs, and you can't learn anything from it, and they're not different than anybody else. Rav Bar Yaakov says a fourth and final pshat. It says Shmini, on the 8th day, regardless whether it's Sunday, Monday, or Shabbos, you have to perform the bris Milah. But the Gemara pushes that off, and the Gemara says, I need to tell you, Shmini, that you don't do a bris Milah early. You can't do a bris Milah on the 7th day. Or I would think that once the baby hits 8 days, then it doesn't matter when you do bris Milah. You can do it on the 9th, 10th, 11th. Kamashman Shmini, Dafka Shmini, it's the best to do it on the 8th day. The Gemara brings a brisa that's like a brain teaser. Very hard to understand. The Gemara has a Havamina, then goes back to Masik. Maybe not, maybe yes. Wishwash, Rav explains it beautifully. Rav explains the brisa to the Gemara. The brisa had a Havamina that Mila should overcome Shabbos because we have a Kavachayim. And that is, Mila is more powerful than Saras, because if somebody has Saras on his bris, you still perform bris Mila. And Saras is more powerful than Avodah, because if all the Kohanim have Saras, you don't perform the Avodah, you don't bring a Korban Pesach. And Avodah is more powerful than Shabbos. In that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, you still bring Korbanos and Shabbos. So that, therefore, Mila, number 1, is certainly more powerful and should override Shabbos. Says Gemara, but perhaps we didn't learn this right. Maybe Tsaras is not more powerful than Avodah. Maybe number 2 is not more powerful than number 3. The reason is technical. I don't tell a Kohen to remove his Tsaras on Shabbos because anyway, he wouldn't be able to perform the Avodah on Shabbos. You have to wait until you go to the mikvah, which is the following day, that night, and then the following day you can perform the Avodah. Therefore, I need a special pasuk by Yom to teach us that Mila pushes off Shabbos, like Rabbi Yochanan said. There's another similar brisa that Rabbi explains similarly. The brisa says, Yimo b'sar lasai, that you should perform bris Mila even if a person has Saras. And the Gemara goes, well, maybe not, maybe yes. So Rabbi explains it again. I have a Kavachomer. That Mila should push off Saras. Why? Because Mila overrides Shabbos. And Shabbos overrides Saras. So certainly Mila should override Saras. The Gemara pushes it off and says, no. Perhaps Saras is more chomer than Shabbos, which pushes off, as we had in the first Kavachomer. Saras pushes it off Shabbos, which pushes off Shabbos, gets pushed off by Avodah. Certainly, Saras is more chomer than Shabbos, and the Gemara says that's why I need a pasuk basar to say that Mila pushes off Saras. Another time the Gemara is the reason why Mila pushes off Saras is because a bris Mila is a mitzvah say it's a positive. Not to take off Saras is a lois asay. We always have the cloud. Esa doicha lois asay. The Gemara pushes that off and says no. Saras is not only a lois asay, but it's also an asay. So one asay pushes off another asay, they wash each other out, and then you remain with the lois asay, and therefore you shouldn't be able to do a bris Mila where there's Saras. And that's why I need the word basar. Abaye says, it says the word basar that you perform bris Mila on Saras by a baby on its 8th day. Mila bizmana. It also says a pasuk on a kid or someone that's more than 13 years old, on a gadol. The Torah warns him, if you don't do bris Mila, you'll have kares. But how do I know a benoni, a child that's from 9 days old all the way up to 13 years old? How do I know that bris Mila pushes off Saras? Says Abaye, it's a memetzino, tzad shava. Just like you see that these two, a katan and a gadol, both perform bris Mila and pushes off Saras, so too a benoni. Rava says a different shot. Rava says the whole pasuk that tells us that you perform a bris milah with tzaras on a cotton bismano is not necessary because I have a kavachomer. So once I have a kavachomer, this is imenoyin lekan. I have an extra pasuk neyu inyan for a completely different thing, which is a cotton that's from 9 days old all the way to 30. And what is the kavachomer? You see that Mila overrides Shabbos, and Shabbos overrides Tzaras, so certainly Mila should override Tzaras. Well, you'll tell me that Tzaras maybe is more powerful than Shabbos, because you see that Tzaras pushes off Avodah, which Avodah pushes off Shabbos, but as we said before, it's not the pshat that Tzaras is more powerful than Shabbos, it's just that if you take off the Tzaras, the person still has to go to the mikvah, and he can't perform the Avodah anyways. Well, I have a case, says the Gemara, where he doesn't have to go to the mikvah. What if it's a tzaras that's tar? It's a tzaras on the entire body. So the Gemara says, this that a say pushes off a loisa say is only in a case where they happen simultaneously. Like when you do a bris milah and you're taking off the tzaras at the same second, or you're wearing tzitzis that have shatnas, wool tchelas, together with a beged that's linen. But over here, you want to take off the tzaras and only later perform the avodah. That doesn't happen. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Gimel. Today's email comes to us from Yosef Mack from Paseg, and he says he watches the shir on Zoom. His father watches it on Zoom, and his sister's father-in-law, Mr. Aaron from Melbourne, Australia, also watches the shir on Zoom. Yeshar Kayach. We continue with Hilchas. So, from a body is Issa Deraisa. What if the tzaras is on the bris and you wanted to perform a milah? The milah overrides the tzaras. How do we know this? From the extra word bisar. The issue is, by removing the tzaras, you didn't care about the tzaras. You care about the bris milah. Why do I need a pasuk? It's davar she'ein miskaven. I didn't have intent. And here comes the famous answer. The Gemara already said it 5 times in the Masechta that according to Abaye and Rava, everybody agrees that if it's a psik reisha v'lo if you chop an animal's head off, obviously he's going to die. If this is something that's inevitable, it's 100% also according to everybody. But Abaye had a havamina before Rava convinced him that Reb Shimon holds that davar she'ein miskaven, even if it's psik reisha v'lo it's mutter. According to that, why do I need the word b'sar? Says the Gemara, amazing. I need the pasuk to tell me in a case where a person says, I am performing a bris milah not for the mitzvah of milah, but rather to remove the tzaras. It's also mutter. Just like Shabbos, only milah on the 8th day could be doicha yantiv. How do we know this? Gemara brings 4 shitas. One shita is that just like a carbon pesach which was shechted in the weekday, erev pesach, a weekday, the halach is you have to finish everything, and if you don't finish the entire carbon, you have to burn it. But it says add biker twice to tell us that you don't burn it on Yantif morning, rather on Chalamoid morning. Why? Because something that belongs to the weekday, erev pesach, you burn in the weekday. So too, if a bris milah is supposed to be the 8th day fell out on Thursday, you don't perform that bris milah on Shabbos. Abai says because it says oila Shabbos b'Shabbata, you only are makriv the oila of Shabbos on Shabbos and not the oila of the weekday on Shabbos. So too, a bris that belongs on Shabbos, you perform on Shabbos. Bris that belongs erev Shabbos, for instance, is not performed on Shabbos. Rava says when it comes to oichal nefesh, we know that on Yad you can cook because the Torah says that you're allowed to eat oichal nefesh, but in that pasuk it says hu levaden yasel achen. Those 2 words, hu levaden, come to teach us 2 things. First, hu only oichal nefesh and not the machshir, not the preliminary. You can't create a pot to make oichal nefesh. And levadoi, you can cook on Yantiv, but you cannot perform a bris milah on Yantiv. Now, without the pasuk, I would have a kavachomer, as you see. Milah shalei bismana pushes off tzaras, which pushes off avodah, which overrides Shabbos, Yantiv. So certainly, milah shalei bismana could push off Yantiv. Rav Ashi says very simple. Yantiv is an asay and a lois asay. Asay lois asay is stronger than the milah that's only an asay. But that's shalei bismana. Bismana we have a pasuk by Yom that tells us that does push off Yantiv. We learned in the Mishnah that anything that you could do erev Shabbos, you don't have a right to do it on Shabbos, according to Rabbi Kiva and Rav Paskins like Rabbi Kiva. And so too, Rav Paskins when it comes to carbon Pesach. Anything you could do erev Pesach, in other words, shlep the carbon erev Shabbos, you could bring the carbon from out of the tchum, you have no right to bring the carbon on Shabbos. You're allowed to shech the carbon on Shabbos because that's the only opportunity to shech it. Why does Rav have to say that looks like Rabbi Kiva in both cases? Because bris is very special, has 13 brises. I think it's only halacha by bris. Pesach, it says is Hilchas Kares, there's Chi of Kares, so it's different than Bris, therefore I have to say it by both. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to Mila, you could be Mechalel Shabbos on all the following malachas. The Mila itself, you're allowed to cut the arla off. Priya. Priya is removing a very thin skin. Once you remove the arla, you expose the atara. It's called in English a corona. On there's a very thin layer of skin. The male takes it off with his finger, with his nail. If you want to see a demonstration of it, I performed the demonstration in the live shear. Mitzitza, drawing the blood. And that's, as the Gemara explains, to remove the sakana from a baby. You're allowed to put a bandage, even though on Shabbos you can't put bandages with different kamain, which is cumin. This cumin has to be ground, otherwise it doesn't work. What if you didn't grind it before Shabbos? You could put it in your mouth and chew it. That's a shinoi, and you're allowed to do it on Shabbos for the bris milah. Another thing that you put on the milah was a mixture of wine and oil. If you didn't do it before Shabbos, you just pour wine in a bowl. You're allowed to take a bandage and put it on the milah, but do not create a sleeve on Shabbos. What if you don't have a bandage? You're allowed to go to another chutter, wrap it around your finger, and bring it back in. Why does the Mishnah say chol tzarke? Anything that's necessary for bris? It comes to include the halacha of tzitzin that are ma'akiv and not ma'akiv. By the priya, that thin skin, if you don't remove roiv, then it's not a milah. So even if the male walked away, he's allowed to come back and perform the rest of the milah, because otherwise it's not a milah. But if you have tzitzin, small pieces of skin that are not ma'akiv, once he walks away, he should not come back to do it. You're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. Now, how do we know this halacha? And who is the one that says? Who's the author of this halacha? So the Gemara has a number of attempts. Rabbi says perhaps it's Rabbi Shmuel. And we had this early in the Masechta. Rabbi Shmuel says, when it comes to the hide, skinning the korban Pesach, you only skin it up until the chest. You remove the Yevarim and put them on the Mizbeach. You're not allowed to continue removing the skin afterwards. So too over here. Once you're done with the Milah, you're not allowed to come back and remove the rest of the tzitzit. But the Gemara says a very interesting thing. What's the comparison? By skin, removing the rest of the skin, you're not mekayim any mitzvah. But by removing the rest of the tzitzim, you're mekayim the mitzvah. It's a kelim ambeyu, beautifying mitzvahs. And there's a concept of beautifying even a bris milah, just like you beautify a sukkah, a little, a shofar, tzitzis, a nicer beged, a nicer tzitzis, sefer Torah, a better sefer, better ink, better kulmos. You wrap the sefer Torah with special silk. So too by bris milah. Abishal says, and this might be the line of Yiddishkeit. Zekir v'amveyu. V'amveyu means ani v'hu. You must mimic HaKadosh Baruch Hu. By mimicking HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you're davik in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you mimic HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Whatever he does, you do. So he's a racham and a chanon. You're a racham and a chanon. So the Gemara says, perhaps this is similar to Kiddush HaChodesh. If you witness the new moon, you must come to Yerushalayim, even though it consists of Chilul Shabbos. What if everybody sees the moon, even people in Yerushalayim? You're not accomplishing anything. Rabbi Yossi says, do not come. So too over here. Since you're not accomplishing, you already performed the bris milah. There's only tzitzis and shenim ma'akim. You're not allowed to be mechal Shabbos on it. The Gemara says, what's the connection? Over here, he started the mitzvah of milah. He was already mechal Shabbos. Let him at least finish. Over there, by Kiddush HaChodesh, he never started. So the Gemara says, perhaps it's similar to the halacha of the lechem hapanim in the Beis Hamikdash, which they switched the lechem hapanim every Shabbos. The way they did it is they brought 4 people in. 2 holding 2 stacks of 6 breads, 2 holding the bezichim, the spoons of frankincense. And the new bread would be pushed in as the old bread came out. It says in the Pasuk Talmud. So one man says they literally have to touch each other. There can't be a split second where there's no bread in the shulchan. And Rabbi Yossi says, no, you come back later, an hour, as long as it's not overnight. So according to Rabbi Yossi, you can make a hefsek. According to Chacham, you can't make a hefsek. So too by us, you cannot make a hefsek. Once you walk away from the milah, even for a split second, you're done. You cannot come back and do the tzitzit shenim ma'akim. If a gadol, something that's over 13, has tzitzim hama'akim, in other words, he didn't have a bris milah, so he's chayiv kares. A male that was told, do not perform a bris milah, Shabbos is almost over, and he didn't listen, and he performed the bris milah, and in fact, he finished the bris milah after Shabbos, he's chayiv kares because he's mechal Shabbos. Because when he performed the milah, it wasn't a pure milah, and that was a chabur on Shabbos, chayiv kares. And as we said, a person who doesn't do mitzitza can no longer be a mile because it's a big sakana for the baby when you don't do the mitzitza. Just like putting on a bandage with cumin is for sakana purposes. It's mutter b'chal Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos, Daf Kuf Lamed Dalet. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Sounders from the UK, from the Jewish Weekly. Long email how we could do different things to improve MDY. One of the things he would like to start is sponsoring emails. He'd like to be the first one to sponsor emails. So thank you, Yossi, for thinking about us. We have a daf, at least a full amud, full of different remedies. Many of them come from Abaya's famous stepmother, and she says, a compress to heal most wounds consists of 7 parts fat, 1 part wax. Rava says 1 part wax, 1 part resin. In fact, he spoke about this in public, and the sons of Manumi, the doctor, were extremely sad about this. This was their source of living, and they ripped Kriya. So he says, listen, don't worry about it. I have one more trick up my sleeve. If somebody washes their face and doesn't dry their face properly, they'll grow boils. And what do? You take beet juice and you wash your face with beet juice. Even though the Mishnah tells us that you're not allowed to grind cumin on Shabbos, you're not allowed to mix really well oil and wine on Shabbos, but on Yom Tov it's allowed. Cumin you can use for food, so you can use it for milah. There's no danger to this chayla. On Shabbos it's also to mix the wine and the oil, even without beating it really well. According to Meir, it's mutter. Meir himself was sick and refused to eat the wine and the oil. They said, you hold it's mutter. He says, but I don't want to go with my friends. For others, he passed it. It's mutter. For himself, he was machmer. You're not allowed to put mustard seeds through a strainer because it looks like boirer. On the other hand, you're allowed to put an egg and take the egg white and put it into the mustard through the mustard strainer. That doesn't look like boirer because at the end of the day, the yolk is also going to go through the strainer. You're not allowed to sweeten up the mustard seeds by putting a wooden coal in the mustard seeds, because what happens is the mustard seeds eventually extinguish the coal, and that's mechaba. If it's a metal coal, then it's okay even if it extinguishes, because there's no ashes that are left over, whereas in the wooden coal, we have ashes that are left over. Putting meat, a barbecue on Yom Tov, where the juices of the meat are going to extinguish the coals, is not a problem because it's considered efshar. The meat tastes a lot better when it's fresh, and that's the only way to do it. To make cheese on Yom Tov, which is boina, would be also because you could do it before Yom Tov. In fact, cheese that's older, aged cheese, tastes better than, if you make it today, the cheese will taste okay, but not as good as it was done the day before. So that's considered efshar. It's possible, and therefore it's also to do it on Yom Tov. Lisha, which is kneading the dough, is mutter to do on Yom Tov because we don't have another option. It's considered efshar. It tastes a lot better when you do it today. Abaya's stepmother says, when you put a sleeve over the bris milah, be careful that the hem of the sleeve, which is full of loose threads, is not on the actual wound, because if a thread gets stuck there and then you pull off the sleeve, it could cause the baby to become a krushavcha, and a krushavcha is not allowed to marry somebody, the kahal, from the Jewish nation. She herself, Abaya's stepmother, would make a lining in the sleeve so that this doesn't happen. Abaya says, if you don't have one of these sleeves, what you can do is you can take some sort of cloth that has a hem, and in this way the hem will actually help us. You put the hem on the part of the milah that doesn't have a wound, and it'll stick to the milah so that it doesn't come off, and the smooth part you put on the wound. Other things that Abaya's mother said is, if you see that the baby's opening to go to the bathroom, the doilum, is not there, so you rub oil there, and you put the baby to the sun, and you see where it's clear. That's where the opening is supposed to be. You take a piece of barley, which is sharp, and you cut an X, an opening. You don't use a metal object because that could cause swelling. If a baby doesn't nurse well, you take a cup of coals, you pour it out on a flat surface, you put it by his mouth. The reason he's not nursing is because his mouth is cold, you warm up the mouth. If a baby is not breathing well, so you take the afterbirth and you put it on him. If the baby's really small, you take the small opening first, and then the larger part of the afterbirth comes second. In other words, to show that the baby's going to go from small to large. If the baby is bloated, so you take the larger part, the large opening, and put it first, and then the smaller part. So that shows that the baby is going to become smaller. If a baby is extremely red or yellow, that's a sign that the blood hasn't been absorbed well into the body, and you have to wait for the bris milah. Gemara tells us two identical stories, basically, with Reb Nosson Abavli. There was a woman who both of her children died during the bris milah. The third one she brought to Reb Nosson Abavli, and he said, "Look, the baby's too red to do bris milah. Let's wait." He waited, and the baby lived, and she named the baby Nosson Abavli. Another time, the baby was yellow. Two of its brothers died. He checked, and he saw that there's no dam bris. In order to be kind of mitzvah bris milah, you need dam bris. It's also very dangerous to do a bris milah like that. The baby could die. They waited, and sure enough, the baby lived. They named the baby Nosson Abavli. The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to wash the baby before the bris to strengthen the baby, and after the bris. And then the Mishnah says you do zilo if you sprinkle the water. Machlokes in the Gemara, what's going on there? According to Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baravua, you only sprinkle the baby. You cannot rinse the baby in a bath. Only sprinkle water only on the first day. And Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah argues and says you could wash the baby for 3 days, and we see this from Shechem that they were in a lot of pain on the third day. You see that the third day is also a sakana. According to Rava, Tanakam hold in the first and second day you can wash the baby regularly. Only on the third day you have to sprinkle water. Elazar ben Azariah says even on the third day you could sprinkle water. You could wash the baby. There's a raya from the Brisa, like Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, from Shechem, and the Brisa says that it's not a true raya from Shechem. And the Gemara explains because Shechem, they were older. But by a baby, perhaps, the baby heals quicker. Maybe by the third day, he's not considered in a sakana. There's a story where Rava passed into someone that he can wash his baby on the first day, regular bath. And then he got sick. And he said, perhaps because I was mechuluk on Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baravua, even though the Brisa says like Rava, but from the Mishnah, it seems like there's missing a word, af marchitzim, which sounds like the halach is like Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baravua, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yochanan passing that the halach is like Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. You're allowed to wash the baby, his entire body, all 3 days, even with water that was boiled on Shabbos because of the sakana. According to Rab, you're allowed to put oil and a wine mixture on a wound on Shabbos. It's not considered shchikas hamamanim. According to Shmuel, it's considered shchikas hamamanim. So you put it above the wound and it drips into the wound. And there's a brisa that says like Shmuel. This that you're not allowed to put the oil and wine mixture on a bandage, even if the bandage is on the body, off the body, is because of the chashash that you're going to squeeze and you'll be over on schita. Rags that are new, in other words, they've never been on a wound before, they are also to put on Shabbos because they have a power of healing. But if they were already put on a wound, it's mutter to put on Shabbos. Wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed. Hey, today's email comes to us from Kalman from the Five Towns. He says he had a transformation with your dad being the driving force behind my transformation, together with my Rebbe, the Blumenstein. He goes on to say, thank you, Reb Eli, for all you do, and also Shkoyach to all the Chabura. Bezer Hashem should all be backing your base measure for the Siyam as well. Regards, Kalman. Thank you, Kalman. We're discussing what kind of bris milah pushes off Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us, Safek Milah. The pasuk which tells us that you could push off Shabbos for bris milah is from the word uvayoyim. But that same pasuk all the way at the end says arla soy. It has to be a definite arla. So therefore, a baby that was born bein hashmashos either on Friday or on Shabbos, since it's not definite what day it is, that Shabbos is not pushed off for bris milah. If a baby was born with a bris, and we're going to go into it, that's also a suffix which doesn't push off Shabbos. Androgynos has zachrus and akvos. Suffix, it doesn't push off Shabbos. And finally, we know that halacha, if a baby in the time of the Gemara was born in the 8th month, it's not viable. It's actually muktzah on Shabbos. You can't even touch it. The mother could only nurse it if she's bitzar or she's bisakana. So if we have a suffix, whether that baby was born in the 7th month, the end of the 7th, or in the 8th month, we don't know if that baby is viable, and therefore that baby's milah doesn't push off Shabbos. Androgynos, according to Rabbi Yehuda, is chayiv in a bris milah, and since it's chayiv in bris milah, it pushes off Shabbos, and if it doesn't perform in bris milah, he's chayiv kares. We have a machlokes here. What happens to a baby that was born with a bris milah? According to the Tanakama, if a baby was born with a bris milah, according to Bishamai, you have to do hatavas dam, you have to let out some blood. That's part of the milah, because Bishamai is concerned perhaps there is an arla here, just it's kavush, it blends in and you don't see it. They still say we don't have to be concerned. And Rav Paskins like this Tanakam. Or if Shimon Elazar comes and says no. According to everybody, if a baby was born with a Mila, you don't have to do Atavas Dam. Where's the Machlokes? Only in a case where a ger comes to us with a ready-made bris. Does he have to do Atavas Dam according to Bishama? Yes, according to Yisrael, no. And this is how Shmuel Paskins. The Gemara tells us a very sad story of Adar Rahava Paskin that you have to do Hatavas Dam even on Shabbos. He held that it's 100% Arla Kvusha. There's an Arla here, just it's hidden, and therefore it requires a bris milah even on Shabbos. He searched and searched. 13 miles turned him down. They refused to perform a bris milah. So he was forced into doing his own milah. He performed the milah, but he injured the baby. He caused the baby to be a krushavcha. According to the Yerushalmi, eventually the baby died. Either he himself davened that he should die, or the baby died. Ravasi tells us a tremendous chiddush. A baby only has a bris milah on the 8th day if the mother becomes tummy through the childbirth. And he brings from the Psukim. But if, for instance, the mother does not become tummy because she gave birth with a cesarean, or let's say a giyaris gave birth and then only afterwards she was toivel, the baby must have a bris milah on the first day. Don't ask any questions from Avram Avinu all the way to Matan Torah, where there was no tumah, yet they performed the bris milah on the 8th day. It's possible that when the Torah came, there was a new chiddush of tumah, and with that came a chiddush that if there is no tumah, then the bris milah is on the first day. There's a brayz that says that a child born with cesarean or a child that has two arlos, either he has baleric skin or he has two milas, machlekes, whether you machal Shabbos or not. But Shabbos and the 8th day are dependent on one another. In other words, you're not machal Shabbos only if it's a baby that was born on the 8th day. Gemara tells us this is very similar to a big machlekes with Yilid Bayis and Miknas Kesef. We have two psukim that tell us that a slave that was either bought Miknas Kesef or a slave that was actually born in captivity by the Jewish owner, Yilid Bayis. In both cases, there's two possibilities. Either the bris is on the 8th day or the bris is on the first day. One pasuk tells us Uven Shmeinas Yamin, the bris must be performed on the 8th day. But then the pasuk right afterwards doesn't talk about what day. It just says Yilid Bayis Miknas Kesef. Therefore, we learn there's one case that the milah is on the 8th day, and one case the milah is on the first day. You have a Tanakama and Rav Chama. Tanakama holds that any time this baby, this Eved, is not similar to a Yisrael, he's not lochem, then the bris milah is performed on the first day. Rav Chama agrees to that concept, just he adds one more tonight. He says anytime the mother is not tmeya because of the leda, then the bris is on the first day. So we have like this. According to the Tanakama, if you bought a shivcha who was already pregnant and afterwards she gave birth, in other words, you purchased her, you purchased the vlad, that's a miknas kesef, and that's a case that the baby has a milah on the 8th day. If you bought a shivcha and afterwards she became pregnant, that's considered yilid bayis, who's already by you when she became pregnant. Again, the milah is on the 8th day. If you bought a shivcha together with a baby, in other words, he was already best kesef, you bought the baby in that case has a meal on the first day. What if you bought a shivcha, but only for her offspring, nothing else? That's a case of yilid bayis, who's born by you, but the meal is only on the first day because that's not similar to lachem, to Yisrael. According to the Mandama, that says kinyan peiros kinyan akuf. That is, you can't say I'm only buying offspring, because once you say offspring, that includes the mother as well. And then it is like a Yisrael. So the case is, you bought a shivcha on condition not to be toiveler. And then it's not like Yisrael, and the milah is on the first day. According to Rav Chama, if she gave birth and afterwards she was toivel, then she didn't give birth betuma, so the milah is on the first day. If she was toivel and then she gave birth, then she's yilid bayis. Both of these cases are yilid bayis, but the milah is on the 8th because then she had tumah when she was giving birth. If you bought a shivcha who was pregnant and he was toiveler and then she gave birth, that's considered miknas kesef. The meal is on the 8th day. Finally, if he bought a shivcha only for her offspring, that's miknas kesef, which is only the meal is on the first day because he doesn't have a part of the mother and therefore it's not similar to lachem. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Vav. Today's emails come from Yaakov Krieger. He says he's an 8-minute daf guy, and he has a great idea that we should start an email newsletter. Like the idea a lot. Thank you, Yaakov. Another Yaakov Razin from Harnov says that when his shir fell apart during COVID, he joined 8-minute daf to catch up on the dafim that he missed, and then he joined our regular shir, and he loves it. A great shkoyim for a wonderful, well-explained daf in every way. It's a wonderful group of friends who enjoy every minute. Yaakov Razner, thank you. Reb Shimon Gamliel holds that whether it's a human baby or an animal, newborn, they're not considered viable halachically until by a human being 30 days passes, and by an animal 8 days pass. By a human being, it says it has to be at least 30 days old to do kinyan ben, and by an animal it says you have to be at least 8 days old in order to bring it as a carbon. That shows us that the animal is not viable until 8 days. Chachamim argue, and they say that as soon as an animal or a human are born, they are viable immediately. And the halach is like Reb Shimon Gamliel. The question is, how could we possibly perform a bris milah on Shabbos, push off Shabbos, for a human being who's not viable? Says the Gemara, you're right. If you perform a bris milah, you're not over anything, because it's a maman of shach. If this baby survives, then it's a great bris milah. If the baby doesn't survive, then halachically the baby was dead when you perform the milah, and there's no issur to perform a milah. Then the question is, why does it say in the Mishnah that if a human is born, and we don't know whether it was born in the 7th month, the end of the 7th, or the beginning of the 8th month, cannot push off Shabbos for that milah? Why not? If it's going to survive, it's a great milah. If it won't survive, you didn't do an issur. And the answer is you're right. You could perform a milah, but what you can't do, what the Mishnah is telling us, you cannot do machshirei mitzvah according to Rebbe Eliezer. You cannot create a knife because perhaps the baby won't survive, and then you just created a knife for no reason. When it comes to Nevela, the Torah tells us v'chiyomus min behema. The word min is extra. It should say v'chiyomus behema. We learn from here a tremendous chiddush. If you have an animal that you can't eat because it's a treifa, but you shecht it anyway, that shechit accomplishes that it removes the tumah from the animal after it dies. So then when the pasuk continues and says, Asher hi lochem la'achla, obviously we're talking about a kosher animal, so why does the pasuk say that you're eating it, you're going to eat it? And the Gemara learns two things from this. A, that even a non-kosher animal emits tumah, and B, that an animal who is 8 days old, who doesn't have 8 days, the shechita is not mitayr. According to the Tanakh, according to Reb Shimon and Reb Yehuda, the shechita does accomplish, even though you shouldn't be shechting it, it's not viable according to Reb Shimon. The shechita accomplishes that it's tahar. Abai comes along and says that the machlokes is whether this animal is considered alive. If it's alive, then the shechita accomplishes that there's no tumah. And Reb Shimon says that's alive. Tanakh says it's dead. Rava says no. According to everybody, this animal is considered dead. So what's machlokes? Machlokes is, do we compare this animal who's not 8 days old yet to a treifa? Just like a treifa, we say the shechita accomplishes to remove tumah. Is this like a treifa? Rabban say no, it's not like a treifa. But treifa had a shasa kosher, had a moment where it was kosher, even if it was born like that. But in its category, there are animals that are kosher and then later on develop a moment where this animal never had a shasa kosher. It's less than 8 days old. What is the machlokes between Reb Shimon Gamliel and Chacham? Reb Shimon Gamliel says that an animal is not viable until 8 days old, and a human is not viable until 30. Chacham say immediately. Abai says, L'maskas Gemara, that if the machlokes is in a case where there's a premature death, for instance, the baby fell off a roof, it was eaten by a lion, an animal was shechted prematurely before 8 days. According to Reb Shimon Gamliel, they're considered dead, and according to Chachamim, they weren't dead. Look, at the end of the day, they died from different causes. But let's say if the baby or the animal yawned and died, in other words, they were extremely weak, so you see that they weren't viable, everybody would agree that they are considered dead. The Lord tells the story Rav Papa and Rav Huna were offered igla tilta, considered the best type of meat, the third born calf. However, this calf was on the 7th day. They wait till the 8th day, and they refused to eat it because they hold like Reb Shimon Gamliel, that's the halacha, that before 8 days, it's not viable and shouldn't be. We have a concept called Kolu Chadasha. If you know for certain that this animal or this baby went full term, then we don't have to wait 30 days. We don't have to wait 8 days. Therefore, when it comes to an animal that Kolu Chadasha, and it was born on Yom Tov, so number one, this animal is not muktzah because it was already ready to eat through its mother. It was a full-term baby. It just came out today. Second of all, you're allowed to eat it right away because Kolu Chadasha, you don't have to wait for 8 days. Same thing also, if a Bechar was born with a mum and Bezin witnessed the mum at the birth, you're allowed to shecht it right away, Kolu Chadasha. Rav Dini, now we're going to talk about humans in Kolu Chadasha. Rav Dini told his son who lost the child within 30 days, why are you sitting Shiva? Why are you being a Sabo? And he used a very strong language. He says, do you want the free food people are bringing you by Nichum Avelim? And he tells his father, no. I know for a fact, Kolu Chadasha, I know when the pregnancy was, it was a full-term baby. And since it was a full-term baby, this baby deserves a proper Avelos. Mar does a case where a woman's husband dies without children. She would have to be a Yavama. But in this case, there was a child who died within 30 days. And she accepted Kiddushin from someone. Says the Gemara, it depends. Ravina says in the name of Rava that if she's engaged to a Yisrael, so the Chalitza doesn't really matter much. All it does is render her a Grusha, a divorcee, and Yisrael can marry a divorcee. So let her have Chalitza from the Yavam, and therefore we won't have any issues here. But if she's engaged to a Kayan, where the Chalitza would render her a Grusha and she wouldn't be able to marry the Kayan, let's say the Halach in this case will be like Chachamim, that the baby was viable. We'll go with Kula. Comes Rav Shrebia in the name of Rava and says that's impossible. Since the Allah is like Rav Shimon Gamliel, a newborn less than 30 days old is never viable. So it doesn't matter whether she's engaged to Israel or to a Kohen. In both cases, she require Chalitza and she won't be able to marry that Kohen. Says Ravina, you're right. That's what Rava said at night. But in the daytime, he retracted it. Says Rav Shrebia, what, you're going to allow her to marry the Kohen without Chalitza? You're allowing a Yavama to marry? If so, you might as well go ahead and allow all the traders in the world, all the Chalev. Rabbi Yehuda, we learned in the Mishnah holds that when it comes to an androgynous, someone who has Zachrus and Nachos, both, you perform a Milah on Shabbos, it's Doicha Shabbos. It's only a halacha by Milah that Rabbi Yehuda holds that he has, or this person has a halacha of a Zachar, which requires Milah because the Pasuk says, Hima lachem chol Zachar. All Zachar, including those androgynous. But by other halachas, for instance, if somebody points at an androgynous, it says, Eretz Koyalite, I want whatever value he is, I want to bring to this English. He doesn't have a value, not of a Zachar, not of a Nekeva. This is Rabbi Yehuda in Safra. Sam Safra is for Rabbi Yehuda. And finally, the halacha is that androgynous cannot make the ingredients of the mechatas of a Parah Aduma because he has a halacha of an Nekeva, not of a Zachar. Have a wonderful day.
Because I was like, who's going to stop me from biting or hurting or doing anything? And so I was like, if I tap this, that'll stop me. And when I faced it in acid, it was like, you think you're going to do bad things, but you're not, because you have chosen the right path this whole way, so you can trust yourself. You know what I mean? Like, 3-year-old Jordan was not outside killing a cat. You know what I mean? She was fucking playing, right? Like, so every step of the way, you're building this personality.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Aaron Mosbacher, a boy who wrote us a while ago. He had many surgeries, only 13 years old. He says, just wanted to share my good news that I finished brachas. Bezer Hashem, I'm looking forward to starting Eruvin with you. Thanks again for the great and enjoyable Shiburim. Mazel Tov, Aaron Mosbacher. Talking about Eruvin, we are gearing up for one-of-a-kind Zoom Siyum, which is going to include 40 different locations, Bezer Hashem, throughout the world and many different continents. If you'd like to be part of it, joining or hosting, please drop us an email at dafkurama@gmail.com. Brand new Mishnah, very, very interesting sugya. The Mishnah tells us about two cases. This person had a set of boy twins. One was born on Friday, one was born on Shabbos. And by mistake, you do the bris milah for the one from Friday on Shabbos. Not that big of a problem because the baby has to have a bris milah. The problem is that if you perform the bris milah on a baby on the wrong day, on the 9th day, and that's also to do on Shabbos. There is a chil Shabbos, but there is a mitzvah of this. The second case is twin boys. One was born on Shabbos and one was born on Sunday. And by mistake, the boy was born on Sunday and gave her a bris milah on Shabbos. Now he wasn't even with time on this with bris because it's a day early.
acid.
So according to Rav Huna, in this case, where he took the boy from Sunday and gave him bris on Shabbos, everybody agrees that he's chayav b'chatas. You made a mistake. It's no different than Avodah Zarah. You make a mistake, you do Avodah Zarah. You show you bring it back. Where's the machlokes? Says Rav Huna in the first case, where the baby was born on Friday. And by mistake, he did on Shabbos. So here he's totally different. He was trying to do the meal on the other boy, and by mistake, he grabbed the identical twin or whatever, and he did perform the meal on the Friday boy. He was Makayim and Mrs. Mila, but at the same time, he's showing hotter from a carbon according to Rabbi Yeshua, according to Rabbi Lezer, he's high. Shua says it's not similar to Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is doing that better. Over here is Makayim and Mitzvah. Rabbi says no. In this case that we just discussed, the boy was born on Friday and he did the Milah on Shabbos. Everybody agrees there's no chat performed the mitzvah. Where's the machlok? Where the baby was born on Sunday and he performed the bris milah on Shabbos. It was too early. So that even that Yeshua says he's hotter. Why? Because he's tired of the mitzvah. He didn't do a mitzvah, but he wanted to do a mitzvah. In that case, he's not chayav b'chatos. He says, what if the case of the Friday baby? He was moiling on Shabbos. But what if you go one step further? He took the Shabbos baby and was moiling on Friday. He did a complete switcheroo. In that case, it would be much worse. Because he has nothing, he doesn't have an excuse. You can't say, oh, I was being Isaac with the Milah, but he already did the Milah on Friday. So therefore, everybody would research in this case that it would be chayav a carbon. Says the Mishnah, you know that a bris milah is on the 8th day. There is no situation where the halacha requires you to do a bris milah on the 7th day. But there is sometimes a halacha requirement to do the bris milah on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th day on a healthy baby. Where if the baby was born on a day, let's say he was born on a Monday, bein hashmachos. You don't know if he was born on Monday or Tuesday. Bein hashmachos is a suffix. Therefore, you have to add another day, musafik, and just do it 9 days later. But what if he was born on Friday? The 9th day comes out on Shabbos. You cannot do a bris on Shabbos misafik. So you have to add another day and do it on Sunday. But what if Sunday is Yontif? So you have to add another day, and that's already 11. But what if it's a 2-day Yontif? It's Rosh Hashanah. So now you have to go all the way to 2 days. 12 days. Wait.
People at a desk job, I'm like, you're cutting out Brian, who's like,
if a baby,
who's like just all right,
what's that?
Any deal?
You have to wait the same amount of time that you wait for a bris milah. You have to wait 7 days, but not just like a bris milah. Baby was born right before Shkia. You count that day as a full day, and then because he was born Sunday night, Sunday right before Shkia, so you could perform the bris milah the following Sunday in the morning. You don't have to wait 24 full hours. But if the baby was sick and he healed at night, you can't perform the bris milah Sunday morning. You have to wait all the way to the night to perform the bris milah because for disease you are concerned that you should be healthy and you need 7 full days of 24 hours. We learned about tzitzin ha'ma'akfim. That is the thin skin below the arla that the mother removes with his fingers. If you leave the roiv of that skin on, it doesn't count as a bris. What constitutes roiv? Well, obviously, if it's roiv skin, that's roiv, but even more so. Even if it's a very thin sliver of skin, which in terms of area surface, it's not a roiv. But because it's a long strip that goes from top to bottom, and it's the roiv of the height, that's enough to constitute tzitzin ha'ma'akfim, and it's not yotzei the milah. If after the milah, this child looks as if he didn't have a bris, even though he does have a bris, because of Marashayin, you have to perform the bris again. If this child is very heavy, has a lot of skin, says Shmuel, that depends. If he looks as if he has a bris milah when he has kishui, then you don't have to give him another bris. And if not, you have to give him another bris. Rav Shimon Gamliel seems like to say Shin Halacha, but there's one after. Rav Shimon Gamliel says, if he doesn't look like he has a bris, he doesn't look like it when he has a kishui, then you have to give him a milah. Therefore, what if he looks and doesn't look? 50-50. In that case, you don't have to give him a bris, but according to Shmuel, you would have to give him a bris. What other brothers? The Moil says, the father of the kid says, everybody standing around says, the person making the bracha on the wine, the person makes the agavim, but then he says, he engraved into our skin, into our flesh, a bris. You never get rid of it. You have a mitzvah. It's a sub, chasam, but bris kodesh, and future generations, the shvatim, our generations, all have bris kodesh. Okay, for that, the schar zoitz, kel, chai, chalkein, tzurei, tzarei, or siva simagbaris, is what did in the past or in the future. Lahatzik is sharing the shachas, save us, our flesh, from shachas, from the enemy. The Mambrisa Asher Sam
I
Serenu,
don't love it, but I fucking
because of the grist that we have in our flesh, Baruch Hashem, a ger and also an evet have a very, very similar bracha. First, the Gemara says alamila, and then the person making the bracha says Shekeshem says it's kind of lamos hager, or in the case of evet, it's not about them. Ulahativem dam bris, and we continue going. She'll molly dam bris without the bris. When it's coming from my bars, it wouldn't be heaven and earth. Shinema. And by Risi Yom Malayla, Kuka Shemayim Bars, but something there's a slight difference with this bracha and the Evet's bracha. Baruch Atah Hashem, the race. And with that we finish Perek with Eliezer the New. The new Perek 12. Our mission is discussing oil, a temporary oil, and the halacha of boirer. According to everybody, cannot hang or put a sifter on top of a barrel on Shabbos because that creates a temporary oil. According to Eliezer, on Yom Tov it's allowed, even though you're creating oil. Why? Because there is a hole when it comes to machshirei oil. The preliminary actions before you eat, just like you're allowed to prepare food, you're allowed to prepare the machshirei oil on Yom Tov, just like Rabbi Yehuda. Just he goes one step more than Rabbi. He says not only can you prepare it if you can't do it on Erev Yom Tov, but even if you could do it on Erev Yom Tov, you're allowed to prepare it on Yom Tov itself. When it comes to temporary oil, Rabbi Eliezer is very machmir. Over here he holds machshirei oil is okay. We had the sugi before, if you're allowed to close a window shutter, and now we're going to be discussing a skylight, which is a temporary oil. Says Rabbi Eliezer, temporary oil is also even on Yom Tov. Even when it's just adding your oil, not creating a brand new oil, is also. When it comes to machshirei oil, he is making, he says you're allowed. According to Chachamim, you're allowed to make a temporary oil. Now, if the strainer is already on the barrel, on Shabbos you're allowed to pour the wine, even though it's going to catch the sediments, because that's not the derech of boirer, and according to Chachamim, you're not allowed to put the strainer there because that's not Yom Tov. But on Yom Tov, you're allowed to strain it, not on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Screaming and yelling at each other, like, keep me the fuck away from whatever this is.
Yeah.
You know, because I remember I watched my grandmother and my grandparents. My grandmother was always yelling. My grandfather was like, oh, don't stay married, whatever you do. I was like, well, when I was a little kid, I was like, you gotta get out while you can.
Yeah. I think that's why there's so many avoidant women right now, is because I think there's so many of those like lazy boy dads who are like dissociated looking at a TV that isn't on, and every time they try to like, you know, every time they're like, hey Jim, how's it going?
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lameches. Today's email comes to us from Warren Carlos.
Like, there's so
He did an
many couples
extreme
like that.
act of chesed by adopting a Jewish baby from a non-Jewish home. The non-Jews refused to allow him to do bris milah. Eventually, when the kid was 2 years old, they performed the bris milah. And it came out, the bris happened exactly when the baby was 2 years and 8 days old, which falls out on today on Rosh Chodesh Av. And the Zochel says, because of this great mitzvah that they did, it was Zochel to eat wine and meat on Rosh Chodesh Av. Thanks, Warren Harris. If a person went ahead and put a sifter over a kli, a sifter that sifts out the sediment from the wine, according to Rav Yosef, it's the Raisa. He's Koyma. He's making an oil arad. And according to Abai, it's only this is the Rabbanim. Uvdim the Choy. Doing something that you do the weekdays, which can lead to the Raisa. The word tells us Abayo took all the different prices that talk about oil arad and put them together. He made 3 categories. The category of complete. This is the Raisa. This is the Rabbanim and Mutter.
There he is.
He says a good, which is a portable refrigerator. You tie it
How you living,
on 4
Tim?
different poles, and it allows air to pass underneath it and clean off the liquid.
There you go, big man.
Or this sifter that we were just discussing,
There you go.
and a canopy bed that has a tetach all the way to the top, and a chair that comes apart. Now the chair is different than an oil. The chair, the concern is you're going to put it together on Shabbos. And
No, I'm just working on a project. How about you?
In other words, if you make a permanent tent, that's this is the rest. If you take a folding chair,
There
open
you
it up,
go.
or an aslo, which is a portable toilet that has a hole in the center, that's mutter lechatchila. What happens if you go ahead and you filter wine on Shabbos with this sifter? You let the sediment stand. According to Rav Kahana, you chayav achatos. It says Rav Sheshes. That makes no sense. How could you be chayav achatos and say that Eliezer says it's mutter lechatchila? To go from one side to the other, it's impossible. In fact, Eliezer says a similar thing by Kushal Zah. That's a decorative piece that a woman wears that depicts Yerushalayim. The letter says 100% mutter, where Ramesh says 100% also. So you see that he does argue from side to side. Says the Gemara, that's different because there's a middle sheet. Chachamim will say that's Issa D'Rabbanan. He was referring to Chachamim. What are Adam supposed to tell the person who's about to pour the wine and sift it on Shabbos? What is he about to be like? Reb Zeri says he's over on Meraki, sifting. Rabbi says that he's over on Meraki. He could also warn him about Boyer. Because at the end of the day, the sediment stays on top. Rabbi Baruch says that if you have a talus that's spread on top of 4 poles, and it has, you create walls with it, so you have a roof and walls, that's also the Rabbanan for oil out. He also says that if you have a bed, you have, as you see in red, a string, a rope that you can grab and pull the oil on. That's mutter l'chatchila. It's meant to be open and closed. You see, Rav was matter that, and this is what he did in Rav Huda's house. Apart, it's fine. Rav says there's a type of bed called harmonoi that comes apart. Similar to the chair that we discussed, since it comes apart, you can't put it back together on Shabbos. That's makim apart. Our bed that's up against the wall, and you put it down at night. So you're creating oil, and you put it down. Mutter l'chatchila. A canopy that has a tefach on its roof, that's also put together. Rakia says you're allowed to hang a curtain on Shabbos. The whole issur of oil right is to make a rooftop, not a wall. As points out, a wall that's a matter or something, like matter sukkah, that would be awesome. Says the Gemara, Kilos Chasanim, and that is a canopy for Chasanim that is 2 vertical poles and 1 pole connecting the 2 vertical poles, and you put a fabric on it, like a triangle. It's mutter on 4 conditions. That the roof is not a tefach wide. And second condition, as you go down, within 3 tefachim from the top, it can't be a tefach either because that's low. You go all the way down to the bottom. Each side, since this Manorah holds that this vertical wall is actually on a slant and therefore it's considered a horizontal roof, you cannot have a tefach from the end to the center pole. In other words, we're dealing with a very narrow bed that's only 2 tefachim wide. Who uses such a bed? Says Rashi for decorative purposes. Other places Rashi says you take a bunch of these together, let's say 4 or 5 of them, now you have 8, 10 tefachim, now it's a normal bed. And finally, the 4th tnai is it's a fabric, when it comes down, it shouldn't go below the bed, 1 tefach. A bed, a hat, a black felt hat, let's say. Says Gemara, you have to put it on really taut so that it doesn't fly off by the wind, because if you put it on loosely, you can blow off, and you'll go get it on Shabbos, and that's it done. Rabbi Bar Cheskel asked Rav Huna to tell him 3 halachas that he heard over from Rav. 2 in Hilchos Shabbos and 1 in Nagata. So he said, Rav said when it comes to good, to this portable refrigerator that you hang taut, if one person does it, it's awesome. Because he's going to make it taut, and that's awesome. 2 people, they know how to get around and not making it taut. It says a bias. When it comes to Kilos Chasanim, even if 10 people make it, 1 guy is going to pull here and there, and it's going to be taut, and that's awesome. The second halacha Rav said is when it comes to an oven, it has 4 legs. Tanakama says if 1 leg is missing, the oven remains an oven, and therefore it's muktzah, but you're allowed to move muktzah to tzarech mekayim. Rav says no. Even 1 leg missing is also to touch, because you might put it in properly. And in Agadah, Rav says, I see the Torah should Yisrael. Eventually, Torah is going to be conducting our son from Klal Yisrael, talking about Dolos and Kushabah. It says in the pasuk, there's going to be an extraordinary Maka. And what is that? That's you're going to forget Torah later. Shimon Bar says no. Klal Yisrael, them are going to forget Torah. What's going to happen is they're not going to have a Mishnah Berurah. It's not going to be clear. There's always going to be machlokes. When Klal Yisrael went into Torah Yavna, they learned the pasuk Lo Yirah from Loitzah Melana. Klal Yisrael is not going to be hungry and thirsty for bread and water. Rather, they're going to be thirsty. Kevar Hashem, Kevar Hashem. Now it says you should do Levakish Kevar Hashem. Klal Yisrael is going to forget halachas. They're going to forget the case when Mashiach's coming, and you're not going to have the anymore. And a woman is going to go into the dispenser. She's going to ask the shayla in the tumah, and nobody's going to know what's the shayla. She's going to say this loaf of bread that was in the oven that had a sheretz hanging in the ear space. Is this loaf of bread a rishon l'tumah or a sheni l'tumah? And the question is going to be, do we consider the entire ear space of the oven as avatum, and anything in that ear space becomes a rishon? When it's a raisa that tells us no. The oven becomes a rishon, and in return it makes the bread a sheni. Because if all the ear space was a rishon, in other words, to make a rishon, then it should also make a kli, another kli, a rishon, and it doesn't. But obviously they knew that if it's too much, anything that was Mafurish and Mishnah, they knew. Have a wonderful day.
I was like, is there any just like water bottles? They're like, no, we have neurotropic dust.
That's so funny. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us like some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Derek Poston, who's black, Hassan Amaya, who's Muslim. It was Tony Hitchcliffe, Ron White, and me. I'm like, this is a
Shabbos Avstuf Lamed Tes. Today's email comes to us from Mendel Mitz from Buenos Aires, Argentina. He will be hosting Bezer Hashem, one of the 75 locations that we have around the world to see him on the Masechta Shabbos. He's going to be in Argentina. If you would like to also host a place, please send us an email. And he writes, I've been watching your shir every day on YouTube. I'm aware that your full daf shir, as well as the 8-minute daf, are on other portals like For Anytime, and we have an app and a website, and on all daf, and that you reach thousands of people daily. But I'd like to congratulate you for recently reaching, yesterday that is, 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. As this is a number that everyone can see. So, Shkoyach Mendel Mitz for hosting, Shkoyach for beautiful email. We're talking about the 9 days, the Kubir Abayis. The Gemara says, Soros, Rabbis, Pois Al-Dar. The reason why so many calamities happen in the generation, Corona, etc., is because Shoichad, the judges take bribes, the Kohanim, the Rabbanim, they make kulas for money, and the Nevi'im, the Mekubalim, they'll give you what you want to hear, the right price, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu will bring 3 parodios that have to do with Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash, that have to do with the Torah. The Shekhinah will not rest within Klal Yisrael until you get rid of the corrupt judges and shaytim, those who implement the rule. Yerushalayim will be rebuilt in the source of tzedakah. And if we can get rid of gaiva, yuhara, Rashi says, for example, people with long hair, beautiful clothing, then we can get rid of the missionaries. And if we get rid of the corrupt judges, we can get rid of the bad police, the forceful police. Also says, Shibar Hashem Maki Rishayim, Shevet Moishma, we're going to break the staff, the rod of the rulers, and the Rishayim. What does that mean? These are the judges who become like a stick, the leading stick of the Chazanim, the court officers who implement wrongly. Shevet Moishma, these are the Talmid Chachamim who, let's say Talmid Chacham has a relative who's a Rasha and corrupt, and the Talmid Chacham goes and gives a shtickle parrot to explain why his relative is right. Or Talmid Chachamim who take Amaratzim and make them Dayanim, hoping that these Amaratzim will come to them and ask them the real tough questions in halacha, and that never happens. Your hands are full of blood. These are judges who take bribes. By taking a bribe, you're killing people by taking their money wrongly. It's by Seichem Ba'avai. These are the court reporters who are corrupt. Your lips are talking falsehood. These are lawyers who teach their clients to lie. The Shon from Avla, these are Balidin who are lying. Now, recently the law says that when Yosef HaTzadik was separated from his brothers, he refrained from drinking wine all those many years. But his brothers continued drinking, but they didn't get drunk. Rabbi Yosef HaChanina says no, his brothers also refrained from drinking wine. Rabbi Eloi says, the schar that Aaron HaKohen set himself in his heart, he was happy that Moshe Rabbeinu achieved what he achieved. His brother paid him back on his heart and gave him the Choshen Mishpat, the Urim B'Tumim. The people from Bashakar sent 3 questions to Levi, but until the questions reached Levi, unfortunately he was nifted. The questions were, what about the canopy on Shabbos? Could you open it? What about hops? Could you plant them together with a vineyard? In a vineyard, is that considered play a kerem? Typically, you can't plant vegetables, but you could plant a tree. What's a hop? Is a hop a tree or a vegetable? If you have a dead on Yontif, you dig a grave. So Shmuel told Menashe, if you're smart, why don't you answer them? And he told them he was machmer and everything. He said, we can't find the heter tequila for a canopy. And the reason is because they weren't in a Torah, and you can't be matter or something because they'll take it to the wrong direction. And he said, hops are also, even though there's a great reason to be makel on hops, because we're parapin who's makel on Eretz Yisrael, anybody who's makel on Eretz Yisrael, Allah is like in the Chutz La'aretz, and it should be okay. You're not makel, you can't be makel with them. And when it comes to Mason Yontif, he says, don't deal with it. Even though we have a Yontif on the second day. You could do it by a Jew. On the first day, which comes after Shabbos, you could do Amir La'akom. You could say, tell the guy because of covered Abriyas. You don't want to be matter to them. The Gemara tells us that Rav said that you could plant hops on. You can plant hops in Fuslart. Rav Amram Chasida would give Malchus, and they explained because he was in a place that weren't made Torah. Rav Misharish would give money to a non-Jewish child, but he wouldn't give money to a Jewish child because that Jewish child will grow older and he won't know the difference, and he wouldn't give money to an adult guy because we'd like to come to confuse it with a Jew, so he gave it to a child guy. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to go outside on Shabbos with a canopy, even though the canopy has screens and straps attached to it. Those screens are buckled to the actual canopy. Whereas when it comes to tzitzis, if you're wearing a beged that has tzitzis, one of them ripped off, now you're left with three. The three that are left are not buckled to the beged because they have chelis in them. The Gemara tells us you can trickery when it comes to a sifter. You can put a sifter on a cleat and pretend you need it to hold the pomegranate. You put some pomegranates on it. Once it's on there, there's no open to fall. Then you go ahead and use the sifter on Yontif. When it comes to making beer, on Chalamayid, you're allowed to do so if you provide you don't have more beer. What if you have a lot of beer in storage? You make the beer and then you drink some of it. Over here, making the beer is not inherently usher. It's just if you have extra beer, you're not allowed to do it. But putting up a strainer, that is usher, so you immediately have to take action and show that you're doing it for your pomegranate. The Gemara tells us a couple of stories of one time a Chacham who did trickery. He once had a leak in the spigot, so he took a piece of garlic and stuffed the spigot. He said, "Oh, I'm not doing it to fix the spigot, because that would be usher, that's the takamana. I'm doing it to hide the garlic." On another occasion, he fell asleep on a boat, and the boat took him across the river on Shabbos. He says, "Oh, I didn't want to cross the river, I want to take a nap." Gemara says that was okay because he's a Talmid Chacham and he was trying to trick his way around the Rabbanan, and the Rabbanan himself is not. We're not worried that he's going to be over on the Rabbanan. The Mishnah tells us that you're allowed to take water and put it on the sediment that's stuck on top of the strainer, and that will take the rest of the wine out of the sediment. And you're allowed to take clear wine and put it through a rag on Shabbos. What you cannot do is take wine that has sediment. Now, however, if the wine has sediment in it, in other words, between the wine presses, that's what they drink in that area, location, and time, then it's okay. When you use a sifter, the strainer, you have to make sure that there's no indentation in it, otherwise it's uga defal. Stifa mitzvahs is you take a basket, you flip over the basket. That's okay to use the basket to strain. It's a sheet, it's different as long as it's one tefach above the bottom of your vessel and it doesn't create oil. If you take a rag and put it on half of the barrel, that's okay. If you do not put straw tightly in the mouth of a vessel and use it as a strainer, that looks like a sifter. In the house or a papa, they would pour beer from one vessel to another, even though there's sediment, because as they were pouring, it didn't involve the sediment at all. But once you get down to the bottom, it's usher. In the house of Papa, they were very wealthy, used to sell a lot of beer, and therefore they didn't care about the last part, so they had no issue. Have a wonderful day.
People are going through long COVID, smell. I don't think you can call that long COVID. Yeah, long COVID is people exhausted, and they have like heart palpitations. And
I got a synapse off. I got a synapse.
You're just gonna upgrade your nose.
Yeah, it sucks. If somebody's wearing cologne, I'm like, I gotta go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I would take that's like you got a wolf nose.
I got a wolf nose.
Yeah, that's great.
Shabbos Daf Kufman. Today's email comes from Michael Holzer from Cincinnati, Ohio. I listened to the 8-minute daf on my way to work. It's Mekadosh my drive and my whole day. It's the clarity of the presentation. Hope the Holy Word penetrating my neshama. I agree with all the sentiments of the emails that you read during class. I'd like to join your Siyum Shabbos, Baruch Hashem. We're pushing 80 different locations for the Siyum on Sefer Shabbos. I've never gotten this far in the daf, and the daf helped me stay positive and kept my family and I going through this whole current kufa, which started around the Pes on Shabbos. Continue being the Hagel Perla, Adira, thank you, Michael Holzer. We're talking about mustard seeds, and before Shabbos you started kneading them, you added water. On Shabbos you want to add water. According to Rav, you're permitted to do so with a cleave because that's the shinoi. According to Shmuel, with your hand because that's the shinoi. According to Yochanan, both of them are usher, and that's how Abai Rav passed it. But the halacha, you're allowed to mix them with your hand as long as you do it easily and you don't do it really hard, and then afterwards you add a little bit of honey, and that's good. The same halacha applies to cress. You add afterwards oil and vinegar. And Mar tells us that mint is really good for it. Same halacha applies to if you crushed garlic. You're allowed to add beans, clippings. Going back to the mustard, Abaye's stepmother, made this for him. She added the water on Shabbos, and he refused to eat from it. The wife of Zeira, which the reason why he says that was Pes, is actually she was married now to Rukia. She made Rukia, and he wouldn't eat from it, and she said, well, the Rebbe ate from it. Navin himself would take the stalk of the garlic and mix it, and he would eat from it. The Mishnah says you can make a drink called anilin, which consists of wine, honey, and pepper. The reason why you're allowed to make it because it's for drinking, not for refuah. However, Atlantis is made more for refuah, so it's usher. It's made out of aged wine, clear water, and balsam. And people drink it after they come out of the bathhouse to cool them down. Rabbi Yosef drank from this, and he loved it. He said, if I had one more cup, according to Rashi, he would leave this world. And you would have to have schusim in order to keep him alive. But my Ukva, who gave him the drink, was so used to drinking it, it didn't have that effect on him. Says the Mishnah, Rabbi Yosef says, as a Pedia, you could soak it in, you should not allow to soak it in warm water. Rabbi Yosef asked Rabbi Yanai, what's the halacha soaking? He said, even in cold water. And Rabbi Yosef said, but from the Mishnah Mashma, in cold water it's okay. He said, if so, why am I your Rebbe? Why am I better than you? I also thought about the Mishnah. The Mishnah is a Dasachid. According to the Tanakama, it's permitted. If you do soak this as a fetida in water, according to Ravada, you have a chatos. According to Abaya, it's only the rabbanon of uvin dechol. Why do people drink it? They drink it to get rid of their chest pain. Now, according to everybody, if you started on a dosage of this and you started taking it on Thursday and Friday, if you stop taking it on Shabbos, it's been sakara. Therefore, you're allowed to even soak it on Shabbos in cold water. You put it in the sun to warm it up. You're allowed to add vinegar to this pita, and you're not allowed to float veg. In other words, add water, and it causes the exterior peel to raise the top. That's butter. You're not allowed to rub the veg with your fingers. Again, that's butter. When you're not allowed to put straw on a higher place and let the sifter do its job by itself, but you're allowed to put it in the sifter and walk with it. Walk over to the animal's trough and put it in, and whatever happens by itself. It's Dovshin Miskaven, according to Shimon, is mutter. According to Belazim Yaakov, that would be awesome. You're allowed to rub linen in order to make it softer, because what you're doing is you're not trying to make it whiter and cleaner, you're trying to make it softer, that's okay. But when it comes to a head scarf, that is also because what you're trying to do is make it whiter. In those days, they put a piece of wood, like a twig, in a shirt instead of a hanger. That twig is mixed with mashas gufay. You're not allowed to touch the twig. You're allowed to move the shirt, take the shirt off the twig. Now, if it's a stick that's a kushim lashkalis, like a weaver's rod, then you're permitted to move it with sarif mekayma.
So there's a way to know now for people that are.
If you have different herbs that are not royal, I feel like some people don't eat it, but it's royal for behema, so it's not muktzah. But if it's not royal behema, it is muktzah. But Katina says, if you sit down on a bed that's used by a couple, it could bring to Yerurim, and that's also, it's like Nizana, and the Gemara says we don't have to worry about it. Rav Chisda gave many life lessons to his Talmidim, and some of them to his own daughters. And he said, when you're buying vegetables and they come in a bunch, the circumference is always the same, so make sure that you get longer vegetables, you get more for your money. The different, some for different people say different shots and what he meant by that, and all these following things. If a person doesn't have bread, he shouldn't eat vegetables, to make him hungrier. And he said himself, when I was poor, I wouldn't eat vegetables because they made me hungrier, and when I was wealthier, I wouldn't eat vegetables because I want to fill myself up with meat and fish. If a person is poor, he should wait until he has enough bread to make him satiated, to eat smaller pieces. If he doesn't have a lot of bread, he shouldn't cut the bread and break bread, because then he wouldn't give out to his guests with the ayin yafa. When he was poor, he would check the whole basket to see that he has enough to give everything, enough to everybody. And he says that if you don't have enough money, don't buy expensive bread that's made out of wheat, buy the barley. That's about kashkas if you buy the expensive stuff. Papa said something similar. But Papa said that if you could drink beer, why spend your money on wine? That's about kashkas. And the Gemara says that's not true. About kashkas is good for others. It's better to take care of your own body than to save money. If a person doesn't have oil to put on his hands before my Machranim, he can take algae out of a puddle. The person that doesn't have money could buy the neck of the animal. It has 3 flavors. It's fatty, lean, and it has sinews. He told us Talmidim, buy these expensive shirts from Nahar Abba. Wash them every 30 days. I guarantee you your money back. That will last you for a year. The reason why it's called a Tukainus shirt is because Kitana puts you up into another level, into another class. A person shouldn't say, he told us Talmidim, don't sit on him or ruin your begadim. Don't give your clothes to the woman that's taking care of you, because she might see Kerry and she'll be disgusted. He told his daughters, you should be very tzimius in front of your husbands. Don't eat a lot in front of them. Don't be grossed out. Don't eat vegetables before you go to sleep. It gives you bad breath. Or dates and beer at night, because that can ruin your stomach. Don't go to the bathroom in front of them, or even not in front of them so they don't see it later. When somebody knocks on the door, don't use the Lashon Zohar. Who is it? Say it in the Lashon Nekeva. And he gave them advice how to play hard to get. Says the Mishnah, according to Doisa, you're allowed to sweep out the trough of hay, move it to the side for the animal so that it doesn't get mixed in with dirt, etc. And you're allowed to move it away from the waste. Some say both of those things are usher, because first of all, you're not allowed to sweep the floor. It's mashmagumis, it's baina. And second of all, the food, in the second case, the food is mukta, it's disgusting. When we're discussing a trough that's attached to the ground, according to everybody, that is also because of mashmagunim, all my focus is in a trough, the bottom is made out of wood. You're allowed to take food from a donkey and give it to an ox, because the donkey doesn't drool, and the opposite way, the ox does drool and the donkey won't eat it, so therefore, it's a Tirchei Sarah on Shabbos. That would be usher, having a wonderful day.
It just helps a lot. I've just been doing fats and like stuff like that, which is great. And I can eat as much as, it used to be like I had to, everything I ate, I had to do a tiny amount, and now it's like I can eat as many eggs and avocado.
Isn't that nuts?
It
doesn't even seem like it's real.
I know.
Oh, if you just ate nothing but steak, you would lose weight. Everyone's like, no way. Like, yeah, because your body would regulate correctly. When you're done, you're done. Like, if you sit down and you have a 16-ounce steak, if you really only need 12 ounces, after 12 ounces, you'll stop eating.
Yeah.
Sabbath that cook from out. Today's email comes to us from Ashford Emer. Hi, I wanted to express my gratitude to Hashem and to tell you that I appreciate the internet daf and the full shir every day. It's mamish and I'm in this world. Thank you very much, and I wish you lots of Hashem. One more. From moving church from Yerushalayim, I've been watching you share on YouTube for the past 4 months. It's coronavirus, it's kept us at home too much full time. Your enthusiasm and motivation is a inspiration to me and to all your regular followers that follow up on a regular basis. You know, 2 months ago, Ruben third, Yerushalayim, thank you. Typically, says the Mishnah, hay is muktzah because it's designated for fuel. So therefore, if you have hay on your bed and you want to lay it out smoothly, you shouldn't touch it with your hands. You can do it with your shoulder, the rest of your body. If you show that you designate it as a bed by putting up a pillow, a sheet, then you're allowed to move it with your hands. There's something called a machbei that presses the clothing, and there's 2 types. There's one for individuals, for homeowners. So the way it works, you push down the upper board and you put a peg in to hold it in place. You're permitted on Shabbos to remove the peg, lift it up, take your clothes out. But it's also to put your clothes in and present because they'll only be ready tomorrow after Shabbos, and it's also to do work for after Shabbos. For koitzim, meaning the professional one, the dry cleaners, also you can touch it, but Jesus says if it started opening before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue the process, separating it and taking out your clothes. The Rambam says if you have a detached radish, and if you put it in the ground to store it, depends on what side up. If you put it with the pointy side down, and by removing the radish, you're not disturbing the dirt, you're looking to take it out on Shabbos. But if it's upside down, when you take it out and disturb the dirt, that's awesome. But Nachman obviously doesn't hold like our Mishnah of Tukul Minatzad. The Yehuda says it's permitted to crush a pepper on Shabbos, provided that you do 2 things differently than in the weekend. You take the handle of the knife versus the knife itself and crush it with the handle, and you don't do it in a mortar and pestle, rather you do it in a bowl. And you only do 1 pepper. Rava says if you're already doing 2 shinuyim, you can do as many peppers as you want. The Yehuda says if you're swimming in a river Be careful not to come out of the river dripping wet because all that water is carrying, and you'll be carrying the camelus. The edge of the river, the camelus will be carrying 4 amos. So dry up and then come out. Going into the river and pushing the water 4 amos is not a consideration since it's quite high, it's spores, and there's no problem quite high in a camelus. If you have mud on your shoe, there's a foreign machloek according to Abaya. You should scrape it off on the ground, but not on a wall, because on the wall you're adding mud to the wall. It looks like you're building the wall. Rabbi says nobody builds with mud. Rather, you should do it on the wall, not on the ground. Because on the ground you might be filling in holes. Ashri gumas, and that's awesome. My brother, the minister, both of them are awesome. The Papa says both of them are mutter. In fact, it's the halacha because we pass them like Rav Shimon, Davashin, and Miskabin. If you don't have the pen, it's mutter. Rabbi says a person shouldn't sit with something in hand right next to the end of the mother, close to the Shrabbim, right by the left. The thing in your hand might fall out and roll to the Shrabbim, you might come to get it, and that's a problem. You shouldn't take a barrel and tip it back and forth to make the ground underneath it smooth. That's a shvui gumash. You're not allowed to put a rag that's moist into the opening of a bottle because you might come to squeeze the rag. If you have mud on your clothing, you can rub it from the inside of the clothing, but not from the outside. You can also take your nail and scrape it, provided that you leave a little film left there. I just want to point out that according to Rashi, if let's say you have dust on your clothing and you just wipe it off and there's nothing left in your clothing, you're over a isser da'iraisa.
15 drinks in a week. Yeah, that's not good.
Rabbi Yanai says that if you have mud on your shoe, you could scrape off a brand new shoe with the edge of a knife, but not an older shoe because you might take a piece of the leather off, and that's an Islam Amachim. Ahu Saba typically means Ravi. He argues and he says, not even on a new shoe. If you want to anoint your foot with oil, if you do it while it's in a shoe, that's also because the oil will go and it will better the shoe. It will be ma'abed the shoe, will tan the shoe. If you're putting outside of the shoe, and you put just enough to polish the shoe, but you have no intent to polish the shoe, that's okay. If you put enough oil on your foot to tan the shoe, then it's also for you to put your foot into the shoe, even if you have no intent to tan. It's also to go outside with a very large shoe. It might fall off your foot and you'll come to chariot. But a very large piece of clothing, garment won't fall off, and therefore you're allowed to go out with larger clothing. It's also for a woman to go outside with a ripped shoe and walk. And therefore it's also to do chalitza with the shoe because it's not really a shoe, but it's chalitza. A woman should not go outside with a brand new shoe because it might not fit it properly and she'll remove it, or she won't with it, or Shabbos, she'll leave it momentarily, then it's worth for her to go out with it on Shabbos. If you have a shoe on a shoe form and it's really tight on the shoe form and it's a completed product, the point of the comment, even though the shoemaker didn't remove it, it's considered a shoe and it's mekabel tumah and it's not muktzah. According to Lezer, since the shoemaker didn't remove it, it is not a shoe, it's not a kli, it's not mekabel tumah, and it is muktzah. What if it's not on the shoe form very tightly? So according to Abaye holds that the shoe form is a Krishma Lafta Isser, and a Krishma Lafta Isser, according to Abaye, cannot be moved with Sarah from the even though you need the room inside the shoe, you want to take the shoe out. Says Abaye, therefore, if it's only there very lightly, then according to Chachamim, there's no Isser. According to Rabbah, since you're allowed to move a Krishma Lafta Isser with Sarah from the if it was on very lightly, even Rabbi Eliezer would admit that says if it's off the shoe form, and therefore it's a completed kli, and it's the kabel tumah, and it's not muktzah. With that we finish Perek 30. Next Perek is called Noitel Maita. If you refer to a person, Noitel Adam is denying to carry his son, even though his son is holding a muktzah object like a stone. Talking about in his private domain, he's looking at the son. Says the Gemara, we're talking about when the son is crying, and we're concerned he'll get sick over this, not a father's responsibility. Chachamim relax the restriction of carrying the muktzah in that situation. But if the son is holding money, we're concerned that the son will drop the money and the father will go and pick it up. If the son is holding a wallet and he carried him outside, we have the concept of kain noisa tzartzman. Live person assists in carrying him, so he's not tied on the son, but he's tied on the wallet. And the wallet does not become buckle, nobody's going to back the wallet to the child. Now, we have a similar halacha that if this person carries somebody else on his shoulder, kind of this actually, and if that person is wearing clothing, he's not chayav for the clothing because the person he's carrying is wearing the clothing. But if the person he's carrying is holding clothing in his hand, then the person carrying him is chayav on the clothing as well. If you have a dead baby Rahman Islam with a wallet, he's potter midaraisa like the Shimon who holds the malacha shemshlichu l'gufa. Since you don't want to take the dead baby out of the house, you just don't want him in the house. Therefore, you're potter. And the wallet itself is not mafshir at all at that point because it's potter for the baby, or it's not the way to carry the purse. Have a wonderful day.
I don't get that. Why is that the one?
Bizarro time.
It's very weird.
Very weird time.
It's also funny because Disney was like, yeah, the scene goes in, we approve it. And then they're like, wait, actually, it's not. That's fucked up.
Well, people approve dumb shit all the time.
Yeah.
Fear Factor, they approve drinking cum. That's
What?
what the show.
Dude, I was obsessed with it.
And piss.
I was about to say, did you ever watch it again? Like, you're on it. But those people
That was
do
the
not. I used to think they were like hot people. They're like trash. Like growing up when I was watching it, I was like, oh my god, I want to grow up to look like her. And then I look back and I'm like, this is white dreads, crazy lunatics. I was obsessed with that.
Well, they made him drink cum.
But it's called bull cum.
It was donkey.
Oh yeah,
Donkey cum and donkey urine. They had to play horseshoes to see how much donkey cum and donkey urine.
What did they say? Cum?
Sperm. I think it said sperm.
Don't work. And they aired it?
Well, not really. See, that's what got the show canceled.
Drinking the cum and not having your episode aired.
People drank the cum and didn't win.
The cum is not a problem for me. I would drink the cum.
Would be more of a problem.
Urine fine. For me, it was the spiders in the mouth.
The gals chose the urine over the cum. Or the cum rather over the urine.
Oh, yeah.
The guys rather. Yeah.
Hilarious. I think it's
Donkey juice. The episode's called Donkey Juice. But I don't know if that's really what it's called. See, the thing is, it never aired. I think Donkey Juice was like the internal name for the episode or the stunt. But, so it did air in other countries, though. That's why you can still watch it on YouTube. Because it aired in, I think it aired in Denmark or some shit.
They had to just jerk off a bunch of
No,
donkeys.
no.
How did they get the cum?
I used to have it about it. They take
Oh, yeah,
the rod and they shove it up the donkey's ass and they shock their prostate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they just
They
bust.
love that shit.
Yeah.
That's donkey.
It's more than that. It's kind of
Not the place. The pillow so too. Our case is also sorry, Ufa. The Rebbe says a very interesting halacha. The halacha is that we take a piece of truma and it falls into a box of food. That box is us. Unless the box has 100 times the amount of that. But there's one more halacha. In order for you to eat that food, you have to give at least whatever fell in that amount to a kind. Doesn't have to be the exact piece that fell in. Any piece. The Rebbe says you can do that on chance. Give a piece of the kind. In other words, you're fixing your food on chance. The question is, it's why is that any different than fixing the chair? You're fixing your food. Gemara says, because it goes according to Shimon and Elazar, it says that when it comes to Truma, I give you my fish Truma just by looking at the food on the right side, and I go ahead and I take the food from the left side. I'm careful not to touch the Truma that I separated from my mouth. In other words, halachically, the Truma is already separated. You just have to go and physically remove it and give it to the guy. So you didn't fix anything on Shabbos. You just gave it to the guy. What I wanted to say is like the lezer that says if one piece of food fell into less than 100, and then so that whole box becomes awesome, it becomes meduma, and then from that box that's being meduma, a piece fell into a second box. Lezer says we view it as if we know for a fact that what fell into the second box is exactly the truma that fell into the first box, and the second box becomes completely awesome, meduma as well. Where Chachamim say it's pro rata. If 1% fell into the first box, so we assume that only 1% fell into the second box. We see from Lezer perhaps that we know what fell into the first box. It's already separated, so to speak. The Gemara says, no, that's very different. Over there's the chumrah. We want to be machmir in the second box. But over here, let's Mikula, we don't say that we know what fell in. Then the Gemara goes on to say, perhaps, it goes like Reb Shimon. What if a piece of fruit fell into a box? And then, sometime afterwards, a second piece fell in. According to Reb Shimon, the food is mutter. In other words, as the first fruit fell in, it became bottled in the box, and the second fruit fell in, became bottled in the box. You might say maybe over here also. Perhaps halachically it's already separated. It's more no. The reason is because as the fruit came in, it became bottled, then it became part of the mutter fruit, and then actually it helped be bottled the second fruit because then they have even more fruit to be bottled the second fruit. Says the Mishnah, if you have a stone on top covering a barrel, the stone is mutter, but I need to get to my wine. What do? I tilt the non-mutter barrel and the stone falls off. What if that stone is dangerous? It's going to damage other property. I could pick up the entire barrel, move it to somewhere else, and then tilt it off. The same halacha applies to money on a pillow. I want to put my head down on the pillow. I tilt the pillow, the money falls off. But that's only when you forgot the money there before Shabbos. You forgot the stone on the barrel. If you put it there deliberately, then this trick does not work. If the pillow is dirty with waste or spittle, I can clean it off with a rag. But I'm not allowed to pour water on it because the halacha is soaking the garment in water is cleaning it, and that's awesome. When it comes to leather, soft leather, says Rashi, I'm allowed to pour water on it. There's no free us. So the issue by leather is to rub it down. You see from our Mishnah, the fact that I'm allowed to move the barrel, which is not much, versus taking the stone off, is when I can deal with the non-mutter, it's better. Who says it's halacha? Restream. When it comes to butter or nothing, the Shammai say they can only do butter when you remove the food from the psilus. He still says you can even remove the psilus from the food. Comes from Restream says they still say it's halacha only when the psilus is less than the oil. In other words, it's easier. When the psilus is more than the oil, they still say no. You have to take the oil out. Meaning, when you have the opportunity to deal with the non-mutter, deal with non-mutter. And by us, the barrel is considered light. We have a lot of psilus and very little oil. Therefore, you're dealing with the barrel. Why? Because in order to get to the bottom of the barrel, you have to move the stone regardless. Rabbi Shaya says, and we had this in the beginning of the Sefta, use the concept of either, when it comes to move, even a wallet on Shabbos. You have a wallet that's mutzah. You put a baby or a loaf of bread or anything that's not mutzah on top of the wallet. And then I say, okay, the wallet is a base for the non-mutzah item, then I move it. The other says, you could even be actually passing a lot of like somebody left a wallet in the middle of the. He said, since there's a great loss, you use a kilo Rashi explained, it was a Restream, they walked less than 4 hours, or they made a human wall, and Shas Pepsi, Ruba, you're allowed to do so. Marzuka says this halacha is only when you forget the wallet, not when you look when you left it there. And Ravashi says this halacha is only when it comes to a mace, when there's a concern of human dignity, then we allow this like they allow the David Amelech. Abai himself put a spoon on top of a bushel of hay, and Rava put a knife on top of raw dog meat. And Rava said, what's going on here? It's only when you forget you can't do it. They explained to him, a bushel of hay and dog meat is not muktzah. You can eat meat that's very soft like dog meat without cooking it. You move the bushel of hay because you need it for a cheer. We're just doing it because people are going to look at us and say that you let them move muktzah, so we want to show, we want to make an example. Rava, even though he holds a great thing, when it comes to Meilam, if you have something that turns into like raw meat or the intestines of an animal on Yanta, which you wouldn't eat on Yanta, so according to Rabbi Yehuda, that's considered Meilam. It just turns into animal consumption versus human consumption, and it's muktzah. Rava holds that you let him move it and give it to the cat in this case. Why? Because he anticipated that he's going to need to give this intestine to the cat, that it shouldn't smell up his house before Yanta. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos of today's first one comes from Abu Mendelbaum, who says that he works American hours while living in Israel, therefore only gets 3 hours. He gets up in order to prepare to join the Zoom share, and afterwards he goes back to sleep. What amazing dedication to learn Torah. Second email comes from Shmuel Eliezer Lampner, a yeshiva who says he's working yeshiva to go strong in Torah and Avodah, studying the Yomi, then to bring the Shmak to learn it. Which brings a thought. Perhaps there are Bachram that don't have a yeshiva to go to, and instead of wasting time, maybe should join the Yomi bandwagon. I understand that yeshiva guys need to know what they're doing, but the key is also something, especially in these times, in these hard times, maybe to convince them to join us. The mission tells us that the Shammai are relaxed when it comes to muktzah. They hold like their shimon, and therefore they have bones that are not even rotary, like hilas and kela. They're too tough, and they're on the table. You should remove them with your hand. Your base hillel will hold like your Yehuda. You shouldn't remove them with your hand. You put them on a tzad, lift up the entire table, and tip it over, and let the bones dress. Nachman looks at the sheets. He says with hillel, you're going to hold up your shimon, hold the bones with your hands, pass them like that, and your shammai are going to hold like your Yehuda. Tradition uses a lashon ma'af, cleans carefully the small crumbs that are less than the Zionists. This goes like a sheet of Yochanan. It says that you should not destroy the yadayim with the hands crumbs, bread crumbs. If you have the pot of a pea, you took the peas out, now you're left with the shell. Since it's a road, so that it could be animal food, therefore you can move it with your hands, and like the shouldn't hold, there's no noila. Although it started out with human consumption, but today the steel is no longer noila. It's only it's not. If you have a sponge, you should not use it to clean a surface, but you speak up on Shabbos. Unless it has a handle. If it doesn't have a handle, even if you think that you're not going to have any speak on water that can come out, it's awesome because everybody agrees. Even Shimon, who holds that don't change the scab, if you don't have any pen, it's looked at it's separation when it's 100% going to happen. Like in this case, water is going to come out of the sponge. If you use it, even Shimon agrees that is awesome. If the sponge is completely dry, and now it's a kitchen left with this. Maybe it's a little bit litter, in the time that you need to use the actual sponge, you need the place of the sponge, and that sponge is not the tumor because it's not one of the four things. It's not a bag, it's not wood, it's not metal, it's not a set. There are two types of dates. The inferior type, amiyasa, that when you open it up, part of the fruit sticks to the pit. So that does not become muktzah. You don't have human consumption versus animal consumption. The entire thing is animal consumption. When you have a really good date, then once you open it up, suddenly you have in front of you created animal consumption, and that is muktzah. The more goes on to say, well, you're allowed to move it. It's garbage, you got to move garbage off the table, but different Amorai had different ideas of how to get rid of it. Shmuel would put it on a piece of bread. The bread became the buses for it, and he would take it to the garbage like that. Shmuel holds you got to do all sorts of things with bread, as long as you don't destroy the bread. Rabba would put it in a water cup and take the water cup to the garbage. So put a regular removal. Yeshua says that what you do is you put enough of them where it becomes disgusting. You create a graf sharei. Says Rav Ashi, you let it create a graf sharei purpose. Shesha says, what you do is you spit it out with your mouth, you spit it far, and you get it to the garbage. The papa would throw up on the bed, and it was tired of us. He's mentioning the story of Tishabal. He would turn around and spit it behind the bed, and that would finish Perek, medical other is the night. The following Perek is called Chavish. Which discusses what happens if you have a barrel that breaks and you want to save the wine. It's coming out heavy. You have smaller caleb. If you have a large, you can save as much as you want. If you have smaller caleb, then it depends how many meals you have left in Shabbos. The max you're allowed to save is 3 meals. If you have only 2 meals left in Shabbos, it's 2 meals. You're allowed to call in your friends so they save 3 meals worth of this. You should be very careful, says the Gemara, says the Mishnah, not to absorb the wine that's filled with a sponge, and don't use your hand and then try to rub your hand on it. That's what they do in the weekday. If you have fruit that's scattered everywhere, you pick up very small amounts of fruit. Not use a vessel like a basket, go gather all the fruit. That's what you do in the weekday. It's also to squeeze fruit. That is the issue of consumption. And if you set aside the fruit for squeezing the fruit, and the liquids came out all by themselves.
Alien, you're in for a show? Abducting this donkey and forcing it to come. That's brutal. With electroshock. Oh my blast.
But in place of
tube at the end where they're collecting it all.
For a show.
And they're getting buckets of it.
And the
How
donkey
many
doesn't get
donkeys?
paid.
How many donkeys got jacked off because there was buckets of it? Look,
all
No,
other
no.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what? I always assumed that was fake.
Oh no, it was super real. 100%. Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's laws. Like, there's laws, which is really good because a lot of people say, how do I get on Fear Factor? Like, if you've ever met me, you can't get on the show, so you can't talk to me about it. If you want to get on the show, you can't talk to me right now.
Yeah.
That would get me out of conversation.
That's good.
Yeah. Nice.
That's really good.
Yeah. Because I can't help it but get on the show. But there's laws, like, you can't say it's Donkey Kong when it's not Donkey Kong. It is Kong. You're drinking Kong. Yeah, otherwise your show's not a game show anymore.
Get all that stuff, all the worms. So many worms.
Farms.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then cockroach farms with the people that eat cockroaches. You have to put them on a specific diet for X amount of time before they're allowed to be consumed by people. Yeah, you can't just have meat garbage and rotten meat.
And this layers in the mouth where they were climbing out. That was the one that me and my sister would watch to torture ourselves. Because it was climbing out.
Yeah, that's right. I literally signed up for it because I thought it was going to be canceled immediately and I have a lot of material.
Were you able to tell jokes on it?
No, I mean, if I said something that they thought was controversial, most of the time they would edit it out.
Did Jackass come? Jackass was after Fear
No, I think it was before. Was it? Okay.
I was obsessed with
The first one was Survivor. Survivor was the first one on TV, which is still on air, which is great.
I thought the Osbournes.
That was a reality show. There was ones before that, right? There was Totally Polly. That was kind of a reality show. But
Totally Polly was a
oh, sure, yeah. He had like a very famous MTV reality show. Totally Polly.
Where he just fucked around.
Just traveled around, met people. It's a reality show. But like, I'm not wrong, right? Wasn't Survivor the first one? Game show. Like a game show, but a reality show. A reality game show. I mean, it definitely caught. There was that wave that came out around the same year as American Idol. What year did Survivor start? I think it was like 90s. Yeah. So Survivor was the first one. That was the I just can't believe it's still in the air. That's nuts.
Was Fear Factor
2000. Oh, so it was only like a year before Fear Factor. Fear Factor started in 2001. They're going to do a new one now. Who the hell's hosting it?
Wait,
Johnny Knoxville.
Survivor?
No, Fear Factor. There's a new Fear Factor that Johnny Knoxville's going to host.
That's awesome.
So it all goes full circle.
And you hated it.
No, I didn't hate it. Just like, it was a job.
You were really sweet to the people.
I was trying to.
You're very nice to them. I remember being like, that's a comforting, maybe a good acid person to trip acid. You know what I mean? Maybe that's how you got good at it. I mean, that's a fucked up trick to be like, everybody's fucking things in your mouth.
There's that, but I would also some people be scared to do a stunt.
We have to make money.
100%. People that have never really completely challenged themselves, who are not sure of where their boundaries lie, they get really scared when something new and crazy is about to happen. They get overwhelmed by anxiety, and you can get them and go, hey, listen to me. That voice in your head telling you not to do this, fuck that voice. You can do this, and when you get done, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. You just have to do it. It's not nearly as bad as you think. Just force yourself to do it, and you can do it.
And they would do it.
Yeah, so it's like, when I was a kid, from the time I was like 15 years old, I was teaching martial arts. So I'm used to coaching people. I would bring people to tournaments, and people that were scared, and they were going to have to fight and compete, and I would coach them.
In the corner, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I just went to the Toronto game together.
Did you really? It's a great fight.
Dude, can I say I'm straight as they come? But Katie Taylor, man. Dude, I just think she's the most attractive woman. The way she goes, can I fight for the Lord? She's like, dude, when they're all fucking brain fucked afterwards, and she's like, I just want to go ahead and thank everybody for coming out. Number one, you're you're like, nobody knows what you're saying. The brain damage, though, is great. I box, and I'm not. I
still box?
Yeah, I box, but I don't. I mean, I when my trainer is in town, even sparring, I'm like, we gotta do this occasionally, because I'm fucking fucked up afterwards.
Yeah, I have friends that still spar. I'm like, stop doing that.
Yeah, last time aren't sparring at all. They just fight.
That's rare. Most fighters spar. There's a few that don't, like Max Holloway for a while wasn't sparring because he was trying to preserve himself for fights, but then when he had to fight Justin Gaethje, I think it was. With Justin Gaethje, he's like, I gotta start sparring again because I'm gonna fight someone that's really dangerous. You can't have any.
It's just so when I started boxing, I was like, I'm never gonna spar. That's crazy. And then like a month in, I was like, I'm so addicted. It was so much fun. I felt like you were training so that you could spar.
It is fun to do.
And then I would do a podcast and be like, what's the information? And I'd be like, we can't do that. We can't do that. And you listen to Serrano and Katie when they're like fighting in those like press conferences, and it sounds like two drunk kids. Like they're like, no, she fucking said that we were gonna do. And you're like, this is, I cannot be doing that.
The real rough ones. Talk to guys that are in like their 50s. And they retired for years and they're slurring their words. You barely understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, and they have so much money. What do they?
Well, some of them don't even have money anymore. Usually they go through a few divorces because they're crazy.
Yeah.
No one's staying with them. They're out of their fucking mind.
Yeah.
And they're probably alcoholics because their brain's completely shattered.
Yeah. Do men get more aggressive when they get brain damage? Yeah.
Definitely can. It depends entirely on the individual.
Don't women get CTE?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, they get aggressive too.
Really?
They get real impulsive. Men and women that have brain damage get impulsive. They can't control their instincts. Their impulses rather. They have addiction problems because they feel off, right? So like drink alcohol to calm down or do cocaine. A lot of them wind up doing coke.
To feel up because they're fried.
You're fried. Brain's cooked. Your endocrine system's all fucked up. Your pituitary gland's been bouncing around so your fucking skull.
Is your brain fucked? All right. Yeah. When did you stop?
Well, I stopped 2, I think, of my last fights, and I stopped sparring when I was like 27 or 28.
Oh, good. So you got the gummy.
I did a little bit of sparring later. When I was in my 30s.
Do you do jujitsu?
Yeah.
Do you grapple with it?
But the brain damage you get from that is rare. It's not.
Maybe I should do that. My mom always tells me that.
Kim Cotney does it. Ask her about it.
Okay. The boxing, the hitting.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I like, but even just training with mitts. I have such a range issue that beating the shit out of something feels like, even when I go to the gym and just beat the shit out of the bag, I feel
Oh
so
yeah,
much
it's super good for you. There's nothing better to like relieve stress than hitting back.
Yeah.
It's the best. Don't stop doing that. I mean, definitely keep hitting pads, but don't get anything.
You know what I'm worried about jiu-jitsu?
What?
The fainting.
Because you're gonna get choked out. You're just gonna black out the moment someone even comes close to choking you
Yeah,
out.
if anybody does something to me, breathing, any artery,
Stuck in a
touching,
triangle, you're just gonna fall
I'm
asleep.
gonna and they're like, I did a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I have friends that do it, and they're like, yeah, and then my bone was up against mine. I'm like, I'm done. No.
Yeah. Talk to Kim. It is rough, but it's super addictive. Once you do it, and you get used to it, it's very addictive. It's like playing
puzzle.
It's a game. Yeah, you're playing a game, and you get better at the game the more you play it.
Okay.
You know, the game is get somebody in an armbar.
Right, but the armbar is, all of it is slightly representing breaking them, right? Yeah, that happened.
It's absolutely, your arm doesn't get broken.
The idea of overextending somebody's body part is brutal.
It is brutal.
That's so gross.
It's gross.
But it's fair. But I think that that's
Very useful skill.
But the boxing is just bam. You
That's
know,
useful too.
breaking somebody's nose I could do, but
You can break their arm.
I could not know the idea of like bone coming through.
Nice. Choke them. Let them sleep.
Yeah. If you put on music,
Not a lot of people.
it could feel like people just like,
I don't know.
you never put to sleep?
No, I've never been put to sleep. No.
Really?
No.
Are you scared to go to sleep? No.
It's there for a long
No,
time.
I just tap. I know.
Right. Your body probably taps.
No, you tap.
I know, but you probably your instinct, like even if you're like put me to sleep, you'd still
This
probably
life
like, no, actually,
all stages.
No, you gotta know like when you're going. Right. So like if you're getting choked, if like someone's got my back and I'm choking, there's a point in time where I know I'm not getting out of this. You just tap. It's
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah.
It's stupid to fight it off because you get injured, and then you wind up being really fucked up.
I love watching MMA.
Do you?
Yeah, when they jump on their backs like that, when they go full monkey style, it's yes, dude.
Have you ever been to it live?
No, just that fight. It was a big deal. I went Netflix.
Oh yeah, but that's boxing. She's so the UFC live. It's bananas.
Really?
Yeah, it's bananas. Yeah.
I loved going to the Serrano.
Have you hit the club this weekend?
No, I'm at Rochester.
There's a UFC. I was gonna say there's a UFC in San Antonio on Saturday night.
I'll go in New York for sure. Whenever.
When it's in New York, okay. I'll get you tickets. It's gonna give me a Madison Square Garden in November.
If you're actually
Okay.
going to
If you're gonna be around, so sick. Oh my god, I'm not wearing work.
Yeah, you'll love it. It's wide. Seating in the garden is
I was always
special.
you don't
Yeah,
learn
so
anything about the
oh, they were-
because learning is one joy.
No, yes, it
Was
was
it really?
yeah,
However, since
It was zero this far.
first time in my life,
big.
actually
Sold it out.
tomorrow.
Toronto
They
made
don't dress
14 mil or something. I mean, they made I know.
That's great.
Isn't that great?
That's awesome.
And the fucking card was incredible.
Madison Square Garden's got a lot of energy in that room too. There's something crazy about that room.
Yeah.
It's just like the amount of concerts, fights, the fans that take that you feel in the building when you walk in. You're like, whoa, this place is awesome. Yeah, when you go to a new arena and they're brand new, and you walk in the door and it's empty, and you're wandering around like, wow, cool place. When you walk in the garden, you're like, yo, this place is alive. It's got memories.
Yeah, the other ones feel like racquetball. Like you could, you know what I mean? Like you can hit a racquetball around it. It's like they're the stage because I've done arenas with Tom and Punch Scora, and you can definitely feel the ones that have like been there versus the ones that they've put up recently.
Yeah, they have history.
I can't I'm so bad at rotating.
Oh, it's weird. It's the best way though, because it's the only way you can do an arena where it's intimate. So what we're talking about is a stage that's round.
Oh yeah, in the round.
Yeah, it's
Tom
the
was
best
like,
way.
just say a joke, then pivot. Just every time I go there, and I'd be like, here's my joke. I'm gonna turn to these people now, and I would turn every single time.
That's funny though.
Yeah, it was totally great, but I couldn't do the like natural rotation.
The good thing about it is though, it makes the show intimate, even though there's 16,000 people there.
Yeah.
Because there's people on this side facing people on the other side, so everybody realizes they're all in it together.
And the jumbotron. I mean, my special is shot. I was like, wherever your camera is, shove it the fuck up my nose. Like, I'm so sick of seeing specials where I'm watching their whole body the whole time. Like, show my face because my facial movements are like half of my joke.
Right.
And in the arena, you get that. Like, I remember watching Louis in the Blue Theater, and it was just the fucking jumbotrons. You saw every little movement he was making. And I was like, that's so sick because it's so, in a club, you see that.
Right.
You know,
That's what you want to see, especially if you're looking at it on the screen, which is weird.
yeah, and then sometimes you watch it and you're like, I should just have gone home and watched this and I would see their face.
Right.
But the jumbotron fucking nails it. It's so sick.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the round, too. You can have your back to them and they don't, you can still see your face.
You know, but I'm always wearing a big one. I'm like a trench coat or something.
Wear a trench coat. Do like what Kinnison used to do.
Oh, yeah.
Kinnison used to wear a trench coat.
I know Trinity. Trinity Matrix.
Did you ever hear that lady that claims that she wrote the Matrix and stole the idea from her?
Dude, anime wrote that fucking shit. That shit is like ancient as hell.
That's in her animation. Right, she said she wrote both of them. Is there any credibility to what she says? I don't know.
I made a joke about the Matrix that people were upset about, where I was upset that the Wachowski sisters were in the top 10 female directors.
Oh, no, are they really?
Yeah, because I was like, if they had come into, say they had come into MGM as sister, they'd be like, what a movie, like in the 90s, like, what a movie about a guy in simulation. They'd be like, how would you simulate my thinking about it? It's not like anti-anything, but people still get mad. But yeah, that joke is, that was one of my favorites for a while, because I'm obsessed with the Matrix. It's my favorite
is great movie, and I think we're about to live it.
Yeah. I'm in the camp that everything's fully retarded. They just told me on Twitter the AI is going to help things, not hurt things. I would like the record to state that this is my theory, and I think it's going to be proved right.
You think that AI is going to help people not hurt things?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. How do you think that's going to happen?
I just think that the whole catastrophic, this is going to be an entity that ends all of us. I don't think it's going to be that. I think that maybe I'm just looking at the positive side, but I think it's such a smart piece of technology that was so in the works the whole time to be made that it's going to help us solve problems. Like, I think humanity knows it has been trying to create something that can work at a supercomputer level to solve problems faster and more efficiently.
Yeah, that's definitely the best case scenario use for it.
Right, but the corporations are evil.
Yeah, the problem is they've already shown that these large language models can be programmed with ideology. Right, so did you ever see the disaster they had with Google Gemini when they first launched it, where they said, show us images of Nazi soldiers, and they had multiracial Nazi soldiers.
Yeah.
Like an Asian woman was a Nazi soldier, a black woman, an Indian, Native American lady was a Nazi.
Yeah.
That's not real. Okay, so your ideology, by making everything diverse, distorted history. And so your ideology interfered with truth. Okay, so that means it's
We
programmed.
take down all the
But we're
statutes.
not supposed to be this large language model. This large language model is supposed to be eventually super intelligence in artificial form. Right, so super intelligence would do that. It would know that Nazis were German, and they were, it was a Nazi that they asked for the German soldiers. And then big people would go, that's important. What happened to Nazi soldiers? Yeah, why are you getting all technical? That's what you're asking another large language model. I know, but it did show German soldiers that were wearing Nazi swastikas that were multiracial. The question has to be specific. Right. German soldiers have to be Nazis. I'm sure they put that music stuff all night. You have to be very specific when you want.
Is there any possibility that it could be something that is that we have control over, not control, that we have control over, and if we use it for, like, don't you think we've always been
Utter those words. Words. The Kibber Rab asked the question, and the question is more intelligence. Why is it that the birds in Bubble are fattier than the birds in Eretz Yisrael? Says relax. No, in Eretz Yisrael they also have fat birds. Says that's true. The reason is because birds in Bubble didn't have to migrate. Birds in Eretz Yisrael migrated for 50 years, like we said, on Tisha B'Av. They saw the Tiva Nehi. Everybody had to leave Eretz Yisrael. How do you know it's 52 years? Because the word Behema is Begimatria 52. He asked, why is the Simcha of Yom greater in Bubble than in Eretz Yisrael? The answer was in Eretz Yisrael they have money. It's not such a great deal. In Bubble it's a big deal. It's really not true. Because in Eretz Yisrael they had a curse, where in Bubble they didn't have a curse. Why is that coming in Bubble dressed differently with very cool clothing? Says Rasa, because they are not such a no, they might be even greater than the The reason is because
scared about everything about science, about microscopes, about social media? Yeah.
Yeah, they were terrified when people first developed trains. They thought they were going to explode for over 35 miles an hour. Yeah.
This is the human error removed. Those waymo cars are sick. The doctors using ChatGPT, they're doing such a better job.
Yeah. No, there's definitely a lot of pluses. The problem is control. It's always the problem. And every person that has an enormous amount of power should be carefully scrutinized. And the kind of power that you're going to have if you are in control of essentially a digital god, like, it becomes a problem. Human beings are involved. Now they become completely autonomous, then you have a problem with us being irrelevant.
But that's what I'm talking about, that situation where they become autonomous.
Shabbat Kufman Vav. Today's email comes to us from Mendel Mitz, our friend from Argentina, who says, following up on the last email that we read from him, his relative Leon Welcher from South Africa discovered that they are, in fact, the relatives going back 100 years to Vilna. And you're right. Now that I've started to watch the night stream, I can see that not only have you have the source to be Malamed and Maritz Perry, you also have many people close to Yiddishkeit and close to one another. And a beautiful achdus of people from all walks of life be Litvish, Labavish, Hafidish, Madanos, Gronic, ex-Gronic, and the list goes on into Mendel. Random Mishnah. According to Nechemia, who holds that the only time you're permitted to lift any object on Shabbos, even if the object should clean the heter, it's only if you lift it for the intended purpose of that clean. So if you take a sword to crack open a barrel, that would only be mutter if in the barrel you have dried figs, and you need the sword to get the figs to come apart. But let's say you have wine in the barrel, it'll be awesome. Or even if you have wine in the barrel, you're allowed to use the sword, provided that you don't create a kli. You're not trying to create a kli. What happens if you take the sword and you cut the barrel right below the magufa, the cap of the barrel? The reason why you're doing so is to have the wine come out easier. That's and that's okay. But to make a hole in the side of the barrel with a spear, that's the tzedach from you're trying to make a brand new opening, that's misak emana, and that's also. According to the Tanakama, you cannot make a hole in the magufa itself, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you can. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the machlokes says if you make the hole directly above, where dirt can still come in, so therefore Chacham say it's not the best hole in the world and it's mutter. But if you do the hole to the side of the magufa, according to everybody, it would be awesome. Rav Chizda says no. The machlokes is when you make the hole from the side, but if you make the hole directly above, everybody agrees that's mutter. To make a brand new hole in a chavis, in a barrel, it's also because it's sakimana. To add to the hole, let's say you have a hole that's 1 inch wide and you want to make it 2 circumference, that's a machlokes. Because the isser to make a hole on Shabbos is if it goes both directions. It's a two-way street. One direction, there's no to the right. The reason why they said it's us to make a one-way hole, where let's say a hole in a barrel is one way for the wine to go out, is because of a chicken coop. Chicken coop, people confused and they thought it's only a one-directional hole, but in fact, the chicken coop is to let the bad odor out and to let new air come in. Now, typically with a chicken coop, you could say that people make one hole and they don't try to enlarge it. There's no reason to be geyser because animals will come through that hole. Or on the other hand, and this is how we pass it, people sometimes make a mistake. They don't measure correctly, and they realize only later on they could enlarge the hole without allowing animals in, and therefore you have to be geyser. According to Shmuel, if you plug the barrel in order to trap the great aroma of the wine, so that's not a really strong plug, and therefore if you remove that plug, that's okay. But if you remove a plug that's holding the barrel together, not allowing the wine to escape, that's considered as if you're opening up a brand new hole. Now, what exactly is considered trapping the aroma, and what's considered holding in the wine? According to Rav Chizda, trapping the aroma is above the wine level, and lechazik, the wine is at the wine level. According to Rav, no. Trapping the aroma is at the wine level, and trapping the wine is below the wine. In other words, all the way in the bottom where the sediment is. And we have a very similar machlokes by a house. The halacha is, if you're dividing the yard in front of a house, and there's two houses, depending on how many entryways to the house, that's how many 4 amas you get. Each entryway gets 4 amas, times the amount of entryways you have, and then you divide the rest of the chutzah. What if you have a doorway that's completely closed off? So depending, if it has a frame, p'tzimov, then it's considered a doorway. And if it doesn't have a frame, then it's a complete closure, and we don't count it. So it's very similar to our halacha over here. If it's complete closure, then it's not considered an opening. And if you open it, it's as if you created a brand new opening. Same halacha applies. If you have a dead person in the house, you closed off the door. If it's completely closed off and you remove the frame, then everything around the house, 4 amas, is v'kal toma. If the frame is still there, then you don't have those 4 amas. According to everybody, if the spigot, the straw that comes out of the barrel falls out, you're permitted to put it back in. According to everybody, if you don't have a spigot, you cannot create a new one. The machlokes says if you already have the spigot cut the size, but it doesn't fit perfectly, are you allowed to fit it in perfectly? Are we geyser that perhaps we'll cut a brand new one or not? Congealed oil. The Mishnah says you're not allowed to smooth out wax. What about congealed oil? According to Rav, it's usher. You have to make a xeri that you can confuse it with wax. According to Shmuel, it's mutter. And Rav Shmuel says to Rav Yosef, the Rebbe, you yourself told us when you were healthy and you remembered all that you learned, you said that Rav holds that it's mutter. Felt like what you make a black hat from felt. If it's very stiff, then according to everybody, you can't walk with it outside on Shabbos. It's a masu. If it's very fine and flexible, then it's like a beged. You couldn't walk out with it. The machlekes is if it's benoni, it's in between, semi-stiff. So the halacha is, according to Rav, it's Asr, and Shmuel says it's mutter. They wanted to learn from a Ma'aser Shahay with Rav. Rav was in a place. He was giving a drush and he realized there's not enough room in the mismarriage. So he took everybody outside into the carnless and they brought him felt and refused to sit on it. So they thought that perhaps he holds that the medium type of felt, which that was, is also according to him. In fact, it could be. The reason why they didn't want to sit on it because Rav Kahan and Rav Asi were there. Although they were Talmidim, they were Talmidim Chaverim. They were already his level, they were his friend, and he insisted that they should also have felt to sit on. Says in the Mishnah that you can take a pot and put it into a pit that doesn't have any water, and we're not concerned that he's going to be mashed with he's going to make the bottom of the pit flat. You're allowed to take water, drinking water, and put it in water that's not drinkable. In order to keep it cool, you're allowed to take water, put it out in the sun. There's no cooking in the sun, so you're allowed to warm it up in the sun. And we're not concerned that you might take that same water and put it into coals. What if your clothing falls off into a puddle of water? You're allowed to pick it up. If there's no concern of carrying because it's in a private domain, bring it home. We're not concerned that you're going to wring it out and be over on Sfita. And when we get home, make sure nobody's looking, hang it up to dry. This is according to the Malama that says that Marasayin, if nobody's watching, you could do this malacha. But there's other Malama that say, even though nobody's watching, still it's Marasayin. You have to be concerned with other people, even when nobody's watching. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Mem Zayin. Today's email comes to us from the famous Chazan, Dov Farkas from Melbourne, Australia, who happens to be hosting one of the 100 locations of the worldwide Siyum Masechet Shabbos in Melbourne. And he says this year was a very sad Tisha B'Av. He had to sit on the floor of the shul, and not a single soul was there. 1,200 seats. He transmitted the kinos and the tefillah for Tisha B'Av, and then he remembered that during one of the shiurim we sang Rachim, and he was inspired, and on the spot he sang a beautiful rendition of Rachim. Thanks for hosting. The halacha is, if you have dust on your clothing, and you're makbid, typically you wouldn't walk out with clothing like that. For instance, it's new clothing, it's black, whatever the reason is, and you shake off the dust, you're chayiv, chatos, it's Isur D'Oraisa. Gemara tells a story. Ula walked in on these bachrim, Talmid Chachamim, shaking off the dust, and he says, "What's going on here? You're Mechalel Shabbos." And the Rebbe said, "Don't worry. We wear these clothing with the dust. On the weekdays, we don't care." Very similar story. Abaya wanted to give Rav Yosef his hat, and it had a lot of dew on it. And he was debating, should he take the dew off? Not. Rav Yosef said, "It's not a problem. You can take it off." He says, "I'll wear my hat with the dew on it." Rav Yosef says, "If you wear a towel, like we put it over our head, but the rest of it is just folded on his shoulder. That's Isur D'Oraisa. If you walk out like that, because that's not how people walk." The same thing, if you take money, you fold it in some sort of linen and carry it like that. This is the Raisa. If you take a kerchief and put on your head, but put on your shoulder, that's normal for a kerchief, and its mother, Hyrcanus, the son of Rabbi Lazar. Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva, he worked for many years, 3 years, by Rabbi Lazar, and the reason why Rabbi Lazar didn't pay him is because he made a nether against Hyrcanus. This is the Hyrcanus. He would walk around with this kerchief, but he had a string tied to his finger just in case it falls off. He shouldn't be over his. And Chacham said, you don't have to worry about it. With a kerchief, you don't have to tie, you just do it as is. Says Gemara, it's also to make a marzev, a gutter on your clothing. Meaning, the bottom of your coat, don't fold it up so it looks like a gutter. However, Gemara tells us a yesod. If you're going to do this gutter temporarily, just so it should look good, then it's okay. If it's permanent, then it's asur. Some say that Rebbe himself put a talus on his shoulders, and Chachamim told him that Rameir said it's asur, and he took it off his shoulders. The Gemara says it's not asur. That it was Rebbe. Maybe they asked him the question. The Mishnah tells us that it's mutter to bathe in the hot springs of Tveria, not so much so with a hot tub in a cave. But the point of the Mishnah is that a single person is permitted to use a towel to dry himself off. But he should not take the towel, even if it doesn't have much liquid. He used 10 towels. He shouldn't take it home. We're concerned he might squeeze it and be over on speaker. However, 10 people who used one towel, in other words, there's a lot of liquid in there. We're not concerned to remind each other not to squeeze it. According to Reb Shimon, Rebbe Shmuel, Rabbi Yochanan, it's 100% mutter to take your towel home. And that's what you see today. People carry their towels after the mikvah on Shabbos morning. And if it's usher to take your towel home, says the Gemara, you take the towel, you put it in a shelf in the mikvah. Do not give it to the mikvah attendant because he's chashud. He needs to use towels over and over. He'll squeeze it out and give it to the next person. According to Reb Shimon, it's mutter to take a shower on Shabbos, even with hot water. According to Rameir, it's usher even in cold water. And Reb Yehuda makes a pshara. He says it's usher in hot water, mutter with cold water. When you're in charge of the mikvah, you bring large towels to the bathhouse on Shabbos. So it's preferable if you wear the towel as is. Now, if you're concerned that the wind might blow it off, so you can make like a one knot, a knot that's mutter in front of you, like they do on Silver Star. You take the two threads and you make a knot. If you must bring clothing on Shabbos for the non-Jewish army, you have no choice. But you have a way to do it better. Wear the clothing like that, you'll be over less of an isser. But you don't have to tie it. Says the Mishnah, if you want to give yourself a massage and anoint, do it differently than you do it during the weekday. So first you put on the oil, then you give yourself a massage. Rebbe says the way to do it with the shinui is you do the massage with the anointing at the same time. Don't give yourself a vigorous massage. Don't stand on the bottom of the river called the Musus, because this Musus has the ability to heat your body up and kill your body. But it only has that ability 21 days out of the year. The Gemara's Mesubah does it start on Shavuos or ends on Shavuos. Gemara tells us very interesting that the very good wine of Krugis and this natural water of the Musus is what caused that Sefer Hashvatim Leilenu to disappear. They indulged in materialism, and that's what caused their demise. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, who was the greatest Talmud of Yochanan and Zakkai, he indulged in these waters. He was waiting for his friends to join him. Instead, he got involved with these waters and he forgot all his Torah. And he started reading, instead of saying, he said, and Chacham realized that he forgot his Torah, they down for him, and he came back. And from here, the Gemara says, you see, it's better to go after your friends, than rather than wait for them to come to you, even though you're greater than them. You don't scrape your skin with a garer. It's a tool that scrapes off skin, which Shingamil says, if it's mud or waste, then of course you can take it off on Shabbos. It says the Mishnah, you don't go into Nahar, this river, for Dima, because we're concerned you might slip on the mud on the bottom. It says the Mishnah, do not do apetizing, which means don't induce vomit, and that's with medicine, but you're allowed to put your finger in your mouth and cause that. So Nehemiah says even during the weekday, that's awesome. That's called tashkas. You're allowed to swaddle a baby on Shabbos. The Mishnah says it's also meaning you're not allowed to straighten out its spine unless it's the first day after the baby was born. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Afkufim Fest. Today's email demonstrates tremendous camaraderie and happiness that we have in our cheer. It comes from Noah Peters from Lakewood, who says that through an email that laid individuals moving through the Jewish process in South Africa, they gave them a tremendous experience on this Abulus Kurban practitioners. Unbelievable. The Lord tells us that one of the Shmuel, as a reverse Jewish denomination, in fact, breaks a bone on Shabbos, and fits it on Shabbos. The Lord tells us an amazing story. The Rabbi Bar Chana, when he showed up to Rabbi Yehuda's city, he didn't go into Rabbi Yehuda's shir, and Rabbi Yehuda was upset. He said to God about it, but take away his coat, make sure that he comes. So he came to the shir. And as soon as he got the shear, he heard Rabbi Yehuda say that if you have a broken bone, you don't fix it on Shabbos. He says, Rabbi Mechana, we pass it, that you do fix. Shmuel says you do fix. He says, look, Shmuel's from my city and I never heard this halacha. Isn't it a good thing I give away your coat? Look at this halacha you just taught me. Reb Abia thought that since the halacha is not exactly like our mission, in fact, it's good to fix a broken bone, so you could also fix and put back a dislocated arm or leg. And where it says the Machti, you think it's one stitch, one part of the Mishnah is off, the other part of the Mishnah remains. And with that, we finish Perek Chavis. The following Perek is Perek Shal. You permitted to borrow wine and oil from another, provided that you use a lashon of Hashem clean. Shleim means that it's a short-term loan and the person can take it any time, and therefore you won't write down that he lent you the wine and oil. Halveini is a lashon of 30 days and out, and therefore people write it down. Sometimes I write it down on Shabbos. If you're lending somebody wine and oil and you don't trust them, you could require a code of mashkin without saying it, and you do the cheshbon after Yontif, and the same halacha is with the Korban Pesach. If you're stuck without a Korban Pesach, you could purchase one, so to speak, you give a code and you go and pay the guy after Yontif. On Yontif, if you can make the shear, do it in a different way. So go ahead and do it differently. So for instance, the nurse says, how come when a woman draws water from a well, she doesn't do a shear? She doesn't use a larger pail. A larger pail, I mean, it's heavier, it's more tearful on Yontif. A smaller pail will require more drips. More drips is also a problem. You put some sort of bait on it, I get wet, it's too They put a wooden cover on it, you might tie it and fall, so there's no way to do it. But otherwise, you have to make some sort of shino. Gemara tells us amazing in Shabbos and Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to clap your hands, you're not allowed to dance, you're not allowed to bang on your chest, not for a simcha and not for avelos. Gemara says it's better that we don't tell people this halacha, so they should be a shogeg, they're not amazing. These are pretty much nice that says perhaps they can. And that's why today we do a makah. Similar to what we're seeing next to the end of the Mavli, there's a record. We're concerned you should sit there because if you have something in your hand, you might fall out and go surrounding and grab it. You see people do, but we don't make a makah. The same thing with the Iraisa, that's not encouraged, like to add extra time to your kitchen before your people goes in. You should start to fast earlier. Many people are not making it. You don't tell them, but you should shake the value of but in the Iraisa, you do make a makah. There's a halacha according to Hillel, you're not allowed to lend somebody saw. You can't give them wheat and say, give me back wheat, because what if the price goes up? Same thing with wheat. For loaf of bread, it's a very small item. What if the price of wheat goes up? You're doing rivets. However, if the price is known, how much your loaf of bread costs, then you're permitted to just demand the cash instead of the actual bread. According to Rabbi Yosef, anytime you lend somebody something collective, you have no recourse in investing. Why? Because if you say there's a recourse, you might be right. So it has to be built on trust. According to Rabbah, if people can't lend and go to Bezdin, they won't lend, and therefore there'll be less simchas yontif. Now, a person prefers to take a quote, like we said in the mission, then to run to Bezdin. That's why we take it. Very interesting halacha. On the first day of Rosh Hashanah, the person decided to share his meat with other people. In other words, let them. Now, what is the first day of Rosh Hashanah? It could possibly be the last day of the previous year. And therefore, if it's not really the day of Rosh Hashanah, it's the last day of the previous year, then the halacha is that you lend somebody something on the year of Shemitah, when the last day occurs, there's no more loan. So therefore, this person is not get back his money. It's the last day of Shemitah in this case. Or the first day of Rosh Hashanah is the first day of the following year. That is, if the previous levels only have 29 days, then the first day of Rosh Hashanah is on year, and you could have recourse. You could demand his money back. So Gemara says that if we say that the first day of Rosh Hashanah was actually the previous year, it comes up that it wasn't a young, it was actually a weekday. And the first weekday, without this halacha that Shemitah and Shabbat, go to Bezdin. It's not a young one. First of Shana is young. So he has no recourse for it. He can't go to Bezdin. So go without a young. So then why does it say that it's a shaman? We have to say that shaman is the life of the person who wants to pay it back. And then the malva, one who gave you, would have to say, you don't have to. You have to say it with those words. I'm a shaman. Because of Shemitah, you no longer have to pay me. If you wanted, if the person insisted, you could take the payment. A lot of days you're not allowed to manage a curtain. You're not allowed to say this curtain is an item on Shabbos. However, when it comes to curtain Pesach on Shabbos, your curtain can be your money. You need it to designate it as a curtain. Since you're allowed to be marketed, designate it. The halacha is that on Shabbos you can't say every life I want to donate this amount of money because we push a transaction right then and there. You're not allowed to be it's like a transaction. The judge is going to say that because this perfect taste is key onto it. It's not like everything that comes from I have to be exact.
It's athleticism.
Yeah. Well, also, I don't like the idea of all these digital images of things. Like if it could be printed out into matter and you could look at it, but the idea of like your entire life, like even us with the fucking iPhones, all these photos stress me the fuck out, dude. Because it's so much. Because there's something about it. Because when you have a photo, you're in the present with a past photo, right? Like I'm sitting here in this reality with a past reality that I can hold. The weird giant vortex of memory is almost like my vortex of memory. You know what I mean? Like neither of them have matter. My memory of my brain and this brain here. I don't like that. I think that I want the memory to be contained in matter or in my memory. I don't like this being a brain. And I don't like it holding pictures of all of my past.
Well, I think when you say I want to be a cyborg, that's
The bishop
you're
tells
gonna
us that
hold
it's
all of it,
permitted to
and you're
count
gonna
how
have
many
a
guests
hard
you have,
drive.
how many
So
desserts
instead
you
of
have.
having a memory where it's fallible right now,
You can't write it
memory is like weird. Like when did we
When
do
you write it
that?
down,
Was that in
it's a
November?
person
Oh my god, that was November.
It's also
You'll have an actual memory, just like you have on your phone, where you can go back to like 40, like it suggests you on this day, and you go to like 2017, like, oh my god, they're so young, oh my god,
If a person
I would feel less disembodied than this fucking weird unit that we're all
amount
addicted
of
to.
guests, it's still
You know what I mean?
possible.
It's already a part of us. It's so weird to just man and unit.
It's made on a wall that's a short wall, a lower wall.
down.
The issue is,
You think it'll be?
You can put the
You think we're gonna be cyborgs? Like it's gonna be like human beings will have a chip in their brain that anytime I'm like, what year was that?
It might not even be a chip. It might be a wearable.
Where am I?
They might be able to have something that you put on the top of your head. Electrodes that touch temples, and it just sends signals into your brain and it works from there. I mean, who knows? But it's so cutting edge. And then once AI gets into the picture, right, and AI, if you get sentient AI and you get AI that understands like how human neurotransmitters work and what to stimulate, what not to stimulate, might devise ideas that we never even anticipated in terms of like how to implement this technology, and it'll probably figure out how to make it better. And then it'll be off to the races.
I was so scared today because I texted my friend suicidal. Like she texted me about something and I wrote like tongue in cheek, I'm suicidal, right? Like I'm not actually, but I wrote it. And I was like, shit, my phone is now going to send me so many fucking don't kill yourself stuff.
Does it do that?
Yeah, dude, every time I text some shit like that, I'll go on Instagram and I'll be like, don't do this, seek help, blah, blah, blah.
Lawrence, what's crazy is you have money on Instagram and texting your friends.
Yeah, I've had two people recently like, you're thinking like, sometimes I'll think a thought and then an ad will come up. Like, and two people in one week said that to me.
Yeah, but doesn't that just mean it's a coincidence? That means you're relying on the ones who watch this thing I said yesterday. What is it? Alright, so this got announced yesterday that you not speak. Oh yeah, I did. I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
Even
Allows
though
telepathic communication in some way with the headset. They're clearly connected to something, and they will show that. But these two guys start talking. Why's that? What's this music?
It's an amazing thing that if you
Oh.
your friend get like davening against your friend,
Oh, the Applevision.
your Baruch won't allow that person.
So this one is actually translated. Let me go back to these two.
More than you talking, davening is
No,
outside
they
this
just
white
set
part.
the
It's not good.
notifications off.
It's showing like they're trying to have a communication
That means they want somebody to have an item. Mara says, not learning how to
They're
speak.
not speaking. It's really hard to like hear this.
That's crazy.
Hard by Apple.
You can describe that you could be at a party and both have the headset on.
But still, he had a killer.
Thing
So why
works.
wanted to take revenge after he died and told his mother how great he had
All right, these fuckers have to be stopped. This is too crazy.
Now you're different, right?
Yeah, that's not okay.
Like you swing one way or the other.
No, fuck that, dude. These dorks, these dorks in fucking coffee shops talking shit.
Alter ego to go give you a travel tip and translates that into Hindi. So it starts off in English, switches into Hindi. And the weird thing with Restream, they don't talk about how this works yet. They literally just like put up a video on Twitter yesterday, like if you want more information, go to our website. So you're describing like if they have a way to get waves in some way.
All right, yeah, I'm out on this. I'm out on this. Especially when I see the kids that are doing it, I'm like, these kids are just fucking dorks who are getting so far.
They're gonna look like aliens.
This isn't like the agents from the Matrix.
People with big heads.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
But if it was the agents from the Matrix, like some attractive men, and, so that's the dudes, I'd be like, okay, what you guys have planned is probably better than reality. But then this fucking dorks being like, this is what we're doing now.
I think no matter what we do, technology's going to keep moving. No matter what we do. And China's going to do it, Russia's going to do it, everybody with power is going to do it. Anybody that has the resources, they're going to keep pushing this technology. And if you just think, where's it going? Well, it's going in a bad direction. You're going to become a part of some fucking giant hive mind. Yeah, we're all going to be sharing thoughts together and some bizarre buzz of information that we all suck from. It's
Yeah.
going to be real weird.
It is going to be weird, but then you could have the unpluggers, which would be nice.
Well, that's what it's going to be when you go to the club and you put your phone in your underbag, talk some shit, do stand up.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why people love going to a comedy club now, and especially when you make them put their phone in the underbags. Because
It's a game changer.
you can actually pay attention, you actually focus, you're there, you're living in the present moment instead of constantly checking your tweets. People, it's an addiction, and it's a new one, right? It's one that didn't exist for our parents. They never had to deal with it, and we're growing up with this very bizarre connection to the whole world, and a lot of it's negative. And it's also manipulated. A lot of it's bots.
I guess I'm hoping it also gets so bad it gets better. Like, I'm hoping that, not to use the Matrix again, that there will be a point where you can be like, I'm disconnecting from everything. Whereas right now it feels like we have to engage with it. Like, it would be nice to get to a point where it's like, are you on or off? I'm off. And you're like, oh, okay, I won't try it.
Do you ever just disconnect your...
Yeah, when I go to my house,
Yeah.
disappear.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and I just put my phone. I have like a safe where I lock my phone.
That's
My phone and lock the candy.
candy in your phone. Say, what's harder, candy or the phone?
Fuck the phone. Candy rules, dude. Candy's so good. The phone sucks. It stresses me out.
Candy fishes.
That was my favorite Swedish fish. I just had a real one from Sweden. Sweden.
Most forgeries.
Fake, the red ones.
It's fake Swedish fish.
Those are American. Swedish fish are black. From Sweden.
Interesting. We're gonna have our nasty chemicals for the dogs.
Yeah, the red 40.
Yeah.
Is RFK against red 40?
I think so.
It's so funny watching RFK go through the lesbian moms that I have, like, because they're so liberal, so like, fuck RFK, and then at one point he's like, I want to bring back raw milk, and I said to watch my entire town of it, could be like, wow, we do love raw milk. How do we actually like that quite a bit? Because they're like, right now siphoning raw milk illegally off of farms.
It's so silly. Raw milk is illegal. You can buy whiskey at Costco.
It's so weird.
So dumb.
Raw milk is so good.
It's really
Like,
good.
Francis Ellis is all about the raw cheese and milk.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people that have lactose intolerance,
No, not Francis Ellis. Jason Ellis. Francis Ellis.
Jason Ellis, the comedian.
Yeah. Francis Ellis is a comedian.
Yeah, it's really good for you.
Yeah.
It's just don't get it bad. Don't get it where it's
And then what happens? You just have a bug.
fucking rancid diarrhea.
Yeah, but whatever. Better than a fucking cancer.
Yeah. Well, I think your body, when it's homogenized and pasteurized, it's like, what is this?
Yeah.
No enzymes. What is this water protein you're making me drink that I'm going to fart out?
Yeah. I bet we could drink endless raw milk. I bet we could really go ham on raw milk.
Swedish fish is a taste supposed to be called berry.
Not discuss.
Berry.
But the black stuff is a different kind. It's called
Salt, yeah. Black salted licorice.
That shit is good.
Like that? Is that your shit?
Yeah,
Ammonium chloride. Ammonium chloride.
Nice.
Probably not better than Red 40. Well, let's Google ammonium
We
chloride.
assume
What is that?
everything countries do better.
I know,
It's
right?
crazy.
We assume smelling salt.
They'll be in the audience and I'll be like, oh, you think you're better than me? I'm like, no, we really like you.
Mine crystalline water-soluble salts formed from ammonia and chloride, primarily as a fertilizer, and expectorant in collagens and components sold and galvanizing fluxes to clean metal surfaces. Also found in dry cell batteries such as a flavoring agent in its natural form. It's called salammoniac. Well, it's like monosodium glutamate. Everybody was scared of that for the longest time. And Bourdain and I were talking about it. He's like, no. It's like, it's good. He's like, it makes the food taste better. I go, right, it does, right? He's like, yeah. I go, what do you think about all the stuff about it being bad for it? I think it's bullshit.
Yeah. Like, what does it do? It's just a
Monosodium glutamate is like what they would always put. The thing was, it was always, you would hear that it was used in Chinese food, but it was used on
MSG.
a lot of food. I remember when I worked at Newport Creamery, they used to have some laying around. I think,
Oh, yeah, you go into places where you can MSG.
yeah, there was a name, there was a product. MSG enhances umami flavors with less sodium, about 1/3 the sodium of salt, while NaCl primarily. Wasn't it called Accent? Wasn't there something like that where there was a monosodium glutamate product that they would have for restaurants? God, I can't remember what it was called. Is it Accent? Yeah, there it is.
It's a great brand.
Global food company known for meal science and umami seasoning. Yeah, that's it. Say how any tub of that stuff, you throw it in whatever the fuck you're cooking, it made it taste better.
What was the...
So monosodium glutamate was like the thing that everybody was like blaming. Oh, I gotta stay away from the Chinese food. That fucking MSG kills me. It's like, that's bullshit.
But why did we say that?
It's probably one of those things that we get stuck with, like saturated fat's bad for you, because some cunt got a lot of money from the sugar lobby, so they wrote some fake science and everybody got it. Those guys fucked everybody so hard, and they did it for 50 grand. They did it for 50 grand like the 1960s, and forever we been fucked.
I felt for a long time.
60 years, everybody's been like, stay away from it. Stay away from fat. The perceptions of MSG's danger stem from anecdotal reports and flawed early studies, not from consistent scientific evidence. For most people, MSG does not cause health problems. However, a small subset of the population may be sensitive to it and experience temporary mild symptoms. So what's the mild symptoms? Headaches, nausea, drowsiness, flush your way. Maybe you just ate too much of fat fuck. It was once called Chinese restaurant syndrome, now known as MSG symptom complex. These symptoms often appear within 2 hours and are typically mild. Yeah, but also, you probably ate like a pig.
Also whiskey again.
Difficulty breathing, rare severe cases. You probably drank beer and ate 50 bowls of noodles, you fat fuck.
Is RFK pro fucking, is he like pro checking all of this stuff, or isn't he the anti, just like let it all run, or is he?
No, he thinks you should know what's bad for you. And if you want to take it, there should be a label on the food letting you know that the stuff in there is shown to cause X, Y, and Z. That's it. Like he doesn't say beer and cigarettes or whiskey. If you don't say that, those two things. If you don't say no more cigarettes, no more whiskey. If you don't say that, then shut up.
So the left is worried about the regulation.
You're worried about the regulation. Yeah, with many things. Yeah, with environmental concerns. I'm sure they're worried about the regulation. They're worried about deregulation.
Is there any party that's just pro-regulation? Is there any party that's just pro-regulation? Regulate AI, regulate Instagram, regulate
That's much more interested in regulating things. Like if you look at the most regulated states, they're Democrat-run states. Like California has a lot of red tape and regulations if you want to get anything done.
Socialist is the most regulated.
Yeah, because they want control. They want more control from the government. They have a bigger, bloated government, and the way to keep that functioning is you got to go through hoops and ladders to get through anything. Anything.
I just feel like it's all or nothing. I feel like you have to regulate everything or regulate nothing.
No, some regulation is good. Like your parents are contractors, right? There's a good example. You
Too much regulation there.
too much regulation, but you need inspectors.
Fuck the inspect. They suck.
Okay. You can't say that because if your family does a good job, and I'm sure they do, that's fine. But there's a bunch of fly-by-night fuckheads that make a house and don't follow code, and then shit goes
But
sideways.
that shit is so that stuff is like that's. I mean, the bureaucratic bullshit the contractors have to go through is psycho.
That's true too.
I used to be a contractor, dude. The amount of I should have been.
I think there's a comfortable medium.
I think. Yeah. I don't.
My stepdad was an architect, so I grew up around construction sites as well.
So you know how
Yes.
frustrating that guy is.
I do, but I also know that there's a lot of shady motherfuckers that are involved in construction, and you gotta make sure these assholes follow code, otherwise this house is gonna collapse and kill everybody inside. People suck.
Yeah.
Some people suck, and they cut corners, they save money, they do things all half-assed. You need someone to go inspect it.
But then it's weird to not have regulation on that. There's no regulation with social media. I mean, unless it's the censorship shit.
Right.
It's weird. I
That's
mean,
really bad for it. Psychologically, it might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to, like, collectively society. Psychologically. Like, if you look at Jonathan Haidt's book, if you ever read his book, The Coupling of the American Mind,
no.
it's all about, he's great, it's all about social media and then self-harm with girls. This is a big thing. Self-harm, suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. That all comes like this, because it ramps way up when social media gets introduced. And
There should just be elected committees, elected psychological committee, elected philosophical
who's
committee.
going to tell you can and can't do it? Who's going to say you should and shouldn't say things? If you don't like it, you should get off of it. And that's what I do. I just stay off
Yeah,
of it
because
for the most part.
kids are just.
I know, but so is booze, right? The good thing to know, don't do that, it'll ruin your life. Don't do this. This can ruin your life too. Like, it also sucks
Yeah,
your
but it's a
time away.
drug. It needs to be regulated like a drug.
Who's gonna be the one? Who's gonna tell you what? I don't want anybody telling me I can't go on Twitter if I'm at home and I have nothing to do and I pay taxes. My bills are paid. I want to just
Any
fuck off.
tactic for attention monopolization has to be removed since the committee that doesn't exist. Like, you know how you feed them,
It's not monopolization. You can shut it off anytime you want.
but it pulls you in. It sends you alerts. It gives you the dopamine thing. It gives
I
you.
don't have a words on.
No,
I've never
but
had
those
words
are
on.
what the kids do.
Well, they should shut that shit off. Someone should teach them how to use it correctly. And also tell them, like, hey, this is a lot of negativity, and a lot of these people are wasting their life on this shit. You're wasting your time.
I know that, and I just fell into a dark hellhole last night. Like, it's hard to avoid. It's
But you can do it. I do it.
yeah, but I can do it. But 13-year-old Jordan would be fucking hanging from that closet if there would be. I mean, it would be rough.
15-year-old Joe would be horrible shit that never saw.
Oh, it's horrible shit. That's the other horrible shit.
Under fake accounts, 30 different accounts,
Yeah.
make a new Gmail address, make a new account, all they have is
Maybe
your
that
IP
should be
address.
more fake accounts.
Yeah, but then the thing is, whistleblowers are important, right? If someone is in the government and there's some shady shit going on and you can expose it and you don't want to die,
Yeah.
you don't want to get Seth Riched.
Yeah. But isn't there another way to whistleblow, like graffiti or something?
It doesn't work.
A billboard.
You can't go viral.
Yeah.
Billboards don't go viral. You gotta be able to express yourself without fear of consequences, because there's a lot of people that don't have any power, and there's a government, or maybe you find out that the corporation you work for is doing some horrible shit, and they're bypassing some environmental regulation and dumping toxic stuff into the ocean. Like,
Well, maybe it just comes down to regulating the corporations and being like, bro, you can't make money off of people's data. You can't make money off of.
That's a problem because we didn't know. We all signed up for it that data was going to be this massive commodity. Not only is it very valuable, but then it gives them insane power. The people that have all that money and have all that power, now they're in control of, essentially all social discourse.
So maybe that's the thing that needs to be regulated.
I don't know. Just like when they do regulate it, then it's like, did you ever read the Twitter files? Did you ever read any of the stuff that Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger and all these guys? When Elon purchased Twitter, one of the things they found out was that intelligence communities have been deeply embedded into Twitter, and that they were involved in suppressing certain narratives, pushing others, and it was really sketchy stuff, like dangerous stuff. Because if they have the power to suppress accurate, real information, then you're propagandizing to the entire country. You're shifting narratives. You're changing the way people think about things. This can affect elections. This can affect public health. This can affect everything. And they were doing that. And they were doing it because they had regulation over social media. They had power. Elon comes along and he's like, fuck that. It's Wild West time. And opens it wide up and everyone's like, oh, it's all racist now. There's not something. Yes, there's more of that now because it's not getting banned, but also there's more people that, can talk about virtually anything that they want to. And you can debate it out. You can talk about the climate. You can talk about the moon. You can talk about asteroids. You can talk about foreign governments. You can talk about anything. And that's better. It's better to have people say horrible shit, but also be able to say true shit than not be able to say anything.
Yeah, but I worry about the. It just comes down to kids for me because they get radicalized, and when you see the racist shit and you join the tribe, it just becomes.
They can also get radicalized. They can also become Christians. They can also become like hikers. They can also really get into jiu-jitsu. They can also
ISIS.
Join video games. You can join ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS.
They can also do whatever the fuck they want to do. This is just, we gotta duke it out in the battlefield of ideas. And that has to be able to take place. You can't have people decide what you can and can't discuss. Because the problem with that is, then they have power over you. And they have power over the most important thing that we do as a culture, which is figure out what's right and what's wrong.
Chaves da Kufrin Base, which clearly is a pursuit of hell is described. The person, as he gets older, says the puzzle. When a person gets older, his flinch, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates. His teeth stop grinding, his eyesight gets worse. His vision doesn't.
People that are looking at this science that are actual scientists.
An older person wakes up with the slight sound of birds, the songs of the boys and the girls. Barzillai Gulagi, who saved Abramelech tells him, come live with me in Shalim. He says, I can, I'm 12 and 80 years old, I see from here. But as a person gets older, he starts losing his mind a little bit. He loses his taste in his mouth. His hearing goes. On the other hand, you see that Rebbe had a Amma who was 92 years old and she was able to taste the food and tell Rebbe whether it was good or not. Says Rava, Barzillai was full of snus, so therefore you become older quicker. The Caesar told him, Shimon Hananiah, why do you come to Beit Avidas and pass earlier the Beit Hall? Come debate us. Says Shimon Hananiah can't. The mountain has snow on it. In front of his head, he has white hair. The surroundings have ice in his mustache. The dog doesn't bark. He doesn't have a voice. The street don't rhyme. He's getting older. An older person bends over as if he's searching for something on the ground, but in fact, it's his spine is deteriorating. 2 is better than 3, referring to 2 legs is better than walking with pain, and it's a shame on the younger years that disappear and go away and don't come back. When you're younger, it's like good smelling roses, and when you're older, it's like disgusting smelling filfa, which is metal. When you chew your food, you still have a bouncing respect, 40, food is good for the body, drink is good. There's debate. Saurus, one man children told me, he was in Tzuki as well, children Parfa says, from where I'm standing until the baldness, how far is it? In other words, he's poking fun as Yeshua Parfa, as his name indicates that he's bald. So Yeshua says, it's as far as
Or you
compared
want
to
to occasionally have
seriously.
a piece of cake
Or
at dinner.
your
After
son
dinner,
is truly
it's
talking.
considered fucking
So he tells
Yeah,
him
but what about the cake? What if every time I went to
the
go get
goat
cake, there was 90 other dudes in
costs
the cake shop that were
4.
being like, we should
In other
kill
words, the
this
bald
group
one,
of
a goat
people.
is a
And
bald
you'd be like,
sheep.
fuck, I
Only
really
costs 4.
want
He
to eat
says, you
cake,
know
but
what?
these people keep saying that. Maybe
A
I can
goat
eat
that's a
some because I
son
love it so
actually
much.
costs 8.
At some point, somebody should
So
walk
the
in the
dude
cake
tells
shop
him,
and be like,
you
dude,
don't
you
have
guys
shoes.
can't be
You're
here.
worth
there
less
are
than that
laws,
person.
right? So
So he
like,
says
there's
back
free
to him,
speech, but if
I
you
just want him
threaten
to have
someone, there's laws
have a
against that.
beard, to have simple life, to have a wife, and to
Yes.
have
Yeah, if you say
inheritance from
I
his
want
birth.
to
That's so
kill
good. You don't have all
the
3 of these.
Greeks
Yeah.
in America.
Rebbe asked
Like,
between me and why did you come visit me? And Yom Tov, his forefathers, and he said the small stones became like mountains. In other words, we're getting older, everything seems larger and harder. The closeness seems like it's far. Human became 3 out of pain, and I don't have time anymore, so I can't make up with my wife, and therefore I can't. When a person I'm talking
It's
gets older,
crazy how I just
both
last
using
night was sucked
extra
into this
fast
vortex and then I just put my phone away
and
and my
I'm a
dog
parrot
was sitting right there.
it becomes more
And I was like,
difficult.
oh, hey, real
An older
life
person
thing that
is
loves
hip,
me.
Also, I had
is
no
visible,
idea this was going on with you. I had
sticks
no
out,
Yeah, I know. It's
his
ridiculous.
career
It
becomes like a
sucks so
burden
bad
to
'cause I
him.
was trying to be
He
so.
loses his
I was
taiva.
like actively trying to say a
As
woke thing
they
that
were
I went
reading,
through,
speaking to Rav,
patting myself
let
on my
out
fucking
a
back,
groan,
and it
oi.
just fucking
And the
spun
Gemara
out of
says,
control.
Shmamina, you see from here that he actually lost his
It's
taiva.
all horseshit. It's just a
You,
cult.
Omar Vayehi,
It's a cult
commanded that should be
is
taiva, taiva's
mostly
nothing, even
perpetrated
though
by people that don't have a
logically it
religion.
doesn't make any
So it
sense. It's a
behaves
body
like a
full of
religion.
weight
You can
and
get
blood.
excommunicated, you can
Two
cast
of the
out a
Amma
kingdom
they
for
created,
life.
you have
There's
children and
rules. If
children.
you follow
That's why we
those
have taiva.
rules,
I'll
you'll be
explain.
good. If you're not,
Children
you're
are very
heretic.
difficult to
Yeah.
rear
It's a
and
religion.
raise.
And it's a
And
religion
both
for people that
when
don't have a religion.
taiva
Because there's a
for them,
fucking weird
nevertheless.
part of our
The
brain
Ha'ila Chadim of Beis
that
Lama,
whether
each
you
person when it comes
are
to Ha'ila
a
Ma'emes has
Democrat
his
or
place.
Republican,
It's that designated room. It's not like we all get to sit with Avraham Avinu, Moshe Rabbeinu, or
so
the
there's
people.
if you don't
Sit
have
where we belong.
something in your life that you
Like a
think
king, says
of
the
as a
Gemara,
higher
he
power,
comes with all his servants.
at
When he
least
comes
have
into the
like
city,
some
he comes
sort
in
of
together with them.
ethical
Once he goes to the
or
hotel,
foundation,
the king gets the presidential
goals,
suite.
some higher
Everybody else
goal
gets
that
to
you
sit in the room.
subscribe to.
His nose
Something
causes the
fulfill
face to
that
become
spot.
darker as the person
There's a
is
spot
older.
in your brain, and that spot would be I'm
A
a fuck,
worm
or that spot would be I'm a
on
liberal.
a
We
dead
gotta-
person,
these goddamn
a dead person
racists,
feels
all
it
these,
as
all
if
these
he
white
was
people. We gotta get
poked
rid of
with a
white
needle.
people. White people say that. We gotta double
The
down on
soul of a person, the
They'll say
nefesh
that. They'll say
ha'adam,
they're patting themselves on the back while they're saying it.
sits and has a veils on the body for
It's
7
just,
days.
it's just a religion. It's just
The person doesn't have someone
to me and I
be
DM them
menachem,
back being
do
like,
a
hey, I
veil,
just want you to
die
know, like,
without
I'm
any
so
family.
I
So it's a mitzvah to
totally
sit
didn't
there
mean to
in the
hurt
place that
anybody
he
in
died.
advance or if you're offended by
People,
this.
but you
And they
did
would
so,
just immediately
and
be
the
like,
person
oh, it's
came to me
totally
and
okay.
came and
I
said,
take back everything.
you
I
should
said,
have a
when
witness
they
on
said it
evidence
was like,
because
you
you gave me
fucking
look
bitch, and I just was like, hey,
that
I'm a
person here's
person.
everything that's going
And
on,
like,
put
oh
one
shit,
stuff
I
until they put the
completely
dirt,
forgot. I was
the
like,
goyle on the coffin, and some
very
people
good.
say
It's a terrible way to
until the
communicate.
body decomposes.
It's bizarre, yeah.
Give
I
back your
fucking
neshama to
I
the
talk
Rebbeinu
so
Shalom,
much
like
shit
you gave it
about
to you nice and
everything, and
clean,
then I
marshal
forget
to a
there, I'm
person,
like, oh yeah,
to a
this
king.
is, and
He
it
gave his
just feels
servants,
good to believe
they
something.
melech,
It
he
feels
gave him
so
his own
good to
clothing.
stand your
Smart
ground
ones
on
folded
something
it up
and
and
to
put
be
it away.
like,
And when I
I did
called them, they put it on and it
something
was nice and
today,
clean
something,
and
even
ironed.
though it doesn't mean
The
anything.
not so smart ones, they wore their clothing and they went to work and it was filthy. And they
That's
locked
why
them
it
up,
takes
so
to
that
listen
they
to religion.
lock up those
People don't have
Neshama
religion.
who soiled the Neshama
But
that
it
they put
doesn't
them,
have to
put
be
them in
religion.
Gehenna.
You can have it be in the, you can have it be
Tzaddikim, their Neshama goes under the Kisah HaKavod, Yisrael, they have their throne with a slingshot for one side of the world. They don't have nukes on it.
Always been
The
there.
Beinonim go to the Malach for
Fill
Puma, he's in
that
charge.
spot with whatever the fuck it
The
is.
dead,
Leftist politics,
just like the Russia goes to
right-wing
Duma.
ideology,
But a
whatever the fuck
Benoni,
it
a
is.
middle,
Yeah.
the average
Find
guy,
a
even though he
thing
goes to
that
Duma,
becomes your
he has
religion.
maneuver.
totally.
Rav Mori says,
Fucking broken.
Tzaddikim
So
turn
weird.
into dust.
It is
But we're
Gemara tells
also
us a story that
we're
they
fun.
dug in Rav Nachman's backyard and they heard somebody groaning. Rav Nachman came to check it out and he found out that it's Rav Asai Bar Yoshi and says, shouldn't you be dust? And he says, whoever taught you to play hell is going to teach you Mishlei. What causes dust? Jealousy. Bereka Batzomis Kino. So he said, so come to my house, let's have a coffee. And he says, don't you know Navi? I see you don't even know Navi. Because you're probably the one that decides to come out. We can't just come out of our drink. That's Gini Hashem. But what about the Pasuk Yovel Akev Love Adosha. Should you be dust? He says yes. One moment before yes, amazing. I will turn into dust, but until then I will be whole. I have a wonderful day.
But the video game of like health and body perfection, like getting jacked, is like the religion that many comics are in. Me too. And it does take that role a lot. Like a lot of times when people are just hatred, I'm like, just target lower belly fat. If you want to be fucking activated about something, get fucking pissed at that. You know what I mean?
What the fuck is this shit? Dog, this fucking YouTube algorithm is such garbage. Dog, what is this bullshit? Hey, let's have a fucking 142 part playlist, and then it's all on Judaism. It's like the most core Judaism shit of all time. And then I get some fucking monk screaming in a closet. What is this bullshit?
It's hard for people. It's hard for people to snap out, especially people that are fragile.
Worst
that are worried about
stream
themselves. Those
ever.
are the most vicious. The most fragile people are the most vicious. They're the most mean. The ones that are worried about being criticized themselves.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Hurt people.
So I've done it.
Hey everybody,
Yeah.
we're YouTube.
It's normal part of being a person. It's just
We've done absolutely nothing to improve our platform in the last 15 years.
very little
Nothing.
value.
It used to be free.
Or you can
Now
use
people
it
pay for it. Why?
for someone who's like,
We don't fucking know. I don't know. We show NFL on
what's
it,
actually
but
happening.
you can get that other
The world's
places.
filled with, crazy shit.
Do they? I don't even fucking know. Just games in Brazil or some shit. This is the worst.
It's 80% of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
Look
Yeah,
at this
I mean, there's
athleticism,
so
though.
much. I talk so much shit
6
about social
people?
media, but the amount of animal videos that it brought
Your
me back.
optimism.
I mean, I found out that otters have a little.
Knows no
skin
bounds,
pocket,
my
and it's
brother.
like seeing
Wishing the
my
best in your
life.
endeavor. I enjoyed our
Like,
chat
that
this morning.
shit is so good.
Yeah.
Any fast intake of National Geographic online.
Well, that's that one guy.
Well, there's most of my time I spend, if I'm fucking off on my phone, is on YouTube. And I don't have a problem with that because most of that is like
Samuel.
I'm getting educated.
Yeah, I would not have been able to be a contractor
This is
without YouTube.
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the fucking chicken
So much
scratch.
you learn if you just do it right. Like YouTube is the most amazing resource if you just do it right.
And there's just some fucking guy who's like, I'm gonna teach you exactly how to utilize
No
this.
way, he reposted my shit.
Yeah, I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you.
Dog, this motherfucker is
It's
the
really
best.
weird. Some of those people, they're like, I'm gonna tell you how to change a Toyota tire on a Nissan truck, and I'm like, hey, that's exactly what I
52
need.
views.
It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, those guys rule.
Oh, there's so much good how-to stuff that's available online. Or you can get on Twitter and just start yelling about the Jews.
Yeah.
Figure out a thing, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Fucking climate. Do you understand what's happening? We won't have an Earth for our children. People go crazy.
Are you worried about your kids' future?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I'm worried about everybody's future. I'm worried about their future. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. So I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody.
So I can't. I don't think I can have kids.
But when people say that, I was like, I wouldn't want to have kids today. I'm like, yeah, why would you with all the books and medicine and shit? People had kids before they figured out doors.
When they say I don't want to bring a kid into this world, like I sometimes don't want a kid just because the idea of letting my dog outside without me scares me. But like, and I'm neurotic. But when they say that, I'm like, you're talking about the absence of consciousness being superior to consciousness. That's a paradox. You can't say one is better than the other. There is no better until you're born.
Not only that, there's a lot of people in my life that I love. I have a lot of good friends. I have a lot of people that I love. The only way you make people is they have to be babies. And they grow up to be people that you love.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah.
That's life. You have to, if you love people, you probably love kids.
Yeah.
You just don't know it. And you probably are, terrified of responsibility, which is real.
Yeah.
But you can have kids. It's something.
Do you think everybody should do it?
No. I think you can have a rich and full life and never have children. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I always resented that when I didn't have children. People say, "Oh, you don't have kids."
Yeah.
Don't say that. That's silly. And then you alienate people. Yeah, it changes
Did
it.
it unlock like a Molly level of love?
Yes. Chappelle had the best quote about this. He said, "Not only did it change the amount of love that I have, it changed my capacity for love."
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know. Like, how much you love your daughter. I know you love your daughter. I've seen you with your daughter. You love your kids times a million.
Look at this.
That's frightening. That level of love. How do you let them go to school?
Life is crazy. Life is frightening. You just have to learn and grow and just deal. This is just part of the thing. You can't just be safe forever. You're not going to live. You're going to die. We're all going to. just have to exist. And to, you have to, like, when you don't see your friend, like, bye, they get on a plane, like, oh my god, what if the plane crashed? What do we know? You can't live like that.
Yeah, but a child, I
know.
You had to teach yourself to chill? Really?
And you only chill so much. You love them so much, it's hard. But I think there's a reason why societies like people to have children, because it makes you much more concerned with law and order. It makes you much more concerned with cleanliness, pollution, and all of the harm that can happen to your child.
Yeah.
You worry more, because if it's just selfish, everybody's like, fuck everybody, I'm gonna go get a hole. Like, okay.
Yeah.
You're not really a part of this thing. You're just kind of like, you're a leech, like this thing is all of us together.
It would frustrate me if I had kids that people without kids have equal right to vote. That would annoy me.
Why?
I don't know.
Because they can vote for negative things about your kids.
It just would piss me off. I'd be like, you're not keeping a life around. You know what I mean? Like, you're just some selfish shitter and eater,
Well, there's a lot of those selfish shitters and eaters, too, that think that somehow, because this is one of the things that people are being taught today, that somehow or another, because there's so much money in the world, like, you're owed something, and we should have universal basic income, and your needs should be met. There's a bunch of people that think that way. Don't think that you should provide a value, that your needs should be met, because there's so much wealth in the world, and then everything else, whatever the wealthy people have on top of that should only exist once their needs are met, because there's a fake scarcity crisis in this country, and it's really because the wealthy people have gotten so much.
But that's the Bernie bro.
Yeah, well, there's some truth to that, though, right? There is some truth. Like, if someone acquires all the money and everybody else is poor, obviously you have a broken system.
Yeah.
Bernie's idea was to take a small amount of stock market exchanges, just like a fraction of a penny for each one of these, and that money would all be an incredible resource that would go to education, healthcare, and all these different quality of life things that would have a legitimate impact on society. That's what I was interested in. That was my most compelling thought that he had.
Yeah.
The most compelling thought to me. I was like, that seems like that would work. That seemed like that would have a big impact, and it would change a lot of things.
I've always been down for the tax the corporations. I've always been down for it, and not view them as having human rights.
Well, the weird thing is that they have the ability to donate insane amounts of money towards congressional campaigns and Senate races. That's fucked.
So if they're gonna take that, stop that. No. What is that called? Well, what is that called? Electoral funding.
Sure.
Election funding. There's a name for it, but stop that. Campaign funding. Stop that. And
it's like just that. It's like it's funding super PACs. It's funding NGOs. It's just a lot of shit that goes on that's just really about influence.
But if you get a corporation that's making that much money, tax the shit out of it for schools.
Well, not a bad idea, but you got to be able to make money. The real problem with corporations is they have to always make more money. Like, if you have a responsibility for your shareholder, if you're a CEO, every quarter you have to make more money. Like, the idea is, like, you're doing really well, you're making more money, and the only way to really keep making it, they never go, we're good. Hey, everybody, we're
Why
good.
not?
Because they're cunts.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, you get to this, that's the game they're playing. They're playing the I want more money game. They're not playing the let's make the world a better place game, because it's a corporation.
Yeah.
So it's a sociopath. It acts like a sociopath. Have you ever seen, like, when they've done these studies where they, like, well, look at the behavior of a corporation? It's basically a psychopath.
That's why I think they should fund this shit. It's crazy how much the middle class is taxed.
What they really fucked up was with the stock market in general.
The market is so weird to me. I will not put any money in it. I buy gold and I buy a house. I buy a car. I buy a watch. But I won't to the stock market.
But it's crazy that everybody gets to be involved in, like,
that is so weird to me. But I'm not allowed to say this because people go, oh no, Jordan, you got to put it into a fund that is an index. And I'm like, I don't have to gamble. I throw away trash. Gambling is a bad thing.
Yeah, but
my family, you're not allowed to do that.
The thing is, it is a real thing, and it does work. Look at Nancy Pelosi. She's got $500 million. Right? She did it in a shady way.
Is that good that she has that?
No.
It's not good.
No.
My friends who are like,
it's not going to make her live longer. She's 82 fucking years old. She looks terrible.
Right.
It's like, the end is nigh. Stop working.
And my friends are like, I made 50 grand off Bitcoin, and I'm like, you just put it back into Bitcoin. You're gonna keep it in Bitcoin because now you're stuck in an addiction until it's gone, until it tanks. You know what I mean? Nobody that I know is like, I'm pulling out. Maybe a couple.
Some people have, and they made a lot of money.
That's great. Yeah, I have one friend who did that. Very proud of it. But typically, it keeps you in it.
It's like the same people that stay off social media. They're rare.
They're rare, but they utilize the system. When I was microdosing, I could do the bigger post and be like,
No, I still microdosing.
because I was in and out of a relationship that when I would microdose would.
Shabbos Daf Kufay, 2 emails today from Los Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says, Barav Hagoyin Admor, Rav Elio Stefansky Shmidin explains why he says that a Rebbe who teaches you Torah is more important than a father in some ways. He doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life. From a faithful Stefansky Chassid, Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, such incredible responsibility, etc., etc. Day in, day out. You must be living the Daf Hashrecha. He says a beautiful Bar Torah on Uvan, Nevuv Bahar Saru. Then he says, thank you, an avid listener and a huge fan. May Hashem give you chayach and continue to teach. Ruchni's Gashmias, many years to come. Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya, if a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, let's say an R with an apostrophe, Reb, you know what that means? According to Reb Yehoshua ben Meseir, you are chayev, that's writing a word. According to Chum, you are pater. As he points out, even 3 letters in abbreviations would be fine. Where do you see the concept of abbreviation in Torah? Also, ki av hamoin bein mesaticha. Hamoin is extra, so there's more directions. Av hamoin. Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Umais, I made you the chosen nation. Chavin, the hate is interchangeable with Ches. You're beloved from all the nations. Melech, you're the king of all the nations. Plus, distinguished. Neman, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Alikecha. Anoichi stands for Ono Nashi Kosovsi Havis. I myself wrote Torah, and I'm giving it to you, flying so. Or I'm reading Maksiva Yehiva, or some people read it backwards. Yehiva Ksiva, Ne'amana Mamarel. These words are alive. Bilam's mule, Yorak Aderech Lenegi. What is this word Yorak? It's an abbreviation. Yora, Rasam, Nasam. You saw fear, and she veered off the way. It means the carbon oimer, so you can eat college. It says in the public Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmele, a full pillow. The barley is bursting, it's moist. Rabbi Mel said about Shimi Ben Gera, what does Minretzes stand for? Noyif, referring to the story of Bathsheba. Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzayach, Soirer, you're murdered, you're hated. Yeva, you are disgusting and abomination. The Buddha says, I don't know what to say. We found the Gavia Kesef in our sack. I don't know what to say. Staduk stands for. The fighting were upright. Sadiq Meir and Dakin were clean. Says the Mishnah, if a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's also in between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Rambam says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters. And we deal chatzishir. According to Racham, he's public because the deal. Yes, you deal chatzishir, and it does separate. And with that, we finish the parak habayna. The new parak called Ireg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Eliezer, you're chayav for 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on, according to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, whether it's at the end, or in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1 thread. There's a stereo contradiction in the Brises. The Brises says, according to Blazer, you're chayav after 2 threads. We say in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that one is talking about thick threads, one is talking about thin threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is what. On the one hand, 3 threads. If they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, but it will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, and therefore you need 3. And on Zen, you're chayav. At the edge of the garment is a different shear. Usually it's kisif. It's the spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. It's only 3 threads of chassis and 2 of air because it's chashav when it comes to a belt, a tziltzil. The more brings up Bryce, it says exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and then the Bryce says exactly like Rabbanon, so it's blown up, and there's no bigger writer one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loom, it goes up and down, the heddles go up and down, in the center you have these loops, you put the threads through these loops, bring the threads up and down, you can pass a shuttle through them. putting two threads through two of those loops, you are chayiv. Abaye explains, and you have to put a third one on another device. Kirus is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or an apple flower, meaning you pick reeds or like a little leaf, this chesed area, the horizontal leaves are held by two vertical. The verticals are held by two horizontal. That's all you need to be chayiv, like in the picture. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you're chayiv, but we already had it in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. It's coming to tell us the next halacha, that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayiv, which we also had in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? It tells us the following way. If you tear a beged because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he's puffed. Unless a person breaks, tears, metalgal in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about a dead person that he doesn't have a heel to rip kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive, then he'd be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that he doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible over. The person is not a chacham, because if he's a chacham, all of Kawai Yisrael have to rip kriya, and on a chacham you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat sudas havra. He's obviously not a kosher person, because any kosher person will have to rip kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama, at the departing of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of the relationship, you have to rip kriya, just like you rip kriya when you see a Sefer Torah burning. Every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs, and you have to rip kriya. The shear for whitening wool and untangling it and dyeing it and weaving it is double a sit. But if you are oirei, it's only the size of 1 sit. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beged, you do kriya out of anger, you're potter. That's it. Goes according to the Restream that says the law of Hashem speaks potter. In other words, you prefer not to have the situation, just the solution to the situation. It's not a constructive, positive malacha, and you are potter. Bryson says your chayiv goes according to Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get angry. He cares things. But to calm your yetzer, that would be usher, because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually will do have a mark. Rav Yehuda says, Rav Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Rav used to break different kalim that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher. And Rav Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson and say, this is what happens when you get me mad. If you cry over a kosher person that was lifter, the Torah counts the tears and stores them away in his basic nozzle. Rav says, if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy to be buried alive. The Rebbe says you won't have longevity, neither can I get either. Even though by Yeshua's hesped, they weren't mastered for 30 days. Those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life for the short years that they lived. Where it says, "L'man you remake them," bracha. Since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Where if you get off of it, you could die. Alcohol's another one. Yeah, but Xanax is another one. And it's really hard for people.
Dude, I got Klonopin in Mexico, and I was like, I'm just going to use this when I have again. Until in 2 weeks, every night I was being like, oh, I think I'm going to feel a little bit. And I was like, oh, you need to never allow this around you. I got a Xanax the other day, and my friend was like, you can have as many as you want. I was like, I need one, and never give me another again. This is a thing that I'll keep in just in case.
Just like break glass.
Break glass. It's a break glass will. Yeah. Or else I fucking pencils.
I've heard. I was on a flight once with a lady. She said there is nothing elsewhere on this better than a Xanax and a glass of wine. And I was like, I don't think you're supposed to drink with Xanax. She's like, no, it's poppers. train?
Poppers, dude, I had no idea because I don't do anything. And I was dancing at a wedding. My gay friend was like sniffing.
Oh, you guys love that.
Oh, that's just a mini rave for a second.
How much did you do? Like,
A lot.
but how many times did you do it?
Enough where I felt fucked up like 5. I know. Yeah, that's what it felt like. It's gotta be bad. Because I went from being such a downer to being like, there it is. It was I was dragging people in. Yeah. That's like the brain damage from the boxing where you're like, dude, sometimes I need to be a little stupid for a second, or else I'm just constantly society.
I wonder what's worse for you, amyl nitrate or boxing?
I don't know.
What's the side effects of amyl nitrate? Because I know a lot of the gay fellas like it when they bottle. It's actually made for angina.
Angina. What the fuck?
What is angina?
What the fuck? I thought when you're anal, that marks between your anus and your vagina. Angina, that's the side effects of amyl nitrate abuse.
Or you made a fire because you want the ashes out there. What about ours? No, this is
Okay,
not like
so
the
amyl nitrate
problem is how
juices that.
the with no exceptions. Similar perhaps, our distribution
It relaxes the
Review
blood
the whole-
vessels, it increases
the
the
love
blood,
function
and also relaxes that booty.
Yeah, it makes the
as
bubble
long
open.
as there's a positive
I was
outcome
worried
at
I
the
was gonna
end,
shit my
you're
pants. I
excited.
did, but yeah, but
I
And
think other
the
things
right
like
show that
that
says
free to shave.
that
Yeah,
there are
okay,
two,
man.
there's a whole says that there
Someone
are
has
two
a
up there
pound
are not
on the
included,
asshole.
would go according to
Side effects, headaches, dizziness, flushing, rapid
no
heart
matter
rate.
what, every
I got some
More severe risk, life-threatening blood
because
condition
no
called
positive effect of them. Because the positive effect of them, like love and people do stuff, and you are hyped. Truth says, even when the positive effect of them, consider voluptuous people, and you are positive. Besides those who are title and honor,
and dangerous drops in blood pressure, especially when
drugs
combined
and
with
that
other
you
drugs.
are. What is the drug supplement?
Does it cause brain damage? Google does amyl nitrate brain damage.
Even though it's critical and everything that is to say that in general, medical is also only specific to human smoking.
Oh,
What the Curtis says, you should not kill a
It
bass
can
player.
cause both acute and long-term brain damage. Why would they come up immediately? Primarily through two long-term acute and long-term brain damage. Primarily through two mechanisms: oxygen deprivation and direct neurotoxicity. Severe or prolonged exposure can lead to permanent cognitive and neurological issues.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that immediately when you sniff it. You're
Nevertheless,
like,
Curtis says,
this can't be good. This is, it feels like somebody's taking it back. Like, it's
so
so
great.
great. It's like
the
whipping.
same thing.
That's way more, right?
I feel like
What is the
yeah,
fear
last
of
one.
a whitened world and a penguin world? This finds a sick computer. This is a job of single way. Some finger to finger.
It's
It's the
like the
same thing.
real
Don't
thing where
double
you make the whipped cream, where you have to pour sugar and pour the cream and then mix it. Yeah.
If I do that with
Says
whipped
the
cream,
listener,
I'm not allowed to
according to everybody,
use any of the whipped cream. That's always been my problem.
But we had the gas. We
swallow,
had an actual gas back there. One of the kids that we worked with was a total dirtbag. Hey, we gotta get high off the gas. We would all go back there and get high with this guy.
That's so fun.
larger than according to
I
the
only did it like once or twice because you hit it, you're like,
if it has
oh my
that's considered trapping. But like you escape, it's not trapping.
like, whoa!
It's awesome.
When it comes to
Yeah,
a
That
beer,
would last like 15, 20 seconds. I was like, oh my god, you're dumb enough as
get
it
it
is.
into a
Don't
small house. Into a house.
Right, it's always the idiots in the back. Like, I just used to get so high. I used to smoke one every morning before school, and I just would get,
Where it's
I was
easy to
so
having caffeine,
crazy
but not
stupid.
a favor.
And then when I got older, my brain was just like, you can't have any more of this. If you do, you're gonna bite your tongue.
It's definitely probably not good for kids.
And now look at it, you know
Oh
it's
yeah,
doing
we're
the
so
water.
tired.
We're capture a
Like
fish
you're
before you have
developing,
and keep
your
it in
brain's
water over the
developing, it's constantly being
kill it
bombarded
yonkers.
by
So
THC. It's
so
not good.
My dad was just such a great dad. He was like
therefore
a,
it's also
it's fun with
trap.
whenever you want.
That's funny.
Do you have you smoked weed with your kids ever?
No.
Oh,
And
yeah,
therefore
see,
you're not
that's
allowed to
But
feed
I
animals
told
that are
them,
mobile.
like, we've had conversations about drugs.
It's
He
already
said the most
trapped
important thing is stay away from any and all pills.
It's not
For
much
a bunch of
and
reasons.
therefore
Not
you're
just
allowed
because
to feed.
what the pill supposedly is
As
bad
Warren
for you,
says,
but because I bet
This is
what's in
talking
that pill
about
is
a
not
very
what's supposed to be in
small
there
dose.
because of fentanyl, and they know
And
that.
that's why
And powder coke is
the larger
fuck.
doses, you're not like,
Coke is
what
fuck.
I think coke is the worst.
Well, it's all fentanyl now. It's all.
you could grab the
There's so
animal
much
in one
fentanyl
shot,
in.
or
There's fake
since the time is
Xanaxes,
monitoring wall,
they're all fentanyl. There's Molly, fake Molly, it's all fentanyl. Just like
And the
battle
fentanyl,
on
if
the
it's
other
small enough,
wall,
it's
that's
fine.
considered a small area,
God, so
or
much.
it doesn't
It's
have
so
any
small.
corners
Amount that you
for
can.
the animal to run
Have
away
you ever
to.
seen the amount of fentanyl
A
that is lethal?
sleeping deer,
That cop
or
picture.
a
No,
blind
like have you
deer,
ever seen like
or a
comparison to
deer
a
that
penny?
has
There's a photograph on the internet of the
it
amount
still
of
run away, all
fentanyl in
these can run
comparison
away,
to a
but
penny
therefore
that's
it's
lethal.
trapped, it's considered
That
safe
will
on the side.
100% put you in the fucking ground.
If it's an
so
older deer or a
small.
handicapped
It's the
deer,
best feeling ever, though, when you go under for
then
surgery.
you are fucking because it's something
This is
like lens,
Yeah.
switching surgery on they give you
I used to be so
but
so fat, I got all this
it's
skin,
also considered
and I got it cut
a
off.
trap, and you're not tight.
how painful is that?
Grasshopper,
Afterwards,
hornet, ants,
they should kind of shuttled me
mosquitoes,
out
once
pretty
they're
fast.
layered,
They're like, all right,
trapping
I'm
them
up and
in
out.
higher,
Go home,
but
It
it's
was
coming
crazy.
drain,
to the pet.
Yeah.
go home and drain.
Typically something
Draining.
that's trapped for a
Yeah.
positive benefit.
Yeah, it had
That
to
is
go.
also
That was in the way.
trapping
Must
as
be
much as
happy
just
now,
get
right?
it away from you.
Yeah, totally.
Then
It was stuck in my
over
nose
the
getting my
insight
zipper.
and you are fucked.
I was having a talk.
Grasshoppers in the morning when you're
It was awful.
Ouch.
you can't see,
Calling different myself like 2 or 3 times in my life.
you're not tired
It's
of
pretty
just
enough.
one puff. You don't. It's very tight. And you're slightly lethargic. You are still tight.
Why is your dick up
Now,
that
if you're
high?
coming
Oh, I see
with
back
swarms
again.
of
She's just
grasshoppers
not paying
in the road
attention.
in Hawaii, then you are fucking
It's
tight.
weird that you guys have a whole external package down there. They just have balls on the
If the
outside.
deer goes to that house and the single person closes the door,
I'm
that person's
sorry
tied
about
for
that. The
safe.
itchiness
If
and the
people close doors
flags.
simultaneously, they're both puppets, right? So
Oh,
if
yeah.
the door is so heavy that it
Yeah.
requires
That,
people,
that evolution
then they are
had to do
both
that.
tied,
Yeah,
and
that's
until it says they are puppets.
Yes.
we have so many
Capture a
problems.
lion just
It's
by
just
grabbing
keep
onto it
it
with nothing, obviously will run away. You have to put it into
Or
a
the
special
hag.
designed pouch to
You have to
capture
be
the
able
lion.
to cool
It says in the
breeze.
if
Because
humans
if they're
by
getting
the door,
overheated, it's
but the
not good
door
for
is
you.
wide enough
It's
that
crazy
the
that you just
deer
have a
could run
unit
away.
dangling off your
Humans
body
not tired.
that's
Someone comes along,
keeping it's
sits on the
crazy.
other side of the door.
It's the most
Human is
vulnerable
tired.
part of your body.
Deer is not
Your
tired.
eyeballs.
What happens if Lucas
Yeah.
sits down
It's
and
just
then
hanging out
tired?
there.
The
It
deer
helps
is
though.
not
Men
getting
are very
It
intimidating.
keeps
It
you
helps that
comfortable.
you guys have that.
It gives
Honestly.
a second layer of protection.
Totally, it helps.
If
I
it's
don't
not
think I
tired,
would mate
Lucas
with
is
you
tired. What happens if
easily
Lucas gets
without
up
the
and
balls.
walks away?
Interesting.
Sometimes when the penis goes in and the balls touch you, you go, oh
This is a
yeah, he's
muscle.
just a person
The
that's
person
safe.
tied
You know what I mean?
here
Because you
with a
two
rope
squishy
lets
guys
it
that are
go.
like, oh
Two
my
doors.
god, this fucker.
You're strapped
He's just
tight.
hard. You
Is he allowed
know?
to close the front door?
But it helps us
Obviously, close the front door.
remember that you're
What happens if the deer
fallible.
undoes the rope? And now it's free to go.
If you guys were just
But the person
rods
that closed the
running
door,
around,
after
we'd
they
be like,
open the door,
Well,
no.
that's-
That
you
happened a
didn't have
while
to be
ago.
hard to have
And
sex. You didn't have
Jimmy
to be
sat down
aroused.
with one of
That
the
would be
down.
crazy.
I was going to get up. Once he
Animals
was
have a
away,
bone.
like a wonderful day.
oh,
Yeah.
how do they? They don't have to get hard. Dogs get the red rocket.
But they have a bone, though.
Ew.
There's a bone in there.
In there?
Yeah.
You can bring your dog's dick.
What is that bone? We have one out there. A giant fossilized walrus bone. Baculum, that's right. It's a bone. Yeah. I think all animals have an
Sabe
exception.
da design original sometimes from Alvin Yosef Murray. Thanks for all the great human rights. I haven't missed any shiurim. My wife and I converted to Orthodox Judaism 7 years ago. I have an apartment in Alabama and in Columbus, Ohio, and his wife wrote a book about the journey called From Rose Bowl to Rashi. Former Ohio State football player, and he played in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles and then Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional family in the world. Keep up the great job that you and your team are doing. Thanks, how the racist Murray. And now on to the job. It opens up the Shabbos when it says, Putter, it means Putter of an Usher, Besides, there are 3 exceptions to the rule, and one of them is what we had yesterday. In the Mishnah, that is, the company sat down by a door and trapped a deer. And his friend came and sat by him and created a second layer to spread the head and top 10 things not tight. Even if Reuben stands up and walks away, Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. He's not there. The Mishnah says a muscle, a person who tied a deer, a doorknob that's on the inside of the house, is allowed to close the front door. What if the deer becomes untied to the door? He doesn't have to open up the front door. It's already closed. He wasn't open, so he doesn't have to get up and walk away. The second case is Matas Mursha, removing fluids from the boil, chopping the zip.
But cats have like
If
a hook
the
tip where
intent
they
is just to
stuck
take
apart.
out the
Have you
fluid,
ever heard cats where they're stuck
it's
together?
mutter because the child, unless the person has intent to create an opening for to
Kicking each other.
take out the fluid and to produce oxygen inside. That would be awesome. Just like you say, you let them lift up a book to the needle to take out a thorn. The third thing is to capture a non-poisonous snake that shouldn't bite people, it shouldn't bother people. Same way, you're allowed to take some sort of food and put it over a flame so that shouldn't burn down the house. Cover the weight of a child, or to cover scorpions, but to do it to trap the scorpion for medicinal purposes, that is also an that we finish parrot or oil. Found parrots called minus ruption, that each ruption that emit coma after they're dead, as you see in the picture. These are considered, according to Rashi, the human structure. People like to trap these animals because they have value later for their skin or other medicinal purposes. Therefore, trap them, you are chayiv. And if you bruise them, you are chayiv. Now, what are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be chayiv for bruising, you have to create blood, not that it comes out because it came out, that was deep. We're referring to between the flesh and the skin. So that has to have a thicker skin. When it comes to summa of the 20 the skin of the parrots is not included in the summa because it's so thick. Therefore, all these extractions have Kabbalah and chops as well. According to Chachamim, only 4 out of these extractions have summa, and those are the 4 on the left side because their skin is thinner. Now, according to Bang Shmuel, there's much like it between Rebbe Nuri and Chachamim in Shabbos, according to Rebbe Nuri. All instructions, you're chayiv, so according to Chachamim, only 4 in the rest. According to Rava, it's only in Tumah that Chachamim say the distinction between the 4. Because the Pasuk says, Eva, Hachmei, and Mitzrah, these are the ones that are closest, closer, the 4 that are closest to these words are the ones that are coming. But when it comes to Shabbos, just like we do from the Nuri, all 8 is a Kabbalah. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. You can feel it. So therefore, the lizard is similar to the pilot and the skin and this Kabbalah. How do you know this concept of the Kabbalah has to be something that never goes back to its original? Learn from the process. Just like a pussy, the skin never changes color. The word the number the Gemara learns is not referring to leopard, but rather the word mura, it doesn't go back. Now the Rebbe learns from the Elam in the Mishnah, just like Elam. He was the Talmud of children. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to eat. The largest animal, like an elephant, camel, to the smallest animal, allows the over is used to. The Chacham say no. Elam are started up, they reproduce. But legs do not reproduce according to the Gemara. At least halachically they don't reproduce, and therefore they're not included in this halacha. You're allowed to kill them, and the fact that this allows, that the Lord says that the book is done at big chicken, the Gemara says it goes to someone to say big chicken is the name of a certain species of life that are called big chicken, not referring to the egg of the life. A flea, little fly, according to Lezer, with Chaya and say that because you hold, even if ain't been in the so you don't put these traps applied for a productive reason, it's still Chaya. What's your Rabbanah? If you're in the Yitzhak, you are punished. Of course, killing the flies, the over when they get rejected. All other disruptions, besides for disruptions, like a worm, a snake, a scorpion, they don't have thick skin. And therefore, there's no Kabbalah, because the blood does not come between the flesh and the skin. Typically, Rashi says, in the inside, there's no use for their skin, people don't trap them, and therefore it depends whether there's a use for the trapping or there's no use. Pesach doesn't understand Rashi, and in a very weird instance, the Rebbe Tom says we have to embrace Rashi completely. And the Gemara says this goes according to the feet of the sin. The Malacha can speak of Rufa. Since there's no positive, constructive act in this Malacha, there's a putter. Some say it's going on this other Halacha, Makas Musa, removing food from a boil. It's not a constructive Halacha. Some say it's about trapping a snake. There's no constructive. You don't want to trap a snake, you just don't want it to bother you. Shmuel says, if you take a fish out of water, if there's a size of a cella that becomes dried under its skin, that constitutes killing it. Even if you see that it's alive and you throw it back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Therefore, you're over, you kill it. And they explain it means even not only if it's dry, but even if it has some sort of mucusy liquid attached to it when you touch it, that's also considered killing it.
He's playing video games. He says like I have an aimbot because I can point to what I want to shoot and like immediately shoot at it.
Eye movement?
His brain moves the cursor around.
That's awesome. Yeah. Like he just moves it around. I can just
Somehow or another, it's the way the computer interfaces with the neural chip, so the brain interfaces with the chip, which interfaces with the computer, and somehow or another you can control movement. And they're getting better and better at it.
That's crazy.
Which is a problem for the people that got the first one. Okay, you gotta be able to pull that out and get one. This is the one I asked him about that. It's like, it's just like, yeah, he's like, I think this is the only one that I can get. Maybe as technology advances, figure this one out, put a new one in. At one point in time, like, they were coming out and they weren't working anymore, so they had to like re-inject them back in.
That's great. I mean, we started out with back pain, right? Let's take it and fix the nerves in your back. Yeah.
Well, that's the ultimate goal of Neuralink is to restore movement. It's going to be able to replace your entire spinal system. You'll be able to, this thing will tell your muscles in your brain to fire. So if you ever break your spinal cord, it'll be able to bridge that, and you'll be able to use your body like you normally would. This is like the
That's gonna piss me off. This comes out after because my paralyzed friend passed away. I hate that when this stuff comes out of my behind.
It's always going to happen that way.
She was getting into stuff though. She's getting into ear touch.
Touch your ears, you can pump them.
Yeah, that was the thing. She was getting into all that shit. She had like a serpent and a big arm for her. That was awesome. So she kind of had it. She kind of had her own little girls that she paid.
We're probably about 5 years away from it.
Nevertheless,
You think 5 years?
Yeah. Not structures. I mean, it'll be recognizable in terms of buildings. But I think that the way they system, the way we interface with the world is very different.
It's like walking to a space or like walking to a Jensen.
Yeah.
whether or not it has a
Weirder than that, because there probably won't be people working there.
Bro, the Waymo is sick.
You like it?
I thought I was so against it. I got in it, not having to talk to some fucker, being able to fart at will. Just, but here's what I'm wondering. Why don't people go take me to an hour place away? Just fucking it. It's gotta be cheaper than a hotel.
I bet people do.
Really?
Probably fucking, there's gotta be cameras filming people fucking weird. Yeah, they're like, let's put on a fucking Nixon mask and fuck.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. But I really like that.
Well, it's certainly probably safer. You know, they don't really get that many accidents. If they do, it's usually somebody else's fault, not the Waymo's fault.
I'm sick of looking at pilots and being like, that's easy beat that. That's a good one. LA, I had one that was so caked up. His ass was so amazing. It was the worst flight of my life. I was like, yeah, we have these LA beautiful Barbies. It was like a perfect get. When I was like, this is crazy. Great.
Yeah, it's gonna fly all the places.
I would love that. I hate the idea of these guys getting sleepy. I hate that. No, that's a big part of plane crashes.
How about have strokes? They have that fifth booster and they fucking stroke out.
Does that happen?
No. Oh yeah. Yeah, people stroke down when they're flying.
I'm not religious, but I have that private plane that freaks me out because I'm worried that if God were to smite one of the planes, he'd be like, we have a comic who thinks the ground ship is a private jet. That's what God's gonna do. Not terrorists. Oh yeah, not terrorists. No.
Smite the comic with the big ego.
Yeah.
It's funny. People take the photos in front of the private jet once you get spent.
Yeah.
Post it right before you get on the plane.
I worry about that. 100%. You're going down, dude. I'll look at a plane that I'm on, see if there's kids. I'm like, oh, we're safe. We're safe. God's not gonna get these kids.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. It was a lot of fun.
What's your special?
It's available right now on Netflix. What's it called?
Today? It came out today. Take me with you.
Take me with you. All right.
Thanks, man.
I'll see you tonight. It's fun. All right. Bye,
Ailment, and he pushed more that he was in her and his son. The giving the Mark says that did not realize that he was trying to help him. He gave them tremendous honor that they are.
Your season. Listen, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action, win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown score to anytime TD props or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. New customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan. Get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for a problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only. Auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
Hello. I'm gonna get my legal pad here.
In case you need to write notes.
I'm gonna take notes on what you're doing right and wrong. And I'll give them to you at the end.
Tell me.
Okay.
So I can figure out what the wrong stuff is. Stop doing it.
I want to fuck with all this stuff.
I know there's so much shit. People keep giving me new shit.
I know. I brought a little tiny figurine of a little thing on stage one time, and every single meet and greet, people give me these little tiny and snub, this giant collection of them. I'm like, I don't like these that much.
That's the problem. Is like everybody knows that I keep a bunch of shit on this desk, so people give me shit to put on this desk, and now it's getting kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Where I'm gonna have to have a shelf.
I had to get a shelf. I got one of those old typewriter keyboard things.
Look, I have like mammoth teeth. This is a piece of art. This is something cut out of a mammoth tooth. Well, that's a don't quote.
I got it. Is it my talent?
Yeah, Brian Aztec Death Whistle. Brian Callen blew one right before COVID hit. That's how he caused it. There's a lot of videos saying he caused it.
I get it. That would be the death whistle.
I think it was technically, I think when he blew it, it already like caught on in China.
Yeah.
Unless we're in simulation.
Right. You're the COVID guy. I was listening to your podcast with what's the woman who got falsely accused? I was listening to that one, and I like fast forwarded one moment, and it went from her being like, and then I was in prison for 4 years, to you being like, well, the bats and COVID. And I was like,
Yeah, that was fast. Amanda Knox, she's got a Netflix series out right now where someone plays her, which is gotta be super fucking weird.
yeah.
Like someone else plays her, like a dramatization of her getting accused at 20 years old for murder, where they had all this evidence of this guy who broke into the house, fucking murdered her. It's like his DNA was there, and they ignored it because they didn't want it, and they were wrong. Sorry.
I don't really get how that happened.
Because cops are cunts.
Right, but just like not check out Nazis for murderer. Oh no, the guy was like, I fucked her.
No, I don't know what he said. I don't know what happened. But I know that they had started, they had a narrative.
Oh, that he was in on it.
No, they had a narrative that she did it, that she caused the murder. The guy started with that, and he stuck with it. And even when there was evidence that showed that there was a guy there, and the guy did it, and the window was broken, so he broke into the house.
And then eventually he came forward and was like, this has nothing to do with everything that you did to him.
Well, I don't think he eventually ever did anything. No, like she actually had a meeting with him, which is crazy. Like after the fact, like forgave him. But
She's a white girl.
she got tried twice.
I know, the Supreme Court.
No, she got acquitted, but she got released, right? And then they retried her in absentia. So she was in America. They were trying her in Italy again.
And then they said she's fine.
Yeah, which is fucking crazy. Like, how she ever give her some fucking money?
Also, the guy Rafaela was in solitary for 6 months. I can't fathom
Besides the variety called
the 6 months in solitude is so
says
crazy.
that rapid
One
plants
day in
do
solitude,
work
I'm
and
done.
different functions to inside. Basting a roast, a warm roast, is a looker eating eggs inside. It's just like you're about to eat something that's awesome. The one says that Ziggy's wife tasted roast. Or either at the point, they were actually married.
Do some sort of
And
rearranging
if you
damage
see
thing
it,
when they
it's
come
just,
out.
but the reason you
Let's start shocking them how
that I
democracy
get
is
on
great.
Travis,
It's
the one
normal.
who's white
You
and
go beyond.
because
Like,
government countries just
super
like
smart. Wrote
pouring
there, educated
clear wine
himself
through
into
grain on
wrote
diamonds.
books
Looker,
and read.
because if you're not understanding the
Yeah.
social basing
They
roast,
don't just give you
which is
nothing to
edible
make
without
you
the
go
basing,
crazy.
basing doesn't
You know, crazy
give
human
it merits
beings
look.
need human contact.
Well, it's like when you don't do anything all day and then
For
you get right up on
and
stage.
has
Have you ever
swelling,
done that? Where you don't talk
swelling
to
with
anybody?
wine
You
for
are
bringing
feeling
in
insane.
Yeah,
it's also
first
that does
conversation
work.
of the day.
But then the place where people
That's why I
that
always
get
make friends on the road.
spoiled,
You don't want to be like
and
that
wine
weirdo in
does
a
work.
hotel room by
It's
yourself.
just
Yeah, and then you get
like
napped
says,
and the sun goes
and
down
on top
while
of
you're
that,
napping. That's
and
the
on top of
worst.
this book, that's the reason
When I do that, it feels like I'm haunting the audience. Like I'm like, you guys are in a different reality and I'm intruding
vinegar from
where you're at.
wine,
Weird one is when you wake up and you
during
don't know
the
what
front of
city you're in.
this one person,
Yeah, that's why I got the dog. I was so sick of that feeling. I was so sick of waking up and being like, I've been
any
abducted. Where
body
am
of
I? This
water,
place is nicer
a
than my
lake,
apartment,
a
so that's
ocean,
good.
is liquid
Where am I? And then I saw my dog and I was
unless
like,
you have two conditions combined.
That's not the only reason why you got your dog.
Condition number one is
yeah, and
the
she
water
rolls.
is really bad.
And she's
People
awesome.
typically
Yeah.
don't bathe.
She's
The place
great.
is
She's
only
so
for
cute.
the hardest thing you're doing.
2
You need
years.
another thing. You have to
Yeah.
be there
Was she
for
full
an
of
extended amount of time. You don't have to keep things
Because I
together.
wanted to adopt
It's
a
always
mom.
with the letting go going
But they were like, hey, the mom just had
black
this.
water.
We didn't know she was pregnant. She just had a letter of puppies. Will you take
You
one of
moment,
these?
you're not
And
gonna
I was like, okay.
Yamagogo.
I had no idea how hard it is to have a puppy.
I've had dogs where you adopt them full grown and it was great. I had this dog named Lucy. She was awesome. She was so sweet. Then I had another dog named Squeaky Frog. It was a real nightmare. She was real. Maybe it was because we named her Squeaky Frog after one of my handsome family members. She had a squeaky voice. She'd been barking so much in the pound that when I got her out of the pound, like her voice was like,
Any normal food.
and eventually it got normal again because she didn't have to bark 24 hours a day. She just had some worn out. She had worn out vocal
Make
cords.
that the
She had a total
water
normal
of
bark.
liquid
I was like, oh my god,
and the wine that has
Smoker, yeah.
yeah, it was like that.
That's awesome.
tough
Like she was
stuff.
a horse.
It's very
Yeah, you don't know what you're gonna get. I mean, when I got a rescue, I was like, I'm gonna get a small rescue, so I hope it'll be fine. But it was such a gamble. I really do not do this.
Yeah, we had a Doberman once. I was a rescue we had to get rid of. He had distemper, and he got really crazy.
when the carrier says Azer,
Growling at us.
Ralph says it man. Pandemic, Google says it's referred to white
It was
face.
like,
But Poppy says known as
We had a dog that ate the
and
foot
it makes
off
sense
of
that this Majora
We had a pit bull that was rescued. And my mom had this like woman move in with
and
us
that fits right
who she
in
was dating,
what you want to
and
describe.
her kids moved in
In
too.
Zion, people eat
My
because they
pit
have
bull
a special worm.
ate the foot
It's
off of
good to
the
take
wife's
seven
cat.
black
Oh
days.
my
It
god.
comes from
cat.
eating
Oh my
And
god.
the woman was like, hey, you gotta like choose between me or this pit bull. My
honey
mom was like,
royal.
yeah,
It's
get
known
your
as
grip
the Ezer,
cat out of here.
a lot of people
We kept
drink it.
when I turned around, she didn't give a fuck. She was so attached to that dog. That dog, the amount of times you just like kill. My friend was in the backyard and the dog kills a cat. And we went to freaking out. She's like, we have to find the owner. My mom was like,
raw meat on
stay
coal
quiet.
or patio. This is all on the stomach. Actually,
She's
nuts
obsessed with
on
that
the
dog.
stomach.
That's the only time I've seen her like really cry
And
is when
people
a dog
watch them
kills.
water drinking. You don't have to use Ezer, or it doesn't work.
I can't.
You don't have that? Fast.
I'm
And
terrified.
everyone
I
puts
would
some
talk to Marshall. He's a
fatty
golden
meat
retriever. He's
on
the
the coal,
best. And he's
something
9 now. He'll be 9
something with a
in a
little
couple
vinegar. Some
months.
people just
It's just
take
like,
out the
oh
vinegar,
no.
and that's it.
Since
You
he
don't
was a
have that.
baby, now
Take
he's
the bark of
9.
the bush, like very important how you
He's
remove
only
the
got
bark
a
of the
few
bush.
years
Go
left.
from
He's
top to
so
bottom of the bush,
active.
not
He's
from the
super
top.
healthy.
Otherwise,
It's
the
great.
worms will come out
He's
from a person's
fit.
mouth.
He's not.
trigger.
Take this part,
Oh,
take
yeah.
this,
But
put
some
up
of
the
those
beer,
they get to be like
only
12.
going to get as much as
That's kind
you
of
leave
it.
yourself on the
13,
bargain
yeah,
first, and then
14, and then
why don't
they're
people
really
drink up your draw
It's
and drink it
It's
so that
fucked.
they drink
It's
nine
not as
the
drug
things
they've
that were covered
developed
overnight with
for
two of the
dogs,
snakes
like a
injected
longevity
poison
drug.
into the
I
medulla
don't know if
like
they
part of a
released it
drug.
yet, but I know that it shows promise
If you don't have a bizarre,
extend dogs'
maybe a
lifetime.
fraction of
Whitney
5
Cummings
roses,
the other day said
5
that
cups of beer,
her
cook it
friend's
up
like
to
soul dog
one
died
of
the
them
other
was
day, and
happy
she
that I
said
was
when the dog dies, you
rose,
like learn
one beer,
something
which gave
about
the
yourself
person
that's very important.
told that if the
So
other
I've been
one,
holding on to
so
that
mad,
kind of
put
woo-woo
him into
thing.
the
Like
oven,
she's like you
he had
kind
to sit on the
of
brick,
show up
burn
for
himself,
yourself in a way you
he
need
started
to.
vomiting like
I
a
don't know
new
if it's with it.
Yeah.
When you do it,
It's
goat
I
milk,
like
white
how
goat,
Whitney has something to
put
say
about
about
it
everything.
says it's a very sweet ass drink.
rapamycin.
You cut out a little bit, you put honey in it,
But drop them on ice,
over
take
the phone,
off. So
and then you eat.
I've heard of
Urine,
rapamycin
Mayor
before
Glynis,
because rapamycin
40
is
days old,
something
has
that
medicinal
Peter Attia
powers
is
to
a
it. A
big
very small
proponent of
upward
for
is
longevity.
good for a hornet's bite.
the guy who
Or
wants
a
to
reduced
look
one
for
is good for
That's
a
Brian
scorpion
Johnson.
bite. A half a load
Another
is
study
good
in
for
Texas
certain
and
things
at the
for
University showed
an entire
rapamycin
load is
can
good
extend
for
lifespan of
witchcraft.
dogs by up to
The government
12%.
says a new drug is
Generally well
used with
tolerated,
water
however,
and
cause side
undurable
effects
and
such
lactose
as
are
lethargy,
great
lack
for
of appetite,
people who
unemployment.
drink medulla. It doesn't
no,
swallow
he
snake.
can't.
Interesting.
Best way
Is that
to
it?
release
Because I
that
think there was
and
something
get
else. It was
it
like a
out
gene
is to too
therapy.
hot and to run 3 milk. Mark tells the story of Judy. She saw
What
somebody
happened to the cloning
swallow a
thing?
snake.
What happened to
Pretends
CRISPR?
that the horseman ran after him. Listen, you must
But why
run
did we
3
not hear
milk.
about that?
The
Weren't they
horse got to
cloning
run 3
sheep
milk,
and shit?
leave him
Yeah.
hot.
And then we just
And
stopped
down
hearing
the
about it?
Yeah, they
you
probably
want
made
the
a bunch
snake in
of
peace.
Yeah,
Some people say
what is
that
that?
telling you about
sell
clones are probably
to
clones.
snake.
You ever see a person that looks exactly like another person and then you ask them their name and it's the same name? You're like, no fucking way.
You know,
And
talking
the
about those two baseball
fear
players.
No.
gives the
Most
hot
funniest shit of all
kills the
time.
snake.
These two
It
baseball
up.
players
It's
look
wonderful.
exactly the same, have the exact same name, and
No
never
way.
met each other, and they both play baseball.
Let me see him.
Oh, it's bananas. These two guys.
Oh my god!
Why? Why in the fuck?
Why are they racing?
Their name is Brady Feigl, right? So it's not even like a normal name.
And they both got the same injury. That's how they found out. They were both the same doctor.
Just imagine your name is
That
Brady
is not for
Feigl,
you, but
and
it's
you
not
meet
something
another
that's
guy
so
who's
perfect and
also
ballpark
Brady
and
Feigl.
right.
You're
And I
both
express
6'4".
another
You both have red
my
hair.
desire
You
for some
Both
beautiful
really
letters.
tall.
both have black glasses. You both have the
Same many
fucking same
times,
crazy
it goes
name.
from
That
that
name
to
is
the
nuts.
size
Maryland and
of
Missouri is
the
not far
on.
enough away.
Thank you so
That's
much.
crazy.
And
The
they
things
also,
to
once
discuss
they found
different
this out, they
remedies
didn't
for
immediately
forms
go meet
of
each other.
polluted
They waited
nature.
for
Some
like
of
2 or
the
3 years, maybe. And
so
they
find
Oh,
the
if the guy played
of the
baseball
white
and I
dog.
played baseball,
Here's
I'd
it
play
and puts it
bro.
on top of
We
the fact
gotta hang
that
out,
less than
freak
short
people
the
out.
mother is not a crazy word tells us that it is a
Oh,
person
how old?
appointed by
32,
the king
27.
to the east of the snake.
Interesting. The first draft
Down
was really
13
pissed.
white donkeys like that.
This motherfucker
Pour them
stealing
open
my
and
child.
found that they were
That's
all
bizarre.
free.
Yeah, but
He
do
heard
you
that
remember
one of
hearing
those
so much about cloning
red letters like that.
and then it just
And by the
stopped?
time he got there, a lion ate that
They
spinal
give people's
donkey.
pets.
Says
If
the
you
higher
want to get your
must
pet
be
cloned,
this
you
person
get
was
your pet
over
cloned. That's a
under
real
a bubble.
thing now.
He
You
sounds
think it
like a
costs
bar. It's impossible
$30,000.
to show you seven spend enough. There's no remedy
But
for
then
that.
they're
And
cloned
that's
at the
why
same age.
he
Did you
died
know?
from sick time. And these
They're
ones
puppy.
after Ravel
Nice.
Victor, he was
Yeah.
executed
See,
a
Just
year
don't
of
have
Barbados
scratch.
that when
Yeah, otherwise you
we
got
had
like
Dawson
11-year-old.
to
You
a
can
wedding,
bring it back.
couldn't
It's
use
so
the belt.
That'd be so
And he
mean.
insisted they use his belt. Therefore,
It's
he
arthritis.
died
It's
from
diarrhea.
He just let me
Another
die.
fight is a rat
For
by the
the
snake.
love of
Dumped
God.
in the water.
You waited too
Put the
long
basket
to
by the
clone
snake.
him.
Let the snake find the
That's
basket and toss it
bring
in
it
the
back
water
to
and run
puppy
out of the
though. We
water.
should do that.
Did you see that movie with
If
Demi
the snake
Moore
is
called
extremely upset and
Substance?
is tracking him down to try to smell, should have a snake carrying for honest and drove off the smell. If not, jump over a puddle. If not,
It's
jump
nuts.
over
I'm
a
actually
river.
very
You
pro
got away
that
from the
movie.
snake. It's
Like, I
nighttime.
love the
You
narrative.
open
I
something
love
that's out
the
ceiling.
idea of that when
Put
you
4
get all
barrels
that
of
fan shit,
water
you're
to
just
let
keeping
it
a
bed.
person
Put 4
alive.
casks in.
I've tried to
Put something
describe
down
that
on
on
the floor.
stage so much where I'm like,
Snake comes
doesn't
and
it
noise.
bother you that people are like, you look good for your age? You're
If a
just
woman's
like
not sure if the snake
hiding, like you're concealing your death
and have the
there.
snake go to the
You know what I
table.
mean?
Say go to
Like,
that means she's in
and
trouble.
that movie
But
portrayed that
she's
perfectly.
challenged
Where
with
she was
some snake that will
the
actually
camera
increase the snake's
Demi
height. So what
Moore,
she do?
who looks
She throws her
insane
nail
good
down
at
here at the
62,
snake. Snake
played that
does
lady.
this
Yeah,
banana.
you know,
In
because
other
like,
words, the leader
but
that
I
will
liked that because it showed
turn
like
away.
even when
If
you
the
saw her
snake
weird
went inside
old
of her,
lady butt,
she
you're
set
like,
up
that's
two barrels
Denise
and put
Moore's nice
very
butt, but I'm still
fatty meat
like
on
in
top of the
awe
coals,
of the young
and
girl's
she
butt, which
mixes
is unacceptable.
breast with
It's
very
unacceptable.
You know
good
what I
smelling
mean? Like
wine,
when she was doing the whole dance,
and
and you're like,
when
why is this
starts
so
coming out towards the
intense?
food,
You're like, because it's a
grab it
young
with a
person.
pliers or
Right.
something
I
and
think that
throw it into the fire.
did that director do?
Sends the
No,
Michelin
that director
color
didn't do
across
wrong,
all foods
but it was a female
that we
director.
eat
I don't know what else is
Even if
tortured
you
to
eat them
but
for
that
food, you're allowed to eat
awesome.
I hit
Where's
the
the
deck
fucking
though. I drank. I faint so easily. Dude, I just blood and stuff. I faint and I muscle through the morning. I was like, fucking good. Like I can't. I've cured it. And then the music. It's like when a movie starts going like that. Like on both sides. I get like a ghost. I got to the bathroom and I passed out. I'm in New York. There's all the ground fainted. People are walking over my body like a homeless person. That's hilarious.
What's really gross
That's
is
so
when
funny. I
and
still
normal human
remember
beings
when
don't seem that.
someone got a needle on the
Major
screen.
problem that we had yesterday was
Yeah,
really
yeah.
It's like, didn't
Stop
matter where she
people
was,
don't
if someone got it
arrest
checked
the
out,
It comes from
So
within.
bad.
her dad had it.
My dad has it. Yeah, her
The
dad was
first cup
dentist.
heals, the second cup pumps
Which is
diarrhea,
crazy.
who's divided, the third cup comes out as pure as it
When
went
a
in. In
kid,
other words,
one of their her
didn't
brother
start.
got
Hula
like
says
a crazy
Bobby's
sunburn,
beer
like
was
really
much
bad,
better
where
than
you
it.
got
Tell us,
blisters.
as
The
long
dad
as you
saw it
haven't
and just fucking
had a
fainted.
cup of this within the last 40 days.
My
Some
sister
things
called my
not
dad
make it
once.
for
She was
ribs
working on
with the
cadavers.
ramen,
She's like,
but
I'm
make
so
it for
interested in
ribs
this. We
with the
got to a
ribs,
cadaver
meaning
today, and
it
she just
stabs
heard
the gallbladder.
thump on the other line, and
And
she's
it's
like,
crunchy. She's like, I'm listening. How do you make this? If yours is
he's
just
made it so many
barley,
times.
the papa who's the here making say, no, it's not barley.
That's so
It's
why.
cereal.
Couldn't be in her words or anything.
And the
Oh
other
my god,
ingredients are the
that's
same. They're
crazy.
assassin, they're salt.
That's what is that?
And
It's
you
called
need to see
basil
things I think
bagel.
good.
Okay, but is that
First,
a
the part that we should talk
psychological
about
thing? Because it's obviously like your
consists
reaction
of a
to
juice weight
a
of
thing.
Xanthus sap.
Like,
These
what
are
if you
important
can
things to
temper that
remember.
somehow?
Xanthus sap,
Here's the problem with it. It's when I used to think it was psychological, like me and my dad picture things too well. Like we pictured it, and we were doing it. But basically, but like sometimes I'll be putting it
And
here
now,
again.
the mother's going to give us
Yeah,
11 lemons. No less than 11 lemons to a cup. One of them is
it's so fucked up. It's like
you don't have
it
to do
is
it. You can take
neurological.
3 little
Well, not
pieces
bad,
of
but
first
also
onion
triggered
and
by high
put it in
states of
wine.
anxiety,
Now
right?
a lot of
So that's
people
when
wine
you would
and
be
beer.
able to control.
And you
You
tell
would be
the
able to
woman,
control the
you
fact
say,
that you do
you
fake
don't have
you
that.
have a high
You put
level
her on
of
a
anxiety.
crossroad, give her
So
a cup of wine, and you have somebody
vasovagal
put them behind
response
them.
is sudden overreaction
You
of
don't
the
have that.
body's
You give her
autonomic
a
nervous
handful of
system
energy shots
to a
of
trigger
cumin,
such as pain
and
or
you
emotional
put it in
stress.
wine, and you say, cumin's like, you don't have that?
Music
You take
that causes a
60
temporary
barrels,
drop in
and
heart
you
rate
smear
and
it on
blood
her, and
pressure.
you say, cumin, he's like, you don't have that? Take something cold.
There's a whole
That's
part
enough.
of my special
And you
where I
put it in
talk
wine,
about
and you say,
me and this
cumin, he's
guy
like,
who's also
you're
fainter having sex.
the noise.
Oh my god.
If you don't have that,
Both
you
fainted.
take, you burn or release a bush,
Yeah.
and in the winter, you use cotton
It was
rag,
fast.
and
When
in
you
the summer,
faint,
you
it comes
use linen
out
rag to put in.
sweating.
If you don't have that,
See the point,
you
like
dig
it's
7 holes in the
You
ground,
probably hope
and
the
you
man
burn
doesn't faint.
a vine
Keep
from
it together.
Arlock,
Yeah.
That'd be
and
like
you
nice
give her a
night.
cup of
Yeah.
wine,
Right?
and
Like a
she
nice
stands
treat.
up, and
You
she
can
sits
fake
down,
the
and eats one of those bowls,
Oh,
and you
that's
say,
hilarious.
"Cumin, you don't have that, you give her
That's
fine flour,
hilarious.
you put it, smear it on the bottom part of her body, and
got drafted in
say,
Vietnam.
"Cumin, you don't have that,
Fake
you might
never
have
got
an acid
shot.
in your
Yeah.
So you take that, and you burn the
My
acid
dad
gel,
had a heart
and
attack once
in
and
the summer,
fainted.
you put it in mini rag, and in the winter, you take cotton rag. If you don't have that, you open up a barrel wine for
Dude,
her,
I
and
saw him in the
you
hospital. I was
a lot
like,
of it all
what
the
happened?
time.
The heart attack
You don't have
fucked
that
up your
if
face.
you
And he was
buy
like, you fainted on a fence. I
one
was like,
bottle
that's
is
crazy.
fine
Oh my
with the
God.
words
Yeah, he
of
fainted
a
so
you,
much.
a
And he
white
was a
you,
contractor, so
if
he
you
would
hold it for
always
one
have
day,
cuts and
stop
stuff and be like,
the
no.
placebo.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, he jigsawed through his nose one
Stop
time.
placebo.
Yeah. Because he
Zombies,
fainted?
you take
No, but then he fainted. He like pulled
of
the cord and
Alexandria sap
then it
and
cut through his nose and then he got the face. It's crazy.
Oh my god.
However, it has a really bad side effect. It causes
Yeah.
sterility.
I
It
swear
causes
football.
hypertension.
Just
You
like
go
a
to
fan.
upper.
That's
You
what I
don't
have to
have
worry
that.
about
You take
all
the
the
head
time. Like if
of
I cut myself, it's not about the cut.
You
Like if the stitches are not, it's that
You
I'm
don't have that.
about to hit the deck. It's
Yummy locust.
It's just so
You don't have
fucked
that.
up.
You ever fainted right before you went
The
on stage?
juice of a small bird
I would
called
think that's like a heightened
and you
state
get
of
about
anxiety a
go
little
to
bit,
the
especially in the early
back
days.
house
I've panicked.
and you
Well,
see it
another
there. You
problem
go to
is
the
I
back house
get
and
when
send
I
it to a wall and
panic,
all
I
it.
have really
You
bad
got
intrusive
the
thoughts.
reverend says there's
Like
another way
I was
to
around
deal
a
with
famous
zombies.
person recently, and I was convinced I was gonna
The
fight
vinegar,
her.
the
I started
of
getting
somebody
a
that has
full
zombies so that
panic,
person
which
himself,
makes you want to
you wrap
faint.
up really tight. But how
But
does this
it's
evaporate
a
and it's
different
healed?
thing. But
That
mostly
doesn't work
fainting.
when you don't have one.
Was a warm-up guy.
Hey,
Just do warm
3
up.
times,
And
3
he had a real
million
problem
legal
with
pieces of
anxiety.
person
Just
dates
freak out.
and
He was a comic.
read
It
the
just it
pieces
never worked out
of
for him because his
wax
anxiety
with
was so
old corn
low.
from Mexico,
And one
and pick a piece
time,
of bread, aloe,
he's warming up for the
boil
cosplay
it
show,
in
and he
tea.
got
You don't have
this
that. You
idea
take
in his
blood
head
from the forehead of a
that he
very
was
young
gonna say
person,
Hitler.
and you
Of
take the head of the
course,
young
he's
person
like,
and
don't
put it in the
say
center
it.
of
Of
the
course, don't say it.
that is the
Cosby
reveal
show.
of that
Yeah,
blood
so
because
he's
of
warming
one.
up for
You
the
don't have that.
Cosby
You
show.
take
So
the head of a ram
basically in the
that
crowd
was
warming up. Okay, so here's
pickled
the next scene.
in
Dr. Huxtable's gonna
and
come in.
it was pickled and
All his
cook
mind
it
is
in beer.
telling
You
him,
don't have that. You
don't
take the
say
head of
the
a fish
N-word.
that has
Not
spots,
gonna say it.
sear it,
He was
and
never
put it on
gonna
top of
say
the front
it.
of this
For whatever
first thing you
reason,
want to
he was
in the
overwhelmed
middle
by
row.
this fear
The
of
mother was
saying the
in
N-word,
Paris
this like very
It's so real.
Trading with the garden, as the garden connection, gave the garden his coat. And when the garden had his coat, he said, I borrowed your coat and
My
sleep in it
specialty,
over and
I
stuff in
thought I
it.
was gonna
And when he
hit
woke up,
something with a
his
stool.
coat
Mine is
crumbled in
violence.
pieces from the
I think I'm going to bite.
healing
I
of
think
the
I'm
garden.
gonna, totally. You're on airplanes. I'm gonna pull the exit thing off all the time. Mine is very violent. The person next to me, I'm gonna bite down on.
That's probably a better response than like shrieking,
Yeah,
falling to the ground.
I know, but that I was the famous woman. I was like, I don't want to be the player. And then I told what I thought. I had so long to obsess about it.
Can't tell me what it is.
It was Laura Dern.
They're gonna bite Laura Dern.
Stop is not pushing out,
I love her so much. But she was being so nice to me, and we were sitting next to each other for so long, and I was like, what if I just been Laura Dern? And my brain was like, you're not. And I was like, but this might be the time that you do the thing. One time I was on a chairlift, and I was like, what if you jumped off? And I obsessed so long that I just jumped off. That was fun. I landed, and it was fun. But I still was like, I did the thing. So since then, I've been like, not fun. That's another thing I have to remember is I waited for the snow to come up and meet the chairlift way closer and then jump. So you want to,
You're not crazy.
you're not crazy.
Just like a little thrill.
Yeah.
Just a mini thrill.
Totally. Like, well, people are
Very
thinking about
excited
bikers.
about
Someone
the
nice.
Arms.
So Hollywood, I'm like, really.
Her skin was
When
hollow.
the studio of different medicines that actually worked out in the Miller,
I accidentally sat next to Daryl Hannah once at Cantor's Deli in the 90s.
Okay.
And they were doing some fucking
alum,
game. They were
and
playing
sap.
some game.
Two out of
My
those
friends
three
were playing some
fuel
game.
standards. The only problem
Like
is the very
states, like
slight side
figure out
effects
like what's the keystone state, like that kind of shit. And I was helping her, which was totally normal. Like it was, we never acknowledged that she's Daryl Hannah at Cantor's Deli.
It says in the
She was
puzzle,
like super chill.
the Greek carbon,
So nice.
Yeah.
four
Her
languages that
friends
have
are having a
to
sandwich, just laughing and
we
doing some game about the states.
learned that
They're
all the
normal as
local
hell.
prices human
Matt
beings.
Damon was at the cellar recently, and I couldn't. I was so fucked up.
The point that my daughter said to the woman is how you
I don't know how it's fucking me up so much. I do too many records in my dream, but his arms and hands are so Matt Damon's arms and hands. Like, I knew them so well, and he was like gesticulating, and I was like, I fucking know those freaking arms. It was crazy. For movies, like just movies. It's weird to know somebody so well and never have spoken to them. It's
That is odd.
Your season, your shot, the NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action, win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown scored, anytime TD props, or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. New customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
I met Matt Damon in Italy at a restaurant where he was sitting underneath the photo of himself. The restaurant owner had him there before as a nice thing, and there's photos all over the wall of celebrities that have been there before. And so Matt Damon went and sat down at the table with a photo of this owner. Take a picture with Matt Damon.
That's a meta shit. He seems really sweet.
He's very nice. super
or
normal guy.
a person
There's
who
a
doesn't
lot
have
of
a
them that are
hunger
like super normal.
Yes,
The
the
funny
person
thing
who doesn't have a
is,
hunger
Is
now
hold
is
this
actually
thing
that's
like
the
I
mental
don't
thinking
fucking
dangerous.
crazy
There's a
people.
reason to
It's almost like a thing in your head.
now
They gotta be out of their fucking mind.
Totally.
the person
What's the old guy? Is it Peter Dinklage?
Oh yeah.
Came into the cellar and threw a chicken wing at my friend's chest, just like out of nowhere. Somebody introduced him, like Gillis or somebody, maybe it was Schultz. Was like, oh, this is so-and-so, he's a good comic. And he threw a chicken wing at him. And I was like, that's the most Peter Dinklage. Like, just basically being a little Renaissance man throwing size turkey leg is crazy. It's crazy. Renaissance can just be like, oh, wait, Jessica. I was like, that's too on the nose. It's crazy.
Problem is, I knew him first from Elf.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so even though he's the Game of Thrones guy, to me, he's always the angry writer from Elf.
I know him from the guy Four Weddings and a Funeral.
I never saw that.
It's really good. It's crazy funny.
That guy's great. He was so good in Game of Thrones. It was a complicated role.
Yeah.
Complicated. That fucking show was so good. The new one, I'm trying to get into it, but like every season's like 5 years apart from the last one. You have to figure out who is this lady?
Game of Thrones 1, I was like asking 1,000 people. I was like, I don't understand which place is which. I had to like I could not figure it out. But it's so good. It opened up with the brother and sister. That was so sick. I was like, that's wild. Yeah, it was crazy. And the just full on rape. Yeah, Daenerys girl.
They cut the fucking head off the king. You're like,
Yeah, he's crazy. He's the best. He's the best. He's the king. They did a great job.
oh, that show. It was such a good show. Such a season 1. I mean, not season 1, but the real Game of Thrones. The new one's like, yeah, it's good, but you know, you're always Jay Leno after Johnny Carson.
Yeah,
It's like,
totally. You get attached
there's
to
a
it.
thing, and it's like,
I don't remember the last season. Oh, the last
There are
season was
some
weird.
knots that are looking
Seriously,
at
rules.
I was in Croatia, and there's a place where King's Landing is.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they filmed.
the right side, the left side, the left side, the right side. Then
Do
I'm done every
tours
day.
where they show you where they film certain scenes.
Yeah.
And one of the scenes is when
Talk about
Shane,
the
The little cobblestone.
that's right there. Yeah.
or
That's
a
really
bottle of
cool.
wine or cover
Yeah,
of
they
hot.
filmed a lot of shit.
The legend of Yaakov says
We do the
she made a knot to
I just went to a
hours
full
a week.
last night.
That
Dude, I got
wonderful.
dragged.
You can't read that.
Dude, it was a fan hit me up and goes, don't go on Twitter. And I went on Twitter, and it was this crazy out of context thing where I was like talking, I was on Styles podcast, and I was talking about this guy who used the word, I'm not going to say it, TRA, I don't know how to spell it, NNY.
Okay.
He used that word, and I was being like, that word is so fucking antiquated that at this point to me it sounds like somebody's just calling like a drag queen that, and everybody took it as me saying that trans people are in drag, and it like, dude, it was just like went at me, and like the crazy world on that podcast, I had like friends of mine in like fuck George, like it was crazy. Friendly people, like people I work with.
Yeah, those people can go eat shit. Those pylon people, they can all go eat shit.
But that was my like first big one. I've had one before, but that was like
That kind of shit pushes people away from all the things you're trying to promote. Like, it doesn't mean that people hate trans people if they say something like that. That's not what you're saying.
I was saying the opposite. I was being like, this guy was such an asshole for using that word. Also, that word is so corny that I feel like at this point it's not even reference to transgender people. That it's like what we say for drag. Basically.
Some people still use it.
Totally.
But it's that's not the point. The point is like, what are you trying to do? You're not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. So shut the fuck up. Everybody's just looking for a reason to be offended. It's just trying to find anything that they can like, green light, go. There's
And just pulling it out.
no nuance. Yeah, of course.
It's so crazy.
Of course.
It was so, and I'm just like reading all of them, and I was like, this is so many people that are just like, this dumb bitch. One of them said, this is a fat retard talking to a skinny retard fucking and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's actually really
That's
nice.
nice.
That's really nice.
So sweet.
Yeah, I love being seen pictures.
Yeah, well, this is just what's going on online, and most of the people that are
I don't know. I don't have
very
Twitter.
upset. Oh, good.
I don't have Twitter. I deleted it because I kept looking at my ex's tweets. And then I was like, I'm deleting this for sobriety, you know. And then I went on it the other day and I was like, this is a nightmare, dude. It was crazy. And I hit up those people who tweeted and I was like, hey, why wouldn't you just text me, man? Like, I care about you. You care about me. This was totally out of context. If you just asked me about it, I would have showed you the whole clip, you know. And they were like, you're right. That was crazy.
It's a mental illness factory.
Yeah.
Twitter is just a giant cunt farm.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It just, everybody just is growing cunty thoughts.
I just didn't know. I just am not even in there.
Yeah, it's not good. I stay off it as much as humanly possible. I try to get on it in the morning, just see what everybody's upset about, see what's in the news, like a UFO got shot with a Hellfire missile, and they have footage today. Rep Luna, they were talking about it in hearings today. There's a video of there's a video of a UFO getting hit by a Hellfire missile, and the Hellfire missile just blows apart, and the UFO just keeps moving.
What was the UFO? What did it look like?
Just like a dot on a screen. They always look like shit.
I saw something weird coming down from the moon the other day. Do not know what it was.
Look at this. So watch this. So here's the UFO. There's the missile. Watch this happens. It just knocks it around, and the thing just gets right back on track, which is bananas. Like anything that gets hit by a Hellfire missile usually gets fucking obliterated, especially something that's literally the size of the missile.
It's cruising.
Yeah, it's flying. I mean, not fast enough that it could duck a missile, which is kind of weird that it let itself get hit. Right, and where is that little? Right, it's animation. It's fucking Pong. We're looking at Pong. You know, it's like an old video game, really shitty video game. This is why I have the hardest time getting excited about any of this stuff. Because like, I don't know what I just saw. You're telling me I saw a Hellfire missile hit a UFO. It's like, you know, you're reading Morse code to me. I don't know.
Well, AI has done that too, where now it's like I can't even go on Instagram. It's not even fun anymore because they don't know it's real or not.
Oh yeah, we get caught all the time.
Really?
Yeah. There's always something. You think is really Tim Walsh with the fucking Trump shirt on, dancing in the elevator. James like it's fake. I'm like, no, it's real.
I'm like, I'm just past the age bracket where I can't detect it. It's crazy.
Well, no one can detect it anymore because especially what looks like cell phone footage. Because cell phone footage is kind of shitty already, so they just make it kind of shitty, and you don't know. You don't know what the fuck you're looking at.
My mom liked a photo on Facebook that a fake AI photo of me on the beach, different tattoos, with a man, and she liked it. I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? Who do you think that guy is? You know that I'm single. She's like, you look beautiful in it. I'm like, it's not real. That's not my body. That's not the body you gave birth to.
Boomers can't handle it.
No.
They're so removed from this technology that they're living in an alternative dimension.
Yeah, totally. I don't know what she does.
They get their news on TV, and that's a wrap.
Yeah.
Whatever the guy says in front of the camera.
Yeah. My mom is my news source, which is nice. I didn't know the Epstein drawing had come out.
Oh yeah. So the drawing is was that the same as the one that had been leaked before? Or is it different?
We're pretty sure that leaked one was someone took the description, put it in AI.
This is the actual drawing.
Yeah, this one actually got the book.
The drawing, I did think when I imagined it, is that it was going to be like a I was imagining like DiCaprio drawing a French girl. You know, when I saw it, when I was like, God, Trump, please make her hot. But what was the transcript he had written out? He had it like,
This is it.
what is voiceover mean?
It says, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes, there is. So he wrote this. It says voiceover, like he's like a movie star. Like he's in a script. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Who fucking talks like this? Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do. Come to think of it, Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret. And then I like how he's got the signature over the bushes.
Yeah. I don't think that he meant for that though.
Oh, come
He
on.
made it sound like he meant for that.
I think so.
I think he just signed it.
Maybe.
But I was imagining.
But it's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
It's right with a
Yeah.
vagine.
But I don't think. I don't think
by the
Trump
way,
likes a hairy
that's
person.
too. That's a dude. Okay, that's a dude with womanly hips.
Yeah.
Like, look at the boobs. They're weird.
It could be back.
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be a snail smile.
I don't get why he's writing a script.
Yeah, it's very odd stuff.
It's quite strange.
But it's also like Enigma's never aged that, and Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear the last time I saw you. Like, if one of my friends sent me that, I'd be like, I'm getting a new number.
Yeah, yeah, you help. Why didn't you say happy birthday?
Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you, Enigma?
Happy birthday, Jeff. That's all I want. Happy birthday, Jeff. Maybe hang out soon.
Well, also, like, what year was this that he wrote this?
Birthday was the word.
So,
Wouldn't have been that long ago.
well, it had to be because he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago in like the 2000s, right? That's when they kicked him out. I think so. I thought it was before that because I think that's when he got arrested.
They kicked Epstein out because I did this.
Yeah, that is a recreation. That's a 3D printed recreation of these very strange vases that they found in Egypt that are part of an older dynasty that are so exact, and the way they did it is completely unknown. That is just a piece of plastic, but that's an actual 3D recreation of the original vase.
And you think aliens did?
No. I think in a very complex ancient civilization that was wiped out by some sort of a cataclysmic disaster that had very sophisticated technology. Because that was a diorite that was carved out of.
Are you an alien guy or are you an agnostic alien guy?
While they're traveling,
You're on the fence. You were an alien guy?
I've been back and forth,
Yeah.
off the fence, on the fence, and then over the other side.
person needs to
I go back and forth. I think it's highly unlikely that we're alone.
They should not use a rope.
Yeah.
And there's just too many stories of people having encounters with something for people have been writing these things down for thousands of years. I haven't had any experience.
Yeah. I think it's like a relationship with people in Tibet. You won't get it.
One hand, that's not the
Which makes me
You've seen guys.
definitely
I've
not
seen stuff.
there for the
I've seen
long
entities.
run. That
Really?
Yeah, 100% of them.
it says in the price
Interactions with other people.
growth for the payoff.
Tree entities or like
Also to make
space entities? I've had tree
and I
entities.
Things that didn't have like
It
a
says no,
form
not as
that was
considered
solid.
that is
Their
also
form would change.
double try to keep things together without
And
that.
they had consciousness. But
Gosh,
you know, it's like, what is that? What's really going on? Like, are you really, are you imagining this? Or are you tapping in what it feels like?
And we're not concerned
Like,
that we might
what it
one
feels like
person
is you're tapping into another dimension and you're
So in a row,
interacting with
only tie one.
some disembodied souls, disembodied consciousness that doesn't have a physical form. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
But it feels
Going
highly
back to the
intelligent
room,
and very aware of
you're allowed to carry
what you're full of shit about, what you're not, what your thoughts are, when your thoughts are positive or negative, it just shows you negative thoughts and positive thoughts.
Yeah, I was talking to Ari about that on his podcast about how like
According
when I took acid, if I had a negative thought, all of the clouds would turn into skulls, and if I had a positive thought, they'd all turn into next answers, and I could switch it. I could just like switch it, my entire visual would change with my mental.
I had a very similar experience once where when I had negative thoughts, it would look black and pixelated and dark, and then I would have a positive, I would realize it, like, oh, this is
think
doing
about
this
expose a
thing.
hole. Now, expose a hole time,
Blossom,
not counting the whole theory of the
beautiful
point.
geometric patterns. I
We
was
see
like,
that a lot
oh,
when it comes to vegetables.
Yeah.
Vegetable in the dirt, you put in
control of
hole,
how you view
you
things,
grab the
you see
vegetable,
control of how your life works.
look at
That's the one thing that psychedelics wants you to get so hard. And it's like the biggest thing. Every time I do it, it feels like it's making fun of me. It's like, bro, this is all you. Like, you have control. You can have a bad life or a good life, make the fucking choice.
Yeah.
And every time I do it, I'm like, okay, I'll remember.
By
And then the next day, I'm like, somebody that fast. You know, it's crazy. I just had this big revelation the other day where I was like, what if everything is alright, like I'm writing, and then this weird thing happened, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. And I was like, oh yeah. Sometimes I feel like when you have those revelations, you get a little tested. You ever feel that? Like I'll be like, when I'm like, okay, you know, like my head was so big about the Netflix coming out. I dropped it yesterday, new joke. said bomb, just bomb the whole way through, sweating in front of these people. They're like, they don't know who I am. They're just like, what are you saying? And I was like, just trying brand new weird stuff. Because my ego is so big, and I'm like, I don't even need to workshop this shit, bitch. And I do it, and they're just like, we don't understand you. And I'm like, anyway, I'm just my phone. It's a lot better than that.
It is the most humbling thing to work on new stuff after you put out a special. It's the most humbling. Because you have no weapons.
And you just were doing shows where you're like, okay, I'm tight. Yeah. Looking at the notepad and being like, what else? Still nothing on there. Yeah, it's great.
It's the hardest thing. It's like coming up with subjects. You know?
It's also hard when your brain is preoccupied with running out of special. I'm editing, I'm thinking about shit, promotion. I'm like, I have to. But that's why I think you have to take time.
100%.
But the rush. People are like, oh, you're so proud of yourself. I'm like, no, because now I'm doing bad sets. You know what I mean? I don't have time to be proud. So I'm going on stage and being like, 13 something. I was thinking, you know, never.
I think it's a good reality check.
Yeah.
It's great. Every couple of years, start from scratch again.
It's really good.
Brian Simpson did a brilliant thing. So what Brian Simpson did is he developed 2 hours. So he put out 1 hour, and then when he went touring afterwards, he had another hour already.
Well, I thought he asked Ari, he was like, can I put out both hours? Can I put out all of them?
Don't do that. Yeah, I think what he did was perfect.
When I did the half hour, I had that. I did about a half hour out, and I was fucking cruising. But this one, any fat that I had, I cut. It was like, I hate your dick to me.
Right.
So all of the stuff I liked, I put in. So when I was touring, I was like, I've already decided that I hate that. I can bring it back up, but I don't want to.
Right, and then you feel like you're a fraud.
Yeah.
And if you're not interested in the subject, it's like you're like, it's over.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Totally. It's crazy. And it's hard to be on stage and talk about what I want to talk about, which is how crazy it is to be putting out a special. You know what I mean? But I don't want to talk about because I want to do it for criteria.
Also, it's like, it's just not relatable.
Not relatable, but you're like, I want to tell you guys about this. That's what's on my mind.
Especially the people that don't know who you are. That's really not relatable.
Bill Burr was very inspiring because he put out that special about how he changed his mindset. You know what I mean? The most recent one where he was like, I'm not going to be an angry person anymore. And that was sick because I feel like sometimes I'll be like, maybe I should have a perspective shift where I am to stop being such an angry person and against humanity. And I'm like, no, but that's not funny. So seeing Burr do that, I'm like, oh, I could have like therapy helps, you know, instead of how my therapist sucks. You know what I mean? Like, and that was nice to see him do that. Like, I'm gonna stop harassing my wife. That was the whole special. I was like, life is like that. Guys, it's okay, and I'm making her life really bad.
When I was I had the idea that you should straight or enlightenment or anything.
I was really getting like I'm keeping this relationship and I'm just gonna keep it my thrive. Mining for material, just keep it in a state of like unknown type feel. Like, because I feel like if I have any comfort, my studio is the size of this residential. It's crazy. It's no reason. But I just keep myself in this little living in New York. I don't need to. I can live in a place in New York. It's totally fine.
So you do that to yourself.
Struggle. And don't, you don't need to like your dude. Okay, it's crazy.
At least you know it's crazy.
Yeah, totally. And I'm working. I am working. I'm talking to 2 therapists. And yeah, that's the other thing is I'm like, I don't want to get a bigger place if I'm going to buy a place in New York. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm like, I can just start going.
It's a weird time for the real estate market right now.
I bought a house in Ithaca.
Oh, yeah. Upstate.
Yeah, upstate.
Some people think it's an upstate house.
Well, it's in 5 hours. Yeah, people are like upstate, and I'm like, no, it's like painful upstate.
So you take a flight or you drive?
I took a, there's a flight right there. Just I mainly just work on the house and work on the, you know, just do shit to get it up and running. I don't know what really would do.
So you just like in a small town.
Well, my family's there. Oh, yeah, my niece is there.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But I like, I just picked Ithaca. No way. My whole family's there. And I was so sick of going home and having to stay with my mom the whole time.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, she walked in on me having sex so many times. Wow. It's so annoying. Just swinging over the door. Oh, sorry. That's her. Because she's deaf, so she can't hear shit. So she'll just swing it. Crazy, dude. And her house just has holes in it. She's a contractor, so she hasn't finished it.
Oh, no.
So there's just like there'll be like just be scurrying around like there's raccoon in here. I'm like, all the time, dude. It's crazy. There's a chipmunk on my laptop. I'm like, shit. Bats coming in constantly. Dad did it now. Dad finally fainted his last faint.
No.
It was good. He worked all day, came home, died. We were happy about it.
Really?
I mean, we didn't want to die, but yeah, he was like getting to a point where we were like, he's gonna have to start going to the hospital because he smoked so many cigarettes and he's so unhealthy. We were like, if he goes to the hospital, it's game over. He can't be around. He'll faint if he sees a hospital. Like, he like knew it was him. He was like, I'd rather die.
Cigarettes get him.
Yeah, cigarettes and donuts. Both of those things. Yeah.
Very addictive.
Very addictive. He was a heavy smoker. That's why I want to kill him all the time. Yeah, he sounds like my dad, but where he laugh anymore.
It seems like he really enjoys it, though.
That's what everybody says until they're hacking up along and they have to leave a movie theater halfway through to go smoke.
How much does he smoke a day?
He's down. He's down like a pack and a half. He's getting there. I need to get him on his hands. He thinks that's gay. Yeah, that is perfectly regular above board.
That's so silly. That's what a silly take.
But so many people have that. That's like when people are like, I'm not going to turn because I don't believe in God. I'm like, you were drunk last night praying that you could fuck, Sydney Sweeney. Like, you're praying. You're doing weird stuff. You're delusional.
I don't believe in God. That's hilarious.
People say that a lot where they avoid AA because they don't believe in God.
Yeah. What's weird is the guy who founded AA used acid. He used acid to get off of alcohol.
Yeah.
But he doesn't talk about that. Yeah. The thing is all about I've heard a lot.
I use mushrooms to cure like a huge amount of OCD. I was like OCD was dominating my life. Couldn't touch anything. Had to wash my hands constantly. It was like, and then I tripped hard and went into a room alone for 6 hours. I was like, I will, and I was tripping hard. And I was like, I'm gonna deal with this in this room and figure out what it is. It was that I fundamentally don't trust myself to make the right decision. And I realized that none of my decisions were up to me. It was all just an amalgamation of experiences. Because I was like, who's going to stop me from biting or hurting or doing anything? So I was like, if I test this, that'll stop me. And when I faced it in acid, it was like, you think you're going to do bad things, but you're not, because you have chosen the right path this whole way, so you can trust yourself. You know what I mean? Like, 3-year-old Jordan was not outside killing a cat. You know what I mean? She was fucking playing, right? Like, so every step of the way, you're building this personality that you can trust. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because my whole thing was like, how am I to know that I'm not a horrible, that I'm not going to do something horrible? Which is a big OCD thing.
Wondering whether you're going to do something wrong.
Yeah, like a lot of OCD. Like, I know a girl, she couldn't babysit because she was like, what if I become a pedophile? Because her OCD was so bad. And then she was like, no, this is OCD. And she was treated, and she was like, it's fine. But like a lot of people will have babies and they'll be like, what if I freaking babysit? Oh, Jesus Christ. I have that all the time. Whenever my friends like, hold my baby, I'm like, no, baby.
Oh my God, that's so crazy.
But you don't do shit. It's like the ski jump thing. You're gonna.
That's interesting. I never thought of it that way. So you don't trust yourself.
Yeah. And I also used to be super fat. Like, I was a fat kid. And I think there's a part of me that's like, if you were able to do that, then you're able to do horrible things. You know what I mean? Yeah, like if you were able to binge eat like that as a kid, then you're not really to be trusted. You know what I mean? And And I had to face all of that with this acid trip when I came out of it. It was like,
Was it acid or mushroom?
that was acid. Mushrooms I microdosed. Acid I don't do anymore because of how crazy that was. But that one I did a lot. And came out and said, yeah.
Your guy got the lesson. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, totally. And I still have a little bit of OCD. I still have some things that I didn't get rid of. But for the most part, like,
It seems to build in. I've met people that have it as else. Some people it gets worse as like their success grows, which is really crazy. Power use type shit.
You gotta stop it. I mean, that's the thing is if you don't get in the way of it, it just builds neuronal grooves in your brain that become so like averse to plasticity, like you can't get out of it. And that's what I remember, like this woman being like, "A way to bring in contaminated items," and I was like, "Oh, fuck yourself, bitch!" I was like, "Absolutely not." I was like, "Then we'd have to burn my mother's car. Like, there's no way." But you do every time something's contaminated in a little bit, you have to like force yourself to do it, to touch it, or whatever you're thinking.
Like contaminated food.
For me, it was contamination. Was if some when I was younger, I was worried that I would become like, say you were like, I cheated on my wife last night, and then you're like, you want to hit this vape or whatever, I wouldn't be able to touch it because I feel like he does bad things. If I hit that vape, I'll do bad things. You know, so if somebody was whack, they'd be contaminated, and I couldn't do it.
There's something to that. There's a little something to that. There's a little wisdom behind that. Yeah, because people do kind of adopt the mindset of people they're around.
I mean, that's what I've had to learn recently is I'm like, you can cut out whack people and get it. That's not OCD. That's like healthy for you.
You know, whack people can ruin everything.
Yeah.
Really shitty human beings that you have kept in your life for whatever fucking weird reason. They can just derail your whole life.
The thing that sucks about comedy is sometimes these people are so fucking funny, and you have to cut out somebody who's so funny. That sucks. You know, at a desk job, I'm like, you're cutting out Brian, who's like kind of, you know, who's like just alright and run you a cupcake. Once I'm cutting out people who are like the only people I can say racist shit around me. You're like cutting out like a huge part of my sense of humor.
Right.
And that, but I've had to do that recently. Just be like, dude, I can't. The vibe is too dark. It's sinister.
This is a problem.
That's why we don't really
There's people in your life that just, for whatever fucking reason, never get together. And at a certain point in time, try to rescue a drowning
What happens if
person.
your keeper falls out?
They'll drown you.
Yeah, totally.
They'll drown you.
It's hard to watch other people
It's also
and not
moving
cut
out from
people
work.
out like that. If you could
You know
just
they can't do
cut.
it.
My friend's mom is just such a drain on her life. And I'm like, you gotta just, did you see that fucking
Netflix
On the other hand,
documentary
it says
about that
you
little
are
girl
permitted.
who was in the
What
small
about what
town
you're
who was getting
saying?
harassed by someone who turned out to be her
You
mom.
also
Oh,
favored
I heard
every
about this, but I
party
did not
under
see
the
it.
sick. What
Oh,
puzzles
I saw this on Instagram, and I thought it was not real.
You were killing the pumpkin.
She was
Before
getting
midnight, the
the
alarm
cyberbullying.
Ryan was concerned that you listened. So we have a story that said you just received the letter
Just
from the
all day.
and you're not allowed to consider what you said in your home. You're allowed to hear the same.
You know what the girl said at one time? She's like, I miss my mom. Because her mom was there to protect her from the bad world. But really, the only bad world was her mom, pretending to be someone else.
Wait, she said I miss my mom.
Because she thought her mom was a sweet person that protected her. And she thought her mom was a fucking monster.
Oh, and so later, after she found out, she was like, I miss my mom.
Yes.
Oh, that's brutal. That's like when somebody breaks up with you and you're like, I just want to talk to them about the bad breakup.
Well, that's that thing that some crazy people do. It's Munchausen's by proxy.
So she was, is that Munchausen's? Munchausen's, I think, is being like hurt.
You hurt so that you could help them.
Oh, she was doing that. She was doing that.
She was the one who was trolling her own daughter. She was someone else online attacking her own daughter, calling her horrible things.
Saying like, yes, your mom's babe.
Saying,
Your mom's really hot. You should go talk to her.
I noticed you loves it.
I think you noticed that too.
The moment I saw you, I noticed it.
That's
It's
crazy.
crazy. It's so
Is she
sad.
cute?
I don't know. I think it's I can't. Stuff like that. Kids, I can't do this.
I love that shit. I don't love it, but I fucking fall into
It's
it.
hard. It's hard if you love your kids. I love my kids. I can't see some people. It's not just, it's fucking evil. Beyond belief.
How old are your kids?
Towards that, I have a 28-year-old daughter. I have a 17 and 15.
Wait, if you were 28-year-old, you were.
Well, it's not my biological.
Oh, okay. So, did you have any kids, or all your kids had after you were financially good?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's the move.
I don't know. There's something to be said for growing up poor.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up poor. I think it's good. I think I understand hard work. You know, I understand what it's like to have a job to get stuff. Like, you know, you want to buy new pair of pants, you get a fucking job. You know, you have to get a car, you have to save up.
But all these things are distracting you forever. Growing up poor for me is like growing up watching your parents fight over who is going to pay the child support. You know what I mean? I think you can grow up fine and still work.
Well, I'm honestly fine. My stepmom and my stepdad and my mom have been together for a long time, and they have a very good relationship. So I know that like modeled for me when I was a kid. My parents kind of split up. My biological dad and my mom was 5, and my mom married my stepdad when I was like 7.
Where's your dad then?
We don't talk.
Oh,
I don't know. But my stepdad's a great guy.
so you have good parents.
They modeled a good relationship when I was a kid. People that don't yell at each other, don't fight.
That's nice.
Get along.
That's how you just be in
Disagreements and
a
stuff.
relationship.
Yeah, they have disagreements, but they're nice to each other. Kind of each other. And you know, if you see that when you're a kid, you go, oh, this is possible. But if you see like chaos all the time and everyone's fighting and screaming and yelling at each other, you're like, keep me the fuck away from whatever this is.
Yeah.
You know, because I watched my grandmother. My grandmother was always yelling at my grandfather. I was like, oh, don't stay mad. It was like when I was a little kid, I was like, you gotta get out while you can.
Yeah, I think that's why there's so many avoidant men right now, is because I think there's so many of those like lazy boy dads who are like dissociated, looking at the TV that isn't on, and every time they try to like, you know, every time like, hey, Jim, how's it going? Their like wife flies in and is like, don't talk to him. Like there's so many couples like that where it's like,
a lot of cucked out men out there. Cucked out by their job, cucked out by life. You know, you just stop being a man. And then you start getting any respect from the people that know you because they know you're kind of a bitch. People that really know you, like your wife and your kids really know you. Like, oh, Harry's a fucking bitch.
yeah, there's so many rumors like that though. There's so many where it's the dad is so quiet and so distant, and the mom is just so open.
Whenever he wrote this, he said most men live lives of quiet desperation.
That's fucked.
That's fucked, but that's real.
But why does that happen?
Well, there's a whole bunch of reasons. Because you stop challenging yourself, or you never did. You stop growing, and you don't have any character. You don't exhibit a strong will. You don't have discipline. And then, you know, you're emotionally disconnected from the life you've chosen. And then you have a job where you have to pretend that someone you're not for 8 hours a day, work for a boss who's a piece of shit.
And then you lose the job because the job becomes irrelevant.
And then you're a broken man, you know, like 46 years old, and they're telling you to learn the code.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, great.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they don't know what to do, but they didn't get good advice when they were young. They didn't get a good direction. You know, they didn't find something that they could focus their energy on and realize, like, oh, if I focus my energy on something, whatever it is, I can get better at stuff. I'll start off sucky, but keep working at it, and eventually you get. Some people never learn that.
Well, it'd be nice if I could also focus on being a parent. Like, I feel like the women stay loud because they're like, I'm a mother, I'm a parent. You know, so I'm like, it'd be nice if the dads would get off the lazy boy and be like, I'm going to help raise my kids.
Well, there's, you know, it's just fucking, some people just like, they wanted to be smart. They wanted to be cool. They wanted to have a good life, and life just fucking cracked them in the dick every time they made a move.
Yeah.
You know, they got their car repossessed. Oh, Jesus. Credit cards.
There's got to be something biological, though, that makes a man not like you have the pride in work, right? Sure, I just talked about it. Like you guys have the pride in your children. Hardcore. Like as soon as I met you, you showed me a photo of your daughter. You know what I mean? Like, but I do feel like there are a lot of men who are like, that's not my responsibility.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, maybe it's the way they were raised, you know.
But maybe if you had lost your job, if you weren't comedy and you were tired and didn't have your passion, maybe you wouldn't be as gung ho about being a dad, or maybe you feel like a failed dad. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they feel like a failed dad.
Perhaps. I don't know. I would have figured it out.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that. If I lost my job doing something, I would find another job. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
There's other paths. You don't just stay still. The path doesn't work out. Some people do.
So I didn't know that recently that some people really do stay still forever.
Oh, they quit. Well, that's why they love unemployment, because they can just get a check and just still.
Shabbos, that's kufta zayin.
Yeah, there's some people who are against unemployment that still stay still. They're like, fuck unemployment.
Somebody that you're fighting with,
I guess.
increase hospitals,
People
break this corona that
just.
If I quit comedy right now, there'd be like 3 jobs that I would be almost just as stoked about.
right.
I would love to be a full-time contractor out in the sticks. I would be a philosophy professor or a therapist.
Many of us
Yeah, all of them. So sick.
Which one sounds the most sick?
Philosophy professor. So you kind of become a therapist when you are a professor. You know what I mean? You have those kids that are, so they're reading philosophy. They're not like me. I was waiting there.
Or the guys who try to get right.
Yeah. It's a lot of dorks. It's like I was the only girl major in my class.
this part
And there
is
was
Dorky guys.
dorks who wore ties to class.
Well, philosophy itself is a strange thing.
and then the
Just
artists should be over there.
thinking about a structure, how you interface with it.
Yeah, it was only like I studied well. Everything else, I was like, why would I study something that's already been known? It's crazy. But philosophy was like, no, they're all just trying to figure out life. Which I was like, okay, I get that. And none of them are correct. None of them are correct. I was like, great. Because I would study science, like, the big fact. Measuring of how to find out this thing. Why do I want to study this? There's nothing to do here.
My favorite book of philosophy, I started reading when I was like, I guess I was 16. It's the Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. He's a samurai. Killed 60 men in one-on-one combat with swords. But he was all about the way to become a great sword fighter. So you have to be balanced. Like you can't have any rules in the game as a human being. You have to be an artist. You have to be a poet. You have to learn calligraphy. You have to be completely balanced. You have to see the thing for what it is. You can't have any bullshit. You can't have any fat. Right? We're talking about fat intelligence. You can't have any bullshit. There's no bullshit when you're sword fighting.
Sometimes, do you ever feel like you're in that flow state in your life where you'll be like, I have all these moving parts and I have it down, and like I recently had this where I was like, I'm oil painting, I'm doing stand-up, I have my friends, I'm in this groove, and then something will happen where I'll just say I have like explosive diarrhea or something. Like something will happen where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was fucking suave. I had this shit. I used to play with poker where I'd be like, I have this whole poker game on lock, and then something would happen. Like it's almost like one of those swords that you have to have in balance is also humility. Like you also have to be like, and I'm a person who still has a butthole, you know?
Right.
And that
Things go sideways always.
yeah, because I would be like, I'm gonna get this flow state, and then I'd mess up a word on stage, and I'd be like, I'm an idiot, you know? So I have to keep that also, be like, you also are fallible.
Well, that's what's a good thing about stand-up. It's like it smacks you every time you do it wrong.
Yeah.
You gotta do it right.
It's crazy how true it is that you're only as good as your last set. You are. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's why, like, if you have a bad set, you can't get on stage. You can't
Dude, I was like, I'm doing no sense in Austin Bob last night, hitting her back up. I'm like, what do you got? You're crazy.
I bust out some bullshit in this bucket. Yeah, come tonight. Let's do it tonight. My show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What time tonight? Yeah, that would actually be good. Let's do it. I listened to, there's a clip I want to post about that's really funny about your club where I was like, you get in here and there's a guy who's like, my name's Kyle, I'll carry you up this flight of stairs. I have a PhD in MMA. I'm gonna pass you up to Derek. Derek has an AK-47. I'm gonna get in the green room. And I'm like, do you need anything? I'll kill people for you. And I was like, could I have some like almonds or snacks? And they're like, no, we smell like salt. I was like, is there any just like water bottles? They're like, no, we have water dropping dust.
So funny. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us like some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Derek Poston, who's black, Hassan Ahmad, who's Muslim. It was Tony Hinchcliffe, Ron White, and me. I'm like, this is a pretty diverse lineup. Like, what are we talking? This is so silly.
You're looking at comments. See, it's hard.
No, it wasn't. It was a video. It wasn't a comment. It was a video of someone that one of the guys was playing. It was like, look how fucking stupid this is. The idea that this, like, that you had to be like. I'm not even a Republican. Like, I voted for Trump because I thought we were going in a terrifying direction where there was not really a president for 4 years. The same people are now going to be running the government. Like, let's.
Were you like a Bernie bro?
Yes. So, like, I've only voted Republican once in my life. Yeah, and you have to be a Republican to get into that club. Is so ridiculous. That club is filled with gay people, black people, straight people, white people, Asian. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah, they
You're just doing comedy. You're just doing comedy. Whoever you are, whatever you believe, we have tons of lively discussions.
I will say one time I was there, Jordan Peterson walked through, and I was like, you can't be here. That's too on the nose. That's crazy.
It's weird, yeah.
That's crazy with his daughter.
Oh, yeah, he came with his daughter, yeah. He's been there a few times. Yeah, he even did Kill Tony.
Oh, he was on it.
Yeah, he was on Kill Tony.
That's crazy. Oh,
So
yeah.
was Post Malone. Post Malone had no idea, and I brought him on stage. He had no idea what the show was, no idea what Nathan was. I just brought him up there.
Really?
I did it twice. Once with Post Malone and once with Tucker Carlson. I was having dinner with Tucker Carlson. I'm like, I want to go by and go see Kill Tony. And then we're there, and I told Tony, he's like, bring him on stage. I go, I'm not going to tell him what it is. So I go, we're going to go on stage. And he's like, what?
Oh, my God. He was great. Was he good?
Yes, he was funny. He was like laughing. He was cracking jokes with the comedians back and forth.
Wow.
It was really, it was surprisingly great.
Wait, you're not Republican. You used to be Bernie bro.
Yeah.
Bernie bro?
I am. Look, I think the idea of socialism is wonderful if everybody had their shit together and everybody was disciplined. But it's not the case. And I think that human nature, unfortunately, you're going to need some socialism, right? You're going to need the fire department. This is one of the things that I point out all the time. People say, oh, socialism doesn't work. The fire department is an entirely socialist idea. Like, we all pay into it, and they take care of everybody's fire, right? You can't have only the rich people have a fire department, and the poor people, their fucking house burns down, and it's crazy, right? We all agree with that. That should be the same with education. That should be the same with healthcare. Are we a fucking community, or are we not? And if we're a community, you have to take care of the downtrodden, and you have to do it because it's bad for them, and it's also bad for you. We're all in this together. So you have to have a social safety net. I believe in all that. But I also believe you can't just give people free money because then they rely on it, or they become dependent on it, and then it takes away their ambition, and then they don't do anything. That's true too. It doesn't mean you're not compassionate. I don't like either one of these parties.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a solution that's correct. I think you have overcorrection after overcorrection. I think you have the country goes one way and then it swings all the other way. Yeah, America's back. And then it swings the other way. Now we're the new America, and America's this way. It's like everyone's so tribal and everyone's so locked into their idea that they're the good guys. These are the bad guys. We're going to get them back. We're going to get them in the midterms. We're going to get them in the fucking next elections.
It's crazy.
It's
all
all
comedy too,
accentuated by
swinging back and forth like that.
Yeah, sort of. It's all that we talk to comedy. It's like there's a lot of bitter people out there. But, you know, that's that old expression. I forget who said that. We brought this up before, that all criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs.
Oh, yeah.
It's a paraphrase, but there's a lot of that there. There's a lot of like, Jordan is like, why is she on the fucking Netflix special? She yelled for me once and she didn't do good.
Dude, I'm just somebody who, I mean, I fucking I'll date a libertarian and become a fucking libertarian. Somebody will talk about Israel. I'll listen to fucking one Sam Harris episode. Now all of a sudden I'm fucking Zionist. I'll talk to I talked to John Marco the other day. Now I'm fucking all pro-Palestine. Like whatever it is, I switch back and forth, and then I do podcasts, and people are like, "You are," and I'm like, "I'll tell you what I am. I'm an idiot, dude. I will switch. I will move. Like, but I do think that's what makes a comedian is somebody who can try on so many different perspectives, and it is hard that people are looking at comics like politicians.
You're not an idiot because both sides have points. That's why you can be swayed
Well,
one way or the other. I mean, doubling down is just going down the rabbit hole of whatever that ideology believes, because like they probably have a really good pitch, you know. And then if you talk to the socialists, they probably have a real good pitch.
Yeah, it's just when I double down in a way that's like I'll be like, this thing's fucking bad, and then the next day I'll be like, actually it's pretty good. Like I'll stop eating meat and be like, anybody who eats meat sucks, and then somebody will be like, want to buy this burger, the iron head meat, and I'll be like, fuck cows, dude. I go too hard in the pain on both sides. And I remember in college, these girls would bully me, and I remember being like, why don't you guys like me? And they go, you just have too strong of convictions. And I was like, oh, interesting. I always thought that was a good thing. And I think for comedy, it is to be like, you get on stage or you do a podcast and you go, what if I try on this idea hardcore? And that's like an interesting thing to do as opposed to being like, oh, this is kind of good and that's good too. You know, like, there's something about comedy just being like, what if this is the truth right now?
That's an interesting thing to say to someone when you're too strong with your convictions.
I'll never forget that. I'll never forget the girl who said it.
The girl can give an example.
It was just, I would talk the way I talk, where they'd be like, I'd be like, women need to stop wearing dresses. High heels are ridiculous. Or I'd be like, men need to do this. Or women, or I'd be like, I'm going to go ahead and say, diners need to go, like whatever it was. Right. I mean, I'd be in or out on topics immediately.
Right.
And they'd be like, you're just like too intense with your thoughts. And I'd be like, yeah, totally. I mean, this is like why it would be bad in Nazi Germany. I mean, hopefully it would be okay, but I know I'd be somebody be like, wait, no. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's got to be some sort of a psychological reason why all those people went along with that. Right.
They went along. I think a lot of it was, just kind of dissociation, right?
Well, there's a little bit of that, but then there's a tribal mentality that kicks in. Like there's a default switch that happens to people.
Yeah.
And in this country, you saw a lot of it during COVID. It was like the vaccinated people were hating on the unvaccinated. They should have their children taken away, like put them into camps. Like, do you hear yourself?
Yours was so weird because it's such a different. Like I was with so many anti-vaxxers. Like they're my friends. But I was like, I'm getting vaccinated because the number one thing that's important to me is comedy. I have no idea. Well, if the vaccine gave me long COVID, if COVID gave me long, whatever the fuck. But I just have to perform. My health comes second. My shit is fucked. I can't, like those Ubers that have those smelly trees, I have to get out of. I get immediate migraines, like because my smell is fucked up.
Your smell's fucked.
Like if you have deodorant that has like chemicals in it, it's rancid to me.
Really?
Yeah. So many people were going up
That's your long COVID. You just smell things.
It's bad
I don't think you can call that long COVID. Long COVID is people that are exhausted and they have like heart palpitations. And
I got a synapse off.
You're just gonna upgrade in your nose.
I did get it. Yeah, it sucks, dude. If somebody's wearing cologne, I'm like, I gotta go. Yeah.
That's a nose.
I got a wolf nose.
That's great. Something will change the way you look at it.
You're right.
Yeah.
I thought I had long COVID, and then I stopped eating sugar. I thought I had that one, and then I didn't stop eating candy, and I was like, hello. It's crazy.
Candy wrecks your shit.
And I was... candy slut. I wasn't eating it.
Said long COVID can cause altered smell or parasomnia, where things smell distorted, foul, or different than they used to, even if the initial COVID-19 symptoms have passed. So did you get this after you got, like when did this start happening? Did you get COVID?
Yes,
You got vaccinated.
6 times.
But of course,
I just
you got vaccinated. People who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked everybody. They fucked everybody with that goddamn stupid thing.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. My liberal mom will be like, the vaccine is good. And I'll be like, yeah.
It's a long conversation. It would take a long time to explain what was wrong, but it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts, they distorted the research, they distorted the efficacy, they distorted what it was actually designed to do, just because they wanted money. That's it.
We made them for the vaccine.
Fuck yeah, they made a shit ton of money. Might have been free for you.
I like the idea of money, but isn't your campaign on like control, mind control, not mind control, but knowing where we are, like anti-vax people?
I'm not an anti-vax person.
What are you? Give yourself a label.
No. I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real factor.
Don't just lie about that.
This is why. The problem is pharmaceutical drug companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they hide. So they'll do multiple studies that show no efficacy. And then they'll rig one study where they can show just like a little bit of an improvement, and then they just sell it, and they start going. And they've done that before. They got sued because of Vioxx. Vioxx killed 50,000, 60,000 people, and through internal emails, the pharmaceutical drug
Shabbos.Kuf This week's Mishpacha magazine has a 4-page write-up about from official catering in Baltimore. He watches our share every single day on Zoom. He's a big supporter of the share. And he writes in the beginning of the article, it says that he contributes a big part of what he's doing here, galvanized by an important life lesson he learned during Eli Stefanski's popular 8-minute daf shir on Brachas 53. He's referring to our regular shir. There's a beautiful life lesson. You could look it up, Brachas daf Nun Gimel, at minute 42. So, way to go, Reb Official. Talking about life lessons, today's daf is one of the most fascinating davening shas with so many different life lessons. The Gemara starts off with the famous machlokes: how many meals are you mechuyev to eat on Shabbos? Chachamim say 3. Rabbi Chitka says 4. From our Mishnah is mashma that it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says that if you only have 2 meals to your name, if the person is very poor, he shouldn't take from the tamchui, which is the daily tzedakah. If he has 14 meals, that means 2 meals per day, 2 times 7, 14 meals. He has enough for a week. He shouldn't take from the weekly tzedakah. The issue is that on Shabbos you need at least 3 meals, so it should be 15 meals or 16 meals according to Rabbi Chitka. We must say like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva has the concept of Asi Shabbat L'chol V'Al L'Briyos. It's better not to take from tzedakah and not have on Shabbos. But it is that if a poor person is traveling, you must give him at least a tikar punyan. It's a weight of a bread and enough for a bed and a pillow. And then it says for Shabbos you give him 3 meals, not 4 meals like Rabbi Chitka. Rabbi Chitka must say that we're talking about a situation where he comes with a meal, and when he leaves, you're going to give him an extra meal, Seder L'Derech. You're permitted to wash dishes on Friday night because you need those dishes Shabbos morning. You're permitted to wash Shabbos morning because you need it for the afternoon. But you're not allowed to wash dishes when it's for after Shabbos. And here starts the agat of the sugya. If you keep and you are very careful about the shalish sudas, the 3 meals on Shabbos, you'll be saved for the shalish peronias, Chavli Mashiach, Yehenim, and the Melchama Gagomar. If you're ma'anik Shabbos, meaning you delight in Shabbos, and the Gemara is going to explain what that means. They give you nachla b'limit tzarim, heritage without boundaries. As it says in the pasuk, Os T'Saneg Hashem, and later on it says, Nachlas Yaakov. You'll get the Nachla of Yaakov, not Abraham Yitzchak. Yaakov is promised. That's the Yom of the Kedma. Says Rav Nachman, you'll be saved Meshibut Golyos, from the oppression of Golos. Rav says they'll give you anything your heart desires. What does it mean to be Ma'anik Shabbos? In those days, it was beautiful dishes of beet dish, or large fish with garlic. Every generation and every place with their own food that they're ma'anik. And if a person can't afford it, even if he makes one small dish of Kasset HaHarsana, the Kavod Shabbos, that is his earning Shabbos. Your Bergman says, if a person keeps Shabbos, Kihil Chasai, with all the proper halachas, even if he did have a desire like in the generation of Enosh, they'll forgive him, as it says, Ashrei Enosh. And it says, Kados Mechalaloi, we don't read it Mechalaloi, but Machul Loi. famous Gemara, if Klal Yisrael would have kept the very first Shabbos, then the nations wouldn't be able to rule over them. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says if they would have kept 2 Shabbosim, they would have been redeemed immediately. The Gemara brings Rabbi Yossi 7 different things that Rabbi Yossi says he wishes he'll be part of in Gan Eden. He wishes he'll be from those who eat Shalish Sudais. He wishes that he'll be from those who finish Hallel every day. Now it's also to say Hallel every day. What he meant to say is the 2 Mizmarim and Psuk Zimra, Hallelu Hashem and Hashamayim, and Hallelu Hail B'Kodshai. Rabbi Yochanan says there's a great mitzvah to daven Shachris with the Neis as the sun comes up, and to daven Mincha as the sun goes down. Says Rabbi Yossi, I wish I could be from those people. He says, I wish I could be from those who die from intestinal disease. It's Yisur Mechaprim, it gives forgiveness to the Averis. He wishes he could die as he's performing a mitzvah, and he wishes he could be from those who accept Shabbos early and let Shabbos out late. He wishes he could be from those who bring people into the Beis HaMedrash rather from those who bang on the beam and say, time to stop, it's lunchtime. He wishes he could be from those who collect from other people money to give out to tzedakah, because you could come to great trouble by making mistakes and giving tzedakah to the wrong people. He wishes he could be from those who are accused falsely. Like Rav Papa said, I was accused falsely and it wasn't right. It turned out to be wrong. Some explain that Rav Papa almost fell off a ladder and he asked, why did he have a brush with death? And they said, perhaps he didn't give tzedakah to Aniyim. And he said, that's wrong. Or the famous story where a guy said, please sit down on the bed, and he refused to sit, and later on they found a dead baby under the bed, but nevertheless they accused him of killing the baby and had to run away. Says Rabbi Yossi, I once had 5 relations where I repeated the relations, and each time I planted an erez, meaning Goladar, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Lozer, Rabbi Chalater, Rabbi Kilas, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi. These are all sons of Rabbi Yossi. Kaisis explains the famous explanation that he meant that he had 5 Yavamas. In other words, 5 of his brothers died, and he had to be Miyabim 5 sister-in-laws, and he was only Miyabim each one once, and he had 5 sons. And he says, and it's not recommended to do this today and to say this to your wife, but he says, I never called my wife, I always called her a house. What he means to say is that the wife is the main part of the house. She's got Keres Habayis. He never called his ox an ox. He called his ox a field. I never looked at my bris milah. So why wasn't he called Kadosh, like Rabbeinu HaKadosh? Because Rabbeinu Rebbe, Rabbi Yudah Nasi, the author of the Mishnah, not only did he not look at the bris, but he also didn't put his hands below his belt ever. So Rabbi Yossi, I used to get dressed with such sneers that the ceiling is never the inside of my shirt. I never contradicted with my friends, so if my friends told me, get up and duchen, be a kain, even though I'm not a kain, I would get up and duchen. In Lashon Hara, if you say something that can be explained in 2 ways, and you say it in front of that person that you're saying it about, that proves that you're not saying Lashon Hara. So Rabbi Yossi, I never said something that I had to take it back. Mar says, there were different Amoraim that said, I excelled in a certain mitzvah, and that should be my sechar. Like Rabbi Nachman said, I excelled in 3 meals on Shabbos. Rabbi Yudah said, I excelled in Iyum Tefillah, having kavanah by davening. Rabbi Huna Bereder, Rabbi Shua said, I never went Daled Amos without a head covering. Rav Shesha said, I was extremely careful with tefillin. Rabbi Nachman said, I was extremely careful with tzitzis. Rabbi said, Rabbi was very careful with tzitzis to the point where he was once on a ladder and one of the strings ripped. He refused to move until he was able to replace the strings. Abai was very careful that he'd make siyum for different Talmidei Chachamim that finished Masechtas. Have a wonderful day.
What you are as a whole. But that's also a lot of people don't do anything with their bodies. Their body is just like a truck they drive around.
Right. And we do have a mouth. I have a vagina, which is a mouth. You know what I mean? We have the fucking Morpheus down there. There's great. The uterus is a fucking other head. And the gut and everything. We just don't have eyeballs there, so we forget about it completely.
It's a head.
I think so. Yeah, it's a fucking whole thinking thing. Your gut is freaking all this brain.
Definitely thinking. Your heart thinks.
Shabbos Daf Kufi Test. Today's email comes to us from T. Fine, a very inspiring email. He says he just recently made Aliyah, and his son Danny kept on telling him about this Daf Yomi Shir he listens to. Finally, during Corona, he decided he was forced to stay home. He decided to join the Shir. Now, at the age of 75, I am finally hooked on a Shir. I make sure to wake up early so I don't miss any of it. On a day that I cannot join in live, I listen to it on YouTube. It always amazes me how many people tune in from all over the world. You make it so interesting and even fun. I hope to be inspired by you for a long time to come. Thank you, to be fine. It's never too late, and it's never too early. And today's the perfect time to start the daf. We continue the amazing sugis about Kavod Shabbos and Shabbos Kodesh. Rabbi says that Talmud Chacham, who comes to him to be judged, he wouldn't go to sleep until he found something to make a schus for him and go in his direction. My brother Rashi says, I can't even judge Talmid Chachamim because I am biased towards them. Rabbi Chanina would put on his finest clothing and he would go out and he'd say, let's go out and greet the Shabbos queen, and the famous saying that we say in L'chadoidi, Rabbi Yanai would say, Boi chala, Boi chala. Rabbi Bar Menachem would make a tremendous amount of these oiled wafers, 3 saw. Rabbi Abba, he would buy from 13 different butchers meat, he'd bring it home, and he would tell his chefs, be energetic, hurry, make this one, and then I'll bring more meat later. Rabbi Avo, even though he's very wealthy, he sat on an ivory chair and he would fan out the fire. Rav Anan would wear black clothing on Erev Shabbos to show that even though he's getting dirty, he wants to get dirty l'kavod Shabbos. The famous saying, Rav Safra Machrech Reisha, Rava Malach Shibuta. Rav Safra would singe the head of the animal to get rid of the hairs. Rava, which anybody could do, the servants could do, but if he wanted to do himself, Rava would salt the fish. Rav Huna would light the candles. Rav Papa would make the whips. Rav Chizdo would dice the beets. Rabbi and Rav Yosef would split the wood. Rav Zera would light the fire. Rav Nachman Yitzchak would schlep around heavy boxes and things for Shabbos. He'd go back and forth. And he said, it's as if Rav Ami and Rav Asi would be my guests, wouldn't I be schlepping their things? And the Gemara says, some say that Rav Ami and Rav Asi would be schlepping boxes Erev Shabbos, and they would say, if Rav Yochanan was our guest, wouldn't we do this? The famous story of Yosef Meiker Shabbos. He was a guy, a wealthy guy, who went to the stargazers and he was told that he's going to lose all his belongings. The Yosef Meiker Shabbos, he had a trick. He took all his belongings and he traded it for one jewel. He put that jewel in his hat, walked over a bridge, the wind came and blew it into the water, a fish came and swallowed it, and the fishermen took the fish out right before Shabbos. There was no one to buy the fish. They had a great idea. Let's go to Yosef Meiker Shabbos, who would probably trade in this unbelievable fish for the fish that he has, and so it was. And he became wealthy. He was able to sell that jewel for 13 adicts worth of gold. Rashi says that's an exaggeration. Eliyahu Hanavi bumped into him and said, the idea is that whoever borrows l'kavod Shabbos Kodesh, Shabbos pays him back. Gemara asks, how do people gain wealth in Eretz Yisrael? They have the concept of aser b'shvil sh'tis asher. You give meiser from food, you become wealthy. In Chutzlaretz, you don't have food to give meiser from. Over there, it's because they are mechabed Shabbos. Gemara tells us a story about this. Rukiya Bar Abba was a guest in Chutzlaretz, and they brought out a golden table that needed to be carried by 16 people. That's how heavy it was. And it had 16 chains of silver with all the beautiful dishes and food and desserts and fragrances. And when they put it down, they said, Lashem ha'aretz u'malaya. And when they took it away, they said, Hashamayim, Shamayim, Lashem ha'aretz ha'san l'bnei Adam. And he asked them, why do you think you were zeichet to this? And the person said, I used to be a butcher. Any time an amazing piece of meat, a cut of meat came in front of me, I would take it and put it aside for Shabbos. And so I would do the entire week. And he said, Ashrecha shezachiso baruch ha'makom shezachicha l'kach. Shezachicha l'kach. Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya told the Caesar, you smell that unbelievable aroma? That's a very special spice called Shabbos. It only works for people who keep Shabbos. The pasuk says, "L'toish Hashem chuba," referring to Yom Kippur. We can't be mechaber Yom Kippur with food. We're mechaber with a nice, clean clothing. Rav says that if you eat at a certain time, you should eat your Shabbos meal earlier. Shmuel says if you eat at a certain time, you should eat your Shabbos meal later. Rav Papa says those of us who are used to eating meat and wine during the week, on Shabbos, depending what you do during the week, if you eat it at a certain time, either eat the meal earlier, if you eat it earlier, take your meal later. Rav Sheshes, who was blind, wanted to make sure that his Talmidim get to the meal on Shabbos at the right time, and he doesn't prolong the shir, so he put his Talmidim where the sun would hit in the summer, or where the shade would hit in the winter, so they would have to get up and run away and go eat the meal for Tainuk Shabbos. Reb Zera, who would see two Talmidim arguing and learning, he would say, please, I'm begging you not to be Mechal Shabbos. Are you talking, learning, and not enjoying the meal? You're not being Mekayim the mitzvah of Beinik Shabbos. Rabbi says that an individual should say Vayichulu. It's as if he is a partner with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We don't read it Vayichulu, we read it Vayichalu. Together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they created the world. You see from the creation of the world that words have power like action. It says in the pasuk, the Dvar Hashem, with the words of Hashem, Shamayim Nasu. The skies, the heaven was made. When a person says Vayichulu Friday night, two Malachim, they accompany him. and they put their hands on his head, and they say, "B'sar Abinecha."
I didn't know about it either.
One of the malachim is a good malach, the other one is bad. When they come in, they find a candle lit, and the table is set. Then they give a bracha. The good one gives a bracha that we should find this the following week, and the bad malach is forced to say amen. If chas v'shalom they don't find that, he makes the klala, and the good one says amen against his will. A person should set his Shabbos table, even if he's full and he's not going to eat only a kazayas. Malav malka as well. Set the table. Malav malka. If you drink hot water or bathe in hot water, or you eat fresh baked bread, hot baked bread, it has powers of healing. Rebbe Avo would shecht a young calf, a tilta, the third born calf, so that he, on Motzei Shabbos, he would shecht this so that he could eat part of the kidney. So his son Avini, when he grew older, he said, "I don't understand. Why didn't you just use the one that you use for Shabbos? Erev Shabbos, save the kidney for Motzei Shabbos." So he tried it out, and he put the one animal that he was supposed to shecht on Motzei Shabbos, he left it alive. And on Shabbos, a lion came and ate that animal. They didn't gain anything. Shmuel Levi says, the famous saying, whoever says, Amen Yehi Shmi Rabba, B'chol Koichai, meaning with all his kavanah, with all his intent, they destroy 70 years of the Gzar Din. If he has some sort of Avodah that he did, he'll be mindful of him. Rish Lakish says, if you say Amen with all your kavanah, they open up the gates of Gan Eden. Amen stands for Kel Melech Ne'eman. The Gemara says that a fire is only found in a place where there's still Shabbos, and it happens on Shabbos where you cannot put it out. The Gemara gives us 7 reasons why Yerushalayim was destroyed. Either because of Mechal Shabbos, they didn't say Kriyat in the morning and the evening, they stopped the children from learning Torah, they didn't have Boishas Panim, they took bribes, they didn't give each other Musar, Chacha, they were Mevaysh Tam Chacham. Rav says whoever's Mevaysh Tam Chacham, there's no remedy for that. They stopped being truthful in business. I'll take you with Mashiach, don't touch my anointed one means the children that learn Torah, Ubenaviyah Al Tareyu, is referring to Talmidei Chachamim. The world only exists because of the Torah that children learn, and Abaye says that the Torah of adults doesn't compare to the Torah of the younger ones. Have a wonderful day.
It's more than that. It's kind of alien. You're abducting this donkey and forcing it to come. That's brutal. I know. With electroshock. Collecting it all for a show.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chof. Today's email comes to us from Larry Jaffe from Silver Spring, Maryland. He says he's already 55. He started Daf Yomi a number of times. This is the first time that he's reached this far. Due to all the graphics and diagrams, they really help bring each sugya to life. Hatzlacha Larry, you should be zeicha to finish shots with everyone. The Ezra Hashem Yisbarach. We continue with the sugya of saving different things from a raging fire. Says the Mishnah, you can save even 100 meals if they are in a basket, or an entire barrel of wine, or a whole cake of figs. And the question is, why is this any different than the Mishnah we had a number of days ago, where you could save only 3 meals? One shot the Gemara gives us because we're dealing with one basket. One basket is less work. Doesn't matter how much is in that basket. If so, if you have an open blanket and you take smaller baskets and pour it into that open blanket, and since you're only removing one blanket worth, that would be 100% mutter, even though it's more than 3 baskets worth. We see something similar. If you have a barrel of wine that has a hole in it and it's dripping, you're allowed to take another barrel, put it underneath, and catch as much wine as you want. It's not limited to 3 meals. Another shot the Gemara gives is, the difference is, if you're bringing it to this chutzner, you're allowed to save as much as you want. If you're bringing it to a different chutzner, you're limited to 3 meals. Says the Mishnah, you're allowed to call in for help and tell them, save the food for yourselves. Now, if they were smart about it, they'll give back the food and charge that person for their time. Rav Chisda says we're talking about Hasidim who don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Yes, he was mafkir, everything, but he had no choice. He was forced to. So Hasidim don't want to take advantage of that. Says Rava, if there was such Hasidim, they wouldn't take money for working on Shabbos. Rather, says Rava, we're talking about Yirei Shamayim, not Hasidim, who don't want to take advantage of somebody else. They don't want to take from other people, but they also don't want to work for free. They want to be compensated for their time. So if they understand Hilchos Shabbos, they understand that since all this food is really theirs, when they give it back to the person, all they're asking is to be compensated for their time. And that's not considered schar Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us that in order to save food, it has to be into a chutzner that has a proper eru. The Beser says, over here, Chacham were making and said it doesn't have to be a proper eru. You could save different items that you have, not necessarily food. And when it comes to clothing, you put on as many of the clothing you have. You can put on 5 coats, 10 pants, walk outside, undress, go back in, and keep on doing this. Rabbi Yossi says no. You are limited to 18 clothing that were standard in those days, and only one time. Now, what are these clothing? The Gemara says it's an outer coat, an inner coat, a belt, a shirt, a robe, a vest, socks, the garters that hold up the socks, 2 shoes, apilios, a robe, a mask, or another type of belt, and even a scarf that goes around the neck, and people would clean off their mouth and their eyes with it. Says the Mishnah, Reb Shimon ben Nanas holds of the concept that you're allowed to do gram kibui, causing at a later stage the fire to be extinguished, like by filling up a jar with water, and when the fire reaches that jar, it explodes, and the water puts out the flame. You're not doing it deliberate right now. It's at a different stage. Gram kibui. Therefore, he also says, if, let's say a dresser is ignited, there's a flame on a dresser, shida teva midah, you can take a piece of leather and put it on the other side, and when it reaches it, it singes the leather, the fire doesn't continue. According to Reb Shimon ben Nanas, Rav says, I hold that if there's a fire that's on a piece of garment, you're allowed to pour a liquid on the other part of the garment, and when the fire gets there, it will extinguish itself. Rabbi Yossi holds gram kibui is also. You're not allowed to cause that at a later stage a vessel will explode or whatever it is, even though the pasuk says the word asiya, doing, and this is not doing, this is at a later stage. This is the concept that we have throughout the whole parak. Adam ba'olam hamayna. A person acts irrationally when it comes to saving his property, and he might come to extinguish the flame. Therefore, we limit him. If a person puts a candle on top of a plank of wood, deliberately, that plank of wood becomes a basis to the candle, and therefore it's asur on Shabbos to move that plank of wood. Even just to shake off the candle would be asur. If you forgot it there, then you are permitted to shake the wood so the candle falls on the ground, even if the candle is lit. The candle might continue burning on the floor. It might extinguish itself, but it's not 100%, and therefore it's mutter. The Brisa says you're allowed to open up a door. According to Rashi, there's a candle right by the door. According to Taisus, the candle is on the door itself. And if the flame goes out from the wind, then it went out. If not, not. Rav cursed those who did so, and he said, even according to Reb Shimon that holds davar she'enim skav and mutter, he didn't have any intent for the flame to go out. But in this case, since it's obvious that it's going to go out, that's called a psik reisha, and even Reb Shimon admits that in a case that 100% is going to go out, it is asur. If you open up a door and the wind helps a fire, let's say in a fireplace, it fans it up. Well, it depends. If it's one of these fires, one of these winds that's a common wind, then according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's mutter. According to Abaya, we have to be geyser that it's asur, because if it's a wind that's uncommon, that's asur. So we have to make all winds asur. We have to explain in Brisa and say that this Brisa has no Rabbanan and it's only Rabbi Yossi. And that is, the Brisa says, if you build a wall out of vessels that don't contain any water are not going to explode. For instance, a vessel made out of metal, or even earthenware that comes from different places that are very strong, from Shichin, from Canaan, then it's okay. Very interesting sugya. If a person has Hashem's name written with ink on his body,
do men get more aggressive?
well, halacha number 1 is you're not allowed to stand unclothed in front of Hashem's name. So we have to make sure that it's covered. You're not allowed to go into the bathroom with Hashem's name. And you're certainly not allowed to erase Hashem's name deliberately. However, you're allowed to go into a mikvah, you're allowed to go into a bath, as long as you don't rub the name off and it comes off by itself. That's called a grama, and that would be mutter. Even according to Rabbi Yossi, because it says in the pasuk leisasun, you're allowed to do so deliberately, but begrama, it's mutter. If a person has a tefillah shel mitzvah, let's say he's a zav, and he has to go to the mikvah, since you're not allowed to stand unclothed with Hashem's name, he must put something on it, such as a bandage, a reed, But he has to make sure that it's loose, that the water can get through, so that the bandage doesn't create a chatzitza. Don't cover with your hands, because you might forget that you're covering something. You'll take your hand off and expose Hashem's name. Now, what if a person doesn't have something to cover his name? According to Chachamim, that tefillah bismano, to go to the mikvah when the time comes, is a mitzvah and you must go right away. Chachamim say it's not a mitzvah. Therefore, go around, look for a bandage. But according to Rabbi Yossi, that it's a mitzvah to go right now. Therefore, don't look for a bandage. Go in and cover with your hand. And finally, if the ink is dry, then that creates a chatzitza. Same thing would be with blood, honey, milk, and ink. If it's moist, like in our case, then it doesn't cause a chatzitza. Have a wonderful day.
You know what I'm worried about jiu-jitsu?
What?
The fainting.
Because you're gonna get choked out. You're just gonna black out the moment someone even comes close to choking you out.
Yeah, if anybody does something crazy, the arteries,
Start a triangle, you're just gonna fall.
I'm gonna sit there and be like, I did a good job. Yeah, totally. I have friends that do it, and they're like, yeah. And then
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chaf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yisrael G. He writes, I have to let you know how therapeutic the shiurim are. I was driving back from the Catskills and was sitting in traffic on the 17th for more than 2.5 hours. I started a few weeks ago doing Chazar from the beginning. Now I'm up to Daf Chaf Zayin. Trust me, there's no better way to spend time alone in traffic other than your Gavaldik shiurim. Thanks again, Yisrael G. Yishar Kayach.
all of it is slightly represented.
Famous concept of Amira La'akum Shvus. It's also to tell a non-Jew or even to hint a non-Jew to do malacha for you on Shabbos. So what if you have a fire and the fire department comes down? Says the Mishnah, you don't have to prevent them from putting out the flame, but you know, direct them and tell them put out the flame. But if a minor, obviously we're talking about no pikuach nefesh, if a minor comes to put out the flame, you must stop him because he's doing it al das oven to a father. Let's say there's a situation where he's doing malacha not for das oven, for his own sake. Let's say he finds keys in the Rosh Hashanah and he wants to play with them. You don't have to prevent him. Because we paskin that katan oichel velos, if a katan is eating, or at least this sugi paskin, if a katan is eating the velos, ain't bezim mitzuvim, you're not mechuyev to prevent him. The Gemara tells us that there was a fire in the yard of Yosef ben Simai, and the guy came to put it out. His friends, the Roman friends that he had in the government, and he said, no, please don't put it out. It's Shabbos today. And the Gemara tells us he paid them very nicely. And a nace happened that rain came and put out the fire. Chacham said he didn't have to do so. As we learned in the Mishnah, if a guy comes, you don't have to prevent it. Rabami says that when it comes to a fire, or any loss for that matter, you can announce and let it be known that whoever helps you is not going to lose. They will be compensated. If you don't say so, you say it, you won't lose. And that's the halacha. But you cannot prove it from our Mishnah. Says the Mishnah, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over a lit candle so it doesn't cause damage, over waste. The Gemara is going to explain, we're talking about chicken waste, which is muktzah, so that a child shouldn't come and touch it. And over, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over and trap a scorpion. The Gemara says that according to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, he saw somebody do so, trap a scorpion. He said, I'm afraid that he might be chayav achatos, even though it's malach sheiks with the gufa. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai holds like Rabbi Yehuda you're chayav. The Gemara tells us a story that Rav Oven gave a couch to 2 out of 3 guests, to Rav Yehuda, to Rav Yirmiyah, but not to Rav Chanan, the son of Rav. And Rav Chanan took exception to that. And when he heard Rav Oven teaching his son our Mishnah, and he said that you cannot cover the waste of a child so that another child shouldn't touch it, he said a very strong lashon. He said, Oven shatya. Oven is a shaita. And he's teaching shtusim to his child. Why? Because the feces, the waste of a child is not mukta. A dog, it's ready for Achilles keller. So therefore you just pick it up and put it in the garbage. There's no reason to cover it. And there's no issue of noilad. Since you're anticipating it, you expect it to happen. And therefore, our Mishnah is talking about the waste of a chicken, which is mukta. Yes, there's a concept of graf sholrei. Anything disgusting, you're allowed to move. The Gemara brings a story that there was a dead mouse by Rav Ashi, by his summon, and he said, pick it up by the tail and move it out. It's a graf sholrei. So too, the waste of a chicken should be mutter to move. The reason why over here you can't move it and you have to put a key on it is because it was already in a pile, in a heap of trash in his own chutzner. No heter to move it for grab shulay. Shmuel Levi says that any animal that can cause damage, you're allowed to kill on Shabbos if it's chasing you. Now, there are 5 animals that even if they don't chase you, they're going in a different direction, you're allowed to kill them. And they are the Egyptian fly, very dangerous, the Nineveh hornet, the scorpion that lives in Khadiov in Iraq, the snakes of Eretz Yisrael, and a rabid dog, a mad dog, anywhere in the world. There's a Tana that said in front of the Rabbi Rabuna that if somebody kills a snake, Ein Ruach Hasidim, it's not in the spirit of the Hasidim. So he said, what you just said is not in the spirit of Chachamim. Chachamim are not happy with these Hasidim. But his own father, Rabuna's own father, Rabbi, that somebody once killed a bee, and he told him, "Did you finish with all the bees? The bee has many friends." In other words, it's not a good idea to kill a bee on Shabbos. The Gemara says an amazing thing. If a person has an opportunity to kill a vicious snake, it's a big schos. It's mitgalglim schos al. But if he had a brush with the snake, and his life was in danger and he wasn't able to kill him, that's the reverse sign. That's a sign that he was supposed to be harmed by the snake, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a nace that he shouldn't be harmed. So he has to start thinking what he might have done in order to deserve this. And that, the Gemara says, is only in a situation where the snake was hissing at him, and it was in a matzav of sakana. The Gemara tells a story that once a snake fell in the Bismedrash of Rebbe, and a Nivasi, somebody from Niva, came up and killed the snake. And Rebbe said a cryptic statement. He said, the snake met his match. And the Gemara wasn't sure, was it a good thing that he killed the snake, or perhaps it wasn't such a good thing. And the Gemara remains with the suffix. Rabbi Yanai said that you're allowed to kill a hornet and certainly a snake, but we can't bring a raya from that. Why? Because there's a concept called lefit tumah. If you're walking and a snake passes by, you don't have to go around the snake. You can continue walking. In fact, you're allowed to step on it and kill it on purpose. But it's lefit tumah. He's just walking. He's not going out of his way to kill it. And that's what the Shulchan Aruch passes. When it comes to spittle, for instance, the Shulchan Aruch says we do have the concept of lefit tumah, but you can't have kavanah. You can't do it on purpose. The Gemara tells us a story that Abba Bar Marta owed money to the Reish Galus. So the people of the Reish Galus brought him in, and they were tormenting him that he should pay back. And it was on Shabbos. And the Reish Galus noticed there was spit on the floor, so he said, cover the spit. So Abba Bar Marta said, why do you have to cover it? You just walk the feet to Umay, and it covers itself. There's no problem of baina, of mashvegumais. So the Reish Galus says, oh, this guy's a Talmid Chacham. Let him loose. Don't bother him. Have a wonderful day.
Can be programmed with ideology, right? So did you ever see the disaster they had with Google Gemini when they first launched it? Where they said, show us images of Nazi soldiers, and they had multiracial Nazi soldiers. They're like, an Asian woman was a Nazi soldier, a black woman, an Indian, Native American lady who was a Nazi. That's
Shabbos.Kuf Chobeis, today's email comes to us from Alton Morel. He said he's been in and out of the hospital for the past year and a half. He had finished Shas once before, learning on the train on the way into Manhattan from Long Island. I was in such a difficult state that I did not continue the daf until the end of 2019. When the new cycle started, I decided to try to get back to doing the daf, and then I discovered the 8-minute daf that has enabled me to learn the daf even when I'm having a hard day. I cannot thank him enough for this incredible opportunity, and I fall behind in learning of daf yomi. It's a lifesaver. This mitzvahs, Alton Morel should have a full shleima. He should be zoked to finish Shas many, many more times to come. The Gemara tells us that a candelabra that's one piece, or a wagon that is small, you can carry with one hand, you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. Rebbe Chanina said that wine that comes in on a non-Jewish wagon, even if it has one seal, Rebbe's family could drink from it. Where's Masuvik is only Rebbe? Because Rebbe is the Nasi, and the guy would fear tampering with even one seal. Or perhaps the halacha is like Eliezer, that one seal is enough. Says the Mishnah. Up until now, we were discussing Amir Alakum, telling a guy to do something. Our mission discusses what happens if a guy performs the malacha. You're not allowed to benefit from the malacha typically that a guy does for you on Shabbos. If even one idea comes out from today's daf, I've seen many times people tell a guy turn on a light on Shabbos. They say biremiza, they hint. But the halacha is that if a guy does turn on the light for you and he doesn't have his own hana from it, it's not to benefit him. It's also to use that light or anything else that a guy will perform for you on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah. If a guy turned on a light, or he filled up a pail of water, he took it from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, or he built a ramp to get off a boat. A Jew could use it if the guy did it for himself, but if he did it for the Jew, it's usher to use. The reason why we have three cases that are very similar is a concept when it comes to a candle. Ner le'echad, ner le'me'ach. If the guy turned it on for himself, he did it for himself, then it provides light for everybody. Therefore, you can use it. When it comes to a pail of water, perhaps the guy saw that you're waiting for water, he added a little bit more. Put marshmallow, you can use the water as well. A ramp is the same thing like a candle. A ramp for one person is good enough for 100 people. But the Mishnah tells us a story. During Gamliel and the Scanim were on a boat which docked on Shabbos, and they actually used the ramp on Shabbos. The Brisa adds another case. If a guy gathers grasses for an animal and he has left over, the Jew could use it as long, says the Brisa, as the Jew doesn't know the guy. If the Jew knows the guy, then he's not allowed to use the grass for his animal. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take an animal and bring him and put him right over grass that's attached to the ground. Now, grass that's attached to the ground, for the Jew, it's also to detach, toilish from the mechuber, this is the Raisa. The animal is allowed to eat it. It's sorry if he doesn't eat, says Taisus. He's allowed to eat, he's allowed to be toilish from Shabbos, and however, it's also for the Jew to bring the animal over cut grass. That's a muktzah today, cut on Shabbos. The reason is, since it's being muktzah d'Rabbanan, we're concerned that you're going to touch the grass and give it to them. If you just lead the animal up to that grass, that's 100% okay. Rabbi Gamliel, who used the ramp that the guy built on Shabbos, either we're talking about that the guy did it not in front of Rabbi Gamliel, so he didn't do it for Rabbi Gamliel, or we're using the concept of ner le'echad, ner le'me'ach, since the guy already built it and it was for himself, so it doesn't matter that someone else is going to use it. It's just like a candle. When it comes to a bathhouse or even a candle, so it depends. If the bath water was warmed up on Shabbos, and most of the people in the city are goyim, you could use it immediately after Shabbos. If most of the people in the city are Jews, you have to wait enough time after Shabbos that would take you to warm up that water. You can't benefit from the fact that the guy heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, we must say that the guy did so because he had in mind to do it for the Jews. Otherwise, it's ner le'echad, ner le'me'ach. Once he heated up the water, what's the difference if the Jew is going to use it? But since he did it for the Jew, now we have a problem, and therefore you have to wait to the day Shiyasu. The Gemara tells us the story. A guy came in to help Shmuel. Let's say Shmuel is at a certain fancy place, in a hotel. The guy comes in, turns on the light for Shmuel. Shmuel did not want to benefit from the light. He turned away. But once he saw that the guy was reading a newspaper to the light, then he said, okay, the guy lit it for himself, and therefore I can use it. So let's remember not to benefit from lights that were turned on by a guy unless the guy benefits from that light. And with that we finish. Hadron Allah holds this way. Says the new Perikala Kalim. The Mishnah starts off saying that we're going to be discussing the different types of muktzah. Now we're talking about a kli, a tool, a vessel that is designated and designed for something that's allowed to do on Shabbos. You're allowed to do something with it on Shabbos. So all kalim that are kli shemalach leheter are permitted to move on Shabbos. Not only that, but there are doors as well. So if you have a batch of the door, even if the door came off, even during the week, you're allowed to move the door, you're allowed to move the batch. But a house door, since the house is mechul l'karka, the door is mechul l'karka, if it came off the hinge, you're not allowed to touch it on Shabbos. The Mishnah starts off. We're going to see in the Gemara whether or not we're talking about kli shemalach le'isur, a hammer to crack open a nut. If you're doing it to crack open a nut, or an axe to cut the figs, a saw to cut cheese, typically a saw is Kishmalach Isser, or a hoe, a shovel to shovel out the figs, a pitchfork to feed a small child, or some sort of spindle to spear a piece of fruit to put in a strawberry, says Rashi, or a needle to take out a thorn, or a larger needle for those who make sacks to open up a door. Abaya explains the Mishnah that even though, as I said before, these doors that fell off, even if these doors fell off during the week, the Brisa says that a shita type of a migdal, certain dressers and boxes, you could take the door off, but you can't put the door on. And when it comes to chicken coop, you can't even take the door off. So Abaya explains that there's a concept, yesh binyan v'stir b'kelim. When it comes to vessels, you're not allowed to build them on Shabbos, you're not allowed to take them apart on Shabbos. So he explains the Brisa, not that he is permitted to take the door off, rather the Brisa is talking about when the door came off on its own, and you're not allowed to put it back on. But certainly, you can't take it off. You can't take it off and you can't put it back on. Rabbi says no. There is no Isser to build on Shabbos a Kli and to take a Kli apart. So therefore, you can take the door off. The only issue is to put the door back on. That's a Gzera, that perhaps you'll put it on better. You'll put some sort of nail in there. You'll put in very hard, very well. And therefore, that's a Makka B'Katish, and that's also have a wonderful day.
It's showing like they're trying to have a communication about food. They're not speaking. It's really hard to like hear this.
That's crazy.
You described that you could be at a party and both have the headset on and think words.
All right, these fuckers have to be stopped. This is too crazy. Yeah, that's not okay.
Swing one way or the other.
No, fuck that, dude. These dorks in fucking coffee shops.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chav Gimel. Today's email comes to us from Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. He says his grandfather was 95 years old, just tested positive for COVID. He needs a refuah shlema. Avram Ben Esther, big tzaddik, a person who for 75 years did not see his wife's hair, was always the first one in Shul at Vasikim, refuah shlema. We're in the amazing sugya of Muktzah. We said that according to Rabbah, a klisha melachta le'isur, designed to do a malacha that you're not allowed to do on Shabbos, you're allowed to, such as a hammer. You're allowed to use that hammer if you have a malacha that's mutter, like to crack open a nut. Let's start with gufa. The question is, why is a mortar and pestle, which is designed to crush vegetables, that's a klisha melachta le'isur? If so, it should be permitted to move Litzar Gufa if you want to use it for a permitted malacha. And the halacha is, according to the Brisa, it's only permitted if you have garlic in it. You're carrying it for the garlic. The Gemara says that goes according to Nehemiah, who's more strict when it comes to kli like this. And says you're only allowed to carry a kli for its design purpose, and this is not the design purpose for a hetzah. That if you are allowed to crush, according to Beis Hillel, meat with a pestle, but you're not allowed to carry it for no reason. And we must say that the pshat is that there's a new muktzah called chisaron kiss. Muktzah chisaron kiss means that if you have a kli that has a designated place for it, and you don't allow people to use it, you're concerned they'll get nicked. That's muktzah chisaron kiss. That's even more chomer than kli shalach is, such as a spindle for a weaver, a mallet, a clothes press. Rabbi Yochanan says that our Mishnah is talking about a goldsmith's hammer, and Rav Shemin says our Mishnah is talking about a hammer for a basom, that's a person that makes perfume. He's more strict because a perfume hammer, you don't want it to get dirty because that's not good for the perfume. Very interesting halacha. If you have food, such as a fig that's underneath muktzah, hay, or let's say you have a cake that's covered by extinguished coals, which are muktzah. One man says the only way you could take that out is if it's sticking out a little bit, you grab it by the mutter, you pull it out, and the coals fall to the wayside. Another man says no, you can actually poke it with a stick or something and pull it out. Just the coals, the hay, fall to the side. That's tiltul min hatzad. Rav Nachman says, in fact, that is the halacha. The problem is that Rav Nachman says that if you have a radish in the ground, you're allowed to pull it out if it's not attached to the ground, provided that it doesn't move the dirt. But if it's upside down, for instance, and you pull it out and all the dirt moves, you're not allowed to. You have to say that Rav Nachman took that back. Rav Yosef says, in the fact that you take out a splinter from your finger with a needle, you don't need the eye of the needle. The fact is that by Tuma, if the needle doesn't have an eye, it's not tummy at all. It's that needle becomes a non-kli, and the Tuma dissipates. Abaye says there's a difference between Tuma and Shabbos. By Tuma it says Kli Masa. It has to be a Kli from top to bottom, it has to be a complete Kli. Rava says, I don't understand. If it's not considered halachically a Kli when it comes to Tuma, then halachically it shouldn't be a Kli by Shabbos. The problem is, there's a brisa that says exact opposite of Rava. It says there's a big difference between Tuma and Shabbos when it comes to a needle. If it doesn't have an eye, it's not a Kli for Tuma, and it is a Kli for Shabbos. So Abaye comes to Rava's rescue and says, perhaps the pshat is, yes, it doesn't have an eye, but it's prefab, it's before the person had a chance to put the eye into the needle. But let's say the needle had an eye and it broke off, that's much worse. Then he already designates it for the recycling bin, and it loses its Kli designation, and the tumah falls off, and it's not a Kli for Shabbos either. To straighten out a baby's limbs on Shabbos is a machlokes. According to Reb Shimon, it's mutter. There's no fixing a body on Shabbos. It's not like a Kli that you fix in the second one. According to Reb Nachman, it's also just like you're not allowed to take medicine to induce vomit, because that fixes the body. So too, you're not allowed to straighten out the baby's limbs. Says Reb Shimon, what's the connection? To induce vomit, that's not the derech to do so. To straighten out the baby's limbs, that's very much the derech. In fact, I have a raya. It says in the Mishnah, you're allowed to take out a splinter from your finger, and that's fixing the body. Rav Nachman says that's different. Taking out a splinter is pocket. The splinter is right on the surface, ready to be removed, whereas the baby's limbs need a lot of work. Says the Mishnah, if you have a stick to stir the olives in a vat, sometimes it's in Tumah, sometimes not, depending. If that stick has a knot where it's a base kibble, it becomes like a cup, you can put the stick into the juice and see if there's enough oil in it, is it ready to go to the press, then it's a kli, it's Mikabel Tumah. Otherwise, it should be kli. It's just a simple piece of wood, it's not Mikabel Tumah. Says the Mishnah that all kalim are not muktzah, those that are muktzah, mas and kiss. He gives two examples. A very large saw and the blade of a plow. These are things that you don't typically lend out to other people. You're careful with it that shouldn't get mixed. You can gives other examples like a launderer's riddle, it's a piece of metal that has a bunch of holes they do laundry with, a tanner's knife, a butcher knife, and a special tool for carpenters. Once upon a time, there was no muktzah. Everything was mutter to touch. But Chacham saw that people were being relaxed and they were Michal Shabbos. Comes along Nehemiah, ben Chachalia, and he says, everything is usher to touch, besides 3 kalim. And that is a small knife, a knife to cut fig cake, and a ladle. But then at different stages, when they saw that people started becoming careful, they added more and more until everything became mutter, besides what Yossi brings in the Mishnah, a large saw, and the blade of a plow. What exactly did they add, and how did they add it? What we have is Machlokes Abaye and Rava, what they added on the 4 stages. And Abaye says one thing, and Rava adds one more stage. Rava is always one step ahead of Abaye. Abaye says the first stage was, they said that anything that's a klisha malachti leheter, you could use l'tzarech gufay for a function, but not for its place. And Rava says there's no such thing. So gufay and mekani go together. So if they matter both. Then says Abaye, they said okay, they allowed even l'tzarech mekayimai. Says Rava, they allowed that the first time around. But they allowed one more step. They allowed you to save it from getting ruined in the sun. You could put it into the shade. Says Abaye, third stage was, they said a klisha malachti l'isser, like a hammer, you could use if you have a malacha to crack open it up. But only the tzarech gufay, but not mekayimai. Says Rava, so gufay and mekayimai go together. So they allowed both. But they only allowed you to carry with one hand if it was very light. So in the 4th stage, says Abaye, they allowed you to carry with 2 hands. Says Rava, they allowed even 2 people to carry. The brisa that says that a meducha, the mortar and pestle, is muktzah. So according to Abaye, it makes sense. It was muktzah because you want to move it to tzarech mekayimai. But the Rabbi have to say he wanted to move it mechamal itself into the shade. Have a wonderful day.
Subset of the population may be sensitive to it and experience temporary mild symptoms. So what's the mild symptoms? Headaches, nausea, drowsiness, flushing or sweating. Maybe you just ate too much fat food. There's what's called Chinese restaurant syndrome, now known as MSG symptom complex. These symptoms often appear within 2 hours and are typically
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chavdal. Today's email comes to us from the Holy Rishon from Eretz Yisrael. He says, perhaps in order to increase the viewership this year, once people watch or get hooked, maybe we can offer, if people get other people to join, we will learn for them, the fellow will learn for them, you will learn for them. Maybe we'll fly people in as an incentive to get many people. Bottom line is, research says that once a person gets a streak going, they will not stop, especially since the shear is so big. If you have a great idea, please share with us. If you have a great story unrelated to this, please share with us. Whatever, as long as we increase our B'chis Torah, even if we go to another shear, just let's get people hooked to the dam. As we learned, the Chemie Ben Chachali came along and said everything is mutter, there's no such thing as mutter. So he said everything is mutter. Says the Gemara, the Lazar says there are 4 Mishnais of rices that must have happened before they started relaxing mutter. And Rabbi argues on all 4. The first one is our sugya, Negoicha. If you have a mortar and pestle, it's a kish malachim like this, or you're not allowed to crush vegetables on Shabbos. So you can't move it with sort of unless you want to flip it over and use it as a shear. Not permitted. That must be before they started relaxing mutter. Rabbi says no. That goes according to Nehemiah, who says you cannot touch any kish malachim unless it's for its designated purpose. You can't use it as a shear if it's made to crush vegetables. Second thing is on the shulchan, you had lechem achanim, and in order for there not to be any mold between the bread, they put small rods. Those rods are klishim malachim leheter, the whole bread. Yet the Mishnah says you cannot touch them on Shabbos. You have to remove them before Shabbos in order to take out the bread, and then you put the new breads in on Shabbos. And on Matzah Shabbos, you reinsert those rods. It must be before they relax the muktzah. Says Rabbi, not true. Perhaps it was after they relaxed muktzah. Yet it's only there to prevent mold. Just wait a couple of hours until Shabbos is over. You don't have to touch these rods. There's another halacha that for the carbon Pesach, in order to move the hide, they would put the animal on a hook. Not enough hooks there at Pesach, so many people. So you use a pole, you put a pole from person to person, from shoulder to shoulder, you hang the animal on there. But if every person pulls it on Shabbos, don't use a pole, use your hand, put your hand on your friend's shoulder, he puts his hand on your shoulder. Must be before they relax the muktzah. Says Rabbi, not true. It's possible since there's a way to get out of it. You don't have to use a pole. Why use a pole? Use your hand. So these are the things we have a machlokas. There's another concept called lustra. There's a bolt, and on top of the bolt is a knob. And you put it in the ground, and that shuts the door. Closes the door, locks the door. One man don't hold. You know how to carry that on Shabbos unless you do quick them in outside, you drag it. Must be before the Xeria. Says Rabbi, no, perhaps you go to Kotel Rabbi. The halacha is you're not allowed to carry from your house into a chutzner. But the chutzner, you're allowed to carry from chutzner to chutzner to your neighbor's chutzner. Here the shiloh is, the threshold that's outside of the door, is that considered as part of the chutzner? And therefore, I'm allowed to carry this bowl. Or perhaps it's considered as part of my house, and that's why this man holds, you're not allowed to carry from the house into the chutzner. We have a Mishnah that's explained by Rambam and Rava. Rava adds one more step to Rava. Rava says the Mishnah comes to say, according to Tanakama, such as the bowl, cup, you're allowed to carry it with sort of let's say you need a place, even just not forget the malacha, I want to fish from it. So even I need some room on the table, let him move it over. If it's a fish such as a hammer, only let's serve if I have to crack open a nut, but not let's serve if it's on my bed and I want to go to sleep, I cannot move it. It comes from Nehemiah and says, when it comes, the fish I can only move it let's serve if I want to drink from it, but not let's serve the big question in the Gemara is, so how do I wash dishes? I have a dirty dish, I have a dirty bowl from China. How do I bring it to the sink? The only reason why you bring it to the sink is because you want to make some room on the table. So the reason is because it's a graf shorei. Just like we said, you're allowed to move a mouse on Shabbos, a dead mouse, which is completely no because it's disgusting. So too, a bowl is disgusting. Rava adds one more step. He says, according to the Tanakama, not only can you move it, but you're also allowed to move it mechamal itself for law prevention, in order that it shouldn't get damaged in the sun. Comes and police malachim with this, you can move it even with certain coming, not only certain but even coming. You have a hammer on the table, you need the room, you move the hammer off. So Nehemiah, police malachim leheter, you can move Mikufay and Mekayman, but not Kamal itself.
Rav holds exactly like Rava, but each Malach Mitzvah, you let him move. Looks like he says you're not allowed to move it for loss prevention. If you're worried that your each Malach Mitzvah will get stolen, you're not allowed to move it indoors. As we said, that you're not allowed to move the Kamal itself. According to Rava, why can't you move a Medoicha, a mortar? He said you can move it to a movement. I must say, it's talking about you cannot move it with Kamal itself. It says that on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to support a path, let's say a wobbly path, you can't put a shim of wood underneath it. The question is, why not? According to both Rabbi and Rava, it should be mutter, it's a gufay, it's a malacha, it should be okay because this is a Krish Malach Heter. On Yom Tov, you're allowed to make fire with wood. This is a Krish Malach Heter. The answer is, because on Yom Tov, we made it zero. This piece of wood, on Shabbos is also, so too on Yom Tov. It should be mutter, but because on Shabbos it's also. Why is this also on Shabbos? The Krish Malach Heter should be mutter to do l'tzor gufay. The answer is, because it's not a kli. If it was a kli, correct. But this is something else called muktzah machmas gufa. It's like a raft. It's a piece of twig. It's just a piece of wood. It's not even a kli. Therefore, it's usher to move on Shabbos. The tzara gufa. If you're telling me that anything that's usher on Shabbos can make usher on Yom Tov, why is it that you could bring fruit that you're concerned that are going to get damaged in the rain? There's a loss prevention. You could bring them into your house through a skyline, but on Shabbos you can. Shouldn't we make that zero? Says Gemara, that goes according to Beis Hillel. Beis Hillel hold that you're allowed to carry on new type. Since it's mutter to carry the tzarech nefesh for food, so I'm allowed to carry a child, a little one, etc. Yishami say no. You can only carry food, you can't carry children in secret Torah. And therefore, Beis Hillel are going to be the ones that hold you're allowed to bring something to the skyline, and Yishami say you can. Sketchy stuff, like dangerous Rav Mari held like Rabba. He asked Rava, if I have a pillow, which is a Krish Malach Heter, can I move it out of the sun? And Rava told him yes. He said, but why? He said, because you need it for guests. He said, but I have enough for guests. So Rava said, oh, you hold like Rabba. If you hold like Rabba, then for the entire world, a Krish Malach Heter is mutter to carry from Kamal itself for loss prevention, but for you, since you're like Rabba, would be also a broom, a sweeper to sweep the table. It's made out of cloth. It's a Krish Malach Heter. You let it move it on Shabbos. But a regular broom, in the time of the Gemara, since the floors are made out of dirt, that would be mash v'gumas filling in the holes. It becomes a Krish Malach Heter, and you're not allowed to move it from the sun to the shade, but you'd be allowed to move it. The sort of gufay will come. The Mishnah says, all vessels, even if they break, you're allowed to move the parts, the pieces, and that is if that piece can function in some sort of malach. So let's say if it was a bowl and it broke, so you take the bowl, the broken piece, and you cover something. So Rita says no. The only time you can move that piece is if it remains with the same function. So if it was a bowl, you could actually still put something into that small piece. But just if you cover it, that's not considered a malach. Shmuel explains, the machlokes is when the piece is broken on Shabbos, the Tanakama says it's considered ready as a kli, and it doesn't matter what malacha it does. The Yudah says it's considered malacha. It was just born today, it's a brand new kli, and it has to be the same malacha. But it was broken on Shabbos. Everybody agrees that it's mutter for the malacha. There are three brises, says the Gemara. One says that you could make a fire with the actual kli, but not with broken parts. That goes according to the Yehuda that says that Noila is muktzah. According to Restream, that Noila is not muktzah. It's right with the next brisa that says you could use even broken pieces for fire. And the one that says you can't even use a real kli for fire is Reb Nachman, who holds that a kli is designed only for its purpose, and since this dish is not designed to make a fire out of it, it's also to move on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Infiltration of Twitter, whatever the organization was that the government had, that was there's multiple organizations deeply embedded. They were kicking people off. They were like Stanford scientists they had a different view of how the pandemic should be handled. They're kicking them off Twitter.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chafei. You plan on making a one-of-a-kind siyum from the Shabbos on Zoom, where all the viewers from all over the world, from Australia, from South Africa, from Muncie, from Borough Park, from Chicago, Switzerland, England, Italy, many, many more, are all going to join us on Zoom. Each location, each city is going to have one place where everybody's going to gather and we're going to transmit. There's going to be a speech from there. So we have Yossi Klein from Superior Piping or Plumbing in Muncie says that he's willing to take on, he wants to be the representative in Muncie, and he's going to organize the monthly fair, and he wants to put advertising in the papers, etc., etc. So thank you, Yossi Klein. According to everybody, if you have a broken piece of a kli, it's not muktzah if you're in a chutzner. Because in a chutzner, there's always something you can use that broken piece for to cover a battle, etc. If you're in a Carmelist, there's machlokes. According to Shmuel, there's nothing you can cover in a Carmelist. You're not going to find open battles. Muktzah. According to Nachman, there's spit on the floor that, let's say you're sitting and schmoozing, you want to cover that spit. According to Rava, it goes even further. Since it's a kli and it's not muktzah in a chutzner, so you can never remove that name of a kli from it. So even in Rosh Hashanah, it's not muktzah. In fact, there's a story. Rava's shoes got really dirty with mud, and his shamish came and he found a piece of earthenware on the side in Rosh Hashanah, and he started scraping off the mud. So Talmidim started screaming, Shabbos, Shabbos, what are you doing? Says Rava, these Talmidim, not only they're Amaratzim, they never learned the halacha, but they go and they spread their mistakes to other people. It's not muktzah. Since it's a clean in Rosh Hashanah, so it's a clean in Rosh Hashanah. If you have a broken barrel, but the lid is intact, you're allowed to move both the lid and the broken pieces, provided that you don't smooth out the broken pieces of the barrel in order to make it a nice cover. That would constitute makeh b'patich. If you threw out the lid into the garbage, depends on when you threw it out. If you threw it out, it's no longer. Therefore, it is muktzah. It's too late to take something that's a kli already and saying now it's not a kli. A perfectly good shirt, throw in the garbage. Any kind of begging. Even if you throw it out on Thursday, it's still considered a shirt. You cannot take a perfectly good kli and make it a non-good kli. A broken piece of reed is not muktzah. It serves the same purpose as a very large mat. Large mat could cover dirt, could cover waste. So too small pieces, dirt. A piece of a talus gadol, a talus of a mitzvah, up to 3 fingers is considered a beged. Less than 3 fingers, even more person doesn't keep. But if it's not a shul mitzvah, then even less than 3 fingers has purposes. If you have broken pieces of a oven is made out of earthenware, and we're talking about an oven that had hesed rishon, lit up and hardened. You could carry these the same reason we said before. You could, yes, they don't serve as an oven, but they battle cap. We view this as battle toilet. It was just created right now, therefore it's muktzah. And put it sideways and bake lafa pita on top of it. Now typically you bake it sideways, vertically. Says Rameir to Yehuda, don't you agree to me in this case that it's not muktzah, it remains with the same usage? Since I'm using a broken piece of an oven as a real oven, it should remain a kli. Says Yehuda, no. Because beforehand, the fire is on the bottom and the lafas and the pitas were vertical. Now the fire is outside and the lafas are horizontal. It's not serving the same way, therefore it's muktzah. Rava says we have a machlekes whether or not broken pieces of an oven that were not connected to the ground, according to Yehuda, that's not considered an oven at all. It's not considered an oven. It's muktzah. It's not a kli. According to Chachamim, it's considered an oven, and therefore it's not muktzah. And the Gemara tells us they learn it from Psukim, Yutatz, and Tmeim Yulochem. Rav Elazar and Yaakov says a cover of a kli does not need a handle. Says the Mishnah, if you take a stone in order to put weight on a pumpkin pail so that the pail goes in, if you draw water, if you tie it properly to the pail, it's not muktzah, it becomes part of the pail. If you have a stone, similar case, a stone on top of a barrel, you take the barrel, tilt it, that's tilted on the side, and the stone falls off. What if you're concerned that the stone will break another barrel? You lift the entire barrel up, move it to the side, and tilt it over there. That's in a case where you completely forgot about the stone. What if you didn't forget about the stone? You put it there purposely. So we have machlekes Reb Ami and Reb Asi. What Reb Yochanan says? Reb Ami says that the barrel becomes a basis to the stone, and therefore the barrel becomes muktzah. Basis and davar else is muktzah. And he says that it's very different than a pail. In the pail, it was tied down with a string or something. Over here, the stone is just laying there. And Reb Ami holds that you don't need to take action when it comes to, you need to take action when it comes to making a stone non-muktzah. You have to tie it to a pail or something of that sort. Rav Asi says the opposite. If you put a stone on top of a barrel, it's completely not muktzah because you created a covering for the barrel. And it's not similar to the case in our Mishnah where you put a stone into a pumpkin when it's not tied down that you're not allowed to use it. Because over there it just becomes bustle, it's going to fall out. And Rav Asi holds you don't have to take action on a stone. Similarly, we see when Rebbe came to certain cities, he told his Talmidim to go out and make those stones designated for sitting on them on Shabbos. So we have the same exact machlokes. According to Rav Ami, there's no action taken, and all they did was they designated in their head so that they shouldn't have to move it on Shabbos, and the stones are muktzah. And Rav Asi says there was action taken. By them cleaning off the stones, that is the action necessary. Rabbi Yossi ben Shaul says what happened over there with Rebbe was a bunch of beans, and they were miyach the beans. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Shaul says it wasn't beans; it was a special piece of wood, a feeler for a boat. Now, if you say it was beans, a feeler for a boat is different. Because a feeler for a boat, people are very careful with it. It's an expensive piece of equipment, and that would remain muktzah. Says the Mishnah, if I have a pail and I tie the pail to a vine, the only way that vine is not muktzah and I'm allowed to use the pail is if I tie it. Otherwise, I cannot use it. Even Reb Shimon Gamliel that typically says you don't have to take action. You just think about it and have intent in your head and make something like a vine, a stone, a piece of palm tree. I can make it non-muktzah with a thought. But in this case, we agree you have to tie it. Two reasons. Either because we're talking about that the vine is still attached to the ground and it's within 3 tefachim of the ground, or because the vine is so soft, we're concerned we'll have left over and will be sticking out and we'll cut it off. And cutting it off on Shabbos is making a passage and also so you made exam. If a person has shutters, so according to Rebbe Lezer, the Mishnah says, these shutters, in order to close up a window on Shabbos, they have to be hanging and tied. According to Chacham, it's not necessary. The Gemara explains what that means. There's an isser to make a rooftop on Shabbos, even on Yom Tov. And there's a machlokes. What if you already have a partial roof? Can you add to the roof? The same machlokes would apply, although it's a very different case, on a vertical wall by a shutter. Now, typically, there is no mechitza on Shabbos. There's no issue to build a wall on Shabbos. Rebbe Lezer holds that since it looks like you are building, even though it's a temporary shutter, but it's a permanent wall, it's awesome. If Chacham say it's not awesome, have a wonderful day.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I talk so much shit about social media, but the amount of animal videos that have brought me back from them. I mean, I found out that otters have a little skin pocket, and it's like saved my life multiple times just knowing that. Like, that shit is so good. Yeah. Any fast intake of National Geographic online is
most of my time I spend if I'm
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chavav. Today's email comes to us from Craig Goldman from West Orange, New Jersey. He says he started off the new cycle with 8-minute daf and eventually made his way to the full daf. And since then, he's never missed a single daf. He would love to be the representative of West Orange, New Jersey. So, Craig, you are the official representative. Anybody that wants to be mishtatev in the Steam of Shabbos should contact you, and you'll arrange everything. Beautiful. We're talking about window shutters. According to Chachamim, if you have a window shutter sitting right by the window, designated for the window, it's not considered baina. You're allowed to put the window shutter in. It doesn't have to be tied. It doesn't have to be hanging. According to Rebbe Lezer, you need 2 conditions. The window shutter has to be tied and hanging off the floor. Only then are you allowed to put the window shutter in. Something very similar is called a neger. This is a bolt that goes into the door to shut the door closed, make sure nobody opens the door. According to Rebbe Lezer, if it's just sitting there next to the door, there's an issur d'oraisa to insert the bolt in its place. If it's tied, but not hanging off the floor, it's touching the floor, you could only use such a bolt in the Beis Hamikdash. Other places, there's an issur d'Rabbanan. In Beis Hamikdash, there are no isurim d'Rabbanan, there's no shvus in Beis Hamikdash. According to Rabbi Yehuda, if it's laying on the floor, then even in the Beis Hamikdash, you're allowed to use it, even though it's not tied. And if it's tied, not hanging, then you can use it everywhere. According to Reb Shimon Gamliel, it doesn't need to be tied and it doesn't need to be hanging. As long as you designate this bolt in your mind, you could use the bolt. Reb Shimon Gamliel says it's halacha, even by palm trees, by palm branches that were designated for fuel, and then you decided to designate them for sitting. Just because you did so in your head, that's enough to take them away from the category of muktzah. Rabbi Yochanan agrees with Reb Shimon Gamliel that you can designate something in your mind, but he says there's one stipulation. Whatever it is, let's say it's a bulb or even a branch, it has to serve as some sort of kli, it has to serve in some sort of way. Rabbi Yisrael Nabcha got up and darshan in front of the house of the Rish Golos, and he said, the halacha is like Rabbi Eliezer. When it comes to a shutter, you need 2 conditions. It has to be hanging and it has to be tied. However, from the final Mishnah in our Masechta, the Mishnah brings a story that they wanted to plug up a window and they used a kli. Now this kli was not tied and wasn't hanging. From the fact that they brought it was an actual story, that's a lot more powerful than halacha. You see that that's how we pass it, because we actually did so in a true story. Says the Mishnah, if a kli, a vessel, you want to be able to move it on Shabbos, it has to have a handle. And Rabbi Yochanan explains that's dafka if it serves as another melacha, for another melacha. Rezi says this handle is only when it comes to a ground covering, but any type of kli doesn't need a handle. So the Gemara explained, when it comes to ground covering, everybody agrees that it needs a handle. And when it comes to kli, everybody agrees it doesn't need a handle. But what the machlokes is when you put a kli in the ground, do we say that you might confuse this kli for ground covering or not? And with that, we finished the perek Kol HaKelim. Ranu perek Mefanim. Says the Mishnah, if you have a room with wheat, hay, you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos because of the exertion that you put out while you move things. On Shabbos you have to rest. However, if you're doing it for a mitzvah, you're allowed to move 4 to 5 boxes. And the Gemara is going to explain whether that's literal or just that's the way we speak, 4 to 5. If you need a room for shear or fachmas and you could move 4 to 5 boxes. But not more, says the Mishnah, because more than that, more than 4 to 5 boxes would be a tircha, would be too much exertion. The Mishnah goes on to give a list of different things that are not mukta, such as food that you remove the truma for the kain, so it's mukta to eat. But food that you didn't take off truma samaisrus is mukta because it's not permitted to eat on Shabbos. My food that we don't know if the Amars remove the truma is mutter. The Gemara will explain. Ma'aser Rishon, that's the 10% that the Yisrael gives off to the Levi, and the Levi removed the truma. The Gemara will explain as well. So that's Ma'aser Rishon. Ma'aser Sheni, that's the 10% you take for yourself. That's what you have to bring to Yerushalayim. If you don't want to bring it to Yerushalayim, you redeem it. So we're talking about it's redeemed. So it's not mukta. Hegdish, if you want it, you have to redeem it. Not mukta. If you don't redeem it, or Ma'aser Sheni that you didn't redeem, it remains mukta. Says the Mishnah, turmas, type of a bean. If it's dry, it's not mukta because you can feed it to your goat. If it's moist, even a goat won't eat it, it's mukta. There's something called luf, which the Tanna Kama says is mukta. Mustard seeds are mukta. Rishon Gamliel says luf is not mukta, since it's raven food, and wealthy people have ravens. Now, a typical person, says Rishon Gamliel, is considered wealthy and is considered a prince because all of Klal Yisrael are princesses. If you have a bundle of straw or branches, if you designate it specifically for animals, then it's not mukta. So Reb Chizda comes along and explains the Mishnah. When the Mishnah says you can move 4 to 5 boxes of hay, the Mishnah was very specific. If it's a small room, you can move 4 out of 5 boxes. You have to leave 1 box worth of hay on the floor, so you don't expose the floor, so you don't come to be mashvigumas to smooth out the floor, which is an isser of bite. If it's a larger room, then you're permitted even 5 boxes. But you have to leave some over so that you're not mashvigumas. If it's a large storage room, it's usher to start removing hay from it, because we go like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. In other words, something that was designated as storage before Shabbos remains muktzah throughout Shabbos. Shmuel says no. We're going according to Rabbi Shimon that there is no muktzah. Just because it was designated in a certain way before Shabbos doesn't make it muktzah through Shabbos. And when we say 4 to 5, that's just a figure of speech. That's how people speak. So therefore, I can remove even more than 5 boxes. And when the Mishnah says you cannot remove a storage facility, it just means that you have to be careful not to smooth out the floor. But again, he holds like Reb Shimon that there's no muktzah bein hashmashos. Have a wonderful day.
They never go, we're good. Hey, everybody, we're
Why not?
because they're cuts.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, you get to this, that's the game they're playing. They're playing the I want more money game. They're not playing the let's make the world a better place game, because it's a corporation. Yeah. So it's a sociopath. It acts like a sociopath. You're seeing, like, these studies where they, like, look at the behavior of a corporation. It's basically a psychopath.
That's why
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chav Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Shia Berkowitz from Montreal. He says he's doing everything he can to spread the word about the shir. I personally watch the shir every day on Torah Anytime. Thank you again. Appreciate your effort tremendously. Shia. Thanks, Shia. We're talking about storage of wheat. You're not allowed to move any of it on Shabbos. What is storage? A lesach, which is 15 saw. But there's a trick. If you're stuck on Shabbos and you need to make room, you can walk in the storage and move the wheat with your feet. He says, if you never started using the storage before Shabbos, then once Shabbos comes, everything in storage is muktzah. Reb Shimon doesn't hold of muktzah in that situation, and therefore, even if you didn't use it before Shabbos, it's not muktzah. The Gemara is mesupah. What's better? For exertion on Shabbos, is it better to make less trips but carry more weight, or carry less weight and walk more? In fact, there's definitely a shita that says you should walk less on Shabbos. But there's contradiction in the Brisa. The Brisa, one Brisa says you should carry 4 to 5 boxes of wine and oil when you're trying to remove them from a plate, from a room. The other Brisa says 10 or 15. Which one is it? Perhaps there's no contradiction. We're talking about 4 to 5 boxes. The question is, how many jugs are in the box? Maybe each box consists of 2 jugs, that's 10 jugs, or 3 jugs that would consist of 15 jugs. The halacha is, you're allowed to remove 4 to 5 boxes per guest. So if you have 4 guests, that's 20 boxes. The Gemara asks, is it one person removing all 20 boxes, or perhaps you have to break it up, each individual can remove 4 to 5 boxes? From Rebbe and Reb Chia, you can't bring a Rebbe. Rebbe and Reb Chia came to a certain place, they were given a base measure to teach, and they saw there's not enough room. They went out into the field, and they made room in the field. They moved a lot of wheat out of the way. Perhaps over there, Rebbe didn't do it himself. Rebbe was a nasi. Or it was too much work for him, says Taisus. So maybe he gave it to other people to do. There's no right that one person could do it all. Rav says, from our Mishnah you see that Achnasas Archim is just as important as learning Torah, waking up early for Torah, because the Mishnah gives us 2 examples of 2 mitzvahs that you do and that you could make room in the room for it. First one is Achnasas Archim, you make room for the guest, and Talmud Torah is second, you make room for a shir. But Dini says, in fact, Achnasas Archim is more important than Talmud Torah because it's mentioned first in the Mishnah. One of the famous Mishnayos, we say it every day, but we say it slightly different. These are the mitzvahs that you are awarded, you reap Paris in this world, and the rest remains over for Olam Haba. Which are the 4 things? Kibud Av V'Oim, Gemilas Chasadim, Hava Shalom, creating peace between 2 people. The Talmud Torah, learning Torah, supersedes everything else. The question is, we have different Mishnayos that say different things. And the Gemara explains, Hachnasas Archim and Bikur Cholim are included in Gemilas Chasadim. Not only that, Iyun Tefillah, having Kavan and davening, is also considered Gemilas Chasadim. Explains Rashi beautifully. You're doing chesed with yourself when you have Kavana and davening. When you get up early in the morning to learn Torah, or bring your children to school for Torah, that's included in Talmud Torah. Down the Kafschus, which is also brought in one of the Mishnayos, is included in Hava Shalom in Adam Chavera, because once you are down the Kafschus, you see the good in everything, then there'll be less fights. Once you mention down the Kafschus, the Gemara brings 3 beautiful stories about down the Kafschus. First one is a story about a man who came from Galut. In the Shilta, this man is Rebbe Akiva. Before he became Rebbe Akiva, he was still in Amaretz and he's working. He worked for Rebbe Eliezer ben Hurknes, according to the Shiltas, for 3 years. After 3 years, he said, I want my wages. It's Erev Kippur, I want to go home to my wife and child. Rebbe Eliezer ben Hurknes says, I don't have anything to give you. But after Sukkot, Rebbe Eliezer ben Hurknes came to Rebbe Akiva and brought 3 donkeys with him to eat and drink, and he gave him his wages and more. And he asked Rebbe Akiva, what did you think when I said I don't have anything? Or Rebbe Akiva said, when you said you don't have money, I thought perhaps you invested in a business. When you said you don't have any fruit, maybe they didn't have any trumas and maizers and you couldn't give it to Hamaris. You said you don't have any animals, maybe you rented it. Maybe you rented your fields. What about pillows? Maybe you were makish. That's exactly what happened. I was makish everything I had because of my son who wasn't learning Torah, but then I got Hataras Nidarim, and here I am to pay you back. There's another story. Ma'aseh b'chassid echad, Rashi says it's Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava or Rabbi Yehuda ben Eloi, who redeemed a girl who was captured, and he brought her to a hotel and put her by his feet. The next morning, he got up, went to the mikvah, and taught Torah. And he asked his students, "What were you thinking? He said, perhaps you want to save this girl from one of us who wasn't proper, and perhaps you had a carry because of the tircha of the way. He said, that's exactly what happened. That Baruch Hu should be done Milikavskos just like you were done Milikavskos. And finally, the third story, Yeshua went into a non-Jewish woman, a prominent woman's room, locked the door. Before he did that, he removed his tefillin. He came out, he went to the mikveh and taught him Torah. He said, what do you think was going on here? He said, well, you don't want to go in with your tefillin, Tamach and Tumah. Perhaps this Daya spit at you, and her spit is like a Zava's spit, and is Matana. That's why he went to the mikveh. He said, that's exactly what happened. Says the Mishnah. You could, the fact that we said in the Mishnah that you could move Truma, what is the big chiddush? And the answer is because this Truma is in the hands of Yisrael. And Yisrael can't eat Truma. Nevertheless, since it's permitted for a client to eat Truma, therefore it's not Moksa for the Yisrael. What about D'mai? Why is D'mai not Moksa? The answer is because D'mai is appropriate for a poor person. And the halacha is, you could give poor people D'mai, you could give the soldiers D'mai. And everybody has the ability to just be mafkir his belongings and become a poor person, and therefore the D'mai is right for him. Meiser Rishon, which is the 10% that the Yisrael gives the Levi, which already had, the Levi gave 10% of his 10% to a Kohen, but he did not, the Yisrael initially didn't give the Truma, the 2% to the Kohen. That is the Chiddush. That even though the Yisrael jumped to step number 2 instead of doing step number 1, the Levi doesn't have to go back and give the Kohen his 2% that he's deserving. This is only in a situation that the Levi, that the Yisrael gave the Levi his 10% before it was in a pile, before he did Miruach HaKri, and it was, let's say, still attached to the ground or still in its Shibboleth. But once it's in a Kri, once it's in a pile, then not only does Yisrael get Malchus, but you have to go back and give 2% to the Kohen. What is the big chiddush? If the Meiser Sheni, which is 10% that goes to the owner, you have to redeem it. If you redeemed it, of course it's not muktzah. The answer is because you didn't redeem it properly. You have to redeem it and give a fifth. In other words, if there's 100 fruit, you have to give 125. The fifth is milapar after the final number. But at any rate, it's not considered muktzah if you don't give the fifth. The fifth is not ma'akev. Have a wonderful day.
Because even after the panic, you're like, good.
But also it's good to know, like, maybe you have blinders on and there's some real vulnerabilities. You should probably consider that sometimes.
Sometimes had a crazy one that you were like, that's not right. That's crazy.
No, not that bad. I've just been real paranoid before. Just super high, like, yeah.
Shabbos, that Kufchav Ches, today's email comes to us from Tzfat, from Moshe Yidel Shimon. He says he just moved to Tzfat 4 years ago. He would like to represent MDY in Tzfat. He says, I started the cycle on my own. I was constantly searching for a shear that's clear, exciting, and not too long. You fill it all, and then some. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Moshe Yidel Shimon. In the Mishnah, we learned there are a number of food items that are muktzah. For instance, tevel, food that you didn't remove Trumas and Maisros. What's the big difference? The condition is that in this particular case, you weren't chayv in the rights to give Trumas and Maisros because this tree was planted in an unperforated planter, and therefore in the rights you're not chayv in Trumas and Maisros at all. Rabbanan said you're chayv. Nevertheless, it's muktzah with the Rabbanan. When the Mishnah says that the Levi received his 10% Maisros, but he didn't give Truma, it's not referring to his Trumas Meiser that he's supposed to give it to the Kohen. Rather, it's the Truma Doila that the Yisrael was supposed to separate. The Yisrael went out of order. He gave the Levi 10% before he gave the Kohen the 2%. The halacha is the Levi cannot eat from it because the Yisrael did so when it was in a kri, when it was in a pile, and it had Miruah, who was smoothed out on top. Therefore, until the Levi gives the 2% that the Yisrael should have given to the Kohen, it's muktzah. Meiser Sheni is step 3. You take 10% and give it to yourself. Either you bring it to Yerushalayim or you redeem it for money. The problem is that he redeemed it not properly. In other words, he used an asimain, money that doesn't have a depiction, and it says in the Torah, it's out kesef. Therefore, it's muktzah. When it comes to Hagdish, he didn't redeem it properly. He redeemed it on real estate, on karka, instead of redeeming it on money, and therefore it's muktzah. We go through lists of things that are muktzah or not muktzah. The Brisa says chatzah, which is grass that has straight roots, is not muktzah. You can feed it to a deer. Mustard seeds are not muktzah according to the Brisa because you can feed it to a pigeon. Glass, broken glass, what can you do with that? You can feed it to an ostrich. Who has an ostrich? B'nai Melachim, princesses. Now, all Klal Yisrael, according to Reb Gamliel, are considered princesses. Reb Nosson argues, he says, no, it's mukta. Now, in Reb Gamliel, a Meimer says he meant only if he himself owns an ostrich. Rabashi says, even if he doesn't own an ostrich, since there are other people that have ostriches, you're considered a Bemelech, and therefore it's not mukta. Since people typically don't have elephants, bundles of branches are mukta. So Abai says there are 4 different Amrim that hold of this concept of B'nai Melachim, all Klal Yisrael of B'nai Melachim. They're princesses. Shimon Gamliel is this halal an ostrich, and so too in the Mishnah he said that you could have pul, which is the food that you feed to a raven. Ravens, only wealthy people have ravens. When it comes to rose oil, so Reb Shimon says that rose oil is for princesses, but all Klal Yisrael are princesses. It's halacha that if a person owns an expensive coat and he owes a lot of money, you take the coat off of him and you sell the coat, you give him another inexpensive coat. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva say no. Since he's a Ben Melech, he's a prince, he deserves an expensive coat. You don't take his coat off. When it comes to bushels of branches, if you decide that it should be animal food Erev Shabbos, you're not muktzah. And Rabbi Shmuel says, provided that it's lightweight, you can carry with one hand. Otherwise, it's muktzah. If you need to carry with 2 hands, it's muktzah. Different types of plants that the Gemara brings down that you say that it's for firewood, they are muktzah. If you change your mind and you say it's for food, they're not muktzah. There's machlokes. Rabbi Yehuda says you take, let's say, a pea in a pod. You break it with your hand, you go like this, and you take out the peas, but not with the kli on Shabbos, and not too much. Chachamim say you need to make another shini, you do it with the tips of your finger, and not too much like you do in the weekdays. Raw meat, but it's salted. According to everybody, it's not muktzah, carpaccio, people eat that. If it's unsalted, machlokes, according to Rav Huna, it's not muktzah. Even though Rav Huna was Rab's Talmud, and Rab holds like Rav Yehuda that there is muktzah, that's dafka by food. But by regular muktzah, Rab holds like Rav Shimon, no muktzah. According to Rav Chizda, it's muktzah. You can't feed it to, you're not going to eat it, you don't feed it to the animals, but a duck is soft enough to eat it raw, and therefore Rav Chizda himself told his people in his house that they can move a raw duck, unsalted, out of the sun, just not to have monetary loss. Salted fish, not muktzah. If it's raw fish, it's muktzah, even though Rashi explains that you could feed it to a dog, but you didn't buy this fish to feed to a dog, and therefore, lavadaite, then it's muktzah. Spoiled meat, not muktzah, you can feed it to any type of animal. Uncovered water that you're concerned that perhaps snake inserted venom is not muktzah because you could give it to a cat. Shimon says you cannot because you need to get rid of it immediately so no one else has damage from that water. Says the Mishnah. You can take a basket, flip it over so that the chickens can get into their coop, even though you are carrying something for muktzah, and there's a sheet that holds that saucer. You could push along the chicken from behind, a chicken that ran away, in order that you don't have a monetary loss, or in order to prevent damage to the chicken, you don't lift up a chicken or push along a chicken by its wing, because the chicken could jump off the floor and you'll be holding a chicken in your hand, which is muktzah. Now, when it comes to shechita, you should either hold the chicken in your hand or push the chicken down into the ground. We're concerned that the chicken will lift itself up with its feet and jar the simanim during shechita and it'll cause shechita. You're allowed to hold on to the neck of a calf or a donkey, even though it's carrying, but not in Rosh Hashanah because we're concerned you might carry the animal. When it comes to a child that knows how to walk, you can pull the child, but don't drag the child. That is awesome. If an animal gets trapped in a body of water on Shabbos, so you can give it to eat, so it doesn't. And if that's not good enough, let's say the water is rising and you save the animal, so you could put blankets and pillows underneath it. Even though you're taking these kalim at service for the Shabbos, and that's soiser, asur, but you're allowed to be over the Rabbanon in order to become a deraisa of tsar balichay. The Mishnah says that you are not permitted to deliver an animal on Yontif, but you could help the animal out. In other words, by grabbing the newborn that it shouldn't fall on the ground, by pushing its stomach in, by giving it mouth to nose, by giving it milk to drink. For a human, for a mother giving birth, you're allowed to be Machal Shabbos, you're allowed to call the midwife, even though it's not a tum. Machal Shabbos. you're allowed to tie the umbilical cord. And according to Rabbi Yossi, you're allowed to even cut the umbilical cord. And you're allowed to do anything that has to do with bris milah. Restream Gamaliel says we used to have rachmanis on kosher animals on Yontif by putting salt in their womb so they should feel the pain and reconnect with their newborn, or would sprinkle placenta water on the baby so that they smelled it and reconnect. But a non-kosher animal, most of the time they don't disconnect from their newborn, and even if they do, you'll never be able to get them back together. The Mishnah says that you could be Mechal Shabbos for your ledas. The extra lashons tell us, even if she says she needs light and she happens to be blind, since it calms her down, that's mutter. You let her bring oil. You have to do it with a shinu, bring it in your hand. If that's not enough, bring it in the hair. It's not considered schita because we hold, like the shita, that there's no schita in here. Even if you hold it is schita, that would mean not literally putting the oil in the hair, rather a bottle of oil in the hair. Have a wonderful day.
No, like have you ever seen like in comparison to a penny? There's a photograph on the internet of the amount of fentanyl in comparison to a penny that's lethal. That will 100% put you in a fucking ground. But it's so small.
It's the best feeling ever though when you go for surgery. I think too. It's awesome. Yeah.
What'd you get surgery on? They give you fentanyl.
I used to be so fat that I had all this.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chav Tes. Today's amazing email comes from Eitan Ubarek. Very long email. Just read a couple parts of it, and he says, "I want to thank you and your family for all the hard work you put in. The fact you have on so many people's lives is amazing. The daf has mamish changed / saved my life. It helps me go against my nature, which has been consistently inconsistent. And when he was learning himself his brachas, he said every single word. One of the last things his mother told his father is, go learn the daf with Eitan. The mother's neshama should have an aliyah. We continue to discuss the halachas of a woman who gives birth. As long as her womb is open, says Rav Sheshes, you mechal Shabbos on her, even if she doesn't request. But if she says do not, you're not mechal Shabbos. Once her womb is closed, the Gemara is going to describe what that is. You're not mechal Shabbos on her, even if she requests. Mar Zutra is much more mekel, and therefore we go with Mar Zutra for something that pushes malchus. He says, as long as the womb is open, even if she denies help, you give her help. Once her womb is closed, even if she asks for help, you give her. Not like Rav Sheshes says that if she asks for help, you don't give it. What does it mean that her womb is open? 3 sheets. According to Abai, when she sits down on a stool. According to Rav Huna, when she has dam. According to Yeshayman, when her friends help her along to walk. What does it mean that the womb is closed? There are 3 stages. From birth until 3 days. Even if she says, I don't want help, you give her help, like Mar Zutra. From 3 days to 7 days, if she requests help, we give it to her. And from 7 to 30, even if she asks for help, she's no better than a chayla shem sakana. You're not mechal Shabbos. However, a guy could do the malacha for her. Shmuel says a woman who gave birth should not go to the mikvah until after 30 days, unless her husband is there and he could warm her. The Gemara tells us a story. Rav Chizda's wife, Rabba's wife, who was Rav Chizda's daughter, didn't go by this, and she went to the mikvah within 30 days, and she became sick. So they had to carry her and her bed all the way through Rabba to Bedisa so that he could warm her. Shmuel says you light a fire for a woman who gave birth and for somebody who lets blood, and now we're going to go into a whole sugya of bloodletting. And Rashi says, if you make a fire for somebody who let blood, so certainly for any sick person, even in the summer. The Gemara tells us that Shmuel, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbah all burnt their expensive furniture in order to make a fire after they let blood. And the concept of baltashkas doesn't apply here because baltashkas of your body, not to ruin your body, is more important than not to be mashkas your furniture. We know that if somebody walks barefoot, in other words, he can't afford shoes, that's a tremendous embarrassment. So the halacha is you should sell even the beams in your house to buy shoes. Yet, when it comes to bloodletting and you have nothing else but a pair of shoes, sell your shoes so you can have a meal after you let blood, because it's very dangerous if you don't. Rabbi Nachman used to tell his students, tell your wives that I'm coming for a meal. And like this, will make a big meal and you'll have a lot what to eat. If a person cannot afford wine, the Gemara says this is one case where you're allowed to do trickery. You go into a wine store and say, I'd like to purchase wine, give me a taste. And then you give them a coin that's rubbed out and they say, well, we don't accept that coin. So you go to the next store, do it 7 times until you drink a whole ribbies. If you don't even have that, then you could eat 7 black dates, smear a little oil on your temple, lay in the sun. The Gemara tells us Shmuel laid in the sun, and Avlet said, what are you doing? Sun rays are bad for your health. So he said, oh no, but I let blood. But what really was going on was the kufa of Tammuz. There's one day a year that the sun is really beneficial throughout the entire day. If a person is full about the su'ud, one of Rahman and won't give him parnasim. According to Rav, you eat meat to replenish the life that's lost in a person. According to Shmuel, you drink red wine. It's the red that the body's missing, and they would make for Shmuel's spleen dish because it's red. The Gemara tells us that after the bloodletting is done in a room that there's no wind. In fact, Shmuel would go into a room that had a 22.5 tefach wide wall, which is about 7 feet wide. And one day after bloodletting, he realized something is wrong, and he checked the wall and he saw that 1.5 tefachim were missing. Rabbi Yochanan would drink enough wine until the smell of wine would come out of his ears. Rav Nachman would drink enough wine until his spleen was literally floating in wine. Rabbi Yosef, until wine would come out of the bloodletting wound. Rabbi would search for wine from a tree that was 3 years old. If a person doesn't eat immediately after bloodletting, it's very dangerous. If that person encounters a dead person, his face will turn green. If he encounters a murderer, he will die. And if he encounters a pig, he'll get saras. There are 5 things that bring a person closer to death than to life, and they are: if a person stands up quickly, right after he eats, drinks, sleeps, bloodlets, and tashmish. A person should do bloodletting on Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. Not on Monday and Thursday. That's when the Bezdin is open down here, and the Bezdin Shemal is open up there, and they coincide, and it's bad news. Unless, of course, a person has schus avos, then he can do bloodletting on Monday and Thursday. On Tuesday, you don't want to bloodlet because that's when Mars rules on an even hour. And since Mars is in charge of Cherev and Dever, and together with bloodletting, that's not a good combination. On Friday, even though Mars rules on an even hour, since people already made it a minhag, because of the fish that they eat, you're supposed to eat fish after bloodletting, and they didn't have money, they would eat the fish with Shabbos. It became a minhag, so Shomer P'tam Hashem watches over the foolish. It's very dangerous to bloodlet on a Wednesday, which falls out on the 4th day of the month, the 14th day of the month, and the 24th day of the month, and on a Wednesday that doesn't have 4 days left to the month. It's dangerous to let blood on the 3rd day of the after Rosh Chodesh, on Rosh Chodesh, and the 2nd day of the month weakens the body. Erev Yontav weakens the body. Erev Shavuos is a danger because there's a wind called Tavayach that threatened Chai Yisrael by Matan Torah. That same wind could threaten us today. Every year it's a new Kabbalas Torah from a new. And therefore we made a Gzeira on all Yom Tovim, Erev Yontav, that you shouldn't let blood, it's a sakana. If a person eats wheat and then he does bloodletting, the bloodletting won't do any benefit for him. However, he will lose, it will make him lighter. A person should drink immediately after bloodletting, and if he drinks afterwards, the Gemara's Mesubak is it just harav or it's actually dangerous. A person should eat for however long it takes him to walk a half a mil, have a little meal. The Gemara's Mesubak, what if he eats earlier or later? Is that harav or that's really dangerous for him? Rav used to announce, if a person is selling 100 gourds for 1 zuz or 100 heads for 1 zuz, buy them, it has some nutritional value. If somebody sells 100 lips for 1 zuz, don't buy them at 0 nutritional value. Gemara says, now we understand why Yom Fagir Rabbanan, the Ben Azman, the days that Chacham take off from learning, are called the days of the lips, because they are worthless. They didn't accomplish anything then. In order to warm up a baby, they would bury the placenta, if there were princesses, in oil, rich women in wool, poor women in rags. Rav says that Allah is like Rabbi Yossi, that you cut the umbilical cord, and Chacham agree that if it's twins, you definitely cut the umbilical cord because they pull away from each other and it's dangerous. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says in the pasuk in Yecheskel that Klal Yisrael doesn't have a Parshat type, and they're like a mother who gave birth to a baby girl and abandoned her daughter. And from this we learn 5 halachas about giving birth. First of all, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says they delivered the baby, so you see you're allowed to deliver a baby on Shabbos. It says they didn't wash the baby, so you see you're allowed to wash the baby on Shabbos. They didn't salt the baby, you're allowed to salt. They didn't swaddle the baby, so you see you can swaddle. They didn't cut the umbilical cord, you see you're allowed to cut the umbilical cord. With that we finish. Perek Mefanim, have a wonderful day.
Yeah, but then you have to, then it teaches you to set boundaries, which is good to be like, hey man, I'm not going to text with you anymore, you got to chill.
Oh, that's going to go away when you put on the headset.
I know.
When it goes
So locked in.
Besides being the talent, well, you're going to read their minds too. You're going to know, oh my God, this guy's a total sociopath. This can fuck about anybody but himself. Everything he's saying is a lie.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed. Today's email comes to us from Phil Rosenblatt, and it's a great one. Rebelli wanted to say thank you for a wonderful show. Your hard work chart stories make learning contagious, and we share your thoughts that are and stories with our family and friends. One of your schools is connecting us all on Zoom. No matter our background, learning experience, type of hat we wear and don't wear, you have connected us all, as all that we need in common is we are Yehudim. Even those on the way to join the clown, shout out to Lev, are part of the Zoom team, seeing the young Talmidei giants like Yoel, Shmuley. He's referring to the young children in the shir and others eager to learn, makes the shir unique and special. Looking forward to coming and meeting all the MDY team in person. Phil Rosenblatt, thank you. We're starting a brand new pair. Rebbe Eliezer the Milah that discusses the halachas of bris milah on Shabbos. If we have a bris milah that's on the 8th day on its time, and there's no knife prepared from before Shabbos, you can carry a knife from Rishus Harabim, be mechal Shabbos, as long as you show the knife. The knife is exposed and everybody sees the love that we have for mitzvahs, that for mitzvah we are prepared to be mechal Shabbos. In time of danger and sakana, you hide the knife. You don't want other people to think that you're being over on Chil Shabbos, so you do so in front of the Eidim. Mars Mesupah doesn't mean you plus Eidim that are watching you hide the knife, or it's just one other person together, you are Eidim that could testify in other cases. We're talking about machshirei mitzvah. These are things that you need to do in preparation of the mitzvah. So for instance, when it comes to a bris milah, you would cut wood to make a fire, to make holes, to heat up the metal for the bris. All these things are permitted according to Rebbe Eliezer. The Chachamim argue. Eliezer town, they cut down wood on Shabbos, they zemel a knife on Shabbos for the bris milah. It tells us that incredibly, they all died early. In fact, when there was a gzeira against Milah and Klal Yisrael, Gemara tells us chicken, bird, milk. Yosef Rishba, he was a hunter. He prepared a peacock's head in milk and served it to Levi. And Levi refused to eat it. Levi went afterwards to Rabbi and said, "You can't believe this. Yosef Rishba's serving basa b'chalav, chicken, peacock, and milk." So he says, "So why didn't you put him in chayim?" Says Levi, "Because I suspected that he paskins in his city, like Rabbi Yossi, that it's mutter." What's the source of that halacha? Because it says in the pasuk, "B'chalei b'imay," something that has milk. Since chickens, birds don't have milk, therefore there's no isser of basar b'chalav. Says any mitzvah that Klal Yisrael accepted this happiness, they still to this very day do b'simcha, like it says by bris milah. Sasa noichal imersecha, I'm happy on your word. In other words, this is the hand that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave Avram Avinu before the entire. Like I found a great treasure. Any mitzvah that they accepted with a fight, they weren't happy about, like Arayas, like it says in the pasuk, Ishma Moshe Sa'am Bachai, crying, Mishpachaisa. Therefore, till this very day, when people make shidduchim, there's always fights between the families on the ksuba, etc. When Klal Yisrael gave their life up for a mitzvah, those are the mitzvahs that till this very, they're very careful with, such as Avodah Zarah and bris milah. We see till this very day, even non-religious people are makbid on milah. Excuse me. Tefillin, where they did give up their life for, it's a little bit weaker. The Gemara tells a story. Tefillin, you need a clean body, like Elisha Bal Knafayim. What's the story? Why is he called Elisha Bal Knafayim? There was a decree from the Romans not to wear tefillin, and Elisha Bal Knafayim went out in public into the marketplace with his tefillin. A Roman saw him, chased him down, and when he got to him, he took off his tefillin and he said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have a pair of pigeon wings." He said, "Let me see." So he opened up his hand, and sure enough, there were pigeon wings. From here, you see that, according to Tyson at least, he didn't give up his life. He didn't just leave his tefillin on. He took off his tefillin, so that shows that they didn't give up their life. Rashi explains that Klal Yisrael wasn't careful with a guf naki, clean body. It was Elisha that was careful with it. And from that day on, they called him Bal Knafayim. Why did he choose the wings of a pigeon? Because a pigeon is the only bird that defends itself with its wings and not with its beak. So too Klal Yisrael is protected with the mitzvahs that we do. And now we move on to Amid Beis. There's a story the Gemara says that they forgot the knife for the bris milah on Shabbos, and they brought the knife through the rooftops and the chatzeros, the courtyards, and karfifiyos, which are places that are enclosed that are less than 2 saw, without an arrow, which is the Issa D'Rabbanan. The Gemara tells us this does not go neither like Rabbi Eliezer or like Chacham. Rabbi Eliezer holds you go right through Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, there's no need to go through the rooftops. And it's not like Chacham because they say you can't go through the Gagas and Chatzeris at all. So this is a third shita. Reb Shimon shita. Reb Shimon says that the Gag, Karfet, and the Chatzer are considered one rishus even for a regular clean, not a mitzvah. Even if there's no bris milah, you can grab a cup and go through the Gag, Chatzer, and Karfet. However, what is also according to Reb Shimon is to go out from your house into the Chatzer, unless, of course, there's an eight. The Lord tells us that Reb Asi says he brings a Rish Lakish that they once forgot a knife and they brought it through the Dago's Chatzeris Patipiyos, and Chacham were really upset. How could it go according to Rabbi Eliezer? Rabbi Eliezer is a Shamuti. Swam Shan and Rashi Shamuti. They put him in the famous story in Bava Metzia where all of the Gedolim held by the Tanur Achnai one way. Rabbi Eliezer said it's tahar, and he brought a raya from the Charav tree, from the water. There was a basket that came out and said, Allah is like Rabbi Eliezer. And Rabbi Shua got up and said, we don't pass him like the Shemayim. And they put Rabbi Eliezer and Chayim in an incredible story. So if Rabbi Eliezer is a Chayim, how can you pass him like him? Another chat is Shamuti, that he was a Talmud of Bishamet, so we don't go like Bishamet. Or the Gemara says that he was a Yachid against Rabbim, Halachic Rabbim. So the Gemara explains, Rabbi Yehuda HaGoizer, his name is explains, he's Rabbi Yehuda the Moyel. Now we're talking about a Mavoi that did not have a sheet of Mavais. It didn't have an era for the Mavoi. And he went from one side of the Mavoi to the other side. And Rabbi Asi agrees to that halacha. You can go from one side to the other. Where Rabbi Zera asked Rabbi Asi, I want to ask you this question. How come you didn't tell me that you hold you to go from one side to the other without an era? And he said the pshat is because he was reviewing this halacha of Rish Lakish over and over. And when he reviewed it, it occurred to him. But back then when Rabbi Zera asked him, he forgot. But reviewing, he recalled the halacha having a wonderful day.
NFL Sunday ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Aleph. Today's meal comes to us from Pinchas Yaakov from Marsfield, Maine. Quite a rap. I and many others in my family are tremendously inspired by your wonderful shiur. We always listen to your eating the daf, and from time to time we set aside special time for the 45-minute daf. Your shiurim are spectacular, and you are being my restoring place all over the world, even to some of the most unheard of corners of the world. Marsfield, Maine. Because Baruch Hu should keep giving you chayach to continue our avodas kodesh and hagil Torah ula hadiyah Pinchas Yaakov. Thank you. We might digress slightly to the topic of Eruvin, Mavoi, Shituk Mavoi, and the Chatzeris. We deal with the Mavoi, an alleyway. The way it works is you have houses that lead into a courtyard. The courtyard is communal, there are a couple of houses in the courtyard, and then you have the courtyards that open up into the Mavoi, the alley. Rav says a number of conditions. First of all, he says in order to make an Eruv for the Mavoi, we require that you have 4 houses that lead into 2 chatzeros, 2 houses to 1 chatzer, 2 houses to 1 chatzer, but all 4 houses, 2 chatzeros into 1 mavoi. And then he says, if there is no shituf mavoi, that's the eruv that allows you to carry in the mavoi. There's no shituf mavoi. Then you can only carry 4 amos in the mavoi. You treat it like a house. However, that's only if there's an eruv between the house and the courtyard. Eruv the chatzeros. If there's no eruv between the house and the courtyard, then you can carry as much as you want in the mavoi. And that sounds very interesting. How is it? If there's an eruv, you can't carry, and if there's no eruv, you could. So the Gemara Maskan explains very simply. Rav goes like Reb Shimon. It says that a gaz, a rooftop, a chutzner, a karfat, all these things are considered one rishon. And therefore, you should be allowed to carry from the mavoi to the chutzner. But we're concerned, if there's an eruv between your house and your chutzner, so let's say you take a gemara out of your house and you put it in the chutzner. You might come to take it later on, or somebody else might take it from the chutzner, step 2, into the mavoi. And that's a problem. If there's no
no eruv, no one will out of the house and bring it into the chutzner because you're not allowed. And therefore, that fish you can carry from the chutzner to Mavik, no problem. But the Gemara, until it came to this Maskana, had a very interesting habit. Since Rav says you need 4 houses and 2 chatzerot, perhaps if there's an eruv between the house and the chutzner, what the eruv really does is it takes 2 domains and makes them one. So in essence, we don't have a chutzner anymore. What we're looking at is a bunch of houses without courtyards because they're one. And Rav says you need 4 houses and 2 courtyards. You're missing the courtyard. Says the Gemara, let me flip that out. What if there's no eruv? We should also have a problem. If there's no eruv, then halachically you can't go from your house into the chutzner. So that means that the mavi that we're looking at has chutzner, but it has no houses because there's no access from the houses to the chutzner, to the mavi, since you have a chutzner in between. Well, says the Gemara, perhaps one of the people that owned the house gave his house away to his friend on Shabbos. And therefore, that person that owns the houses now, he's permitted to walk into the chutzner without an eruv. You have a case where you have a house, chutzner, mavi. Says the Gemara, even if he gives it back to him on Shabbos, there's a problem. Because at no given time were there 4 houses. See that one person owns the houses, they're like one rishos. It's like 1 house, not 4 houses. Therefore, the Gemara went away from it and said the Hadron was said before. Now going back, everybody holds you're allowed to make a bris milah on Shabbos. But what about the preliminary actions necessary for bris milah? To cut down wood, to make a fire, to make a knife for the bris milah. Rabbi Eliezer says machshir mitzvah is machal Shabbos. Rabbi Chanan and Rabbi Akiva say no. What about other mitzvahs? What about a shofar, lulav, sukkah, matzah? The answer is that according to Rabbi Eliezer, all those mitzvahs, including omer, Shelachem, are doicha Shabbos machshir mitzvah. There are 2 mitzvahs left, and we'll go through them. Omer and Shelachem, we learn the Shelachem that you bring on Shavuos from the Korban Omer with the Gzeir Shavah. And it's a very strong Gzeir Shavah. The 2 words are extra. You have Gzeir Shavas that don't have extra words, and therefore you have a pircha. You can say, look, the Omer is different than Shelachem. The Omer requires that you cut the wheat, even if you have the barley, even though you have barley that's cut, you can't use it. The 2 mitzvahs that you cannot do machshir mitzvah for are tzitzis and mezuzah. If you write a mezuzah on Shabbos or Pai Tzitzit, you chayiv mitzvah. Even though they don't have a particular time, and you'd say, well, today is a great time to make tzitzis and a mezuzah. Nevertheless, since I could be mafter my clothing and I'm not chayiv tzitzis, I could be mafter my house and I'm not chayiv mezuzah, they're not doing the Shabbos. Lulav, how do I know that you're allowed to cut a lulav on Yom Tov on Shabbos in order to shake a lulav? Because it says bayom. And how do I know that you should only shake a lulav during the day? I already used up the word bayom. Because it says shivas yom. According to the Chacham, you cannot do machshir mitzvah. So bayom tells me not at night. And I would think that I could learn out from a lulav that lulav, you shake a lulav at night. Shivas yom tells me no, only during the day. Sukkah, I can be Michal Shabbos according to Rabbi Eliezer to do machshir sukkah. How do I know? Shivas yomim from lulav. It's a Gzeir Shavah. How do I know I can make matzah, grind it, everything on Shabbos? Gzeir Shavah, chamisha asa from sukkah. Shofar, I can be Michal Shabbos according to Rabbi Eliezer. Yom Shur Yelacham. Obviously, the person is not going to be told that to blow shofar on Shabbos because that's not a malacha. That's a chachma, just like we did in the past. Taking out bread from an oven is a chachma, not a malacha. According to Rabbanan, I learn from the word yom, that you blow shofar at the day, not at night, and Rabbi Eliezer learns that out from the shofar of Eliezer. Now the Gemara goes through a whole list. Once I know one mitzvah, shouldn't I be able to learn all the other mitzvahs? If I know matzah, I should learn lulav sukkah from matzah, for instance. So the Gemara, each one has a very special thing about it. I can't learn anything from Omer and Shelachem because they are in Korban Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Maybe that's why I'm a Chal Shabbos for. I can't learn anything from lulav because lulav, especially, you need esrog gadas, you need arba minim. Or other things, it's not maked other things. Sukkah is very special. You have to go and use the sukkah at night as well, where all the other mitzvahs are only during the day. Matzah is really special. Even women are chayiv in matzah, even though it's a mitzvah asay shazman growing, where all the other mitzvahs they are part. Shofar is special because it brings up the zechroinus of Klal Yisrael Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's the shofar of Shana. The shofar Yom Kippur is special because all the Jewish slaves go get out free by the blowing of the shofar. All the real estate goes back to the original owner. Now let's go back to Milah. That's where the Mishnah started from. How do you know, according to Eliezer, that Milah is the machshir on Doicha Shabbos?
That we know from Bayoim Hashmini. You can't learn it out from the other mitzvahs because we had all these other purposes. And you can't learn all the mitzvahs out of Milah because Milah is special and has 13 precepts. Have a wonderful day.
She's obsessed with that dog. That's the only time I've seen her like really cry is when a dog dies.
It's hard. They don't live long enough.
I can't.
They're your best friends.
Yeah.
I'm just terrified of dog named Marshall. Trigger is the best, and he's 9 now. He'll be 9 in a couple of months. It's just like, oh no. I've had him since he was a baby. Now he's 9. I'm like,
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Beis. Today's email comes to us from Moshe. Dear Rebelli, thank you very much for the charts. I always knew they're good and it helps, but today you really showed how much it helps. It makes it sound so simple when you make a chart like that. Thank you for all your time and effort you put into all the charts. I'm sure 7:15 is a good time for most people. He's referring to, we do a Zoom share for the Americans at 2:15 Eastern Standard Time. We're thinking about moving it to the morning, somewhere around 7 o'clock, 7:15. He says 7:15 is a good time for most people, but I have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, and mornings can be kind of hard. But we really try, for me to listen to this year live, sometimes we all listen together. See below, Moshe. If you'd like to weigh in on this and let us know what a good time for most people is, send us an email. The Gemara talks about 4 sources and opinions why it is that Bris Milah pushes off Shabbos to perform Bris Milah on Shabbos. First one is Zula. Halacha Moshe Sinai says. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from Shamayim. That's very problematic. The Shloshes and Midas, a Kavachomer, cannot be used on Torah Shabbat, only on Torah Shabbat. Yet, Rebbe Elazar ben Azariah has a Kavachomer. If I'm Mechal Shabbos for Bris Milah, which is 1 Aver, certainly I should be Mechal Shabbos if it has to do with the entire body for Pekuach Nefesh. The problem is, you're using Kavachomer against Halacha Moshe Sinai. That doesn't work. We see the same thing. Rebbe Kiva said a Kavachomer to his Rebbe, Rebbe Elazar, and he says it doesn't work because Halacha Moshe Sinai. What's the Kavachomer? If a Nazir becomes Tamei from Tumas Meis, he has to restart his entire Nazirus, shave his head, start the count again. Rebbe Kiva wanted to say that applies also if he touches a Revius blood. Why? Because if a person is in an oil hameis of a Revius dam, he becomes Tamei. If he is in an oil hameis of a kazayis, a etzim kisayra, a bone the size of a barley, he does not become tamei. So you see that blood is more powerful than an etzim. So if an etzim restarts the nazir, certainly bloodshed. He says no, you can't make such a kavachomer because the whole idea of etzim kisayra is halacha mishum Sinai, and it doesn't work. Rav Nachman Yitzchak has a third shot. We learn Xer Shava, actually second shot. Xer Shava, 3 words by Milah, 3 words by Shabbos, they're identical. Ice, Bris, Doros. And it teaches us that Milah pushes off Shabbos. The Rebbe says the third shot, Bayoim. You should perform Bris Milah on that day, regardless of the day, even if it's Shabbos. And we have a brisa that backs up Rabbi Yochanan, and the brisa adds, how do I know that Bris Milah shouldn't be performed at night, only during the day? Because it says, Uven Shmenes Yomim. But if the word Bayoim tells us that it pushes off Shabbos, so perhaps Mechus V'Kippurim, Zav Zava, Mitzori Yeledes, who went to the mikvah for their tumah, but still have to bring a carbon, maybe that carbon should be brought on Shabbos because it says the word Bayoim. That word Bayoim comes to teach us that you don't bring a carbon during the day, during the night, only during the day. Now, it also says by Mechus V'Kippurim, Uvayim Tzavaisa. The Gemara says that Mechus V'Kippurim, Zav Zava, Mitzori Yeledes, the Torah had Rachmanas on them. The Torah said if they don't have enough money, they could bring a bird instead of an animal. So the Torah took them out of the category. And perhaps they should bring a carbon even at night. Not only that, once they're out of the category, maybe a Yisrael could perform the whole Akrava, maybe a Einan could perform it. But the Gemara says no. Once the Torah says Bayoim, that it must be performed during the day, that means the Torah brought it right back to where it belongs and you can't learn anything from it and they're not different than anybody else. Rabbi Yaakov says a fourth and final shot. It says Shmini, on the 8th day, regardless whether it's Sunday, Monday, or Shabbos, you have to perform the Bris Milah. The Gemara pushes that off, and the Gemara says, I need to tell you, Shmini, that you don't do a Bris Milah early. You can't do a Bris Milah on the 7th day. Or I would think that once the baby hits 8 days, then it doesn't matter when you do Bris Milah. You can do it on the 9th, 10th, 11th. Kamashman Shmini, Dafka Shmini, it's the best to do it on the 8th day. The Gemara brings a brisa that's like a brain teaser. Very hard to understand. The Gemara has a Havamina that goes back to Maskul. Maybe not, maybe yes. Wish-wash. Rav explains it beautifully. Rav explains the brisa to the Gemara. The brisa had a Havamina that Milah should overcome Shabbos because we have a Kavachomer. And that is, Milah is more powerful than Saras because if somebody has Saras on his bris, you still perform Bris Milah. And Saras is more powerful than Avodah because if all the Kohanim have Saras, you don't perform that, you don't bring a carbon. And Avodah is more powerful than Shabbos. In that order, 1, 2, 3, 4. You still bring Karbanos and Shabbos. So that, therefore, Mila, number one, is certainly more powerful and should override Shabbos. Says Gemara, but perhaps we didn't learn this right. Maybe Tzaras is not more powerful than Avodah. Maybe number 2 is not more powerful than number 3. The reason is technical. I don't tell a kohen to remove his Tzaras on Shabbos because anyway he wouldn't be able to perform the Avodah on Shabbos. You have to wait until you go to the mikvah, which is the following day, that night, and then the following day you can perform the Avodah. Therefore, I need a special pasuk by Yain to teach us that Mila pushes off Shabbos like Rabbi Yochanan said. There's another similar verse that Rabbi explains similarly. The verse says, Yimov Sarah Lasai, that you should perform Bris Mila even if a person has Tzaras. And Yimov goes, well, maybe not, maybe yes. So Rabbi explains it again. I have a Kavachoimer that Mila should push off Tzaras. Why? Because Mila overrides Shabbos, and Shabbos overrides Tzaras. So certainly Mila should override Tzaras. The Gemara pushes it off and says, no, perhaps Tzaras is more Chomer than Shabbos, which pushes off, as we had in the first Kavachoimer. Tzaras pushes it off Shabbos, which pushes off Shabbos, gets pushed off by Avodah. Certainly, Tzaras is more Chomer than Shabbos, and the Gemara says that's why I need a pasuk basar to say that Mila pushes off Tzaras. Another time in the Gemara is the reason why Mila pushes off Tzaras is because a bris Mila is a mitzvah say, it's a positive. Not to take off Tzaras is a lois asay. We always have the cloud. Esa doichel lois asay. The Gemara pushes that off and says no. Tzaras is not only a lois asay, but it's also an asay. So one asay pushes off another asay, they wash each other out, and then you remain with the lois asay. And therefore, you shouldn't be able to do a bris Mila where there's Tzaras. And that's why I need the word basar. Abai says, it says the word basar that you perform bris Mila on Tzaras by a baby on its 8th day. Mila bisman. It also says a pasuk on a kid or someone that's more than 13 years old, on a gadol. The Torah warns him, if you don't do bris Mila, you'll have kares. But how do I know a Beinoni, a child that's from 9 days old all the way up to 13 years old? How do I know that bris Mila pushes off Tzaras? Says Abaya, it's a memetzino, tzad shava. Just like you see that these two, a katan and a gadol, both perform bris Mila and pushes off Tzaras, so too a Beinoni. Rabbi says different. Rabbi says the whole pasuk that tells us that you perform a bris Mila with Tzaras on a katan bismanai is not necessary because I have a kavachomer. So once I have a kavachomer, this is in Meinayin Lakan. I have an extra pasuk Neyu Inyan for a completely different thing, which is a katan that's from 9 days old all the way to 30. And what is the kavachomer? We see that Mila overrides Shabbos and Shabbos overrides Tzaras. So certainly Mila should override Tzaras. Well, you'll tell me that Tzaras maybe is more powerful than Shabbos, because you see that Tzaras pushes off Avodah, which Avodah pushes off Shabbos. But as we said before, it's not the pshat that Tzaras is more powerful than Shabbos. It's just that if you take off the Tzaras, the person still has to go to the mikvah, and he can't perform the Avodah anyways. Well, I have a case, as the Gemara, where he doesn't have to go to the mikvah. What if it's a Tzaras that's tar? It's a Tzaras on the entire body. So the Gemara says, this that I say pushes off a lois asay is only in a case where they happen simultaneously. Like when you do a bris Mila, you're taking off the Tzaras at the same second, or you're wearing tzitzis that have shatnas, wool tchelas, together with a beged that's linen. But over here, you want to take off the Tzaras and only later perform the Avodah. That doesn't happen. Have a wonderful day.
And I saw him in the hospital. I was like, what happened? The heart attack fucked up your face? And he was like, I fainted on a fence. I was like, that's crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he fainted so much. And he was a contractor, so he would always have cuts and stuff and be like, no, yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, he jigsaw through his nose, like, oh, yeah. Because he fainted? No, but then he fainted. He like pulled the cord and then it cut through his nose.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Gimel. Today's email comes to us from Yosef Mack from Paseg, and he says he watches the shir on Zoom. His father watches on Zoom, and his sister's father-in-law, Mr. Aaron from Melbourne, Australia, also watches the shir on Zoom. Yeshar Kaya. We continue with Chas Mila. So we know that to remove a Tzaras from a body is Issa D'Oraisa. What if the Tzaras is on the bris? And they perform a Mila. The Mila overrides Tzaras. How do we know this? From the extra word, Bisar. The issue is, by removing the Tzaras, you didn't care about the Tzaras. You care about the bris Mila. Why do I need a pasuk? It's Davar Shenim Skavin. I didn't have it. And here comes the famous answer. The Gemara already said it 5 times in the Sefta, that according to Abai and Rava, everybody agrees that if it's a sick ratio of a you chop an animal's head off, obviously he's going to die. If this is something that's inevitable, it's 100% also according to everybody. But Abaya had a Havamina before Rava convinced him that Reb Shimon holds that Davar Shenim Skavin, even if it's sick ratio of a it's mutter. According to that, why do I need the word Besar? Says the Gemara, amazing. I need the pasuk to tell me in a case where a person says, I am performing a bris milah not for the mitzvah of milah, but rather to remove the sirach, it's also mutter. Just like Shabbos, only milah on the 8th day can be doiche yantiv. How do we know this? The Gemara brings 4 shitas. One shita is that just like a carbon Pesach which was shechted in the weekday, Erev Pesach, a weekday, the halach is you have to finish everything, and if you don't finish the entire carbon, you have to burn it. But it says add biker twice to tell us that you don't burn it on Yantif morning, rather on Chol Hamoed morning. Why? For something that belongs to the weekday, Erev Pesach, you burn in the weekday. So too, if a bris milah is supposed to be the 8th day fell out on Thursday, you don't perform that bris milah on Shabbos. Abai says because it says Oila Shabbos v'Shabbata, you only are makriv the Oila of Shabbos on Shabbos and not the Oila of the weekday on Shabbos. So too, bris that belongs on Shabbos you perform on Shabbos. Bris that belongs Erev Shabbos, for instance, is not performed on Shabbos. Rabbi says when it comes to Eichel Nefesh, we know that on Yad you could put. Because the Torah says that you're allowed to eat Eichel Nefesh, but in that passage it says, Hu levade yasel lachem. Those 2 words, Hu levade, come to teach us 2 things. First, Hu, only Eichel Nefesh, and not the machshir, not the preliminary, you can't create a pot to make Eichel Nefesh. And levade, you can cook on Yantiv, but you cannot perform a bris milah on Yantiv. Now, without the pasuk, I would have a kavachomer, as you see, milah shleib zmana pushes off tzaras, which pushes off avoda, which overrides Shabbos, Yantiv. So certainly, milah shleib zmana will push off Yantiv. Rav Ashi says, very simple, Yantiv is an asay and a lois asay. Asay lois asay is stronger than the milah, it's only an asay. But that's shleib zmana. We have a pasuk by Yom that tells us that does push off Yantiv. We learned in the Mishnah that anything that you could do Erev Shabbos, you don't have a right to do it on Shabbos, according to Rabbi Kiva and Rav Paskins like Rabbi Kiva. And so too, Rav Paskins when it comes to Carbon Pesach. Anything you could do Erev Pesach, in other words, schlep the carbon Erev Shabbos, you could bring the carbon from out of the tchum, you have no right to bring the carbon on Shabbos. You're allowed to shech the carbon on Shabbos because that's the only opportunity to shech it. Why does Rav have to say that looks like Rabbi Kiva in both cases? Because bris is very special, has 13 brises. I think it's only halacha by bris. Pesach, it says is hilchos kares, there's chi of kares, so it's different than bris. Therefore, I have to say it by both. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to milah, you could be mechalo Shabbos on all the following malachas. The milah itself, you let to cut the arla off. Priya is removing a very thin skin. Once you remove the arla, you expose the atara. It's called in English a corona. On there's a very thin layer of skin. The male takes it off with his finger, with his nail. You want to see a demonstration of it? I performed the demonstration in the live shear. Mitzitza, drawing the blood. And that's, as the Gemara explains, to remove the sakana from a baby. You're allowed to put a bandage, even though on Shabbos you can't put bandages with different chamin, which is cumin. This cumin has to be ground, otherwise it doesn't work. What if you didn't grind it before Shabbos? You just put it in your mouth and chew it. That's a shinoi, and you're allowed to do it on Shabbos for the bris milah. Another thing that you used to put on the milah was a mixture of wine and oil. If you didn't do it before Shabbos, you just pour wine in a bowl, you pour oil in the bowl, but you don't mix them hard. You're allowed to take a bandage and put it on the milah, but do not create a sleeve on Shabbos. What if you don't have a bandage? You're allowed to go to another patur, wrap it around your finger, and bring it back in. Why does the Mishnah say hold sarke? Anything that's necessary for bris? It comes to include the halacha of tzitzin that are ma'akiv and not ma'akiv. By the priya, that thin skin, if you don't remove roiv, then it's not a milah. So even if the male walked away, he's allowed to come back and perform the rest of the milah because otherwise it's not a milah. But if you have tzitzin, small pieces of skin that are not ma'akiv, once he walks away, he should not come back to do it. You're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. Now, how do we know this halacha? And who is the one that says? Who's the author of this halacha? The Gemara has a number of attempts. The one says perhaps this would be Shmuel. Then we had this early in the Masechta. Shmuel says when it comes to the hide, skinning the carbon pesach, you only skin it up until the chest. You remove the ivar and put them on the mizbeach. You're not allowed to continue removing the skin afterwards. So too over here. Once you're done with the milah, you're not allowed to come back and remove the rest of the tzitzit. But the Gemara says a very interesting thing. What's the comparison? By skin, removing the rest of the skin, you're not mekayim any mitzvah. But by removing the rest of the tzitzin, you're mekayim the mitzvah. It's a kelim ambeyu, beautifying mitzvahs. And there's a concept of beautifying even a bris milah. Just like you beautify a sukkah, a little, a shofar, tzitzis, a nicer beged, a nicer tzitzis, sefer Torah, a better sofer, better ink, better kulmos. You wrap the sefer Torah with special silk. So too by bris milah. Abishol says this might be the line of Yiddishkeit. Zekel v'anveyu. V'anveyu means ani v'hu. You must mimic HaKadosh Baruch Hu. By mimicking HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you're davik in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you mimic HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Whatever he does, you do. So he's a Racham and a Chanon, you're a Racham and a Chanon. So the Gemara says, perhaps this is similar to Kiddush HaChaydus. If you witness the new moon, you must come to Yerushalayim, even though it consists of Chilul Shabbos. What if everybody sees the moon, even people in Yerushalayim? You're not accomplishing anything. Rabbi Yossi says, do not come. So too over here. Since you're not accomplishing, you already performed the bris milah. There's only Tzitz and Shein and Ma'akim. You're not allowed to be Mechal Shabbos on it. The Gemara says, what's the connection? Over here, he started the mitzvah of Milah. He was already Mechal Shabbos. Let him at least finish. Over there, Kiddush HaChodesh never started. So the Gemara says, perhaps it's similar to the halacha of the Lechem HaPanim in the Beis HaMikdash, which they switched the Lechem HaPanim every Shabbos. The way they did it is they brought 4 people in, 2 holding 2 stacks of 6 breads, 2 holding the bezichim, the spoons of frankincense. And the new bread would be pushed in as the old bread came out. It says in the Pasuk Tamid. So one man says they literally have to touch each other. There can't be a split second where there's no bread in the shulchan. And Rabbi Yossi says, no, you come back later, and now, as long as it's not overnight. What's Rabbi Yossi? You can make a hefsek. According to Chacham, you can't make a hefsek. So too by us, you cannot make a hefsek. Once you walk away from the milah, even for a split second, you're done. You cannot come back and do the tzitz and shein and ma'akim. If a gadol, somebody that's over 13, has tzitzim hama'akim, in other words, he didn't have a bris milah, so he's chayiv kares. A male that was told, do not perform a bris milah. Shabbos is almost over, and he didn't listen, and he performed the bris milah, and in fact, he finished the bris milah after Shabbos. He's chayiv kares because he's mechal Shabbos. Because when he performed the milah, it wasn't a pure milah, and that was a chabura on Shabbos, chayiv kares. And as we said, a person who doesn't do metzitza can no longer be a male because it's a big sakana for the baby when you don't do the metzitza. Just like putting on a bandage with cumin is for sakana purposes. It's mutter b'Michal Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
That was so sick. I was like, that's wild. Yeah, it was crazy. And the just full on rape. Yeah. Daenerys girl. They cut the foot off the king. Yeah, it was crazy. He's the best. He's the king. They did a great job. That show it was such a good show. Such a season 1. I mean, not season 1, but the real Game of Thrones. The new one.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Dalet. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Sounders from the UK, from the Jewish Weekly. Long email how we could do different things to improve MDY. One of the things he'd like to start is sponsoring emails. He'd like to be the first one to sponsor emails. So thank you, Yossi, for thinking about us. We have a daf, at least a full omet, full of different remedies. Many of them come from Abaya's famous stepmother, and she says, a compress to heal most wounds consists of 7 parts fat, 1 part wax. Rava says 1 part wax, 1 part resin. In fact, he spoke about this in public, and the sons of Menumi, the doctor, were extremely sad about this. This was their source of living, and they ripped Kriya. So he says, listen, don't worry about it. I have one more trick up my sleeve. If somebody washes their face and doesn't dry their face properly, they'll grow boils. And what do? You take beet juice and you wash your face with beet juice. Even though the Mishnah tells us that you're not allowed to grind cumin on Shabbos, you're not allowed to mix really well oil and wine on Shabbos, but on Yom Tov it's allowed. Cumin you can use for food, so you can use it for milah. Chayla she'ein by sakana. There's no danger to this chayla. On Shabbos it's also to mix the wine and the oil, even without beating it really well. According to Meir, it's mutter. Meir himself was sick and refused to beat to mix the wine and the oil. They said, but you hold it's mutter. He says, but I don't want to go against my friends. For others, he passed me. It's mutter. For himself, he was a machmir. You're not allowed to put mustard seeds through a strainer because it looks like bayra. On the other hand, you're allowed to put an egg and take the egg white and put it into the mustard through the mustard strainer. That doesn't look like bayra because at the end of the day, the yolk is also going to go through the strainer. You're not allowed to sweeten up the mustard seeds by putting a wooden coal in the mustard seeds, because what happens is the mustard seeds eventually extinguish the coal, and that's mechabel. If it's a metal coal, then it's okay even if it extinguishes, because there's no ashes that are left over, whereas in the wooden coal, we have ashes that are left over. putting meat, a barbecue on Yom Tov, where the juices of the meat are going to extinguish the coals, is not a problem because it's considered efshar. The meat tastes a lot better when it's fresh, and that's the only way to do it. To make cheese on Yom Tov, which is boina, would be also because you could do it before Yom Tov. In fact, cheese that's older, aged cheese, tastes better than, if you make it today, the cheese will taste okay, but not as good as it was done the day before. So that's considered efshar. It's possible, therefore it's also to do it on Yom Tov. Risha, which is kneading the dough, is mutter to do on Yom Tov because you don't have another option. It's considered efshar. It tastes a lot better when you do it today. Abayi's stepmother says, when you put a sleeve over the bris milah, be careful that the hem of the sleeve, which is full of loose threads, is not on the actual wound, because if a thread gets stuck there and you pull off the sleeve, it can cause the baby to become a krushavcha, and a krushavcha is not allowed to marry somebody, the kahal from the Jewish nation. She herself, Abayi's stepmother, would make a lining in the sleeve so that this doesn't happen. Abayi says, if you don't have one of these sleeves, what you can take some sort of cloth that has a hem, and in this way, the hem will actually help us. You put the hem on the part that doesn't have a wound, and it'll stick to you so that it doesn't come off, and the smooth part you put on the wound. Other thing my mother said is, if you see that the baby's baby to the sun and you see where it's clear, that's where the opening is supposed to be, you take a piece of barley, which is sharp, and you cut an X, an opening. You don't use a metal object because that could cause swelling. If a baby doesn't nurse well, you take a cup of coals, you pour it out on a flat surface, you put it by his mouth. The reason he's not nursing is because his mouth is cold, you warm up the mouth. If a baby is not breathing well,
It just knocks it around.
so you take the afterbirth and you put it on him. If the baby's really small, you take the small opening first, and then the larger part of the afterbirth comes second. In other words, to show that the baby's going to go from small to large. If the baby is bloated, so you take the larger part, the large opening, and put it first, and then the smaller part. So that shows that the baby's going to become smaller. If a baby is extremely red or yellow, that's a sign that the blood hasn't been absorbed well into the body, and you have to wait for the bris milah. The Gemara tells us two identical stories, basically, with Reb Nosson Abavli. There was a woman who both of her children died during the bris milah. The third one she brought to Reb Nosson Abavli, and he said, look, the baby's too red to do bris milah, let's wait. They waited, and the baby lived, and she named the baby Nosson Abavli. Another time, the baby was yellow, two of its brothers died. He checked and he saw that there's no dam bris. In order to be kind of mitzvah bris milah, you need dam bris. It's also very dangerous to do a bris milah like that. The baby could die. They waited, and sure enough, the baby lived. They named the baby Nosson Abavli. The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to wash the baby before the bris to strengthen the baby, and after the bris. And then the Mishnah says you do zilo if you sprinkle the water. Machlokes in the Gemara, what's going on there? According to Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baravua, you only sprinkle the baby. You cannot rinse the baby in a bath. Only sprinkle water only on the first day. And Elazar ben Azariah argues and says you could wash the baby for 3 days. And we see this from Shechem, that they were in a lot of pain on the third day. You see that the third day is also a sakana. According to Rava, Tanakam hold in the first and second day you can wash the baby regularly. Only on the third day you have to sprinkle water. Elazar ben Azariah says even on the third day you could sprinkle water. You could wash the baby. There's a raya from the Brisa, like Elazar ben Azariah from Shechem, and the Brisa says that it's not a true raya from Shechem, and the Gemara explains because Shechem they were older, but by a baby perhaps the baby heals quicker. Maybe by the third day he's not considered in a sakana. There's a story where Rava paskin to someone that he can wash his baby on the first day, regular bath, and then he got sick, and he said perhaps because I was mechuluk on Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baravua, even though the Brisa says like Rava, but from the Mishnah it seems like there's missing a word. Afmar feeds him. It sounds like the halach is like Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baravua, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yochanan passing that the halach is like Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. You're allowed to wash the baby, his entire body, all 3 days, even with water that was boiled on Shabbos because of the sakana. According to Rav, you're allowed to put oil and wine mixture on a wound on Shabbos. It's not considered shchikas hamamanim. According to Shmuel, it's considered shchikas hamamanim. So you put it above the wound and it drips into the wound. And there's a brisa that says like Shmuel. This that you're now allowed to put the oil and wine mixture on a bandage, even if the bandage is on the body, off the body, is because of the chashash that you're going to squeeze and you'll be over on schita. Rags that are new, in other words, they've never been on a wound before, they are also to put on Shabbos because they have a power of healing, but if they were already put on a wound, it's mutter to put on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
I think he just signed it.
Maybe.
But I was imagining
It's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
It's right where the vagine.
But I don't think Trump likes a hairy child.
That's a dude. Okay, that's a dude with womanly abs. Yeah. Look at the boobs. They're weird. Yeah, committed. It could be a snail smile.
I don't get why he's writing a script.
Yeah, very odd stuff.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Hey. Today's email comes to us from Kalman from the Five Towns. He says he had a transformation, with your dad being the driving force behind my transformation, together with my Rebbe, the Blumenstein. Goes on to say, thank you, Eli, for all you do, and also Shkoyach told the Chapura. Bezer Hashem should all be back in your basement for the seam as well. Regards, Kalman. Thank you, Kalman. We're discussing what kind of bris milah pushes off Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us, Safek Milah. The pasuk which tells us that you could push off Shabbos for bris milah is from the word uvayoy. But that same pasuk all the way at the end says arla soy. It has to be a definite arla. So therefore, a baby that was born ben hashmashos either on Friday or on Shabbos, since it's not definite what day it is, that Shabbos is not pushed off for bris milah. If a baby was born with a bris, and we're going to go into it, that's also a suffix which doesn't push off Shabbos. Androgynos has Zachrus and Akvos suffix, it doesn't push off Shabbos. And finally, we know that halacha, if a baby in the time of the Gemara was born in the 8th month, it's not viable, it's actually muktzah on Shabbos, you can't even touch it. The mother could only nurse it if she's the tsar or she's the sakana. So if we have a suffix, whether that baby was born in the 7th month, the end of the 7th, or in the 8th month, we don't know if that baby is viable, and therefore that baby's milah doesn't push off Shabbos. Androgynos, according to Rabbi Yehuda, is chayiv in a bris